The grand red lanterns hanging from the eaves dispersed the thick night, while amidst the cacophony of rain, a faint sobbing echoed. "Mower, please don't die." In the courtyard of the Luo residence, a petite figure lay on the ground, struggling to move. The crimson robe, oversized and ill-fitting, had become exceedingly heavy, soaked through by the rain. "Mower, please don't die." Luo Wanning clawed at the ground with both hands, desperately crawling toward a pool of blood not far away, where another woman clad in a scarlet gown lay. The torrential raindrops pelted against Luo Wanning's body, the chilling cold seeping into her bones, causing her frail form to shiver uncontrollably. Her fingertips turned pale, oozing crimson, but in the next moment, the rain washed it away. Luo Wanning gritted her teeth, her fingers gripping the gaps between the azure bricks, dragging her unresponsive legs forward with all her might. Closer, closer. "Mower." Luo Wanning's lips trembled as she shakily reached out to lift the red veil, obscuring the girl's face. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens above, a monstrous purple lightning dragon tearing through the long night, illuminating the world in blinding radiance. Luo Wanning's body went rigid, as if her very blood had frozen. The red veil slipped from her fingers, drifting away with the rushing water. The howling wind could not dispel her terror. The torrential rain could not wash away her sorrow. Before her lay a face, grotesquely mangled, skin torn, features twisted, a foul stench emanating from the mingling of red and white. Luo Wanning's face paled, her body trembling, her pursed lips seeping blood. "Mower, that was her mower." Luo Wanning's fingertips brushed against the bloodied flesh, the icy touch plunging her into an abyss of despair. In the next instant, a head rolled free from the confines of its body, coming to rest before her amidst the rain. "Mower." Luo Wanning clutched the severed head, her heart-wrenching wail piercing the heavens, her youthful voice laced with an indelible despair and sorrow. Water droplets cascaded mercilessly down her chin, indistinguishable from rain or tears. Today was supposed to be their wedding day. It should have been the happiest moment of her life, yet it had unfolded into such a tragic calamity. Why? Why must this happen to me? Luo Wanning's eyes widened in fury, her demeanor frenzied, her long hair cascading to obscure her face, her eyes bloodshot with wrathful hatred. For 18 years, Luo Wanning had traversed the realm of fantasy, without systems or external aids, merely an ordinary soul. Though her aptitude was mediocre, preventing her from cultivating immortality, her affluent family spared her from the burdens of livelihood. Luo Wanning had accepted her fate, believing she would live a mundane life, never anticipating such a tragic event on what should have been her joyous day. Who was responsible for this? Cradling the head in her arms, Luo Wanning's fingers dug into the ground, dragging her heavy form towards the main hall. Her heart raced violently. Today, the Luo family had hosted a banquet, filled with guests, laughter and merriment. It should not have been shrouded in such silence. Father, mother. The bright red bridal attire dragged against the ground. Luo Wanning was bewildered as to why her body had turned so feeble, why her once strong legs had suddenly failed her. All she longed for was to see her parents, to witness their safe forms. But all of this was merely a delusion. She pushed open the grand doors with great effort, and a wave of metallic scent assaulted her senses. Within the banquet hall, nearly 100 guests lay sprawled across the floor. The red carpet, meant to signify celebration, now appeared sinisterly vivid. Luo Wanning staggered, her vision darkening, and on the main seat of the banquet hall sat two familiar figures. Yet their heads hung low, their chests punctured by gaping wounds. "Father! Mother! Why? Why?" Luo Wanning screamed, her expression contorted in anguish she found it impossible to comprehend. She could not accept it. Her parents, kind-hearted and charitable, had devoted their fortune to aiding their neighbors, their compassion renowned throughout the land. They had never harbored any enemies. Why had they met such a tragic fate? Tears streamed down Luo Wanning's face, her heart shattered, yet she knew she could not give up. In this vast Luo family, she was the sole survivor, albeit a crippled one. She would find the murderer. She would avenge them. How could this happen? Why have I become like this? Luo Wanning struck her legs in frustration, yet her slender calves remained unresponsive. She could not fathom the motive of the perpetrator, nor the means by which they had rendered her a mere child of less than 5 feet tall. Even if I find a murderer, can I truly take revenge in this state? Luo Wanling leaned against the doorframe, her body weak and powerless, her gaze cast downwards, her delicate limbs growing increasingly distant. The rain fell harder. The howling winds swept away her precarious headdress, leaving her long black hair scattered across the ground. Her eyes were hollow, weakness and sorrow eroding her will, her heart exhausted, on the brink of collapse. Pat, pat, pat footsteps seemed to echo through the rain-soaked night, and Luo Wanling instinctively lifted her head. A vague silhouette in the darkness gradually came into focus. Luo Wanling stared blankly at the graceful girl approaching. She did not recognize her, nor did she understand why she was here. Could she be the one responsible for the massacre of the Luo family? The girl held a green oiled paper umbrella, her slender brows slightly furrowed, a hint of anger apparent between her brows. Gently crouching down, the girl's gaze softened a fraction as she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "Little sister, who are you? Do you know what has happened here?" The girl's voice was light and melodious, and Luo Wanling felt an odd sense of familiarity, though she could not place it. "I don't know." Luo Wanling shook her head bitterly. She truly knew nothing. Before losing consciousness, everything had seemed normal, without any signs of an impending attack. After regaining consciousness, everything had changed. The once grand Luo family was left with but a useless cripple. "I am Luo Wanling. Who are you? Are you a guest invited by the Luo family? You claim to be Luo Wanling, yet you are clearly a girl?" The girl blinked in confusion, gently grasping Luo Wanling's wrist, and after a moment's thought, nodded seriously. "Indeed, you are a lovely little girl." Hee. Luo Wanling forced a smile compared to the massacre on her wedding night. A mere gender swap seemed trivial. Believe it or not, Luo Wanling leaned wearily against the doorframe. The girl before her radiated innocence. She could not possibly be the ruthless murderer who slaughtered the Luo family. Her feeble body and waning consciousness could no longer support further contemplation. "If you truly are little Ning, then you should remember me, right?" The girl lowered her umbrella and moved closer, her hands propping herself up, her cheek nearly touching Luo Wanling's. Luo Wanling was momentarily taken aback. The overly intimate gesture stirred a sense of familiarity within her. Suddenly, a name surfaced in her mind, and she blurted out, "You are Xia Qianju. You remember my name. You truly are little Ning." Xia Qianju's eyes sparkled with delight as she swatted away the head that lay between them, opening her arms to embrace Luo Wanling tightly. "Little Ning, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly." Luo Wanling trembled, attempting to break free from the embrace to retrieve the rolling head, but Xia Qianju held her tighter. Luo Wanling and Xia Qianju had been childhood friends, and the Luo and Xia families had engaged in numerous business dealings, leading their parents to promise a future union for the two children. From a young age, Luo Wanling had cared for Xia Qianju, and their bond had deepened over time. They had hoped to be together in happiness, but 5 years ago, a celestial being had passed through the area, discovering Xia Qianju's aptitude for cultivation and wishing to take her back to the sect for training. Luo Wanling's parents, recognizing the gravity of the situation, cautiously agreed to the Xia family's proposal to dissolve the engagement. The chasm between the mortal and immortal realms was vast, and Xia Qianju's departure left Luo Wanling uncertain of when she would return. By the time Luo Wanling learned of this, Xia Qianju had already left with the celestial being, and shortly thereafter, the Xia family moved away. Little Luo Wanling mourned for a long time. 5 years may not seem long, but Luo Wanling understood that even if they were to meet again, the odds of them being together were slim. As the sole heir of the Luo family, she bore the responsibility of continuing the lineage, while the Luo family's fortunes dwindled after losing their alliance with the Xia family. Thus, she accepted an arranged marriage. In contrast to the lively and playful Xia Qianju, Moer was gentle, understanding, and kind-hearted. Yet such a wonderful girl had been disfigured and decapitated. Luo Wanling could not accept this. She must avenge all those who had perished this night. But with her legs crippled and powerless, the notion of revenge felt utterly absurd. Yet now she glimpsed a flicker of hope for vengeance. Xia Qianju had cultivated for 5 years, her strength unfathomable. As long as she is willing to assist, the true culprit will undoubtedly be uncovered, and vengeance shall be exacted. Xiaoju, I implore you to help me seek retribution. You are all I have left. Xia Qianju clung tightly to Luo Wanning's form, her crimson lips brushing against her ear, her voice imbued with tenderness and compassion. Do not worry, Xiaoning. You have treated me with such kindness in the past. I shall not only aid you in avenging this wrong, but will also care for you for all eternity. Chapter 002. It's impossible. Emoer and I are truly in love, Xiaoju. Please set me down. I must collect the remains of my parents and Emoer. Luo Wanning cried out anxiously, her heart heavy with grief as the families of her and Emoer lay cold. Even if she felt powerless to enact revenge, she at least needed to gather their bodies. No, you are in no condition. Your body is exceedingly weak. If you do not rest properly, it may lead to lingering ailments. Xia Qianju shook her head firmly, cradling the delicate form of Luo Wanning as she slowly made her way toward the bridal chamber. The door swung open to reveal a lavish display of red decorations. Upon seeing the cozy wedding room she had painstakingly arranged, Luo Wanning's eyes brimmed with tears, spilling over in sorrow. The new home remained intact, yet the newlyweds were absent. Don't be sad, Xiaoning. I will take good care of you from now on. Xia Qianju gently laid Luo Wanning on the soft carpet, tenderly wiping away her tears while using her warmth to dispel the chill from Luo Wanning's frail body. Xiaoju. Thank you, Luo Wanning sniffled, gazing at the gentle, refined features of Xia Qianju. Rendered speechless by emotion. After 5 years apart, it seemed Xia Qianju had not forgotten their past bond. Not only was she willing to assist in her quest for revenge, but she also offered to care for the now helpless Luo Wanning. Xiaoning, take a good rest. Everything will be better when you awaken. The soft words seemed to possess a hypnotic effect. As Luo Wanning felt her eyelids grow heavy, her consciousness gradually fading. Xiaoning, you belong to me alone. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Luo Wanning felt a slight itch in her earlobe. As she attempted to raise her hand, she was struck by the heaviness of her body. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the familiar bridal chamber, staring blankly at the strings of red tassels hanging from above, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. She painfully shut her eyes, unwilling to accept this tragic reality. Yet the anguish would not dissipate, and the truth remained unchanged. Slightly turning her head to peer through a narrow opening, she saw a pure and lovely maiden lying beside her. Though it was not her beloved bride, father, mother, are they truly gone? Luo Wanning closed her eyes in despair, wishing fervently that this were merely a nightmare. Xiaoning, are you awake? Xia Qianju mumbled sleepily. Receiving no response, she nestled deeper into the blanket, pressing against Luo Wanning's chest to listen to her heartbeat. The sensation of hair brushing against delicate skin was unbearable, prompting Luo Wanning to open her eyes and let out a soft sigh. Xiaoju, you really haven't changed at all. Indeed, I have always cherished you, Xiaoning, and I think of you constantly. Xia Qianju's voice faltered momentarily, taking on a tone that was both chilling and ominous. But it seems you have forgotten me, and now you intend to marry that unsuitable woman. Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Xia Qianju had transformed into someone else entirely. The playful and occasionally temperamental Xia Qianju of the past was nowhere to be found. Instead, her words now dripped with a coldness that hinted at madness, sending a shiver down Luo Wanning's spine. Xiaoju, are you all right? Luo Wanning asked with concern. Humph. Xia Qianju snorted, falling silent. Luo Wanning felt a sense of helplessness. Their hurried separation years ago had left them without any promises. Even if she wished to wait, her parents would never consent. Moreover, she was acutely aware of Xia Qianju's path as a cultivator, which was fraught with uncertainty. She remained a mere frog at the bottom of a well, unworthy of dreaming of standing beside a swan. Xiaoju, I owe you an apology. I never expected you would return to seek me out, Luo Wanning murmured, feeling a mix of guilt and hope that Xia Qianju might help her seek vengeance. Humph, forget it, Xia Qianju lightly huffed, grasping Luo Wanning's delicate hands. Let the past remain in the past. From now on, you will only love me. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, hesitating before slowly responding. Xiaoju, I've become this helpless little girl. You don't mind, do you? Besides, 2 girls together isn't that a bit inappropriate? What does that matter? Besides, I am now a cultivator. I will surely find a way to help you restore yourself. Xia Qianju pouted, then reached out to grasp Luo Wanning's chin. Or have you started to like men? Luo Wanning was taken aback, realizing that Xia Qianju indeed had means of restoration. but she chose to overlook the latter part of the statement. Yet now is not the time to ponder over her gender. The urgent matter of revenge loomed large, and countless bodies awaited proper burial. Xiaoju, can you take me outside? I wish to collect my family's remains. Luo Wanning still felt disconnected from her legs, and while her upper body had some sensation, her frail form could not move far. Xia Qianju placed a finger over Luo Wanning's lips, gently shaking her head. You need to rest well. Seeing the worry in Luo Wanning's eyes, Xia Qianju spoke again. Don't fret. I buried your uncle and aunt last night. Last night? Luo Wanning asked, perplexed. With such heavy rain, how could Xia Qianju have possibly managed to bury so many on her own? I am now a cultivator. I have plenty of your attire has been drenched by the rain, and your body is sullied with mud, yet I have taken it upon myself to gently cleanse you, bit by bit. Luo Wanning's delicate face flushed a rosy hue as she shyly tilted her head. In the past, she indeed cherished Xia Qianju and regarded her as a beloved future wife. However, now that she is wed to Mo heir, the prospect of being with Xia Qianju is utterly impossible. Thank you, but I would prefer to handle such matters on my own in the future. Luo Wanning murmured softly. Xia Qianju smiled warmly, delicately twirling a strand of hair with her fingertips. Little Ning, there is no need to stand on ceremony with me. I have promised to take care of you, and I shall do so with unwavering commitment. But isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Luo Wanning hesitated, feeling a deep gratitude for Xia Qianju's kindness. Yet she was already a married woman. How could she be so intimately involved with another? There is nothing inappropriate about it. That woman is no longer alive. Xia Qianju rose, lifting the vibrant red embroidered quilt, pressing down gently on Luo Wanning's slender, pale legs. You are currently unable to use your legs. Without my assistance, how will you manage? Luo Wanning gazed at her own legs, a sense of frustration washing over her. With her lower body paralyzed, her ability to care for herself was severely limited. Even the simple act of using the restroom required assistance, which was undeniably burdensome. But you are already a cultivator. Having me as a burden brings you no benefit, does it? Luo Wanning did not wish to become a hindrance to Xia Qianju. Although she yearned for Xia Qianju's help to avenge her grievances, she believed it best for them to remain distant thereafter. The Luo family's wealth had been plundered, yet their home remained intact. She could sell off her assets and hire a caretaker to manage her daily needs, allowing her to scrape by. Xia Qianju slowly rose, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Her gaze sincere, her tone gentle. Little Ning, I like you, both in the past and now. Regardless of whether you are male or female, or how you may change, my affection for you will remain unwavering. Whether you are healthy or disabled, my fondness for you will never diminish. Xia Qianju cradled Luo Wanning's face in her hands, her expression earnest. Now that you have become disabled, I will care for you. If you are unable to recover, I will continue to care for you. Even if 100 years or 1,000 years pass, my love for you will endure. Luo Wanning stared at Xia Qianju in a daze. Was this a confession? Yet she felt utterly unworthy of Xia Qianju, especially in her current state of disability. Sigh. Luo Wanning sighed softly, overwhelmed by the weight of Xia Qianju's profound feelings for her. Time had eroded her own affections for Xia Qianju. She and Mo heir were bound by familial arrangements. Even with Mo heir's passing, she would not betray that bond. She would prefer to cultivate a deep friendship with Xia Qianju. Could you find me a clean garment? Luo Wanning sighed in resignation, pulling the quilt to cover her exposed skin. She understood that Xia Qianju's feelings for her had remained unchanged since 5 years ago. Only growing more intense with the passage of time, perhaps, with time spent together, Xia Qianju's infatuation would gradually fade, and she might no longer harbor feelings for her. Are you feeling shy? Xia Qianju observed as Luo Wanning tucked herself under the quilt. A playful smirk appearing on her lips as she pulled the quilt away. We grew up together without a stitch of clothing. I remember every inch of you from back then, now that you resemble me. What is there to be shy about? Luo Wanning's cheeks flushed as she glared at Xia Qianju, reclaiming the quilt and holding it tightly. It's different now. Besides, we have both grown up. What a pity I missed seeing you grow. Luo Wanning paused, caught off guard, then found herself at a loss for words. It was a rather melancholic sentiment, yet coupled with Xia Qianju's teasing gaze. It felt laden with unspoken implications. You need not wear anything. Just lie down and rest properly. Xia Qianju gently pushed Luo Wanning onto the bed and tucked her in before standing to change her clothes. Hearing the rustling sounds, Luo Wanning tightly closed her eyes, only exhaling a sigh of relief once the sound ceased. Xia Qianju remained as free-spirited as ever, displaying no reservations towards her. Although there was no need for such caution now, it still felt peculiar. With a giggle, Luo Wanning opened her eyes to find a sweet smile mere inches from her face, causing her heart to flutter. "I'll fetch you something to eat. Please wait a moment." Xia Qianju planted a gentle kiss on Luo Wanning's forehead, smiling brightly as she turned to leave, alone in the room. Luo Wanning leaned against the bed and pulled back the quilt. She reached down to pinch her legs, the skin soft and delicate, a rosy hue with faint veins visible beneath the surface. These legs appeared uninjured, showing no signs of atrophy. Why then were they devoid of sensation? Luo Wanning found it strange and pinched the soles of her feet, but still felt nothing. It seemed her lower body had become nothing more than a decorative appendage. Leaving her somewhat resentful, Xiaoju mentioned that the assailants of the Luo family were bandits from Heifengzhai. While that is not entirely implausible, could mere mortals truly possess the means to reduce me to this state? Luo Wanning pondered, feeling that the events of the past night were far too bizarre and surreal. It seemed that only when the culprits were apprehended could the truth be uncovered. Returning to her bed, Luo Wanning quietly waited. There was little she could do at present. All her hopes rested upon Xia Qianju. 10 minutes later, the door creaked open, golden sunlight pouring in. Accompanied by a gentle, warm breeze, Luo Wanning caught a glimpse of the courtyard through the door. It had been cleansed by the rain, devoid of any trace of blood. It appeared that Xiaoju had not deceived her. The bodies had been dealt with, though she remained uncertain of their final resting place. Luo Wanning sighed. The dead cannot be resurrected, not to mention that she was merely a mortal now. Even an immortal would struggle to restore life to the deceased. "Little Ning, I've found some food. See if it suits your taste." Xia Qianju opened a steaming food container, revealing last night's banquet leftovers, which seemed to have merely been reheated without excessive alteration. "Thank you, Xiaoju." Luo Wanning propped herself up at the edge of the bed, but as she reached for the food, Xia Qianju gently blocked her hand. Luo Wanning looked at her in confusion, and Xia Qianju smiled softly. "Allow me to feed you. I can manage on my own. There is no need for such fuss." Luo Wanning gently shook her head, wanting to avoid becoming overly reliant on Xia Qianju. She felt embarrassed about causing her too much trouble. However, Xia Qianju's demeanor was firm as she pinched a piece of snowflake pastry and held it to Luo Wanning's lips. "You haven't washed your hands yet. Go ahead and eat." Luo Wanning hesitated momentarily, but seeing the anticipation in Xia Qianju's expression, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She took a small bite, savoring it before swallowing. "Well, isn't it quite delightful?" Xia Qianju eagerly inquired. Luo Wanning nodded, somewhat perplexed. The snowflake pastry was merely an ordinary treat. Reheating it wouldn't drastically alter its flavor. It was slightly sweet, perhaps a touch more enjoyable than usual. "Hee, I knew you would like it." Xia Qianju beamed, leaving Luo Wanning in a state of confusion as she took another bite. Tasting it carefully, she found no peculiar flavors. "Did you perhaps add a touch of sugar?" "Not at all. It's orange juice." Xia Qianju's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled triumphantly. Luo Wanning was taken aback, then took another small bite. Upon tasting it again, she still did not detect the orange juice flavor. Xiaoju remained as she always was, forever inclined to add unusual elements to her dishes. Luo Wanning didn't dwell on it. After all, she had grown up with her, and surely she wouldn't mean her any harm. "Little Ning, do try the flavor of this bowl of congee. I have prepared it with great care." Xia Qianju held a small ceramic spoon, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Luo Wanning's lips. The steam mingled with the aroma of rice, causing Luo Wanning to frown slightly. Being served in such a manner was still somewhat unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, since Xia Qianju's intentions were kind, how could she refuse? Luo Wanning extended her tongue to test the temperature, finding it just right, and took a mouthful. This is delicious. Xiaoju, your culinary skills have truly improved." Luo Wanning exclaimed with delight, showering her with praise. In truth, the dish was average, but this was the only value she felt she could provide: emotional support. This way, she wouldn't seem entirely useless. "Hee, it brings me great joy to hear that you like it. I shall prepare it for you every day from now on." "Oh, that would be splendid." Luo Wanning's smile bore a hint of bitterness, not merely because she would be eating mediocre congee daily, but because she felt guilty about continually imposing on Xia Qianju. "Xiaoju, you should eat too. Don't just feed me. No, I've already eaten earlier." Upon seeing Xia Qianju shake her head, Luo Wanning paused in shock. Could it be that she was truly poisoned? However, after consuming the meal, Aside from feeling a gentle warmth enveloping her body, there were no other unusual sensations. She had downed a large bowl of rice porridge, devoured 3 pieces of snowflake crisp, as well as a small meat bun and an egg roll. Luo Wanning found herself unable to eat any further, but was unable to resist the fervent enthusiasm of Xia Qianju, who made it impossible for her to decline. Xiaoju, I truly cannot eat anymore. Xiaoning, your body is currently weak. Even just a lick would allow you to absorb some nourishment. With that, Luo Wanning extended her tongue to lick the golden egg roll. Xiaoju, you said this, and I have licked it. I am truly full now. Very well then. Xia Qianju tidied up the leftover food, not even discarding the half bowl of porridge, which she hastily consumed. Luo Wanning felt utterly reassured, realizing that Xia Qianju indeed had no malicious intent. Upon this realization, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. The other party treated her with such sincerity. Yet she had harbored doubts about her, truly ungrateful. As Xia Qianju cleaned up the dishes and stepped out, Luo Wanning lay in bed, continuing her state of idleness. She pinched her soft arms, feeling the need to strengthen her upper body. If her arm strength were sufficient, she could custom order a wheelchair to facilitate movement. Yet, after attempting 2 push-ups in bed, she found herself unable to continue. Collapsing back onto the mattress, lying there, she felt the undeniable reality that she was indeed a complete burden. The frailty in her body made her succumb to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate time had passed, Luo Wanning abruptly jolted awake, her body trembling. Oh no, the urgency had arisen. She glanced around the room, but Xia Qianju was nowhere in sight, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Without Xiaoju present, it was indeed a significant predicament. Luo Wanning was reluctant to soil the bed, as it would only complicate matters for Xia Qianju later. Taking a deep breath, she propped one leg on the edge of the bed, followed by the other. Fortunately, the room was carpeted with soft fabric, allowing her to roll onto the floor without injury. However, it was too slow to make it outside. She needed to find a container for a more immediate solution. Just as Luo Wanning anxiously searched for a jar, the door swung open. Xia Qianju paused, taken aback by the sight of Luo Wanning's petite figure sprawled on the floor, and curiously inquired, Xiaoning, what are you doing? Ah, Xiaoju, you finally returned. Luo Wanning exclaimed excitedly, waving at Xia Qianju, only to have her expression change abruptly, flushing a deep crimson. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob that leaked. Despite her extensive experiences, Luo Wanning had never encountered such a humiliating situation. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It's okay, Xiaoning. Don't cry. I'll clean it up shortly. Xia Qianju gently comforted Luo Wanning, bending down to lift her delicate frame. 20 minutes later, Luo Wanning lay comfortably on the bed. Though the flush on her cheeks lingered, her gaze fell upon Xia Qianju, who was cleaning the carpet, and her heart swelled with mixed emotions. After 5 years apart, Xia Qianju had indeed matured significantly. Her once willful demeanor had transformed into gentleness and consideration, and she was adept at caring for Luo Wanning's feelings. Xiaoju, after you take your revenge for me, you should leave. Luo Wanning sighed. Ultimately unwilling to burden such a kind-hearted girl, the more Xia Qianju cared for her, the more reluctant she felt to drag her down. Xia Qianju furrowed her brow slightly as she set down the carpet, then silently pushed the door to leave. Wait? Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback. She had said she would leave only after helping her take revenge. If she left now, her vendetta would remain unresolved forever. Xiaoju, come back. Don't leave me all alone. As Luo Wanning called out repeatedly, Xia Qianju finally returned, this time holding additional items. Without hesitation, Xia Qianju lifted Luo Wanning from under the covers, draping one piece of clothing after another over her. Xiaoju, your strength is remarkable. You can lift me with just one hand. Luo Wanning marveled, though she was also puzzled. Xiaoju, what are you doing dressing me at this hour? The traditional red dress was originally meant for Mo Air's wedding night, but regrettably, Mo Air had not lived to see that day. Just after crossing the fire basin, they had not even had the chance to pay their respects before the bloody massacre ensued. After adorning Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju changed into her own attire. That is my dress. You have put it on incorrectly. Luo Wanning sensed that something was amiss, her intuition hinting at Xia Qianju's intentions. Clad in a grand red groom's robe, Xia Qianju cradled Luo Wanning in her arms. After we pay our respects, you will be my wife, and from this moment on, I shall cherish you without fail. caring for you for a lifetime. Xia Qianju's face radiated sincerity, her eyes brimming with boundless tenderness and love. Xiaoju, you truly need not sacrifice so much for me. Luo Wanning pressed her lips together, acknowledging that she had once harbored feelings for Xia Qianju, but that had concluded 5 years prior. She was grateful for Xia Qianju's willingness to care for her, and she indeed held a fondness for her. Yet, with Mo having just passed, her remains still fresh. How could she do something that would betray Mo's memory? Don't speak. Just kiss me. Chapter 005. Will you forgive me? Leaning against the edge of the bed, Luo Wanning gazed with a complex expression at her beloved spouse, who was gently massaging her legs. Spouse or husband. She found herself unable to distinguish clearly. She had assumed Xia Qianju was merely jesting. But to her surprise, they had indeed completed the ceremonial process of marriage. Rest assured, Xiaoning, I will heal your legs in the future. Xia Qianju held one of Luo Wanning's delicate feet in her palm, applying gentle pressure to stimulate blood flow. Xiaoju. Luo Wanning found herself choked with emotion, unsure of how to convey her gratitude at that moment. Xiaoning, may I ask you a question? Please do. Luo Wanning nodded vigorously. With Xia Qianju treating her so well, she would willingly part with all the assets of the Luo family if necessary, if I have committed a wrong. Would you be able to forgive me? Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, her expression seemingly pained, causing Luo Wanning's heart to ache. She gently embraced Xia Qianju's head, soothing her softly. Xiaoju, it's all right. Everyone makes mistakes that I may not know about others, but you are so kind and gentle, your intentions are surely good. Even if you have erred, you can still be forgiven. Although Luo Wanning lacked the qualifications to cultivate immortality, she understood that the realm of immortals was fraught with peril, with frequent bloodshed, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Xia Qianju had cultivated for 5 years. Although she was sheltered by her sect, she inevitably encountered disciples from rival factions during her missions. Excessive bloodshed could leave psychological scars. Luo Wanning felt the need to comfort Xia Qianju's spirit, lest she hesitate to act against enemies in the future due to trauma. Really? Xiao Ning is willing to forgive me. Xia Qianju's eyes brightened, gripping Luo Wanning's frail hands tightly. Of course, it is true. Luo Wanning nodded solemnly that we are now the closest individuals in the world. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? She reached out to caress Xia Qianju's cheek, wiping away the shadows clouding her face. Xiaoning, you are so kind to forgive and accept me. Xiaoju, you are the one who is good, willing to care for a crippled me. Once Luo Wanning had calmed Xia Qianju's emotions, she hesitated briefly before speaking. Xiaoju, could you take me outside to see? I wish to pay my respects to my parents. Of course, Luo Wanning observed Xia Qianju draping a light blue gown over her. Her gaze wavered, though she said nothing further. Xiaoning, you won't mind wearing my clothes in the future, will you? It's fine. Luo Wanning shook her head. Although she felt some reluctance to wear a dress, it would allow Xia Qianju to recognize that she had transformed into a girl. With the two of them together, there was no possibility of rekindling their past. Perhaps this would lighten the burden of her heavy affections. Hold me tightly. Hearing Xia Qianju's gentle words, Luo Wanning wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Luo Wanning was not particularly heavy, and it seemed Xia Qianju had gained strength, effortlessly lifting her with one hand. As they stepped outside, Luo Wanning finally beheld the familiar courtyard. The courtyard appeared disheveled, with broken tables and chairs haphazardly piled to the side, and a strong wind had scattered many fallen leaves, lending an air of desolation. Luo Wanning inhaled deeply. Just yesterday, the scene had been one of joyous celebration, yet now, with people gone and tea cooled, an indescribable sorrow enveloped her heart. Fortunately, she did not see any corpses. Luo Wanning's gaze settled on a corner of the courtyard, the very spot where Mo had met her demise. The heavy rain had washed away all traces, leaving no hint of blood. Xiaoning, I have buried your parents in the ancestral grave of the Luo family. I will take you there now. Thank you. Luo Wanning nodded gently, taking a deep breath to shake off her sorrow. 10 minutes later, Luo Wanning knelt before a grave mound, bowing her head 3 times with great reverence. Father, Mother, I will surely avenge you. Flowers fell, and 3 incense sticks rose, sending wisps of fragrant smoke into the air. Luo Wanning's expression was solemn, her gaze resolute. After paying her respects to her parents, she looked around but did not see any other new graves. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Xia Qianju. fully aware that her question might provoke discontent. Xiaoju, where is Mo heir buried? Can you take me to see? That girl had not married you yet, so she does not qualify to be buried in the Luo family ancestral grave. Then where did you bury her? Can you take me to see? Luo Wanning cautiously observed the changing expressions of Xia Qianju, fearing to provoke her discontent. Of course, Xia Qianju replied with a gentle smile, embracing Luo Wanning as they made their way toward a nearby graveyard. Moments later, as Luo Wanning gazed upon the multitude of tombs, her heart felt significantly more at ease. A row of newly erected small mounds stood quietly amidst the hundreds of graves. Although they could not definitively prove that Mo heir lay beneath, Luo Wanning had come to trust Xia Qianju's words. Xia Qianju had indeed transformed, shedding her former pettiness to become a gentle and gracious lady. Mo heir had not been left to rot in the wilderness, and as Luo Wanning sighed in relief, she chastised herself for her excessive suspicion. Time apart reveals new perspectives, she mused, realizing she had underestimated Xia Qianju's character. Little Ju has not devolved into a lovesick maniac. She simply cares for me and would never cause me harm. She placed 3 incense sticks before the grave. Luo Wanning was filled with countless thoughts, yet found it difficult to articulate them with Xia Qianju by her side. After burning some paper money, she picked up a stick and dipped it in the black ash, inscribing Mo heir's name upon a stone. She then planted the stone at the head of the small grave, serving as a marker of identity. Mo heir, I am leaving now, but I will visit you often. Completing her final farewell, Luo Wanning buried her head in Xia Qianju's shoulder. Slowly closing her eyes, suppressing the sorrow within her heart, Xia Qianju held the soft figure tightly, casting a cold glance at the little grave, a hint of wickedness curling at the corners of her lips. As their silhouettes disappeared into the distance, suddenly, a thunderous crack resounded. The stone marker shattered, and the grave erupted. On the way back to the Luo residence, Luo Wanning surveyed the desolate state of the village. It was not only the Luo family that had suffered grievously. Several nearby households had also been pillaged. Aunt Zhang, did you see the appearance of the assailants? Do you know who the culprits are? Luo Wanning inquired of a tearful woman, whose grass mat bore the lifeless body of a boy, evidently a victim of last night's brutality. It was the bandits from Black Wind Stronghold. The woman spat, her face contorted with hatred. Those despicable wretches deserve to die. Hearing her outburst, several villagers gathered around. I was awakened in the dead of night by the sounds of killing, and clearly saw that the leader of the bandits was none other than the notorious He Yicha. One villager recounted, indeed, I saw him too. That scoundrel wielded a wicked-looking blade, slaughtering anyone in his path with a barbaric ferocity. He's no better than a beast. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. The Black Wind Stronghold bore no deep-seated grudge against the Luo family. So why the massacre? Were they merely a band of ruthless brigands? Do you know what transpired at the Luo residence last night? She asked. I know, chimed in a boy with yellow hair, who suddenly emerged from the crowd, sizing up Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju. If I tell you, what will you give me in return? Luo Wanning hesitated, patting her pocket. She had nothing of value, as Xia Qianju had prepared her attire, leaving her devoid of any possessions. It doesn't matter if you have no money. If you give her a kiss, I'll tell you, the boy retorted. What nonsense! How could I possibly? Luo Wanning abruptly halted, realizing the boy's proposition was not directed at her. Following his gaze, she noticed Xia Qianju, whose eyes mirrored her own surprise, soon blushing faintly. You mean, I should kiss her? Luo Wanning thought her ears might be deceiving her. Surely this boy was deranged. Yes, I simply enjoy watching girls kiss, the boy stated, his impatience evident as he began to turn away. Wait, Luo Wanning called out, glancing back at Xia Qianju, her mind in turmoil. This was a public setting. How could she possibly engage in such an act? Chapter 006. Mo heir's betrayal? This is already the 3rd time. You must be satisfied now. Luo Wanning glared at the yellow-haired boy, wishing she could slap him. I suppose you're passable, he sighed in disappointment. But it was time to reveal the truth. Actually, my 3rd uncle is a cook for the Luo family. Yesterday, during a grand banquet, I went to help him, but after working too hard, I sought refuge behind a pile of firewood to nap. Half awake, I overheard a conversation and, peering through the pile, I saw none other than He Yicha, the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold. What surprised me further was that the girl speaking with him was the maid of the bride. Xia Qianju. From their dialogue, it seemed they planned to drug everyone. I remained hidden, helplessly watching as Yu and his bandits conspired with the Xia family to stab the unconscious guests. Yet, due to disputes over the spoils, the bandits ultimately slaughtered everyone from the Xia family that I witnessed Yicha's brutal methods. He even slashed the bride's face, and in a fit of rage, he decapitated her. Luo Wanning slowly closed her eyes, the haunting images from her memories aligning with the boy's tale. Yet she remained perplexed. Why would Yicha show such cruelty to the bride? Did they harbor some grudge against one another? The boy hesitated, glancing at Xia Qianju before speaking again, that I'm not entirely sure. But I did hear Yicha say something about she was already his yet dared to betray him. Luo Wanning's expression froze. Xia Qianju had once suggested such a possibility, but she had refused to believe it. Now, hearing this from a stranger caused her resolve to waver. Little Jew, let us go home. Luo Wanning felt a wave of disheartenment wash over her. Though she had not shared much with Mo Air, she was, after all, her betrothed. Furthermore, she had never heard any rumors of Mo Air's infidelity. How could she be entangled with the leader of the Black Wind stronghold? Yet, with the evidence laid bare before her, what could she do? Would a stranger truly go out of their way to deceive her? Upon returning to the Luo residence, Luo Wanning was gently laid upon her bed. Curling up with her arms wrapped around her knees beneath the covers, reality felt unbearably harsh. Human hearts were cold, and she found herself lost and helpless. Now, she was utterly alone, physically disabled, and even the foundation of her once promising union began to crumble. A sense of helplessness enveloped her. At that moment, however, a warm figure slipped beneath the covers, wrapping her in a gentle embrace from behind. Little Ning, don't be afraid. You still have me. I will always be by your side. The soft words radiated warmth, akin to a sacred golden light dispelling the darkness and despair that clouded Luo Wanning's heart. Little Jude, she felt a surge of emotion, having feigned calmness for so long while her heart lay in tatters. Xia Qianju's presence was her last glimmer of hope. Nestled in the warmth of that embrace, Luo Wanning experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and serenity. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she surrendered to slumber within that safe harbor. As the sun shifted and a gentle breeze rustled through the window, Luo Wanning's first awareness upon waking was the sensation in her legs. How she wished that, like the sudden loss of her mobility, her legs could miraculously regain their function. Sadly, it remained a mere fantasy. Little Ning, you're awake, came a soft voice by her ear. Luo Wanning grasped the hand that held her, nodding gently. Little Jew, it's wonderful to have you by my side. Hee, of course, I will always be with you. This time, I won't let you slip away from me, Xia Qianju declared playfully as she held both of Luo Wanning's hands. Luo Wanning offered no resistance, feeling a gentle warmth enveloping her. Regardless of whether Xia Qianju would abandon her in the future, for now, simply enjoying this tenderness was more than enough. After a moment of intimacy, Luo Wanning pushed Xia Qianju away slightly, whispering, Little Jew, could you help me deal with the bandits from Black Wind stronghold? Is it dangerous? With a calm smile, Xia Qianju reached out to playfully poke Luo Wanning's delicate nose. You truly are a fool. Little Ning, I am a cultivator now. They are mere mortals. Slaying them is as easy as butchering pigs and dogs. Luo Wanning swallowed hard. Though Xia Qianju's expression was tender, her words were chilling. It seemed that to her, killing had become an inconsequential task. Yet, she was no saint. She could never forgive her enemies. Little Jew, can we go now? I want to witness their demise with my own eyes. Luo Wanning harbored a desire to confirm something. The yellow-haired boys claimed that Mo Air had an affair with Yicha, but she remained reluctant to believe it, unless she heard it from the source herself. But Mo Air was deceased, leaving only Yicha to question. Xia Qianju glanced out the window, noting the waning light and the silvery crescent moon hanging in the sky. The hour was late, yet it was indeed a fitting time for vengeance. Then let us depart. Dressing Luo Wanning in white tights, a delicate pink lace dress, and styling her long black hair into twin ponytails, Xia Qianju applied a touch of powder to her fair complexion and a subtle pink tint to her lips. Gazing into the mirror, Luo Wanning felt a wave of confusion at her porcelain doll-like appearance. They were off to commit murder, not attend a wedding. Was such a charming outfit truly necessary? Moreover, to dress her so adorably seemed utterly absurd. Little Ning, you look truly adorable, Xia Qianju remarked, playfully pinching her soft cheek. Luo Wanning shot a disapproving glance at Xia Qianju, yet she understood that her intentions were likely to lighten her somber mood. Comforted, She felt a sense of peace. Xia Qianju always considered her feelings. Such tenderness was irresistible. Little Ju, let us hurry and go. If a carriage is hired, we should be able to arrive by early tomorrow morning, Luo Wanning contemplated. The journey of 20 li is not particularly long. However, the mountainous path is arduous, and it may take considerable time. TSK, are you worried that I cannot handle the bandits, Xiaoning? This is the perfect opportunity for you to witness my prowess. Xia Qianju's lips curled into a smile as she effortlessly lifted Luo Wanning's delicate form and strode into the courtyard. Luo Wanning gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of a 3-foot-long blade in Xia Qianju's hand. The sword glimmered with a silver hue, adorned with 7 translucent green gemstones that sparkled like brilliant stars. The hilt was exquisitely carved, resembling layers of dragon scales, with a red tassel dangling from it. This sword is called 7 Stars, a 5th-level spiritual weapon, and it is the finest sword of the Falling Star sect. Luo Wanning stared blankly at the longsword, although she had no concrete understanding of its value. She could sense that the 7 Stars sword radiated an icy aura. The blade was sharp, the gems crystal clear. From a merchant's perspective, it was undoubtedly a treasure worth its weight in gold. The best sword? Does that mean Xiao Ju? You are quite formidable? Luo Wanning questioned, puzzled. After all, Xia Qianju had only been cultivating for 5 years. Even if she was exceptionally talented, it seemed implausible that she could surpass those who had been training for decades to obtain the sect's finest sword. Later, Luo Wanning learned that Xia Qianju's sect, including the sect leader, comprised only 8 individuals. Of course, Xia Qianju replied, her eyes sparkling with pride. She tossed the 7 Stars sword into the air, and it circled around her gracefully. Wow, Xiao Ju, you are amazing. Hee, there's something even more impressive, Xia Qianju exclaimed, as she gently lifted Luo Wanning and leaped into the air, soaring on the 7 Stars sword. Luo Wanning did not wish to dampen Xia Qianju's enthusiasm, so she enthusiastically shouted, Wow, wow, wow. I'm flying. Chapter 007. Revenge and the Lies of the Black Knight. Fork. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the cold wind tousled their hair. Luo Wanning clung tightly to Xia Qianju's neck, her gaze fixed on the ground receding farther below, her heart racing with an indescribable tension. Xiaoning, make sure to hold on tight, or if you fall, I won't be able to save you. Luo Wanning wrapped her arms around her, wishing she could cling to Xia Qianju like an octopus. Were it not for her disability. Wow, this is exhilarating, Luo Wanning exclaimed, watching the ground slip away beneath her. Her excitement was genuine. It felt as if her sorrows were washed away in an instant. She could distinctly feel the cold wind brushing against her face, as if she were a bird soaring freely across the sky. Hold on tight, Xiaoning. There is even more excitement to come. Xia Qianju playfully loosened her grip on Luo Wanning's back, prompting the latter to cling even more tightly. Here we go. With a single hand, Xia Qianju executed a sword technique, sending the 7 Stars sword soaring at a 45-degree angle before it dove down toward the ground. Aw, Luo Wanning screamed, her face paling in fear as tears threatened to spill. This was far more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. At least roller coasters had safety belts, whereas this lacked any semblance of security. Luo Wanning clung desperately to Xia Qianju, terrified of falling to her doom, after what felt like an eternity. Just as Luo Wanning was on the verge of fainting, Xia Qianju skillfully stabilized the 7 Stars sword. Xiaoning, you are so timid. You are so cruel. Xiao Ju, you did that on purpose. Luo Wanning glared at Xia Qianju, frustrated, but too afraid to loosen her grip, so she turned her head away in irritation. All right, but isn't Xiaoning just too adorable? It's hard not to tease you. At that moment, Luo Wanning couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Xiao Ju, why do you think those bandits from Black Wind Stronghold wanted to turn me into this? I am not sure, Xia Qianju replied. Luo Wanning abruptly blurted out. I remember you mentioned wanting to turn me into a girl. Do you like how I look now? Xiaoning, what nonsense are you saying? No matter what form you take, I will always like you. I'm sorry. Perhaps I was overthinking. Luo Wanning sighed, realizing that what had once been a light-hearted joke between them was now a serious matter. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the 7 Stars sword carried the two of them swiftly through the night sky. Gazing at the luminous moon hanging in the night, Luo Wanning felt an almost tangible closeness to it. And she couldn't help but exclaim, the moonlight is truly beautiful. Luo Wanning murmured softly, her gaze drifting from Xia Qianju's exquisite face to the distant clouds, which seemed to transform into wisps of foam. She found herself at a loss as to how to confront her own feelings. Some things, once lost, are incredibly difficult to reclaim, much like her feelings for Xia Qianju. Xiaoju, cultivating immortality, must be exhausting. Right? Luo Wanning suddenly inquired, filled with longing for the cultivation world since her arrival in the immortal fantasy continent. Alas, she lacked the aptitude for cultivation. She didn't even have a spiritual root, let alone a mixed spiritual root, rendering her hopes virtually non-existent. Previously, she had felt distant from those cultivators, unaware of their extraordinary abilities or how they could resist temptation. Now that she had experienced the thrill of flying on a sword, she yearned to cultivate immortality herself. It's manageable, Xia Qianju replied, playfully pinching Luo Wanning's petite nose while gazing at her with a smile. You wish to cultivate immortality too? Xiaoning, of course, Luo Wanning replied, her face filled with envy, before sighing again. It's just a shame that I lack the aptitude for it, Luo Wanning lamented, recalling her past attempts, which had ended in failure. She couldn't even enter the gates of those cultivation sects, being eliminated at the first hurdle. Meanwhile, Xia Qianju had been personally invited to join the sect without undergoing any aptitude assessments. It was truly enviable. If given the choice, I would rather not cultivate immortality, just to be with you forever, Xiaoning. Looking into Xia Qianju's deeply affectionate eyes, Luo Wanning felt a stir in her heart. But she awkwardly turned away. She needed time to process her emotions. She cherished Xia Qianju's tenderness and thoughtfulness, but wasn't in the right mindset. But you need to be sad. Xiaoning, I came to find you to bring you back to the sect. Really? Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback, but her joy was short-lived as she shook her head in disappointment. If it were before, I could have been a servant due to my lack of aptitude. But now, with my legs disabled and being utterly useless, staying in the sect would only burden you. Your previous body indeed lacked the aptitude for cultivation, but your current body may not be the same. Luo Wanning was taken aback. She had never considered that possibility. However, her current condition was worse than before. Could she truly have hope for cultivation? Wei arrived. Before Luo Wanning could clarify her thoughts, Xia Qianju had already directed the 7 stars sword to dive toward the ground. In the moment they neared the earth, she leaped gracefully, landing firmly on the ground before summoning the 7 stars sword back to her side. Who dares to intrude upon Blackwind stronghold at night? 2 middle-aged men with beady eyes and wielding machetes rushed out, their eyes widening at the sight of a beautiful young girl holding a disabled girl. The girl belongs to me, and the little one belongs to you. The two exchanged glances and quickly divided their targets before charging forward with lecherous intent. Swish! The 7 stars sword sliced through the air, crimson blood gushing forth as 2 heads rolled to the ground. Luo Wanning stared blankly at the bodies, especially at the clean-cut necks. Was this the terrifying power of cultivators? Killing was indeed as easy as slaughtering pigs or dogs. If Xiaoning is scared, just bury your face in my embrace and don't look. Xia Qianju gently caressed Luo Wanning's head before pushing her against her chest. I'm fine. They are all my enemies. Luo Wanning looked up, her gaze resolute. Although she had never killed, she was not unfamiliar with death. These bandits had committed countless atrocities and deserved their fate. All right, let us cut our way through. With the 7 stars sword in hand, Xia Qianju faced the bandits, who didn't even have time to utter a word before their heads fell in a mere 10 minutes. Luo Wanning felt her mind buzzing. Nearly 300 people in Blackwind stronghold had become headless corpses, brutally slain on the spot. That moment, the bandit leader, Black Knight Fork, knelt before them, pleading desperately, "Spare me, fair maiden, spare me, I beg you. Please, show mercy and spare my life. I have an elderly mother bedridden at 80 and a 3-year-old child who relies on me." Xia Qianju coldly snorted and kicked Black Knight Fork to the ground. "I want to ask you, did you ambush the Luo family, 20 li away, and exterminate them all? Fair maiden, you must see the truth. I have reformed and sworn to be a good person. I know nothing of the Luo family, and I have never killed anyone." Black Knight Fork, with his brutish appearance and fierce demeanor, now resembled a pitiful chick as he knelt before Xia Qianju, begging for mercy. "Your subordinates have already confessed, and you still dare to deceive me. Do you believe I will slay you with a single strike?" Xia Qianju raised the 7 stars sword, poised to behead Black Knight Fork. "Spare me. I will tell you everything," Black Knight Fork cried, his face streaked with tears, and he quickly spilled all the details. Years ago, When the Xia family was in crisis, it was I who helped them through. Subsequently, both our Black Cloud stronghold and the Xia family gradually flourished, while I frequently interacted with Xia Hanmo, and we developed mutual affections. What began as a budding romance, however, took a treacherous turn when the old man from the Xia family conspired to seize the Luo family's wealth. He cunningly orchestrated a plan for Xia Hanmo to feign love and marry that fool Luo Wanning. To my astonishment, after acquiring all the assets, Xia Hanmo audaciously demanded 70% of the fortune. Enraged, I lashed out, marring her visage and severing her neck. Upon hearing the Night Tusk's confession, Luo Wanning felt as though the world had darkened around her, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Was everything a fade? Were Hanmo's feelings mere pretense, aimed solely at usurping the Luo family's riches? The fragmented memories churned within her, causing her heart to constrict painfully, and she staggered, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Hanmo, Chapter 008. Revenge fulfilled? Xia Qianju embraces her beloved. What became of Luo Wanning? Was she slain? Luo Wanning weakly inquired, this perhaps being the sole point of contention. After all, she had no ties to Night Tusk, who would have no reason to expend effort in rendering her a helpless figure. Even if there were peculiar inclinations at play, he could hardly abandon her without heed. Luo Wanning? Night Tusk hesitated, scratching his bald head as if recollecting something in the past. I pillaged a wealthy merchant and obtained a mysterious elixir, but I had no idea of its purpose, nor dared to consume it recklessly. That night, after incapacitating Luo Wanning, I administered the elixir, only to discover it was a poison. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, feeling a headache brewing. Thus, her transformation into a frail figure was entirely the result of an unfortunate accident. Night Tusk had not intentionally targeted her. Rather, she had been a mere subject for his reckless experimentation. This explanation seemed plausible, yet Luo Wanning could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Begone. After hearing Luo Wanling's inquiries, Xia Qianju delivered a forceful kick, sending Night Tusk sprawling 3 meters away. He tumbled on the ground, as if granted a reprieve, and fled in a panic from the stronghold. Xiaoju, don't let him escape. He is my father's murderer, Luo Wanling exclaimed anxiously, still grappling with numerous uncertainties. Her thoughts in disarray. Yet, even so, Night Tusk, as the primary culprit, could not be allowed to flee unscathed. Rest assured, Xiaoling, he won't get away. Xia Qianju remarked with a cold smirk, her 7-star sword shooting forth like a meteor, piercing through Night Tusk's chest in mere moments. Night Tusk's massive frame trembled, his face a mask of shock. This was not how it was supposed to go. He staggered, pointing a trembling finger at Xia Qianju. Why, you tricked me. The 7-star sword swiftly decapitated him, his head exploding in midair. Did you really think you could escape? Humph, of course, I was deceiving you. Xia Qianju recalled her sword, neither glancing at Night Tusk's lifeless body. Xiaoling, I have avenged you now. You must promise to love me alone from this day forth, for I shall never betray you. Luo Wanling gazed at the headless corpse on the ground, still struggling to accept the reality. Had the massacre of the Luo family truly concluded? Had the instigator been vanquished? Night Tusk was indeed dead, yet why did sorrow still weigh heavily upon her heart? Undoubtedly, Luo Wanling understood that this swift retribution was solely due to Xia Qianju's formidable power. Had she relied on her own strength, reaching the Black Wind stronghold would have been a daunting task. Thank you, Xiaoju. Luo Wanling spoke softly, feeling no relief from her long-awaited vengeance. Instead, a sense of bewilderment enveloped her. Nestled in Xia Qianju's embrace, she wept silently. Even with vengeance fulfilled, her parents and loved ones would not return. Xiaoling, do not worry. No one shall ever bully you again. Xia Qianju's voice was tender as she gently stroked the silky hair, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Come, Xiaoling, let us live together from now on. Allow me to bring you happiness, shall we? Luo Wanling nodded softly, feeling a flicker of warmth only in Xia Qianju's embrace. Thank you, Xiaoju. No need for thanks. You are my wife. It is my duty. Xia Qianju cradled Luo Wanling and ascended the 7-star sword, the cool night breeze tousling their hair. Savoring the warmth in her arms, she felt an immense sense of contentment. As the beloved in her embrace drifted into slumber, Xia Qianju lowered her head, pressing her lips to Luo Wanling's forehead. As long as I can have you, everything is worthwhile. That night, Luo Wanling experienced a surreal dream. In it were her father, her mother, Hanmo, and Xia Qianju. It was 5 years ago, outside the Luo family home, where Luo Wanling held her parents' hands for a final farewell. Father, mother, I am off to pursue immortality. You must take care of yourselves." With tears brimming in her eyes, Luo Wanling clung to her parents' hands, reluctant to let go. "Xiaoling, hurry along. We cannot keep the immortals waiting." Turning back, she saw Xia Qianju tugging at her sleeve, impatiently urging her on. Luo Wanling nodded gently, her gaze falling upon the solitary figure standing beneath the doorframe. "Hamo, thank you for agreeing to look after my parents. I will surely marry you upon my return. I will wait for you." Brother Ling, the young girl, was sweet and sensible, stepping forward to assist Luo Wanling's parents. Yet, their expressions turned frigid, abruptly shaking off her hands. Their voices became icy and distant, leaving Luo Wanling feeling utterly alienated. "You are unworthy of my Xiaoling. Begone. Xiaoling belongs to Xiaoju. Xiaoling shall forever love only Xiaoju. Only love Xiaoju. Only love Xiaoju. Love Xiaoju. As the sun rose, the first beams of morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the quaint and tranquil room. The air suffused with a faint citrus fragrance. Luo Wanling slowly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant and dazed. Muttering incessantly, "Love Xiaoju, love Xiaoju, love Xiaoju, love Xiaoju." Uncertain of how many times she had repeated it, it felt as though it had been etched into the deepest recesses of her mind. Blinking, Luo Wanling noticed the exquisite face lying beside her, and an overwhelming warmth enveloped her heart. "Xiaoju, I like you." Reaching out to caress that delicate cheek, Luo Wanling instinctively blurted out. Suddenly, she froze, puzzled as to why she had uttered those words. Yet, it seemed as though love had filled her heart, demanding release. "Xiaoling, I like you too," Xia Qianju replied with a beaming smile, embracing Luo Wanling and kissing her forehead. Luo Wanling's gaze became slightly unfocused. As if she sensed something yet also felt oblivious, she clung tightly to Xia Qianju, wishing to merge their beings as one. "Xiaoju, I truly adore you. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Silly girl, you need not do anything for me. Just being by my side brings me immense joy." Xia Qianju smiled gently, her tender lips captivating in the sunlight. Luo Wanling's gaze grew dreamy, irresistibly drawn closer. Moments later, she shyly covered her face, her cheeks flushed. "Xiaoju, I didn't mean to. I don't know why I acted that way. It matters not. As long as it's you, Xiaoling, you may do anything you wish." Xia Qianju's lips curled into a teasing smile, her laughter reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, innocent yet slightly alluring. "Really?" "Indeed." Luo Wanling fought to suppress her inner tumult, ultimately turning away to protect the last vestige of clarity within her heart. She, too, was at a loss, questioning why Xia Qianju appeared so breathtaking today. It seemed that with Xia Qianju's presence, the very colors of the world had brightened. "Xiaoju, please don't be like this." Luo Wanling shyly lowered her head. Yet, Xia Qianju was utterly unconcerned, her delicate fingers playing with Luo Wanling's soft earlobe, her lips leaning in to softly murmur, "We have already wed. What difference does it make?" Luo Wanling felt somewhat helpless. Although she had wed Xia Qianju, she still found it a bit disconcerting. After all, the Xia Qianju she was familiar with was the one from 5 years ago. The current Xia Qianju was a transformed version of that familiar girl. And the change in demeanor made Luo Wanling feel oddly estranged. 5 years could alter so much. While traces of the past Xia Qianju remained, the mysterious transformation left Luo Wanling feeling an unsettling sense of anxiety. After pondering for a moment, she quickly made up her mind. Having resolved to stay by Xia Qianju's side and married her, she decided to fulfill her obligations wholeheartedly. If she could not be the steadfast pillar of support, then she would strive to be a gentle and virtuous wife. Even if she could not provide much assistance, at the very least, she would not be a burden. "Xiaoju, come here. Your collar is askew." As Luo Wanling tenderly adjusted Xia Qianju's collar, a smile blossomed on Xia Qianju's lips, her expression teasingly playful. "Xiaoling, you are so gentle. Having you as my little wife makes me the happiest person in the world." Luo Wanling huffed in mock annoyance. "You little rascal. You are my little wife." Chapter 009. "Xiaoju, this is my friend. What would you like to eat, Xiaoling? I will buy it for you. At the bustling morning market." Xia Qianju supported Luo Wanling, continuously offering her delectable dishes. How sweet it is! Luo Wankai licked the candied fruit, and the rich, sweet aroma compelled her to close her eyes and savor the moment. Although the candied fruit was delightful, it could not compare to the sweetness of my little lime. Luo Wansai's cheeks flushed, and she shot a discontented glance at Xia Qianju. "Xiaoju, I believe it is imperative for us to establish some ground rules. Under no circumstances should you kiss me in public. This implies that once we return to our room, We may indulge freely in affectionate embraces. Do not twist my words. Luo Wanning, besides fuming silently, found herself powerless in this situation. She was merely a mortal, while Xia Qianju was a cultivator, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce to the latter's whims. It seems someone is performing a magic trick ahead. I recall that you used to be quite fond of such spectacles. Would you like to go and take a look now? Xia Qianju's eyes sparkled at the sight of the crowd gathering in front, and she eagerly pulled Luo Wanning along. Luo Wanning felt a twinge of helplessness. She had once mistakenly believed that magic tricks were akin to celestial arts, leading to numerous amusing misunderstandings. After discerning the fundamental differences between the two, her interest gradually waned. The performances of magic tricks were rather traditional: swallowing swords, breathing fire, celestial beings plucking beans, ancient colorful tricks. Luo Wanning found little allure in them, although the elderly and young performers did seem somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection of the faces beneath the grease paint, she recognized them as Zhang Sanyi and Xiao Caixia. Luo Wanning couldn't help but marvel at the vastness yet smallness of the world. With a connection, one could encounter familiar faces anywhere. She was no longer in the village near the Luo residence, but had been brought by Xia Qianju to a town 50 miles away. Hey, old man, do you have any new tricks? We've seen the same few over and over. We are thoroughly bored. Indeed, if you have no new material, it might be best to change venues. No one here will pay for your performance any longer. The crowd of onlookers clamored, clearly unimpressed by Zhang's performance, which failed to entice them to part with their coins. Zhang coughed, his expression growing somewhat grim. Age had taken its toll. His legs were not as spry, and although he still possessed some skills, he was easily susceptible to injury. However, upon witnessing the crowd's jeers and threats to leave, he could only strike the gong. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment. The old man has one last trick: chest crushing with a large stone. He implored the audience for their support, promising an extraordinary display. The ragged Xiao Caixia circulated among the spectators with a copper plate. Yet very few offered tips. Luo Wanning hesitated for a moment before retrieving a handful of copper coins from her pocket and tossing them into Xiao Caixia's plate. Startled, Xiao Caixia was taken aback, for it was rare for anyone to be so generous during street performances. Even when performing at the homes of affluent landowners, few would part with such lavish sums. In her memory, only the young master of the Luo family, 50 miles away, had shown them such kindness, always generous. Thank you, young ladies, for your generosity. The old man will now showcase his extraordinary skill. As he spoke, Zhang removed his thin, grayish-white shirt, revealing his lean torso. He lay on the ground, positioning a piece of blue stone across his chest. Taking a deep breath, he nodded at the iron hammer in Xiao Caixia's hands. However, Xiao Caixia hesitated. Her grandfather was elderly and had not performed the chest-crushing act in many years. Moreover, the blue stone had been brought over by a few well-meaning individuals from the roadside, and it was not the specially treated brittle stone intended for performances. If she struck down with the hammer, it could very well cost her grandfather his life. Little Jew, do you think they will be all right? Luo Wanning observed Xiao Caixia's reluctance and felt a sense of unease herself. She had witnessed Zhang perform the chest-crushing trick before and knew he was indeed skilled. In his prime, he could withstand blows that would incapacitate 3 or 5 strong men. However, many years had passed, and she was uncertain whether Zhang remained as robust as he once was. After all, this was the realm of celestial fantasy, where aging did not necessarily equate to weakness. Xia Qianju pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "If that hammer falls, the old man will undoubtedly perish." Ah! Luo Wanning was taken aback, not expecting that Zhang would risk his life for money. However, stopping the performance proved to be a challenge, as many had already thrown coins and were urging Xiao Caixia to proceed. You too, don't take our kindness for granted. I've already tossed in 3 copper coins. Are you going to strike or not? You're not trying to swindle us, are you? Exactly. If you're too scared to perform, then refund our money. Don't make a fool of yourselves here. If you have no act, just pack up and leave. Zhang found himself in a predicament. If he did not proceed with the hammer strike, his reputation would be shattered. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the blue stone tightly, determination and resolve in his gaze, and nodded to his granddaughter. Xiao Caixia, too, felt the weight of anxiety. If she struck and harmed her grandfather, she would bear that guilt for a lifetime. If a single blow did not break the stone, requiring a second or third strike would be true torment. Thus, she needed to control her strength perfectly. Grandfather, here I come. Xiao Caixia tightened her grip on the hammer, twisting her waist before swinging it down forcefully. A dull thud resonated, echoing in the hearts of the spectators. The crowd fell silent. all eyes fixated on the old man lying on the ground and the blue stone upon his chest. With one blow, a minuscule crack appeared in the solid stone, which rapidly expanded until the stone shattered into two pieces. The stone had indeed broken. Had the old man survived? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they hurriedly turned their attention to the elderly performer. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Xiaoxia discarded the hammer and rushed to clear the shattered stone from Yang's chest, discovering that there was not a single mark upon his lean torso. Zhang and Xiaoxia exchanged glances, both reflecting the same bewilderment. Having spent years in each other's company, they knew one another well. Even though Zhang had practiced martial arts for many years, enduring a hammer blow without injury was utterly implausible, especially given that it had been 5 years since he had last performed. Only a cultivator could possess such supernatural abilities. They quickly scanned the crowd, and amidst the multitude of cheers and applause, they found two calm expressions. Zhang signaled to Xiaoxia, who understood and quietly withdrew. Dusting himself off, Zhang rose and bowed to the audience. "Thank you, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, for your support. Today, the old man's performance concludes. Please look forward to tomorrow's show." The crowd, having just been ignited with excitement, felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing that the performance had ended. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to depart with a sense of regret. Fu Luo Wanxai's heart, which had been suspended, gradually settled. She gently turned to plant a kiss on Xia Qianju's cheek. "Xiaoju, thank you for your timely intervention. Without you, they would have been in dire trouble." Xia Qianju remained silent, her expression impassive as she regarded the approaching delicate young girl. "What is your relationship with her?" Luo Wankai was taken aback, puzzled. "Are you referring to Xiaoxia? Although we've only met a few times, I suppose we can consider ourselves amicable acquaintances." Chapter 10. The Vanished Friend. Thank you, esteemed ladies, for coming to our aid. I express my gratitude on behalf of my grandfather. Dai was no trouble at all. The chest-crushing act is far too perilous. You should refrain from performing it in the future. Observing Xiaoxia bowing respectfully, Luo Wankai wished to extend her hand to assist her in rising. However, she found herself being held in Xia Qianju's embrace, and the latter was unwilling to take a step forward. Luo Wankai could only awkwardly retract her hand. Confused, she looked at Xia Qianju, recalling that when she pleaded for help earlier, something had felt amiss, yet she could not discern what had inadvertently provoked Xia Qianju. After all, Xia Qianju had ultimately intervened to assist Zhang. Surely, she harbored no ill will towards them. This young lady seems somewhat familiar. "Have we met somewhere before?" Xiao inquired, tilting her head slightly, scrutinizing Luo Wankai. The latter's features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her delicate, unsteady legs were particularly striking. If Xiao had encountered a wealthy heiress with a disability, she would have certainly remembered. Yet, she could not place where she had seen her before. Feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, Luo Wanxai's eyes brightened. Although she and Xiaoxia had only met a few times, it was surprising that she could still be recognized in her current form. Eager to forge a friendship, Luo Wankai thought that in the event of any misfortune befalling Xia Qianju, she would be unable to offer assistance. Having more friends might one day prove beneficial to Xia Qianju. "You are Xiaoxia, aren't you? We met at the Luo residence 50 miles away when you were invited to perform. Do you recall?" Xiaoxia nodded gently, clearly remembering and finding the encounter quite memorable. "Indeed, we performed for young Master Luo Wankai, but I do not believe we have met you, esteemed lady." "Well," Luo Wankai scratched her head. "The esteemed lady bears a resemblance to young Master Luo Wankai. Could you possibly be related?" Xiaoxia's curiosity piqued. She wanted to ask not this question. "I am Luo Wanxai's sister, Luo Wanning. Due to health reasons, I am unable to venture outside, so it is understandable that you have not seen me before." I see. Xiaoxia sighed, unable to contain her most pressing question. "I heard that young Master Luo Wankai has married the daughter of the Xia family. Is that true?" A shadow of sorrow passed through Luo Wanxai's eyes. The news of the Luo family's demise had yet to reach this place. It is true. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, the little Xia mused. "They must be quite happy now, right? Has Master Luo Wanning?" She yearned to inquire further, but a cold voice interrupted her. "It seems your questions are rather excessive." Startled, Xia felt as though she were being scrutinized by a ferocious tiger. With the threat of being torn apart looming ever closer, she involuntarily lifted her gaze to meet those icy eyes. A wave of chill swept over her limbs, as if she were ensconced in a frozen wilderness. "I apologize for disturbing you two esteemed individuals. I merely wish to express my gratitude, and will take my leave now." Luo Wanning shot an incredulous glance at Xia Qianju. perplexed by her sudden discontent. Xia, I reside at Yunlian. If you have time this afternoon, do come find me. I have several questions I wish to ask you, Luo Wanning called out. Wholly oblivious to the flicker of cold malice that passed through the indifferent gaze beside her, she had called out to Xia, still eager to inquire about Mo's situation. The Luo family and the Xia family were bound by marriage, naturally having investigated one another's pasts. Moreover, as the sole heir of the Luo family, it was only fitting that her betrothed be of impeccable character, if not strikingly beautiful. Having previously met Mo and exchanged a few brief words, Luo Wanning believed Mo to be a girl of virtue, one unlikely to engage in indiscretions with ruffians. However, the news she had recently received shattered her prior understanding, prompting her desire for more information. Very well, I shall seek you out this afternoon. Though Xia felt a flicker of trepidation at the girl's gaze, her curiosity regarding Luo Wanning prevailed, and she reluctantly agreed. She resolved to bring along a few more gifts that evening. Hoping the girl would not remain so aloof towards her, "Let us return," Xia Qianju declared, not waiting for Luo Wanning's response as she turned and embraced her, departing. Upon returning to Yunlian and placing Luo Wanning on the bed, Xia Qianju lit a stick of incense and opened the door. "Xiaoju, where are you going? Can't you take me with you?" Luo Wanning asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. Without Xia Qianju, she felt utterly incapacitated, confined to the bed. "I have a matter to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along." Pausing at the door, Xia Qianju added, "It pertains to the tasks assigned during our departure from the sect. I shall return before dinner." With that, Xia Qianju departed, leaving Luo Wanning alone in the room. Resigned, she leaned back against the soft pillow, squeezing her slender legs. Alas, I wonder when Xiaoju will find someone to help me recover my legs. With a helpless sigh, Luo Wanning lamented that only by healing her legs could she provide Xia Qianju with even a modicum of support. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into a slumber. When she awakened, a gentle golden light spilled into the room, accompanied by wisps of fragrant smoke. The air was suffused with a subtle citrus aroma. "I like Xiaoju, I like Xiaoju, I like Xiaoju," she repeated, unsure how many times, before finally rousing from her stupor. Shaking her groggy head, she realized her thoughts were filled with visions of Xia Qianju. Luo Wanning couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging that she had indeed developed feelings for Xia Qianju, so much so that even her dreams were inhabited by that figure. Through the window, she caught sight of the brilliant sunset, with streaks of fiery clouds painting the sky, signaling the approach of dusk. "Didn't Xia say she would come find me this afternoon? Did I sleep through her arrival?" Luo Wanning pondered. Feeling a twinge of confusion, she suspected her recent deep sleep was a lingering effect of her earlier sorrow. As time trickled by, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night enveloped the earth. Yet Xia did not arrive. Disappointment washed over her. After all, they were but fleeting acquaintances, and it seemed trivial for someone to break a verbal promise. Alas, she sighed, contemplating asking Xia Qianju to take her out the following day, hoping that Xia would remain unharmed. Just then, the door swung open, and Luo Wanning's spirits lifted momentarily, only to dim again upon realizing it was not Xia, but Xia Qianju. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy to see me return?" There was a hint of displeasure in her tone, prompting Luo Wanning to quickly shake her head, arms outstretched, her face adorned with a sweet smile. "Xiaoju, welcome home. That's more like it," Xia Qianju replied, stepping forward to envelop Luo Wanning in a warm embrace, inhaling the fragrant strands of her hair. "Xiaoning, do you like me?" Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glazing over as if a mysterious switch had been flipped. She instinctively replied, "Xiaoju, I like you." Chapter 011. The Lily. Not unwelcome as the cool breeze tousled her hair, Luo Wanning nestled within Xia Qianju's embrace, gazing vacantly at the retreating earth beneath her. Her pleading. Xia Qianju had consented to help her search for Xia, yet it appeared that Xia and the old man Zhang had hurriedly departed, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. After waiting a day, Luo Wanning felt it unkind to delay Xia Qianju any further and abandoned her quest. "Xiaoju, how much longer until we reach your sect?" Luo Wanning tugged a stray strand of hair from her lips, her gaze lingering on Xia Qianju's exquisite visage, a warmth blossoming within her heart. Xia Qianju was a vision of grace, as if descended from the celestial realms, exuding an ethereal aura with every movement. She donned a delicate azure robe that billowed like moonlight, shimmering with a soft silver glow. The hem was embroidered with intricate cosmic patterns, swaying gently with her motions, akin to stars dancing in the night sky. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with brows resembling distant emerald hills and eyes that shimmered like autumn waters, holding depths akin to the stars and seas. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, black as ink, adorned with a white jade hairpin that emitted a cool luminescence. Her skin was as pale as snow, imbued with a hint of moonlight, reminiscent of the purest jade. Yet, despite her unparalleled perfection, the remarkable Xia Qianju had taken a liking to someone as flawed as Luo Wanning. How could Luo Wanning's heart remain untouched? Is Xiao Ning growing impatient? Yet the journey still stretches ahead, at least another 2.5 hours. Xia Qianju smiled down, wrapping the adorable girl in a soft blanket. She playfully poked at Luo Wanning's charming dimple, suggesting, "If you grow weary, you may sleep in my arms. When you awaken, we shall return home. Xiaoju, you are too kind to me. I truly do not know how to repay you. Hee, Xiao Ning is my little darling. What need is there for repayment? Just remember to love me wholeheartedly from now on." Luo Wanning nodded gently, whether out of gratitude or an inherent affection. She found herself falling for this gentle and kind girl once more. The betrayal by Mo Air had left her deeply wounded, and she desperately needed a new pillar of emotional support. The seven-star sword cleaved through the skies, swiftly carrying them through the air. "Xiao Ning, look over there." Following Xia Qianju's, Luo Wanning's eyes widened as she spotted two vividly colored birds perched atop the treetops. The robust birds, cloaked in blue feathers with a wingspan nearing a meter, shielded a smaller red-feathered bird beneath their long blue tail. The blue tail feathers fluttered gently, intertwining with the red bird. The smaller red bird nestled closely against its companion. "What kind of birds are those? I don't believe I've seen them before," Luo Wanning inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Those are the regretless albatrosses." Xia Qianju guided the seven-star sword to hover discreetly near the pair of birds. Observing them quietly. "Do you know the story of the regretless albatross, Xiao Ning?" Luo Wanning shook her head softly, aware of her ignorance regarding such creatures after 18 years of seldom encountering them. Yet, observing the mating regretless albatrosses stirred a sense of connection to her own relationship with Xia Qianju. The regretless albatross has a remarkably long lifespan, often living for 300 to 500 years. But few reach the century mark. "Do you know why that is, Xiao Ning?" Xia Qianju's eyes remained fixed on the two birds, and before Luo Wanning could respond, she continued, "It is due to loyalty." Gently pinching Luo Wanning's soft cheek, her gaze brimmed with profound affection. "The regretless albatross is a bird born of love. It loves only once in its lifetime and never forsakes its partner, remaining steadfast until death. When one perishes, the other will follow suit in self-immolation. Moreover, they grow up together, much like us, childhood sweethearts." Luo Wanning was no fool. She understood Xia Qianju's implication. A blush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her head. "Xiaoju, can you grant me a little more time? I am not yet ready to bring you happiness." Though Xia Qianju was unfazed by her current state, Luo Wanning wished to regain her former self before embracing Xia Qianju's affection. After all, two girls together felt rather peculiar. "Take another look at those two regretless albatrosses." Luo Wanning raised her head in confusion, only to find that the mating pair had finished their union, and the male blue bird had undergone a transformation. Its size diminished, its blue feathers turned red, revealing itself as a female bird. The two female birds nestled against one another, emitting joyful calls. "What is happening?" Luo Wanning paused momentarily, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon the scene before her. In truth, the Wu Hui Tian Wang exists solely in female form. It is only during mating season that one of the females undergoes a transformation into a male. However, once the mating is concluded, it reverts back to its original female state. Xia Qianju gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, thus implying that as long as love endures, the specifics of gender hold little significance. Is that so? Luo Wanning gazed dreamily at the two female birds nestled together. Their melodies were equally vibrant and soothing, unaffected by the transformation of one into the other. "Little Ju, can you truly accept me in my current form?" Luo Wanning lifted her eyes to meet Xia Qianju's, whose gaze brimmed with profound affection, nearly spilling over. Luo Wanning lowered her head slightly. She struggled to accept her own transformation, yet Xia Qianju seemed capable of embracing her in this new guise. Love transcends all. A bond akin to a lily is not to be dismissed. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a heart-wrenching cry. Luo Wanning looked up to see the two Wu Hui Tian Wang, once entwined, now separated. Blood stained their feathers as one was pierced by an arrow, its lifeless body crashing to the ground. struggling momentarily before succumbing to death. The other Wu Huitian Wang let out a mournful shriek, its scarlet plumage erupting as it circled the fallen body incessantly. This is dire. It intends to take its own life. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the forest, a noose flung forth, deftly ensnaring the neck of the Wu Huitian Wang. The flames that had just ignited upon its body were extinguished in an instant as it was yanked back to the earth by the rope. Little Ju, Luo Wanning was taken aback as she witnessed Xia Qianju rushing forward to embrace her, while she too felt sorrow for the tragic fate of the two Wu Huitian Wang. It seemed unnecessary to place herself in danger for it. The man capturing the Wu Huitian Wang appeared formidable. Whoosh! The Seven Stars sword shot forth, severing the rope, granting the Wu Huitian Wang its freedom. Yet, it did not flee. Instead, it ignited in flames and self-immolated beside its fallen companion. Born for love, perishing for love, Luo Wanning felt a pang of emotion when her family was slaughtered and Mo Air met a tragic end. She too had felt the urge to follow suit. It was hatred that sustained her, but subsequent events had left her disillusioned with love. Witnessing this scene now stirred a whirlwind of feelings within her. A bird could live so purely, yet humanity cannot. Chapter 012. All that I adore about you, who are you? And why are you disrupting my affairs? The middle-aged man glowered, coldly scrutinizing the two who had suddenly appeared. I shall not only ruin your plans, but also take your life. Xia Qianju let out a cold laugh, her fingers forming a sword gesture as a gem atop the Seven Stars sword shimmered with radiant brilliance. In the next moment, the sword sliced through the air. That is the Seven Stars sword. You are Xia Qianju of the Falling Star sect. The man's expression changed drastically, retreating in a panic while exclaiming, "Wait, I have no grievances with your Falling Star sect. You cannot kill me." However, the only response he received was the icy glimmer of the Seven Stars sword. The protective golden bell he hastily summoned shattered, and the heart-protecting mirror was pierced, leading to his demise. This, Luo Wanning watched in awe as Xia Qianju displayed her formidable prowess, swallowing hard. Yet, was it truly necessary to kill him for merely capturing the Wu Huitian Wang? Do not fear, little Ning. It is not as you envision. Xia Qianju gently patted the small head in her arms, her warm smile dissipating the chill in Luo Wanning's heart. Xia Qianju waved her hand, retrieving a black iron token from the corpse of the middle-aged man. He was a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and the relationship with our Falling Star sect is quite hostile. Thus, eliminating him falls under sect rivalry, not an act of indiscriminate slaughter. Is that so? Luo Wanning was at a loss for words, not out of pity for the middle-aged man, but due to concern for Xia Qianju. Sect wars were brutal, with life and death determined at first sight. Although Xia Qianju was powerful, there would always be those stronger than her. What would happen if one day she found herself in peril? Is this the location of the 10,000 Beasts sect's new base? Xia Qianju retrieved a map from the middle-aged man, marked with several red dots. Notably, a new red dot lay close to their current location. After a moment's deliberation, Xia Qianju decided against returning to the sect and resolved to eliminate this base first. However, gazing at the twinkling eyes of the one in her arms, Xia Qianju hesitated, uncertain whether to let Luo Wanning witness the forthcoming events. Unlike the massacre of the bandits from the Black Wind stronghold, the people of the 10,000 Beasts sect bore no enmity toward Luo Wanning, which might induce discomfort for her. Yet, there was also merit. It could help Luo Wanning grasp the depths of her strength, deepening her attachment. Little Ju, you go ahead. I will wait for you here. Luo Wanning sensed Xia Qianju's hesitation and realized that bringing her along might complicate matters. The life of cultivators often involved violence. Luo Wanning understood that Xia Qianju was also bound by circumstances. So she bore no grievances. No, I cannot leave you here alone. I am not at ease. Xia Qianju resolutely shook her head. Even if she had to forego the extermination of the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect, she would never abandon Luo Wanning in such a place. Xia Qianju reached out to caress the soft face of the girl, contemplating whether to put her to sleep, deeming it a viable option. Little Ning, I love you. Every part of you. Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Xia Qianju had suddenly declared this. Even though she had heard it countless times, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. But what about her? What did she love about little Ju? Could she truly accept all of her? Luo Wanning raised her gaze to meet the beautiful eyes brimming with affection. The clarity of those eyes reflected her own small image. A wave of guilt washed over Luo Wanning. Xia Qianju loved her wholeheartedly, gazing at her alone. Yet, she herself was torn, unable to fully let go of Mo Air, which made her feel somewhat unworthy. I too like little Ju. Gathering her courage, Luo Wanning resolved to face Xia Qianju's feelings openly. That I wish to understand more about you. Little Ju, I shall strive to accept all of you, adapt to your life, and wholeheartedly love you. Xia Qianju's eyes brightened with joy. This was the first time Luo Wanning had expressed her feelings for her while fully conscious. Inwardly, Xia Qianju mused, "My little junior sister is indeed a prodigy in alchemy. Without her elixirs, it would not have been so easy to win her affections in such a short time." Observing the delight on Xia Qianju's face, Luo Wanning felt a sense of fulfillment. Her sole purpose now was to provide emotional value to her companion. With the 7 stars soared beneath their feet, the two moved swiftly, soon locating the red dot marked on the map. Towering mountains loomed overhead, and the flat valley was enclosed by massive stones. The sounds of tigers roaring and monkeys chattering filled the air, a cacophony that was unending. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow slightly. From her elevated vantage point, she could see thousands of wild beasts confined within the valley below. Among them were numerous individuals wielding long whips, mercilessly striking the creatures. Disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect were generally beast tamers, earning their livelihoods by training and selling spirit pets. Xia Qianju elucidated, pointing to a vibrant tiger of considerable size on the ground below. "Little Ning, look, that chasing wind tiger has transcended the realm of ordinary beasts, evolving into a first-level spirit beast." Luo Wanning focused intently, noting the tiger's impressive stature and agile movements. Its powerful limbs propelled it into the air with a sudden leap, as if carried by a tempest. Covering several meters in an instant, Luo Wanning felt a jolt of fear. If she were to face this chasing wind tiger alone, she would likely be devoured before she could grasp its actions. Yet, the young man taming the tiger remained unfazed, deftly evading its attacks, and striking the tiger's forehead with a whip, drawing forth a stream of blood. "Little Ning, there are so many spirit pets below. See if any catch your fancy, and I can help you capture one." Xia Qianju smiled, envisioning a future where she could keep Luo Wanning safely at home, to prevent Luo Wanning from feeling lonely or withdrawn. She intended to find a cute little creature to accompany her, ensuring that Luo Wanning would not despair, while also keeping a watchful eye on her every move. After careful observation of the myriad beasts below, Luo Wanning found the options overwhelming. The variety was extensive, ranging from majestic and powerful to small and adorable. Some had already been tamed, obedient and gentle, while others remained wild and untamed, though her choices seemed plentiful. She had many factors to consider. Ideally, it should be a type favored by Xia Qianju, one that could be of assistance in the future, and also easy to care for and transport. In short, it should not cause any trouble for Xia Qianju. After much contemplation, Luo Wanning finally pointed to a small beast confined in a cage. "This one." Xia Qianju followed Luo Wanning's finger, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. "Little Ning has a keen eye. You have chosen a mutated spirit beast." Chapter 013. The ruthlessness of Xia Qianju. Then let us descend. The 7-star sword descended, and Xia Qianju cradled Luo Wanning as they stepped toward the new stronghold of the 10,000 Beast sect. At this moment, the disciples of the Beast sect also became aware of the uninvited guest. "Who are you? State your name at once." The 6 disciples stationed at the periphery displayed signs of vigilance, urging their enormous lizards to converge towards Xia Qianju. The iron blood lizard, measuring 2 meters in length, was covered in a tough armor. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly, presenting a rather intimidating sight. However, this was only frightening to ordinary individuals. Xia Qianju effortlessly sliced through the air with her sword, the blade's aura sharp and piercing. The iron blood lizard barely had time to emit a roar before its body was cleaved in 2. Along with it, the disciple riding the lizard also met the same fate. "This is bad. A formidable enemy has invaded." The remaining 5 disciples, faces pale with terror, hastily turned their lizards around. Yet, it was already too late. With 3 swift sword strikes, 3 more lizards and their riders fell. Renowned for their sturdy armor, iron blood lizards boasted exceptional defense. Yet their sluggish speed was their Achilles heel. Now, however, the lizards' defenses proved utterly ineffective. The last 2 disciples abandoned their iron blood lizards in a panic and fled towards their stronghold. "Help! Someone has forcefully invaded the Beast sect. Hurry!" Though the 2 fleeing disciples cried out, Xia Qianju did not intervene. She strolled leisurely with Luo Wanning in her embrace. After dispatching 2 iron blood lizards with her swords, she extracted a translucent yellow gem from the head of the final, larger lizard. "Look, Xiaoning, this is the core of a spirit beast, the most precious part of it." Luo Wanning accepted the yellow gem that Xia Qianju offered. Its surface already cleaned of blood, the gem was the size of a pigeon egg, round and clear, emanating a gentle warmth. This was Luo Wanling's first encounter with the legendary spirit beast core, and she couldn't help but feel curious. After toying with it for a moment, she sensed nothing unusual. It appeared no different from an ordinary yellow gemstone. Xiaoning, do you not feel the abundant spiritual energy within the core? Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes. No, I don't. Luo Wanling shook her head, puzzled as to what had provoked Xia Qianju. Her expression seemed somewhat off. Under the sun, the golden gem shimmered, and as Luo Wanling held it, she felt only a hint of warmth, devoid of any other peculiar sensations. Xia Qianju took back the yellow core, her gaze shifting as the energy within it rapidly dissipated, eventually turning to dust. The core is fine. Why can't Xiaoning sense it? Could it be that my junior sister is deceiving me? Xia Qianju's brow knitted tightly. Although she had indeed intended to keep Luo Wanling hidden away for a few centuries to cultivate their affection, if Luo Wanling could not cultivate, her youth would soon fade. While Xia Qianju did not care for Luo Wanling's aging, she absolutely could not allow her to perish. Therefore, Luo Wanling had to embark on the path of cultivation. I have carefully examined Xiaoning's body. There is nothing amiss. The elixir should pose no issue. Why, then, has she not awakened her spiritual roots? Xia Qianju found herself perplexed, reaching out to gently pinch the soft cheek of the girl in her arms. Though somewhat reluctant, she resolved to take Luo Wanling to see her junior sister. Yet, that quirky junior sister. The thought of her junior sister made Xia Qianju feel a headache. That girl was entirely beyond her control. Although she was a prodigy in alchemy, her capricious nature made it troublesome if she were to reveal Xia Qianju's secrets to Luo Wanling. No, Xiaoning is mine. No one can take her away. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Qianju's eyes. Should her junior sister dare to disrupt her plans, she would not hesitate to send her back home. Xiaojun, are you all right? Luo Wanling noticed the fluctuating expression on Xia Qianju's face and felt a surge of concern. Although she was unclear about what precisely had gone awry, it was evident that it stemmed from her own presence. I'm fine. Xia Qianju gently shook her head, carrying Luo Wanling towards the new stronghold of the beast sect. The two fleeing disciples had already returned with numerous furious brothers and sisters, accompanied by a host of spirit beasts. It's her. She is Xia Qianju, the sixth disciple of the Falling Star sect. Is she not the swordsmanship prodigy who achieved Golden Core in just 5 years, only 18 years old yet possessing a clear sword heart, wielding the 7-star sword, and having slain countless demons? But our beast sect has no enmity with the Falling Star sect. Why has she come to attack us? That is inconsequential. She has slain disciples of our beast sect, and we must demand an explanation. Someone exclaimed, and the crowd was engulfed in rage as they gazed at the girl advancing calmly towards them. Luo Wanling was somewhat taken aback by the outcry, yet she chose to trust Xia Qianju. Roar, roar, roar. Dozens of triceratops charged forward, kicking up a storm of dust. Xia Qianju remained composed, casually slicing through the air with her sword. The sword's brilliance was awe-inspiring. Extending for dozens of meters, it mercilessly reaped the lives of the triceratops and the advancing disciples of the beast sect. Blood splattered, lives extinguished, yet it could not halt Xia Qianju's relentless advance. This is bad. Xia Qianju is even more powerful than the legends suggest. We, the foundational disciples, are utterly incapable of stopping her. We must summon the Golden Core Elders. The Elders are currently occupied with taming spirit beasts. This is a critical time, and we must hold our ground, but we cannot hold on. Luo Wanling, cradled in Xia Qianju's arms, found that no attack could come near her. Yet, she felt uneasy, sensing that they seemed like merciless demons, slaughtering these feeble ordinary people. Luo Wanling gazed up at Xia Qianju's expression. The latter remained impassive, her demeanor indifferent. Only when she occasionally looked down at her would a hint of softness flicker in her eyes. Luo Wanling opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. After all, Xia Qianju was dealing with enemies on behalf of her sect. To interject might seem overly sentimental. Yet the scene was truly harrowing. The disciples of the beast sect charged fearlessly. But they scarcely lasted a single exchange before their heads flew off. Each individual held fast to their convictions, their faces filled with hatred, refusing to retreat even in death. The cultivation world is so brutal. Luo Wanling swallowed hard. The ground was littered with the bodies of beast sect disciples and spirit beasts, both ahead and behind them. After 18 years of traversing life, her tranquil existence had often felt somewhat mundane. As a mortal, she had once yearned for the path of cultivation. Yet now, witnessing the gruesome reality, she felt a twinge of fear. Amidst the myriad flowers, not a single petal clings to me. The two halted before a small iron cage. within which lay the spirit beast that Luo Wanling had previously chosen. It was a fluffy little creature, palm-sized, with soft, glossy white fur. Its eyes were pale, shrouded in a layer of mist, and its shiny black nose was plump and delightful. It resembled a small dog but sported a pair of tiny wings on its back, which only added to its charm. This is the White Spirit Dog King, possessing lower combat power but an exceptional sense of smell. Its flesh is tender and delicious. Xia Qianju cleaved open the iron cage with her 7-star sword and casually scooped up the White Spirit Dog King. The little creature was remarkably docile, displaying no aggression as it nuzzled affectionately against Xia Qianju's palm. After inspecting the dog's teeth to ensure it posed no threat, Xia Qianju handed it to Luo Wanling. If you like it, keep it. Once you awaken your spiritual roots, I can assist you in forming a contract. Holding the White Spirit Dog King, Luo Wanling felt elated. Not only was this a gift from Xia Qianju, but possessing this little creature, with proper nurturing, might yield unexpected results in the future, proving that she was not a useless, frail girl. Chapter 014. Luo Wanling's Crisis Swish. The sword light was piercing, and a massive head tumbled to the ground. The elder of the beast sect, who had been highly anticipated, finally emerged from seclusion, but within a mere moment, he was slain by Xia Qianju's sword. It was, astonishingly, a level 4 spirit beast, the shadow-chasing light-stepping horse. Xia Qianju gazed in astonishment at the spirit beast imprisoned by the elder of the beast sect. Although she was a sword cultivator capable of flying with her sword, she too required rest to recover her true essence. If she could acquire the shadow-chasing light-stepping horse as a mount, it would significantly enhance her travel speed. Moreover, riding a white horse while cradling Xiaoning, Xia Qianju pondered thoughtfully, even if she did not need the horse. Selling it to her 5th senior brother would be quite profitable. Xiaoning, wait here for a moment. I shall tame this horse. Xia Qianju placed Luo Wanling in the shade of a tree. Why now? All the disciples within the beast sect stronghold had been eliminated. The remaining spirit beasts were either dead or fled, leaving only the 2 of them, posing little danger. Xiaojun, please be careful, Luo Wanling whispered, watching Xia Qianju approach the shadow-chasing light-stepping horse with growing concern. Although the elder of the beast sect had been slain by Xia Qianju's sword, he was still a master in taming spirit beasts. Even so, if he had failed to tame this rebellious horse, its untamed nature was readily apparent. However, Luo Wanling's worries did not last long. She watched in astonishment as Xia Qianju pointed her sword at the eyes of the shadow-chasing light-stepping horse. The chilling glimmer of the sword pierced through the very marrow of one's bones. And then, the shadow-chasing steed lowered its head, choosing to submit. This. Luo Wanning was left speechless. She had initially thought this horse would be a formidable adversary. Yet it turned out to be afraid of death. Perhaps it was aware that the elder of the beast sect was reluctant to slay it, which emboldened it. Upon encountering Xia Qianju, it truly felt the threat of death and chose to yield. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Xia Qianju secured the saddle and reins, then gracefully mounted the horse, with her legs tightly clasped. The shadow-chasing steed galloped forth, its mane flowing like the wind, moving as swiftly as lightning. Luo Wanning felt a momentary daze, and in the blink of an eye, both the horse and Xia Qianju had vanished without a trace. How astonishingly fast! Luo Wanning marveled. She had ridden horses before, but never had she encountered one that moved with such incredible speed. Leaning against a grand tree, Luo Wanning felt a deep sense of nostalgia. After all these years, she was finally experiencing the mystery and splendor of this continent. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and Luo Wanning rubbed her delicate calves. Her legs remained completely numb, while a white spirit dog scurried about her lower leg, its playful demeanor eliciting a soft chuckle. This little creature could be considered a fellow sufferer. Both were crippled, and she resolved to take good care of it. Luo Wanning extended her palm, and the white spirit dog sniffed before climbing into her hand. It was then that she noticed the white spirit dog seemed to be blind and its small, fleshy wings on its back were useless, rendering it incapable of flight. However, instead of feeling disdain, she found herself increasingly fond of and pained for it. Wang Wu, the white spirit dog's bark was quite juvenile, akin to a child's soft whimper. Luo Wanning was perplexed, as the white spirit dog was barking frantically at something behind her, as if sensing a terrifying presence. The ancient tree behind her stood robustly, and when she turned to look, she saw nothing amiss. What is going on? Is someone here? A sense of caution arose within Luo Wanning. With Xia Qianju absent, if any surviving disciples of the beast sect were nearby, it would spell trouble. Yet, There was no way for her to escape. She could only fervently pray for Xia Qianju's swift return. Little Ju, how I miss you. Luo Wanning silently repeated in her heart. At that moment, she heard rustling sounds behind her. Luo Wanning's body tensed. The sound was evidently not made by a human, but by some colossal beast. The situation was dire. If it were a human, she could at least stall for time, awaiting Xia Qianju's return. But if it were a spirit beast, she had no means to delay. Luo Wanning cradled the white spirit dog in her arms, swallowing hard, praying not to be discovered. However, despair soon gripped her heart. She caught sight of a massive shadow emerging from the edge of the ancient tree. A pair of long legs cast shadows upon the ground. And two red tentacles, each measuring 2 meters in length, reached over the tree. Luo Wanning held her breath. It was a centipede of monstrous proportions. From the shadow on the ground, it could be deduced that this creature was nearly 5 meters in length. Its body as thick as a barrel, exuding an overwhelming stench. Luo Wanning gritted her teeth. This centipede had likely been hiding underground, thereby evading Xia Qianju's extermination. What to do? What to do? Luo Wanning's heart raced in desperation. She was utterly powerless, and to combat a 5-meter-long centipede was nothing short of folly. She removed one shoe and hurled it far away, attempting to divert the centipede's attention. Unfortunately, this effort bore little fruit. The centipede merely extended its tentacles towards the thrown shoe before it emerged from behind the ancient tree. Looming before Luo Wanning, its massive crimson head, adorned with serrated edges beneath its bright red antennae, was a sight of terror. Its elongated body was covered in sleek black armor, reflecting a deep sheen under the sunlight. Each of its yellowed legs stretched half a meter long, writhing like jagged teeth. Frightening, unsettling. Luo Wanning clenched her jaw and swiftly tossed the white spirit dog away from her. Although she had only recently acquired the dog, perhaps due to their shared misfortune, she could not bear the thought of the adorable creature being devoured alongside her. Run. Luo Wanning's capabilities were limited, but saving this small life was her last flicker of light. Yet, in the next moment, she was stunned. The centipede had chosen to abandon her in pursuit of the tossed white spirit dog. So, its target was never me. While Luo Wanning was unclear about the precise reasons, she surmised it must be because she was merely immortal, whereas the white spirit dog was a spirit beast, thus holding greater value in the eyes of the centipede. Wang, with the diminutive body of the white spirit dog, trembled continuously, yet it bravely barked at the centipede. Luo Wanning felt a pang of compassion and threw her other shoe at the centipede's head. However, the shoe was light and feeble, barely drawing the centipede's gaze. Damn it, stand up! Luo Wanning vigorously slapped her pale, delicate legs, yet regrettably, they remained devoid of sensation, although the centipede was distracted by the white spirit dog. Once it consumed the dog, it would certainly not spare Luo Wanning. Even if she could not save the white spirit dog, she must seize this fleeting moment of respite to escape. With her fingers digging into the rough bark of the ancient tree, Luo Wanning steadied herself, then took a deep breath. The pungent stench overwhelmed her senses, seizing the instant the centipede passed by. Luo Wanning lunged forward. Her soft body collided against the hard shell, and she clung tightly to the gaps on either side of the shell, as if she were a stubborn barnacle affixed to the centipede's tail. Hiss! The centipede sensed the anomaly and violently whipped its tail, crashing it against the ancient tree. Boom! Luo Wanning felt a jolt in her arms, her lower body colliding with the ancient tree due to the centipede's motion. Though she felt no sensation in her lower half, she sensed that her legs were irrevocably damaged this time. If it happened again, she would truly perish. Little Ning. Chapter 015. The Gratitude of the White Spirit Dog. Little Ning. Before the words could leave her lips, a chilling beam of sword light pierced through the ancient tree, instantly severing the centipede's head. The shadow-chasing steed came galloping back, and Xia Qianju swiftly dismounted, cradling Luo Wanning in her arms. Little Ning, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I've brought you harm. Xia Qianju's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice filled with remorse. After administering a healing elixir to Luo Wanning, she pressed her hands against the fractured legs, using her energy to nurture them. Little Ju. I'm fine. I don't blame you. Luo Wanning's face was pale, and she coughed up blood, lifting her feeble hand to gently wipe away the tears falling from Xia Qianju's eyes. After taking the elixir, she felt warmth spreading within her, alleviating much of the pain. Little Ning, it's my fault. I've caused you to be injured. However, Xia Qianju was filled with guilt, repeatedly apologizing. Cough. It's not your fault, little Ju. This was merely an accident. Luo Wanning felt a sense of helplessness. Xia Qianju had already taken great care of her, but life was inherently fraught with danger, and the future was unpredictable. No one could guarantee absolute safety. No, this is not an accident. Xia Qianju shook her head, her expression laden with self-reproach. I was too preoccupied with the shadow-chasing steed and neglected your presence. Had I been able to take you with me earlier, this situation would never have arisen. She set Luo Wanning's fractured legs, binding them with strips of cloth. The delicate jade-like feet bore scratches from the tree bark, the surface of her skin seeping bright red blood. Xia Qianju tenderly wiped away the blood with a damp cloth, applying a milky white ointment before gently wrapping the legs. Little Ning, I didn't hurt you. Did I? Luo Wanning could only smile wryly. Her lower body was completely numb, and even with her legs broken, she felt no pain at all. It's just ointment. How could it hurt, little Jew? I am fine. You don't need to blame yourself. Luo Wanning scratched her head, sensing that Xia Qianju seemed excessively self-reproaching. This accident had little to do with her, although she had sustained some injuries. She was still alive. Moreover, the white spirit dog had also survived. Wasn't that a favorable outcome? Speaking of the white spirit dog, Luo Wanning glanced around in confusion. The centipede's massive form had obscured her view, and she could not find the white spirit dog. Little Ning, why did you jump onto the centipede's tail just now? You could have simply waited for me to return. Xia Qianju, worried, gently massaged Luo Wanning's tiny feet. Had Luo Wanning not jumped onto the centipede, Xia Qianju would have undoubtedly returned before any injury befell her. I didn't want to sit idly by. Luo Wanning shook her head. Despite her current crippled state, she wished to protect everyone around her as much as possible, even if it was just a little dog. Little Ning, you always do this. You must not take such risks in the future. Xia Qianju frowned, recalling how, in their childhood, whenever danger arose, it was always Luo Wanning who came to her rescue at the critical moment, leading her to fall hopelessly in love with that gentle and brave soul. Now, having achieved her own cultivation, Xia Qianju wished to become Luo Wanning's support, to be the one shielding her from the storm. Wang Wu, the white spirit dog, shaking its head, emerged from the centipede's head. Clutching a red crystal core in its mouth, the little creature joyfully scampered to Luo Wanning's side, eager to nuzzle her with its small head, only to be swatted aside. Little Jew, what are you doing? Luo Wanning looked on in astonishment at Xia Qianju, who had disdainfully tossed the little dog aside, just as she reached out to pet it's all dirty, covered in the centipede's black blood. Let us wait until it's clean before we talk. Xia Qianju frowned slightly at the sight of the white spirit dog. Her original intention had been to acquire a spirit pet to keep Luo Wanning company and alleviate her boredom. But she had never intended for Luo Wanning to risk her life for it. She suddenly regretted having captured a spirit pet for Luo Wanning. Perhaps it would be wise to find an opportunity to dispose of it. Xia Qianju caught a glimpse of the white spirit dog king, and a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. The white spirit dog king, blind in both eyes, seemed to sense something. And its small body trembled violently, its fur bristling. Woof! The white spirit dog king let out a low growl, though the terrifying killing intent quickly dissipated. It curiously extended its nose to sniff, then shook its head and scampered back to Luo Wanning. Clutching the red crystal core in its mouth, little Jew, it's all right. Noticing Xia Qianju's apparent disdain, Luo Wanning wiped the bloodstains from the white spirit dog king's head with her sleeve. Extending her palm, the white spirit dog king placed the red crystal core into her hand. Then began to etch something with its tiny paw. This little creature, Xia Qianju furrowed her brow slightly, surprised that the white spirit dog king would actively recognize Luo Wanning as its master. Such occurrences are rare, even in the realm of cultivation. For this to happen, two conditions must be met. Firstly, the spirit beast itself must possess a high-level bloodline and awaken its bloodline memories. Secondly, such a contract usually involves a voluntary lowering of status, willingly becoming a servant. Spirit beasts capable of awakening bloodline inheritance are certainly not ordinary. Most possess a proud nature and an extraordinary self-image. Moreover, spirit beasts generally have longer lifespans than humans, and once a life contract is established, the lives of both parties become intertwined. The death of either master or servant would inflict irreparable harm on the other. Thus, once the white spirit dog king completes the recognition ceremony, if Xia Qianju wishes to kill it, she must first dissolve the contract to ensure Luo Wanning's safety. However, in front of Luo Wanning, she could not directly kill the white spirit dog king. What a troublesome predicament she had found herself in. Xia Qianju silently complained, feeling perplexed. The entire situation reeked of the bizarre, although the white spirit dog king was mutated. It was merely a low-level beast king, at most capable of evolving into a third-level spirit beast. How could it possibly awaken a high-level bloodline? Furthermore, Luo Wanning had previously been unable to sense the spiritual energy within the crystal core, likely due to a lack of spirit roots, making it impossible for her to form a contract with a spirit pet. This was something the White Spirit Dog King, with its keen sense of smell, could not possibly be unaware of. Yet, it still chose to act in such a manner. What puzzled Xia Qianju the most was why the White Spirit Dog King would recognize Luo Wanning as its master. Could it be merely because she had saved it once? Little Jew, what is it doing? Luo Wanning inquired, her gaze fixed on the White Spirit Dog King's strange actions in her hand as the ceremony progressed. The red crystal core in her palm gradually dimmed it. Xia Qianju hesitated but ultimately refrained from intervening. It is conducting the contract ceremony, seeking to recognize you as its master. Little Ning, do not resist. Rather than risk provoking Luo Wanning's resentment by attempting to kill the White Spirit Dog King now, Xia Qianju chose to be truthful. Moreover, she was curious whether the contract would be successful. After all, if the contract failed, only the White Spirit Dog King would be injured. Recognize me as your master? Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of anticipation within her heart. She surmised that since she couldn't cultivate, being able to acquire the White Spirit Dog King as a spirit pet would undoubtedly aid Xia Qianju in the future. A smile crept across Luo Wanning's lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she silently vowed. Little Jew, I will prove myself that I may be disabled, but I am not worthless. Chapter 016. Return to the Falling Star sect. Did it really succeed? Xia Qianju gazed in astonishment at the White Spirit Dog King nestled in Luo Wanning's palm, now adorned with an exquisite pattern on the back of her left hand. The design was somewhat vague but bore a resemblance to the White Spirit Dog King. I think I just heard Xiaobai's voice. Luo Wanning stroked the soft fur of the White Spirit Dog King, as if through a telepathic connection. The voice of the White Spirit Dog King suddenly echoed in her mind, albeit just a vague woof. Its meaning unclear. What a peculiar sensation. Luo Wanning gently lifted her nose, inhaling lightly. It seemed that after contracting the White Spirit Dog King, her sense of smell had heightened. The fresh air mingled with the fragrance of earth, the distant metallic scent of centipedes, and the faint odor of sweat emanating from the shadow-chasing light horse were all distinctly discernible. Little Ning, do you feel unwell? Xia Qianju grasped Luo Wanning's wrist, inspecting her closely, but found no abnormalities. The forbidden spirit energy within her legs had not diminished. Little Jew. Luo Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly, her head lowering shyly. Xia Qianju drew closer. She could distinctly smell the faint body fragrance emanating from her. The subtle scent of citrus seemed to possess a magical allure, causing Luo Wanning's heart to race, almost wishing to leap into Xia Qianju's embrace. Luo Wanning could not comprehend why she felt this way. It seemed as if the scent was the sweetest fragrance in the world, ensnaring her, rendering her unable to escape its grasp. Little Ning, what's wrong? Xia Qianju found it strange. She hadn't even employed her techniques yet. Why was Luo Wanning blushing on her own? I'm fine. Luo Wanning gently shook her head. She certainly wouldn't voice her inner desires, as that would be rather indecent as long as you're fine. Let us head home. Xia Qianju embraced Luo Wanning as she mounted the shadow-chasing light horse, her legs tightening around it, and they sped away like the wind, nestled in Xia Qianju's embrace. Luo Wanning secretly admired her exquisite face, her heart fluttering. The cool breeze did nothing to dispel the lingering citrus fragrance in the air. Luo Wanning greedily inhaled it, feeling herself becoming slightly addicted. Nonetheless, the scent was simply delightful. No one could refuse it. The shadow-chasing light horse moved swiftly, like a bolt of lightning, yet the two riders atop it felt as steady as a mountain, impervious to any jolting. Enveloped in the citrus fragrance, Luo Wanning gradually drifted into a sweet slumber. Little Ning is so adorable. Why not let her remain a little loli forever? Xia Qianju gazed down at the lovely face in her arms, her eyes filled with boundless affection and indulgence. Initially worried that little Ning might struggle to accept her identity as a girl, she had even prepared a pill to help her maintain a male guise. But it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Xia Qianju's palm revealed a crystal-clear red pill. With a slight pressure from her fingertip, the pill was instantly crushed to dust, scattering with the wind. Thus, little Ning would forever remain a girl, destined to love only me. A strange smile graced Xia Qianju's lips as she tightened her embrace around the girl in her arms. Her gaze flickered, overflowing with intense possessiveness. As time slipped by quietly, When Luo Wanning awoke, she found Xia Qianju gently watching over her. The rich aroma of citrus still lingered, and Luo Wanning felt her mind filled with images of Xia Qianju. "Little Ju, you smell so good." Luo Wanning gently wrapped her arms around Xia Qianju's slender waist. Her ruby lips slightly parted as she inhaled the sweet fragrance. "Little Ning, you smell wonderful too," Xia Qianju replied with a smile, thoroughly content as she held Luo Wanning close. Casting a glance at the familiar mountain gate in the distance, Xia Qianju retrieved a large black robe and draped it over herself, covering Luo Wanning as well. "Little Ju, what's the matter?" Luo Wanning asked, looking at Xia Qianju in confusion. "That I haven't reported back to Master about bringing you back to the Falling Star sect. So Little Ning, you must bear with it a little." "Thank you, Little Ju." Luo Wanning felt a surge of gratitude. After all, this was a cultivation sect, and it was reasonable to restrict mortals' entry. Xia Qianju's covert return with her was undoubtedly a violation of the sect's rules. Cuddled beneath the black robe, Luo Wanning was as quiet and obedient as a little kitten. Moments later, she heard voices outside. "Sixth junior sister, you're back. How did everything go?" The voice was rough and resonant, exuding a bold spirit that made Luo Wanning's eardrums ache. "Master, entrusted matters have been handled. I encountered a beastman stronghold on the way back, which caused a slight delay. I knew with your strength. Sixth junior sister, it was impossible for you to waste so much time." The footsteps were heavy and powerful, the man seemingly drawing closer. "Sixth junior sister, you know I have a fondness for spirit beasts. This shadow-chasing light horse wouldn't be a gift you prepared for me, would it?" "Ha! Humph, Su Zihong, your level of narcissism is rivaling that of third junior sister." Xia Qianju snorted coldly, rolling her eyes in irritation. "If you want the shadow-chasing light horse, it's not impossible, but it'll cost you 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. No bargaining. My goodness, 8,000? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Su Zihong nearly shouted, his booming voice echoing like a great bell. "Why are you shouting?" Xia Qianju's expression changed slightly, her true energy surging outward, blocking the overwhelming sound waves. "My apologies, sixth junior sister. I've been practicing the lion's roar technique, and I just lost control." Su Zihong scratched his head awkwardly. "Can you grant me a familial discount considering I've pursued you for 3 years? Scram. Xia Qianju's face turned ashen, her palms sweeping out as the 7-star sword flashed past. The stone beside Su Zihong exploded instantly, dust and debris filling the air, causing him to stagger. "Su Zihong, I'm warning you for the last time. I already have someone I care about. Rather than wasting time on me, you might as well pursue third junior sister Yunyao." Xia Qianju gently embraced the slightly stiff figure beneath the black robe, her heart swelling with joy. Luo Wanning's pronounced reaction was a strong indication that she was feeling jealous, which meant she had truly fallen for her. However, the one you hold dear is merely immortal. When a century has passed, while your youth remains untouched, that person may very well have become naught but a pile of dust. What purpose does this serve? Su Zihong was perplexed. It was precisely because he learned that Xia Qianju's affections were directed towards a mere mortal that he pursued her without hesitation. The chasm between immortals and mortals is not merely a saying. It is profound and significant. "That is my affair, and none of your concern," Xia Qianju retorted coldly. "Alas," Su Zihong sighed, "sixth junior sister, you should be well aware of the consequences of loving a mortal. Our senior sister wasted countless years in her quest to revive her deceased beloved, tirelessly seeking resurrection elixirs in forbidden lands, only to end up gravely injured and her cultivation diminished. Do you wish to tread the same path?" Xia Qianju's expression shifted slightly. It was precisely to avoid such an outcome that she had accepted the proposal of the little junior sister to make Luo Wanning a test subject for the new elixir. Yet, it appeared to have failed, as Luo Wanning still had not awakened her spiritual roots. Xia Qianju chose to disregard Su Zihong and mounted her shadow chase horse, making her way into the sect. "Junior sister, wait. What do you have hidden in your arms?" Chapter 017. The little loli appears. Bang. The 7-star sword descended like a meteor, its icy sword aura causing Su Zihong to halt in his tracks. Helplessly watching as Xia Qianju rode away, the sixth junior sister was prideful by nature, yet she adhered to the sect's rules. She surely wouldn't recklessly bring a man back to the sect. Would she? Su Zihong scratched his head. Although he was her senior brother, his combat prowess was far inferior to that of Xia Qianju. Perhaps he should seek out the little junior sister and have her discreetly observe the situation. Upon returning to her residence, Xia Qianju tethered the shadow chase horse to an ancient tree in the courtyard, cradling Luo Wanning. She entered her room and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The Falling Star sect was unlike ordinary sects, consisting of only 8 individuals. Typically, they would practice in their respective courtyards, and as long as she remained cautious, no one would discover Luo Wanning's presence. Xia Qianju casually tossed down 5 spirit stones, causing the ground to illuminate with inscriptions, enveloping the courtyard in a formation that isolated it from the outside world. "Little Jew, is this your room?" Luo Wanning inquired, curiously surveying the tidy space. The decor was relatively simple, even less opulent than the Luo family estate. Cultivators usually had few demands regarding material possessions. Of course, if Wanning was dissatisfied, she could freely arrange the room. After all, it would be her home from now on. Xia Qianju laid Luo Wanning upon the bed, loosening her clothing and covering her with a light blanket. "Little Jew, I'm not tired yet. I don't want to sleep." Luo Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly, the fragrant citrus aroma in the air stirring her heart. Though she felt a twinge of desire, it felt somewhat inappropriate in broad daylight. That it's not the first time. "What is there to be shy about?" Xia Qianju giggled, slipping off her shoes and joining Luo Wanning in bed, embracing her. "You may not be tired, but I am a bit weary. May I request your company for a nap?" Xia Qianju playfully winked, teasing the adorable loli in her arms. "Very well." Luo Wanning nodded gently. Xia Qianju had engaged in intense battles that day and had to tame the shadow chase horse. Even cultivators would feel exhaustion. After their tender moments, Luo Wanning gazed at Xia Qianju's exquisite visage, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She felt her affection for Xia Qianju growing stronger. It was genuine emotion, yet it carried an inexplicable strangeness. "Little Jew." Inhaling the warm scent of citrus, Luo Wanning gradually drifted into slumber. Sunlight streamed in, a gentle breeze carrying warmth, and the wind chimes by the window swayed softly, producing a melodious tinkling sound. When Luo Wanning awoke, the sky had darkened, and upon turning her head, she was startled to find the familiar figure absent. "How strange. Where has little Jew gone?" Luo Wanning, puzzled, propped herself up and donned the garments hanging by the bedside. Leaning against the bed, she scanned the room but found no sign of Xia Qianju. However, a wooden table by the bed was already set with prepared meals. After dining, Luo Wanning patted her slightly protruding belly, letting out a satisfied burp. "Being served hand and foot, I feel like I'm becoming a waste." She sighed in resignation, reaching to pat the pattern on the back of her hand that a fluffy, white puppy sprang forth. "Xiaobai, do you know where little Jew has gone?" Luo Wanning cradled the white spirit dog king, tugging at its small, fleshy wings. Her curiosity piqued. "Xiaobai, can you fly?" Yet, the only response was a soft whimper. Though Luo Wanning could discern the emotional fluctuations of the white spirit dog king, allowing her to infer its meaning. "Xiaobai, your sense of smell is keen. Can you help me locate little Jew?" "Woof." The white spirit dog king shook its little head, its whimper tinged with fear. Luo Wanning froze momentarily, gazing at the canine in confusion. "Xiaobai, are you implying that little Jew's scent is peculiar?" "Woof." Luo Wanning frowned, recalling that sweet citrus scent that accompanied Xia Qianju's presence. Yet, that fragrance hardly seemed strange. In fact, Luo Wanning found it delightful, far more enticing than any delicacy. "Woof." Suddenly, the white spirit dog king turned and growled softly at the window. Luo Wanning was taken aback. She recognized that growl from an earlier encounter with the centipede. Turning to the window, she wondered if a terrifying spirit beast had come to attack. The moonlight was bright, casting a silvery glow. Luo Wanning clamped her mouth shut, her body trembling slightly. Two small hands unexpectedly appeared at the foggy window pane, waving restlessly as if a swarm of demons were dancing. Hadn't little Jew claimed this was her courtyard, protected by formations that prevented anyone from entering without her consent? Cocooned in her blanket, Luo Wanning clutched the white spirit dog king tightly. Xia Qianju's strength was undeniable. Naturally, anyone who could intrude upon her courtyard could not be an ordinary person. What could their intentions be? Were they here to assassinate Xia Qianju? But with Xia Qianju absent, only the defenseless Luo Wanning remained. Creak. Moonlight poured in like water, illuminating a delicate figure. The little loli's round face glowed softly under the moonlight, her skin nearly translucent, as if a gentle pinch could make her weep. Her eyes, large and bright, resembled 2 glimmering rubies, sparkling with mischievous light. She wore a vivid red dress, embroidered with stars and moons, appearing particularly dreamlike in the moonlight. The little loli tiptoed, gripping the window frame tightly, her chubby arms pushing herself up with effort as she nimbly climbed through the window. beaming with a wide grin. Revealing two tiny fangs, she perched at the edge of the window, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Got you." The little loli leaped gracefully to the floor, poking at the curled-up Luo Wanning beneath the blanket. Her eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you the one that senior sister Xia has been thinking about?" The little loli pinched Luo Wanning's cheek, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. "Without spiritual roots. Even if you consume my elixir, you remain merely immortal." Luo Wanning was momentarily stunned. The intruder was not a malicious assailant, which put her at ease. Moreover, the faint scent of herbs emanating from the girl suggested she was not a villain. Yet, the little loli's simple words stirred a tempest within her heart. "Your elixir? Are you implying that my current appearance is a result of consuming your elixir?" Luo Wanning found it hard to believe. She distinctly remembered that the dark figure had claimed the elixir was found. Her transformation was purely accidental. How could it possibly be connected to this little loli? Furthermore, this little loli referred to Xia Qianju as senior sister. Could there truly be such a coincidence in the world? "Oh no, I let it slip." The little loli swiftly covered her mouth, panic flooding her features. "Oh no, oh no. If senior sister Xia finds out I've spoiled her good fortune, she will surely kill me." Frantically pacing the room, the little loli's gaze suddenly fixed upon Luo Wanning. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she declared fiercely, "I initially came out of kindness to check on you. But since you eavesdropped on my words, it seems I must eliminate you." Chapter 018. The eccentric Xu Xiangjiao. Luo Wanning was somewhat baffled by the other's thought process, but there were more pressing matters at hand. "What do you mean by spoiling senior sister Xia's good fortune? What good fortune? Is my current state somehow related to little Ju?" Luo Wanning found it hard to accept. She and Xia Qianju had grown up together. Why would the latter wish her harm? Moreover, during their time together, she had discovered that Xia Qianju genuinely cared for her. There was no way she would intend to harm her. Tisk, killing you would be troublesome. But fortunately, I brought along an amnesia pill. Xu Xiangjiao retrieved a crystal-clear vial from her storage ring, pouring out a pure, flawless white pill. "Tsk, this is a new formula I developed. It seems you'll be the lucky recipient." Luo Wanning saw the other approach and attempted to reach out to stop her, but the little hands possessed an unexpected strength, easily pinning her own hands down. Woof! The white spirit dog king emerged from beneath the blanket, ferociously lunging towards Xu Xiangjiao. With a swift motion, she effortlessly grasped the nape of the white spirit dog king and flung it aside. "Where did this little pup come from? I'll capture you later for alchemy." Xu Xiangjiao scoffed, disregarding the trembling white spirit dog king cowering in the corner, and turned her attention back to the anxious Luo Wanning. "Hey, open your mouth quickly. I wouldn't you want to ruin senior sister Xia's precious treasure." Luo Wanning clenched her teeth, shaking her head repeatedly. You were asking for trouble." Xu Xiangjiao seized Luo Wanling's chin, forcefully shoving the pill into her mouth. Watching the throat move as the pill was swallowed, she finally released her grip with satisfaction. "Ah." Luo Wanling clutched her head, feeling waves of sharp pain coursing through her mind, as if something significant had been extracted from her. Moments later, she ceased her struggles, her gaze vacant, her limbs limp and sprawled on the bed. Xu Xiangjiao lifted the blanket, curiously poking the unresponsive delicate legs. "The Meisin Yang, Zi Dan shouldn't tea have such side effects, right?" Placing her hand on the soft leg, she channeled her vital energy, quickly pinpointing the root cause of the disability. "Is it forbidden spirit?" Xu Xiangjiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the bedridden Luo Wanling, a tinge of compassion and sympathy flickering in her eyes. Sigh. "Being favored by senior sister Xia. I truly wonder if it's a blessing or a curse." After examining Luo Wanling's body, Xu Xiangjiao nodded in satisfaction. "As expected of me, though it's my first time refining a pill. There's absolutely no issue. Ha! I'm simply a genius." Sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The fourth and fifth senior brothers, those two fools, still aspire to pursue senior sister Xia. If they were to discover her true nature, they would likely be terrified to the point of wetting themselves. Ha! Gazing at Luo Wanling on the bed, a wicked thought suddenly crossed Xu Xiangjiao's mind. Hee, this person is senior sister Xia's beloved. What would happen if I were to steal her away? However, recalling Xia Qianju's cold demeanor, Xu Xiangjiao shivered involuntarily, swiftly dismissing the notion. "Who are you?" Luo Wanling rubbed her aching head as she sat up, feeling as if she had lost something crucial. Yet upon checking the interior of the hall was resplendent, with intricately carved wooden pillars entwined with golden dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding an air of solemnity and opulence. At the center of the hall stood a magnificent dragon throne, meticulously crafted from a single piece of agarwood, its back adorned with a soaring golden dragon, so vividly carved that it seemed poised to leap into the sky at any moment. Flanking the dragon throne were several tables and incense burners, from which wisps of fragrant smoke rose, swirling in the air and adding an element of mystery and grandeur. Sunlight poured through the lofty windows, illuminating every corner of the palace with an ancient and luxurious aura, leaving one in awe of the majesty and splendor of the hall. Is there no one here? Luo Wanning queried, casting a puzzled glance around, only to find no trace of a soul, which struck her as peculiar. Meanwhile, Xia Qianju appeared to be accustomed to the silence. She approached the center of the hall and respectfully bowed. I have come to pay my respects, master. Luo Wanning hastily followed suit, yet the throne remained devoid of any figure. How strange. Just as Luo Wanning's confusion deepened, the space around the dragon throne seemed to shimmer, and a pure white figure slowly emerged. Seated regally upon the dragon throne, she possessed a poised stature and an ethereal demeanor. Clad in a gown as white as snow, her flowing attire contrasted sharply with the throne's deep hues. Bai Ji's visage was strikingly serene, her brows and eyes like exquisite paintings, her gaze imbued with both authority and composure. Her long, raven hair cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her otherworldly elegance. With a slight lowering of her gaze, she radiated an aura of detachment from the mortal realm, as if she were the guardian of this dragon palace. Exalted and solitary, is she the one you cherish? Her voice was icy and indifferent, as if imbued with a bone-chilling frost. Indeed, master, yet she is merely immortal, unworthy of such investment of your energy. I implore you, master, to grant her mercy. Xia Qianju's voice trembled slightly, for although Bai Ji had expressed a desire to meet Luo Wanning the previous day, the coldness in her tone now indicated that Luo Wanning had not met her expectations. The palace fell into a profound silence, and Luo Wanning felt the body that embraced her trembling slightly. Xia Qianju appeared to be even more anxious. Gently grasping Xia Qianju's hand, Luo Wanning lifted her gaze to the noble and beautiful figure seated upon the throne. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and she felt an icy chill envelop her, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Under the scrutiny of those piercing golden vertical pupils, it felt as though her soul was laid bare, all secrets rendered transparent. Luo Wanning sensed a sharp pang in her spirit, hastily lowering her head, unable to bear the intensity of that gaze. You may keep her by your side, but do not neglect your cultivation in doing so. Upon hearing those indifferent words, a flicker of joy passed through Xia Qianju's eyes, and she quickly bowed again. Thank you, master, for your benevolence. Luo Wanning let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet under the stare of those golden eyes, she felt as if she were wearing the emperor's new clothes, the invisible pressure rendering her breathless. Last, it seemed to be over. However, Xia Qianju did not move, her eyes reflecting a hint of struggle. Ultimately, summoning her courage, she spoke up. Little Ning has no spiritual root. I beseech you, master, to bestow her with one. Time trickled by, and the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly oppressive. The temperature plummeting, the air thick with a lingering mist that seemed to congeal. Luo Wanning noticed a row of tiny ice crystals dangling from her eyelashes. She understood that without a spiritual root, one could not cultivate in the realm of immortality. Yet she had never heard of anyone being granted a spiritual root. Such a miraculous intervention was likely rare even within the world of cultivation. Little Jew. Chapter 20. The lily is destined for a poor outcome. 300,000 years ago, the eternal celestial sovereign fell from the heavens and plummeted into the ghostly abyss. Now, 300,000 years have passed, and the celestial body has given rise to the temporal mirage, and if one were to calculate the time, it should soon be unveiled. Bai Ji's golden eyes gleamed, as if peering through the fabric of time to witness the distant battlefield of yore. In those ancient days, the eternal celestial sovereign commanded the river of time and created the unparalleled celestial technique Eternal Moment, achieving the pinnacle of celestial sovereignty. Her celestial-grade spiritual root had long transcended the mundane. Imbued with the essence of time, now hidden within the temporal mirage, do you desire it? Bai Ji's golden gaze swept over Xia Qianju, ultimately locking onto Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning shuddered, her body tingling with trepidation. Akin to a small rabbit caught in the gaze of a great dragon. Luo Wanning was unfamiliar with the concept of a celestial sovereign, yet it was not difficult to deduce that this was an immensely powerful being. If she could obtain the relics of the eternal celestial sovereign, perhaps she might traverse the river of time and alter the tragic fate of the Luo family. However, seeking such a precious artifact would undoubtedly entail great peril. Alone, she would stand little chance of success, potentially bringing trouble to Xia Qianju. Little Ning, I will stand by your side. Xia Qianju gazed tenderly at the girl in her embrace, gently grasping her small hand, conveying her unwavering faith. Thank you, little Ju. Luo Wanning, overcome with gratitude, found herself at a loss for words. Xia Qianju had promised to accompany her, risking her own life. Xia Qianju smiled softly. At this moment, little Ning should not merely say thank you, but rather I love you. Luo Wanning's cheeks flushed, her eyes glimmering with shyness as she bit her lip and leaned closer. Little Ju, I love you, little Ning. I love you too. The chill within the palace seemed to dissipate gradually, time appearing to halt in that moment, witnessing such a beautiful love. Yet, one person felt slightly awkward. Ahem. Part your lips. Emotions abound. Luo Wanning raised her head once more to meet those golden vertical pupils, her confidence renewed, her voice resolute. That I wish to obtain that temporal spiritual root, to inherit the legacy of the eternal celestial sovereign. Very well, Bai Ji nodded in satisfaction, extending her hand to touch Luo Wanning's abdomen, a withered seed enveloped in white light burrowing into her. I have planted within you a seed of temporal essence, which will aid you in discovering the temporal spiritual root of the eternal celestial sovereign within the temporal mirage. As long as you can touch the essence of the temporal spiritual root, the seed will grow into a spiritual root, taking root and rebirthing within you, becoming your support in cultivation. Luo Wanning gently rubbed her abdomen, feeling no strange sensation, as if nothing were there. Thank you, Master Bai Ji. She bowed her head respectfully in gratitude. Thank you for your benevolence, Master. Xia Qianju quickly followed suit. Bai Ji nodded lightly, her gaze resting on Xia Qianju, causing the latter to tense. A fine layer of goosebumps rising on her skin. The forbidding spirit aura is a treasure of heaven and earth. I advise you to tread carefully. Xia Qianju's body stiffened. She knew she could not conceal anything from Bai Ji's discerning eyes. Yet she did not regret her decision. Fortunately, the master did not directly expose her, which would have been a dire situation for her. Prepare yourselves. 3 days hence, you shall venture to the ghostly abyss. You may depart. As she watched the two exit the palace, a hint of helplessness flickered in Bai Ji's golden pupils. Xia Qianju was the most suitable candidate for the plan, yet she was ensnared by her emotions. Bai Ji had once believed that 5 years would diminish her feelings, but instead, it had led to a pathological attachment. With a soft sigh, Bai Ji reflected on Xia Qianju's misguided notion that transforming her beloved into a girl would allow her to remain by her side forever. Alas, she was mistaken. Lilies were destined for unfavorable outcomes. Golden sunlight bathed her in warmth, and beneath the azure sky, the clouds drifted lazily. Luo Wanning felt an unprecedented sense of comfort as she once again glimpsed the hope of cultivating immortality, all bestowed upon her by the girl who embraced her. Meeting the gaze of those tender, beautiful eyes, Luo Wanning found herself utterly captivated. Little Ning, if you join the Falling Star sect in the future, you will be my junior sister. Xia Qianju smiled slightly, reaching out to pinch Luo Wanning's soft cheek, continuing, but remember, little Ning, you are first and foremost my wife, and only secondly my junior sister. Even if you are able to cultivate in the future, you may only love me. Understood? My affection for you, little Ju, will never waver. Luo Wanning nodded gently, though her gaze faltered. Xia Qianju, perceptive as ever, instantly sensed a hint of unease in Luo Wanning's emotions. She furrowed her brow slightly, but said nothing more, cradling Luo Wanning as they soared towards a nearby peak on the 7-star sword. The peak was beautifully serene, lush ancient trees adorned with blooming flowers perfuming the air, while spiritual butterflies danced gracefully amidst them. Are all these medicinal herbs? Luo Wanning gazed in astonishment at the sprawling medicinal garden, where the rare 100-year-old mountain ginseng was abundantly found. Even at the outermost edges, there were also 1,000-year-old spiritual mushrooms, thriving vigorously, the smallest standing half a person tall. If one could gather even a portion, it would suffice for a mortal to squander a lifetime. Yet, within this spiritual herb garden, these precious plants were merely the most common varieties. Many of the spiritual herbs were entirely unfamiliar to Luo Wanning. But judging by their peculiar appearances, it was clear they were worth their weight in gold. Indeed, Xia Qianju nodded lightly, landing outside the spiritual herb garden with the 7-star sword. The garden was protected by a formation. Yet Xia Qianju seemed exceedingly familiar with it. Lightly tapping her fingertip, the portals swiftly materialized, and Xia Qianju carried Luo Wanning through the fragrant path within the garden. Just as they approached the ancient and quaint courtyard nestled halfway up the mountain, Luo Wanning suddenly heard a deafening explosion. The ground trembled slightly as roaring flames erupted from the courtyard, but they quickly extinguished, leaving only a billowing cloud of black smoke. The courtyard doors swung open, and a diminutive figure darted swiftly from the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Once again, I have met with failure. The exquisite crimson dress I wore has been tarnished black by the thick smoke, and my once fair face is now smudged with dirt. Only my bright, expressive eyes and pearly white teeth can barely reveal that I am but an adorable little girl. That it is all Su Zihong's fault. That scoundrel provided me with a black chicken whose age was less than 2.5 years, which ultimately led to my failure in alchemy. It is not a matter of my capabilities being insufficient. Xu Xiangjiao stamped her foot in frustration, her rapid breaths accompanied by tendrils of black smoke escaping from her nostrils. Suddenly, she spotted two figures approaching in the distance, and, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly greeted them with a beaming smile. Sister Xia, what brings you here to visit me? I've missed you dearly. Xia Qianju casually waved a hand, sending forth a surge of energy that pushed the little girl, who was about to leap into her arms, away. Little junior sister, perhaps you should clean yourself up first. Otherwise, please keep your distance. Woo. Sister Xia has forgotten her old love for a new one and no longer cares for me. Xu Xiangjiao lamented, rubbing her eyes, her youthful voice tinged with a whimper. Her small face expressing a sense of grievance, which appeared somewhat amusing given its current sooty state. What new love, old love? Little junior sister, do not speak nonsense. Xia Qianju furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat helpless. She and Xu Xiangjiao shared a good relationship. One was a prodigy of the sword path, while the other excelled in alchemy, complementing each other well. Xia Qianju ventured out to slay formidable foes and gather medicinal herbs, while Xu Xiangjiao crafted pills for her, enhancing her cultivation. However, Xia Qianju regarded Xu Xiangjiao merely as an adorable little sister, devoid of any other sentiments. Little Ning, do not misunderstand. My heart belongs solely to you. Xia Qianju gazed fondly at the girl in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. Little Ju, I believe in you. Luo Wanning nodded gently. After 5 years of training in the sect, it was natural for Xia Qianju to have friends. Moreover, given Xia Qianju's exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty, it was no surprise that she attracted numerous admirers. Luo Wanning would not interfere with Xia Qianju's social relationships, nor would she criticize her friends. Besides, Xu Xiangjiao was just a lively and charming little girl. Anyone who met her would inevitably feel a fondness towards her. Humph, Sister Xia is truly biased. Xu Xiangjiao stamped her foot playfully, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face at Xia Qianju. Please wait a moment, Sister Xia. I shall change into another outfit and return shortly. Bouncing back into the courtyard, a cacophony of sounds erupted, and within 3 minutes, Xu Xiangjiao reappeared before them in a brand new fiery red robe. Her bright, clear eyes blinked, and her rosy lips curled into a smile, revealing her adorable little canine teeth. She took a few steps forward, stopping in front of the two, and extended her fair, delicate hand. Pleased to meet you. I am Xu Xiangjiao. Hello, I am Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning gently grasped the small hand, but before she could feel its warmth, it was swiftly withdrawn. Luo Wanling was taken aback. Was this not a tad impolite? She looked quizzically at Xu Xiangjiao, only to find her pale face and a flicker of fear in her eyes. Following Xu Xiangjiao's gaze towards Xia Qianju, Luo Wanling saw only a gentle and kind smile. Leaving her puzzled. A simple introduction will suffice. Xia Qianju smiled, her gaze fixed intently on Xu Xiangjiao. Little junior sister, have you completed the pill I asked you to concoct? Cough, cough. Xu Xiangjiao cleared her throat, her eyes wandering as she glanced towards the sky and then down at the ground. It should be almost done. Xia Qianju's expression darkened as she strode into the open courtyard. Upon entering, she was met with a strong burn odor. She reached down to pick up a piece of pill residue from the sooty remnants. Crushing it lightly, her voice took on a cold edge. Little junior sister, are you jesting with me? This is far from the pill I required. I distinctly recall providing you with sufficient medicinal materials last month. Did you not even begin refining the pills for me? Sister Xia, this is unjust. Xu Xiangjiao protested, her big watery eyes filled with sorrow. her pitiful expression tugging at one's heartstrings. I wish to concoct pills for you, but senior sister has been pressing me quite hard, and her generosity has compelled me to. Xia Qianju's small hands fidgeted, a sly smile forming at the corner of her mouth. The implication was unmistakable. If you want pills, you must pay. Little junior sister, do you have any principles? Are you not aware of the order of things? Xia Qianju shot Xia Qianju an exasperated glance that to help you find suitable medicinal materials. I nearly risked my life, and I believe I have compensated you quite generously. Xia Qianju blinked, her gaze flickering toward Luo Wanning. But I have already given you the most crucial pills, have I not? Yet those pills have not produced the effects you previously claimed. Xia Qianju glared at Xia Qianju in frustration, while the latter stood firm. Undeterred, staring into each other's eyes, the tension between them was palpable. I will admit that I am slow in my crafting, but if you claim there is an issue with my pills, I cannot accept that. My pills are flawless. Any problems lie solely with the user, which has nothing to do with me. Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, realizing that Xia Qianju had a point, yet she still felt deceived. The scenarios Xia Qianju had painted for her had been overly idyllic. Now, not only was she unable to keep a beloved in a secluded abode, but she also had to venture into the Shirshu illusion at great peril to seek the essence of time. Xia Qianju had confidence in her own strength, but she could not guarantee that the fragile Luo Wanning would remain unharmed. Forget the previous pills for now. Here is a new list. You must help me refine them within 3 days. A piece of yellowed paper appeared in Xia Qianju's hand, inscribed with a long list of nearly 100 names of various pills. Xia Qianju merely cast a glance at it before her face contorted in despair. Shaking her head vigorously, Sister Xia, you cannot be serious. Even slaves are not treated this way. Are you trying to work me to the bone? Hee, you are a master alchemist. These pills are merely of 4th grade at most. Not too challenging for you, I presume. Xia Qianju chuckled, forcefully placing the paper into Xia Qianju's hands. Reluctantly, Xia Qianju accepted the paper, scrutinizing it closely before shooting a fierce glare at Luo Wanning. Most of the pills listed were indeed only of the 4th grade, primarily for healing, nourishing the body, or enhancing skin health. Given Xia Qianju's nature, she would never demand these pills unless it was for the girl in her arms. TSK. What a little vixen. How could she captivate the cool and aloof Sister Xia so completely? I cannot comprehend what is so special about her. Xia Qianju couldn't help but scoff. Viewing Luo Wanning as nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary mortal, the transformation into this adorable little girl was entirely due to her own pills. She simply could not fathom why Xia Qianju would harbor feelings for such a person. However, senior sister is also asking me to help her concoct the revival pill. I truly cannot spare the time right now. Xia Qianju lamented her predicament, recalling her own extraordinary talent and the high regard in which she was held within her family. Yet, since joining the Luoxing sect, despite receiving affection from her seniors, she often felt like a mere servant. Rising earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs, she felt as though her growth was stunted. Perhaps we should set aside the revival pill for now. Xia Qianju frowned slightly, shaking her head. The formula for that pill is still in the experimental phase. Reviving the deceased is no simple task. Even our esteemed master cannot achieve it, let alone us. Indeed, I am aware of the improbability, but you know how senior sister is. Xia Qianju sighed, her expression tinged with bitterness. Senior sister was typically gentle and approachable, yet whenever the topic of reviving her beloved arose, she became exceedingly serious, almost to the point of obsession. Stealing a glance at Xia Qianju, Xia Qianju added silently, just like you that I shall speak with senior sister shortly. I will borrow you for 3 days and provide generous compensation. Xia Qianju pondered for a moment before waving her hand, instantly filling the once empty courtyard to the brim. These are all the spirit stones and precious items I have collected over the years. They are now yours. Among the dazzling array of items, a piece of translucent jade sparkled brilliantly. Xia Qianju's eyes lit up as she reached out to grasp the spirit stone. Wow, this is actually a top-grade spirit stone. It is equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the addition of the mid and low-grade spirit stones, the total easily surpassed 100,000, and along with the assorted treasures, the value must be at least 200,000. Xia Qianju could not help but swallow hard, realizing that while she knew Xia Qianju was formidable and had amassed considerable wealth over the years, she had not anticipated her fortune to be so vast. Was this all of Sister Xia's estate? Xia Qianju stored all the items in her storage ring, her gaze fixated on the silver ring adorning Xia Qianju's finger. Drooling at the sight. I lack medicinal materials and must forage from your spirit herb garden. However, those items should suffice as payment. If you find it inadequate, consider it a debt to you, which I shall repay later. Along with a favor, Xia Qianju replied nonchalantly. Chu Xiangjiao nodded with satisfaction, realizing that having Xia Qianju owe her a favor was far more valuable than the mere 2 million spirit stones. She glanced again at the list of medicinal pills, and after a moment, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. The value was indeed sufficient, yet there were several ingredients required for certain pills that were lacking in her spiritual herb garden. Chu Xiangju pointed to the list, explaining with familiarity, Sister Xia, for the 4th grade pill Zhu Yin Dan, it requires Shuefu Ziyi Che, which I do not possess. However, 5th senior brother Su Zihong has some, so you may ask him for a bit. Additionally, the Bing Ji Yu Gu Dan requires Bing Yu Sui, which can be found beneath the Millennial Ice Mountain. I do not have it here either, but 3rd senior sister Yun Yao does. You can request some from her. This is merely what I know exists within the sect. For the herbs not found in our sect, Sister Xia may need to venture out to acquire them. Furthermore, some pills require a lengthy refining period. Even if I can shorten that time to 1%, it would still take 3 hours. For instance, the Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan, while a 4th grade pill, is worth as much as any 5th grade pill. Chapter 022, Xia Qianju's Possessiveness. Please compile a list of the required materials and their possible locations, and I will do my utmost to gather them within 2 days. Xia Qianju was not surprised. Chu Xiangjiao's spiritual herb garden was filled with countless rare herbs. However, the materials needed for pill refining were exceedingly diverse, and some formulas even required human involvement, which was quite common in the realm of cultivation. Very well, Sister Xia, please wait a moment. Chu Xiangjiao jogged back to her room. Though it might be somewhat arduous this time, the reward would be ample. Moreover, she would gain a favor from Xia Qianju. Naturally, she would not let this opportunity slip by. There were many treasures in her senior brothers and sisters' possession, but as she was only skilled in alchemy, she couldn't pilfer them. This was a perfect chance for Xia Qianju to step in and seize them on her behalf. How delightful that would be. Little Jew, you've spent quite a bit. Luo Wanning observed Xia Qianju in a daze, feeling that the items just presented were nearly all of Xia Qianju's wealth. And all this expenditure was for her. Though Luo Wanning held some reservations in her heart, how could she remain unmoved by Xia Qianju's sincere dedication? It's nothing. Anything for little Ning is worth it. Xia Qianju's gaze was as gentle as water as her hand tenderly stroked Luo Wanning's little head. The warmth of her palm filled the space with affection, enveloping Luo Wanning within it. Little Jew, little Ning. When Chu Xiangjiao excitedly emerged with a meticulously prepared lengthy list, she was immediately struck by the overwhelming sweetness of their interaction. Luo Wanning's back was turned to her, obscuring any change in her expression. However, the coldness in Xia Qianju's eyes compelled her to retreat in disappointment. Nestled in her room, Chu Xiangjiao felt as if time was dragging on, far worse than the sleepless night spent refining pills. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she secretly peered through the crack in the door at the two embracing outside. This must be quite stimulating. Chu Xiangjiao clutched her fluttering heart, her fair face gradually tinged with a hint of pink. Her bright eyes widened in astonishment, her lips pursed, feeling parched. It turns out that 2 girls could be so passionate. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiangjiao felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. Perhaps 2 girls were not so bad after all. Chu Xiangjiao stared intently, her breathing growing heavier. A moment later, she suddenly recalled a crucial matter. When I refined a pair of pills, San Yang Ziyin Dan and Xiao In Zhuang Yang Dan, the former could transform a male into a female, while the latter could do the opposite. Both pills had been given to Sister Xia Qianju, yet it seemed I had forgotten to inform her that only the Xiao In Zhuang Yang Dan in her possession could help Luo Wanning regain her original form. While I could refine a new Xiao In Zhuang Yang Dan, it would not restore Luo Wanning to her previous state. However, given Sister Xia's evident concern for Luo Wanning, that pill must be well preserved. After contemplating this, Chu Xiangjiao felt her worries were somewhat unfounded. 20 minutes later, she slowly stepped out of her room, feeling the day's breeze was surprisingly refreshing. Sister Xia, here is the list of required herbs. I understand. Xia Qianju's expression remained calm, her voice steady, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Even Chu Xiangjiao found herself momentarily dazed, questioning whether she was experiencing an illusion. However, upon seeing the little head nestled in Xia Qianju's embrace, She confirmed it was not a figment of her imagination. The two delicate ears peeking through the strands of hair were flushed a bright red, exuding a faint warmth. Goodbye, Sister Xia. Remember not to miss any items on the list. Xia Qianju escorted the two to the foot of the mountain, waving her hand in farewell. She then leisurely returned to her courtyard, flung open the door, and leaped onto her soft bed, casting off her shoes. Refining pills? Nonsense. Xia Qianju clutched her blanket and hummed softly. Having just witnessed such an exhilarating scene, how could she calm down and focus on alchemy in the short term? It would be far better to indulge in a beautiful sleep first. Other matters could wait until she awoke. At Tiger Jump Gorge, a cacophony of startled birds erupted from the trees as a bear, measuring 2 zhang in length, suddenly stood upright. Its massive paws, akin to stone millstones, came crashing down. Bang! The figure below was no thicker than the bear's thigh, yet he raised his arms to block the bear's tremendous force. The young man, with jet black hair standing on end, was muscular as a coiled dragon. Up! With a booming shout, the upper half of his coarse gray robe exploded, and at that moment, the black bear let out a pained roar. Its enormous paw was punctured by 2 gaping wounds, causing it to retreat in agony. The young man pursued relentlessly, leaping onto the bear's back, delivering a punch that sent the creature crashing to the ground. Huh! The earth-shattering bear is nothing more than this. The young man shook off the blood from his arms and casually donned a new robe. Applause erupted, causing him to momentarily pause. This was his mountain peak, where no one ever ventured. How could someone dare to stealthily intrude into his territory? As expected of 5th senior brother, he can easily subdue even a 5th-grade spirit beast like the earth-shattering bear, Xia Qianju remarked with an expressionless face. Initially, she had planned to swiftly find the Shui Fu Zi He and then leave. For Su Zihong was overly chatty, and she wished to avoid excessive entanglement with him. However, after searching for a while and finding no trace of the bloodbaths, let alone the Shui Fu Zi He, she had no choice but to reveal herself. Oh, it's Sister Xia. What brings you here today? Su Zihong scratched his head awkwardly. This was the first time Xia Qianju had praised him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Moreover, through Xu Xiangjiao yesterday, he had learned that Xia Qianju had not brought back a male, but a girl. This eased his mind considerably. Now, seeing the adorable little girl nestled in Xia Qianju's embrace, he felt completely reassured. Sister Xia is indeed cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. This must be your sister from the secular world. It seems she has lost the ability to move her legs, which is why you are caring for her. Su Zihong curiously studied Luo Wanning. Though she appeared very cute, she bore no resemblance to Xia Qianju in terms of blood relation. Little sister, what is your name? I am called. Luo Wanning sensed that this person was not bad and was a fellow disciple of Xia Qianju, and if she wished to stay in the Falling Star sect, it was necessary to establish a good relationship with him in advance. However, just as she was about to speak, a chilling voice interrupted her. That's none of your concern. Xia Qianju huffed coldly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes as she wrapped Luo Wanning tightly in her robe. How dare this detestable man look at her little Ning with such a gaze? Sister Xia? Su Zihong was taken aback, feeling rather perplexed. Although he had previously pursued Xia Qianju without success, it should not have provoked such a reaction. Could it be because he hadn't spent 8,000 spirit stones to purchase the Shadow Chaser's steed? Su Zihong pondered, but in his memory, Xia Qianju should not be the type to become angry over such trivial matters. Little Ju, Chapter 023. All efforts are worthwhile. Luo Wanning gazed at the icy countenance, her heart trembling slightly. Little Ning, that guy is not a good person. You should not speak to him in the future. Xia Qianju looked down at the girl in her arms, her icy demeanor rapidly melting away. All right. Luo Wanning felt somewhat helpless, sensing that Xia Qianju was a bit strange. Yet, it was not just Xia Qianju who seemed unusual. The Falling Star sect exuded an air of peculiarity. Unlike other conventional cultivation sects, the Falling Star sect had only a handful of people. Nevertheless, Luo Wanning had a vague sense that every individual in the sect possessed extraordinary talents in certain aspects. Although she had not yet met several of them, she imagined they were likely similar. However, Xia Qianju's relationship with everyone else appeared somewhat distant. Sister Xia, what do you mean by saying I'm not a good person? Su Zihong was even more baffled. He had done nothing wrong today, yet had somehow been branded as a villain out of the blue. This seemed rather unfortunate. Initially, he had intended to get closer to Xia Qianju by showing concern for Luo Wanning. But it seemed that his plans had been thwarted before they even began. The Shadow Chaser steed has already been placed outside your mountain gorge. I wish to exchange it for the shui fu zi he che. Xia Qianju preferred not to waste time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Bloodbat purple river car? Su Zihong pondered for a moment, then gently shook his head that I'm afraid, junior sister Xia, that the batch of bloodbats I previously raised has all perished. That explains it. Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, having searched for quite some time at Tiger Jump Gorge without discovering any traces of the bloodbats. She had assumed Su Zihong had hidden them away, not realizing they were all dead. This was not news she wished to hear. However, although I do not have any, the 10,000 Beasts sect should possess some bloodbats in their care. If you require them, junior sister Xia, I can assist you in capturing a few, Su Zihong offered. Thank you, senior brother, Xia Qianju replied, hesitating slightly before nodding her head in gratitude, her expression softening. She understood that Su Zihong harbored no ill intentions. It was merely the way he looked at Luo Wanning that made her uncomfortable. The shadow chasing light steed outside the gorge is a gift from me to you, senior brother, and also a way to repay a favor. If you happen to visit the 10,000 Beasts sect, could you collect these items for me? Xia Qianju casually tossed out a list detailing various herbs, most of which were related to spirit beasts. Su Zihong had considerable experience in raising spirit beasts, and his Tiger Jump Gorge was home to many. Yet, since he was headed to the 10,000 Beasts sect, there was no need for him to expend his own resources. A favor from junior sister? Su Zihong received the paper as if it were a treasure, glancing at it briefly before tucking it away with care. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to draw closer to Xia Qianju. No problem. Senior brother will help you find them right away. Thank you, senior brother. After expressing her gratitude, Xia Qianju departed from Tiger Jump Gorge, mindful of the time. She needed to gather sufficient materials as swiftly as possible to afford Chu Xiangjiao ample time for alchemy. Even though Chu Xiangji was a master alchemist, the risk of failure still loomed. Once she left Tiger Jump Gorge, Xia Qianju mounted her 7-star sword and set off towards another perilous peak. The mountains rose like indigo shadows, shrouded in mist, their emerald summits piercing the sky, resembling an ink-washed landscape. I wonder if senior sister Yunyao is around. Xia Qianju gazed at the peaks obscured by the fog. Feeling somewhat troubled, she had yet to fulfill her previous promise to Yunyao, and now attempting to request Ice Jade Essence might prove to be a challenge. Senior sister Yunyao possessed extraordinary talent in array formation. Having personally set up many protective arrays for the Falling Star sect, particularly the exquisite formations at her residence, Misty Cloud Peak, while Xia Qianju felt confident sneaking into the Tiger Jump Gorge of 5th senior brother Su Zihong. She would not dare intrude upon Yunyao's Misty Cloud Peak. However, as she touched down at the foot of Misty Cloud Peak, the thick fog that enveloped the mountain began to dissipate, revealing a narrow portal through which only one could pass. Carrying Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju stepped inside, the fog parting ahead while gathering behind them. Luo Wanning, like a curious child, gazed around, utterly fascinated. The dense mist obscured their path. Yet it felt as if mischievous little spirits were guiding them onward. After 10 minutes, Luo Wanning beheld a magnificent pavilion. The roof of the pavilion soared high and sharp, adorned with glazed tiles that shimmered with golden light under the sun. The flying eaves and bracketed beams exuded a sense of classical opulence, with every intricate detail reflecting grandeur. The windows and doors were embellished with exquisite wood carvings, the patterns complex yet refined. The overall structure bore some resemblance to the palace where Bai Ji resided, albeit on a smaller scale. Junior sister Xia, what brings you here today? Have you completed the task I assigned you? A light, ethereal voice floated through the air as the pavilion's door gradually opened. Almost there. I've come to ask for a small favor from senior sister. Xia Qianju entered the pavilion, the surroundings shimmering with white light. And in an instant, the environment transformed. Luo Wanning gasped in astonishment as she surveyed the vast palace. From the outside, this 2-story pavilion appeared modest, but stepping inside revealed a breathtaking expanse, akin to an endless grassland. With verdant grass beneath their feet and blossoms in full bloom. Under the azure sky, a delicate pink peach blossom tree swayed gently in the breeze. 2 ropes dangled from the sprawling branches, where a beautiful young girl donned in a flowing white dress leisurely swung. Her face was exquisitely oval, her skin as fair as snow, tinged with a gentle blush that resembled freshly bloomed peach blossoms. Her large eyes sparkled like 2 radiant obsidian stones, shimmering with lively brilliance, while her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Sunlight danced upon her silky long hair, casting a faint golden halo. Her features were dainty and refined. With pronounced features, her straight nose and subtly pressed lips emanated a sense of purity and vitality. Junior sister Xia, do not overstep. If you have not completed my task, I shall not grant you a reward. Yun Yao replied with a gentle smile, the swing swaying lightly, her sheer white dress billowing with the wind. That I understand. I did not come to seek you out for that matter, Xia Qianju asserted. Oh, I wish to request senior sister Yun's assistance in inscribing a protective array to ensure her safety, Xia Qianju said, stepping forward with Luo Wanning in her arms. Who is she? Yun Yao inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. She could not recall when her master had taken on a new disciple. The master was notoriously selective, only accepting students who were exceptional in their respective fields. Yet, this girl appeared to be an ordinary mortal, seemingly cute but lacking any spiritual roots, thus she could not possibly be Yun Yao's junior sister. She is my, Xia Qianju hesitated, knowing that only Xia Qianju was aware of her relationship with Luo Wanning. Perhaps their master had sensed something, yet would not overly interfere in her personal life. Provided she diligently practiced, Tio declared that Luo Wanning was her little darling might invite unnecessary complications. Yet, if she remained silent, Xia Qianju feared Luo Wanning might feel displeased. After all, should anyone dare to suggest she had no connection to Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju would undoubtedly eliminate them. Little Qian is the most important person in this world to me. Luo Wanning gently grasped Xia Qianju's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Xia Qianju's sacrifices had not gone unnoticed. Now, as she sought means to protect her life, Luo Wanning could not remain indifferent. Little Ning. Xia Qianju stared at the girl in her arms, momentarily taken aback. Even with prior mental preparation, the sudden rush of happiness caused her mind to momentarily stall. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the mist swirling within them. As long as I can gain Little Ning's love, all my efforts are worthwhile. Chapter 024. Third senior sister Yun Yao, the most important person. Yun Yao regarded the two embraced figures with curiosity. Yet upon noticing Luo Wanning's frail legs hanging limply, she surmised something. She is just an ordinary person, hardly capable of attracting powerful enemies. There is no need for me to intervene personally. Yun Yao casually tossed a white turtle jade pendant, embedded with a level 1 protective array, sufficient to ensure a life free of worries. Considering junior sister Xia, it's no trouble to offer a token of our first meeting. However, the thought of inscribing a protective array herself felt somewhat excessive. Yet, when Xia Qianju received the pendant, she gently shook her head. Master has instructed me and Little Ning to venture into the temporal illusion realm to seek the time spirit root. The dangers therein are incalculable. I implore senior sister Yun for assistance. Yun Yao paused, her gaze shifting back to the girl in Xia Qianju's embrace. The time spirit root was a treasure coveted even by immortals. Their master had actually consented to grant it to her. Yun Yao found this hard to believe. She had previously assisted Bai Ji in setting up a teleportation array, knowing that Bai Ji had long been scheming for the temporal illusion realm. The time spirit root was an essential acquisition for Bai Ji. Yet it was granted to an inconspicuous girl. Did she possess some extraordinary quality? Junior sister Xia, allow me to hold her. Yun Yao leaped off the swing, deciding to personally assess the girl's constitution, given her master's apparent regard for her. However, Xia Qianju swiftly stepped back, her gaze fixated on Yun Yao with vigilance. No, her voice was resolute and firm, tinged with a hint of chill. How can I assist in inscribing the protective array if I do not touch her body? Yun Yao found this somewhat amusing. Even if Xia Qianju and the girl were as close as sisters, such wariness seemed unwarranted. After all, she too was a young woman. Xia Qianju hesitated. For Luo Wanning's safety, she had resorted to this extreme measure, and she had prepared herself mentally. Yet, witnessing Yun Yao approach her Little Ning, she still found it difficult to accept. Little Ning belonged to her alone. Only she could touch her, and no one else could. Little Qian, do you not trust me? Luo Wanning blinked, gently grasping Xia Qianju's wrist, sensing her thoughts. Although she had transformed into an adorable little girl, she was still fundamentally male. Thus, Xia Qianju's concern that she might lose control in the presence of a beautiful girl was entirely reasonable. Yet, Xia Qianju was overthinking. Her heart was solely set on Xia Qianju. How could she possibly be swayed by another girl? I trust Little Ning. Xia Qianju nodded, albeit reluctantly, as she extended Luo Wanning's small hand toward Yun Yao. You may only touch her hand. You cannot touch her anywhere else, observing Xia Qianju's serious demeanor. Yun Yao felt taken aback. A renowned master of array formations, and possessing beauty that could topple cities. How many would dare to refuse her requests? Yet, Xia Qianju's reaction seemed rather peculiar. Was it possible that this girl was truly a rare talent? Prompting junior sister Xia to worry that she might steal her away, Yun Yao gently grasped Luo Wanning's small hand, a surge of true energy flowing into her body, instantly causing her to furrow her brow. Strange, this is merely an ordinary mortal body. After speaking, Yun Yao suddenly froze. How could there be forbidden spiritual energy within her? Wasn't this a gift from the esteemed master to junior sister Xia? Furthermore, this girl's disability in her legs was also caused by the forbidden spiritual energy. Yun Yao cast a puzzled glance at Xia Qianju. Unsure of what she was up to. If she truly valued this girl, why would she orchestrate her leg's disability? However, judging by Xia Qianju's reaction, it seemed that this girl genuinely held significance for her. Yun Yao was utterly perplexed, her mind swirling with numerous questions. This is the seed of the essence of time. The esteemed master truly intends to implant the temporal spiritual root within this girl. Furrowing her brow, Yun Yao felt as though she had inadvertently stumbled upon a grand scheme. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded gently. Since you are heading to the Time Ruins illusion, I can leave a 5th-level formation. The wind, forest, fire, mountain spirit guarding formation. Within her. It will be sufficient for her to withstand a full-force strike from a transformation deity without dying. However, this formation has its limitations, being usable only once per day. Given that she is chosen by the esteemed master, Yun Yao resolved to bestow some enhancements upon Luo Wanning. If she truly could acquire the Eternal Immortal Sovereign's temporal spiritual root, her future would be immeasurable, worthy of investment and goodwill. Remove her upper garment. Yun Yao produced a golden brush and a vivid red inkstone. The brush was no ordinary item, but a 7th-level spiritual weapon. The golden bristles were not mere fibers, but a strand from the tail of the legendary Howling Moon Silver Wolf King. The red cinnabar in the inkstone was also crafted from the red corals found at the bottom of the azure abyss, precious and rare. The extraction of these 2 items indicated that Yun Yao was indeed prepared to wield her true prowess, rather than merely making a frivolous effort. Remove her clothing. Xia Qianju's brow furrowed even deeper. Merely allowing the other to touch Luo Wanning's small hand was already unbearable for her. Now, Yun Yao intended to see Luo Wanning's delicate form. How could she possibly agree? Little Ning's body was only for her eyes, and no one else. Xia Qianju let out a sigh. Reflecting on the sentiment that while the falling blossoms possess intention, the flowing water is devoid of emotion. Brother Li Qing has steadfastly remained at the foot of the mountain, hoping that one day he might move the heart of the senior sister. Luo Wanning found herself momentarily dumbfounded. Could this person truly be so infatuated? She had initially believed that the realm of cultivation was populated predominantly by individuals of shallow temperament, given the frequent bloodshed and the trials of life and death they endure. Yet, it seems that such formidable challenges only serve to deepen the sincerity of true love, enhancing its profoundness. Fortunately, I am one of the fortunate ones. I adore Xiao Ning, and Xiao Ning reciprocates my feelings. Does she not? Xia Qianju gazed fondly at the girl in her embrace. Her love had not come easily. Regardless of the means employed, she would not allow it to slip away from her fingers. Yes, I cherish Xiaoju, and I wish to be with you forever, Luo Wanning murmured softly, feeling the warmth of Xia Qianju's affection, unmistakably genuine. Their eyes met, causing Luo Wanning's cheeks to flush ever so slightly. When emotions run deep, naturally. Chapter 026. Senior Sister Yi Qingshan. Xiaoju, cease your antics. This is not the appropriate moment for such matters. Luo Wanning huffed lightly, her fair visage already resembling a ripe red apple. Sweet and alluring. Promise me, Xiao Ning, that you will take the initiative in the future, will you? Xia Qianju's lips curled into a playful smile, unable to resist teasing the adorable girl in her arms. Unlike in their childhood, when the towering figure always shielded her, the now petite Luo Wanning requires her gentle care. I understand. Luo Wanning nodded shyly. Xia Qianju was taken aback by Luo Wanning's willing agreement. Surprise gleaming in her eyes, soon replaced by immense joy. She believed that every investment would eventually yield returns, and the moment had arrived much sooner than anticipated. She found herself contemplating abandoning the meeting with the senior sister to rush home with Luo Wanning instead. However, Xia Qianju maintained a shred of rationality, suppressing her inner impulses as she ascended to Xianling Peak. Upon reaching Xianling Peak, the ancient trees thrived, casting shadows that obscured the sun in the distance. A few snow-white cranes frolicked by the lakeside, embodying tranquility and serenity to the untrained eye. This peak seemed no different from any other, yet Luo Wanning felt invigorated, even her previously numb legs showing signs of revival. What a marvelous fairyland! Luo Wanning marveled. Each disciple's mountain at the Falling Star sect possessed its own unique charm that if one were to rank vitality, Xianling Peak would undoubtedly take the lead, far surpassing the medicinal peak of Chu Xiangjiao and Su Zihong's Tiger Jump Gorge. Not to mention the Heaven Sword Peak, where Xia Qianju resided, a consummate swordsman. Xia Qianju cared little for her living environment. The flora on Heaven Sword Peak grew haphazardly, never having been meticulously cultivated. Furthermore, due to Xia Qianju's years of sword practice on the mountain, Heaven Sword Peak bore the brunt of her relentless training, rendering it somewhat unkempt. "Senior sister, you seem well." Moments later, gazing at the verdant figure standing at the pinnacle, Xia Qianju spoke in a detached tone that "It is indeed rare for you to visit me." Yi Qingshan replied, slowly turning, like a gentle breeze, exuding a calming presence. Her features were delicate, her countenance refined, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Her gaze, soft as moonlight, and the slight upturn of her lips conveyed a subtle smile capable of dispelling any gloom. "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, senior sister." Although Xia Qianju sought assistance, her frosty demeanor made her intentions seem far removed. "Follow me." Yi Qingshan beckoned, stepping forward, exuding a rich aura of life, as if the forest were bursting into bloom, with withered trees experiencing a rebirth. A multitude of vibrant spiritual butterflies danced around, rendering the atmosphere dizzying and surreal. By the time Luo Wanling regained her bearings, she found herself within a rustic treehouse, imbued with an air of primal simplicity. The treehouse was immaculate, adorned with cascading vines and fresh green shoots that contained a bed woven from vines, 2 wooden chairs, and a table set with 3 wooden cups. Luo Wanling was taken aback. She had not expected the senior sister of the Falling Star sect to reside in such humble quarters. "Is this what it means to return to simplicity? Please, have a seat," Yi Qingshan invited. Settling into one of the chairs, with a delicate gesture of her fingers, the 3 wooden cups filled with emerald tea. The rich aroma enveloped them, sweeping away fatigue and instilling a sense of clarity and refreshment. "No need." Xia Qianju stood resolutely by the chair, showing no intention of sitting down. "Senior sister, I have come to request that you refrain from disturbing junior sister Chu Xiangjiao for the next 3 days, as she is assisting me with alchemy." Xia Qianju, wishing to be succinct, cut straight to the heart of the matter. Yi Qingshan held a cup delicately, the emerald tea within beginning to bubble, its fragrance intensifying. Her gaze did not linger on Xia Qianju but rather rested upon Luo Wanling's face. Suddenly, her lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes soft yet seemingly all-knowing. "It appears that master has placed his wager upon her. How intriguing." Sipping her tea, Yi Qingshan continued, "I can acquiesce to your request, but you must leave her here. That is unacceptable." Xia Qianju rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps you should sit and enjoy a cup of tea while you contemplate your decision." Yi Qingshan's gaze was as gentle as spring water, yet beneath that softness lay an undeniable firmness. "Xiao Ning is not involved in this matter. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." Xia Qianju frowned, disliking the woman's approach. You still not comprehend?" Yi Qingshan smiled faintly, her slender fingers conjuring a droplet of crystalline green tea that coalesced into a sphere at her fingertip. "The seed within her was meant for me, a pact with master. However, since it was planted within her, this girl now belongs to me." "Absurd." Xia Qianju's expression hardened, gripping her 7-star sword, its fierce intent surging forth. "Junior sister Xia is indeed a prodigy of the sword. However, her training has been brief, and her strength is insufficient before me." Yi Qingshan chuckled lightly, the vines hanging from the ceiling quivering slightly, swiftly shattering the fierce sword intent. "What is your intention? Chu Xiangjiao can be of service to you, and the seed may also be bestowed upon this girl. I merely wish to converse with her privately." Before Yi Qingshan's words could settle, the vines descended with sudden ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Luo Wanling found herself ensnared, suspended in midair. "You have gone too far, senior sister." Xia Qianju's countenance shifted dramatically as she unsheathed her sword without hesitation. The icy sword light spread throughout the treehouse, causing the space to tremble slightly, yet the unleashed sword energy retracted as quickly as it had surged. "I merely stated that we would be having a conversation. Why must you take offense, junior sister Xia?" Yi Qingshan raised her hand slightly, her fingertip catching Luo Wanling's chin, adding, "Moreover, there are matters you would prefer this little girl not to discover, are there not?" "You have overstepped your boundaries, senior sister." Xia Qianju trembled with fury, The thought of this despicable woman touching her Xiao Ning was more painful than death itself. That Yi Qingshan leisurely withdrew her hand. Turning to face Xia Qianju, her gaze imbued with a mix of fondness and admiration. That I was correct in my judgment. We are, in essence, quite alike. Who is like you? Xia Qianju retorted coldly, relieved that Yi Qingshan had not crossed any further lines with Luo Wanning. Nevertheless, her feelings toward Yi Qingshan remained far from favorable. Alas, why Yi Qingshan's expression dimmed, a hint of despondency gracing her exquisite features. She slowly sat back down, sipping from her wooden cup. I truly cannot compare to you. You possess the courage to pursue what you desire, while I only became aware of my own feelings after she was gone, lamenting my past and regret. With a sigh, Yi Qingshan's fingers brushed against the vines. The spatial confinement lifted, and Luo Wanning was gently returned to Xia Qianju's embrace. Watching the two nestled together in happiness, Yi Qingshan felt a tinge of envy. Had she only summoned the resolve to fight for what she wanted back then, perhaps she would not find herself in this situation of life and death separation. Chapter 027. Do you wish to become her burden? Consider this my request. If she can find the temporal spiritual route, I hope that one day she might assist me in resurrecting someone from the river of time. Yi Qingshan spoke softly, her gaze revealing a hint of complexity. Humph. Once a person dies, they cannot be revived. Senior sister, rather than dreaming, it would be wiser to cherish the present and avoid repeating past mistakes. Xia Qianju retorted coldly. Even with the Eternal Immortal Sovereign's temporal spiritual route, entering the river of time would require at least reaching the 8th realm of tribulation. Even risking one's life to enter the river of time, finding a single individual amidst the vast multitude of beings would be an exceedingly arduous task. Xia Qianju had long held on to resentment regarding Yi Qingshan's ruthless rejection of that girl, which led to the latter's demise. She had no desire for Luo Wanning to take such risks on behalf of Yi Qingshan. I promise you, if I can accomplish it, Luo Wanning unexpectedly interjected, easing the increasingly tense atmosphere. Xiao Ning, you do not yet grasp the dangers involved. Do not hastily agree to a stranger's request. Xia Qianju frowned, yet the unwavering determination in the girl's eyes left her feeling somewhat helpless. Xiao Ning, you need not worry about her threats. After all, we are fellow disciples. If she dares to act against me, Master will surely impose severe punishment upon her. Xiao Ju, it is not merely because of that. Luo Wanning gently shook her head. Listening to the conversation between the two, combined with some information she had gleaned from Chuxiang Jiao, she had come to a tentative understanding of the conflict between them. It appeared that Yi Qingxian had once broken someone's heart, leading to the latter's demise, while Xia Qianju felt that the deceased was not worth mourning, holding a grudge against Yi Qingxian. Now, Yi Qingxian regretted her actions and wished to revive the lost soul, yet she had neglected her second junior brother, Li Qing, who pursued her at the foot of the mountain. She only realized the value of what she had after losing it, which had sparked Xia Qianju's discontent. However, Luo Wanning found it puzzling that Xia Qianju seemed vehemently opposed to the revival of the deceased. Could it be that she feared Luo Wanning might attempt to resurrect Mo Air in the future? If Xia Qianju truly thought this way, then she might be mistaken. Luo Wanning smiled gently, grasping Xia Qianju's hands. Little Ju, rest assured, I shall never forget the experiences we have shared, nor the affection and care you have shown me. Regardless of whether the deceased can be brought back to life in the future, my heart will forever belong to you alone. After enduring the sorrow of a family massacre, Luo Wanning gradually began to heal under Xia Qianju's tender care. She came to a clearer understanding of her feelings. Her sentiments towards Mo Air were more about responsibility, watching the innocent girl perish before her eyes. She genuinely wished to revive Mo Air, but that desire stemmed from guilt and compassion. In contrast, her feelings for Xia Qianju were rooted in heartfelt affection. They had grown up together, and her memories were always filled with the presence of Xia Qianju. From a young age, she had regarded Xia Qianju as her destined partner. Although they had been briefly separated for 5 years, now that they were reunited, she believed there would be ample time to understand every change in Xia Qianju. Little Ju, are you willing to create more beautiful memories with me? Gazing at that sweet smile, Xia Qianju's crimson lips trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She silently vowed to keep the exquisite Luo Wanning by her side forever. Little Ning, I am willing. Xia Qianju embraced the girl tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Observing from the sidelines, Yi Qingxian felt a mixture of emotions. Had she not rejected that girl years ago, perhaps she too would be experiencing such happiness now. Yet she was grateful that she still held hope for reviving the girl. As time quietly passed, Yi Qingxian watched the two become increasingly passionate in their kiss. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness and helplessness, she had initially thought their gestures would be brief, but it seemed they were on the verge of engaging in something indescribable in her room. While Yi Qingxian admired their courage, she could only clear her throat softly to halt their actions. Ahem. If you wish to continue, perhaps it would be better to wait until we return. Little Ning, let us go back now. Xia Qianju looked at the girl in her arms, blushing. Luo Wanning had always possessed a rather delicate beauty in her male form, and now, as a girl, she appeared even more charming and graceful. Xia Qianju certainly did not mind Luo Wanning's transformation. Regardless of her outward appearance, as long as she was Luo Wanning, that was sufficient. Wait a moment. Yi Qingxian quickly interjected, having some questions she wished to pose to Luo Wanning. If she missed this opportunity, she felt Xia Qianju might never allow her to spend time with Luo Wanning again. Senior sister, do you still have something to discuss? Xia Qianju's tone grew colder as she stepped back, still holding Luo Wanning. Yi Qingxian had already attained the realm of refining the void, wielding the power of the laws of life, making her currently unassailable. You are planning to head to the Time Ruins illusion next, right? I will accompany you. Xia Qianju frowned. Having Yi Qingxian present would indeed ensure safety. Moreover, Yi Qingxian possessed a unique physique, abundant in life force, and was familiar with healing techniques. If she remained nearby, they could receive timely treatment even in the face of danger. But you are in the refining void stage. I recall Master mentioning that the highest realm the Time Ruins illusion can accommodate is only the nascent soul stage. That is of no concern. I can suppress my realm. Yi Qingxian paused before continuing. Furthermore, I have been studying the laws of time for the past few years. Entering the Time Ruins illusion will also help you quickly locate the time spirit root. Xia Qianju still hesitated. Although having Yi Qingxian would enhance their sense of security, she desired to create a world of her own with Luo Wanning. Master has already given her consent. Very well. Xia Qianju reluctantly nodded. Realizing that since Master had agreed, she had no grounds to oppose, there is one more matter. Are you not going to assist junior sister Yunyao in eliminating someone soon? Why not leave this girl in my care? I will look after her well. Yi Qingxian's suggestion heightened Xia Qianju's wariness. Little Ning is mine. Only I can protect her. Xia Qianju firmly rejected, unwilling to let Luo Wanning out of her sight. Yi Qingxian smiled slightly, having prepared her argument in advance. But if you take her along to assassinate that person, setting aside the risks, the round trip alone would take more than a day. Wouldn't it? You may not feel fatigued, but what about this girl? She is still just an ordinary person. Can you bear to let her suffer? Seeing Xia Qianju deep in thought, Yi Qingxian continued. Consider this. If you were to go alone, wouldn't your speed increase significantly? You could complete the task more swiftly and have more time to spend with her. Wouldn't that be preferable? Xia Qianju seemed to waver slightly, prompting Yi Qingxian to add the final touch. She looked at Luo Wanning in Xia Qianju's arms. Little girl, Xia Junior sister's assassination task inherently carries risks. If she has to care for you as well, the chances of injury are quite high. Do you wish to become a burden to her? This indeed resonated with the turmoil in Luo Wanning's heart. She looked up at Xia Qianju and softly said, Little Ju, I will wait here for your return. Chapter 028. A foreboding crisis. Little Ning, you rest here well. I will return shortly. Ultimately, Xia Qianju had to relent, gently placing Luo Wanning on a wooden bed woven with vines. Luo Wanning was currently unable to move freely and required care. However, Xia Qianju had limited options. Chu Xiangjiao needed to refine pills and had no time to attend to Luo Wanning. And that mischievous girl made Xia Qianju uneasy. After weighing her choices, she decided to entrust Luo Wanning to Yi Qingxian for the time being. Although her relationship with Yi Qingxian was average, she deemed her more suitable than Yun Yao. Yi Qingxian was gentle and kind-hearted, considerate and nurturing, adept at taking care of others. Most importantly, she already had someone she cherished. As for Yun Yao, it was best left unsaid. Senior sister, please look after little Ning for me. I shall return soon, and I will prepare the reward. Xia Junior sister, we are already fellow disciples. It is only natural that we help one another. I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us, and if possible, I hope we can bury the hatchet and make amends. Yi Qingxian smiled warmly, extending a delicate hand. Xia Qianju frowned, casting her a cold glance, unwilling to shake hands. Yi Qingxian sighed in resignation. She genuinely admired Xia Qianju. There were few people in the Falling Star sect, and she did not wish for the atmosphere between fellow sisters to be so strained. Yet, the other party had always harbored prejudices against her, leaving her somewhat helpless. Just as Yi Qingxian was about to withdraw her hand, a delicate, boneless little hand gently grasped her wrist. Little Jew. Let bygones be bygones. As cultivators, we live long lives. We must always look ahead, don't you think? Luo Wanning interlaced their hands, smiling as she gently brought them together. Luo Wanning did not know what the future held, but she understood that Yi Qingxian would be accompanying them to the Time Ruins illusion. The Time Ruins illusion harbored hidden dangers, and Luo Wanning was aware that she possessed no combat capabilities. Merely being present without causing side effects would be a blessing. That if danger arose, the powerful Yi Qingxian would undoubtedly be far more valuable than her presence. She did not want Xia Qianju to be harmed, and she sensed that Yi Qingxian's goodwill was genuine, hoping for a more harmonious relationship between them. Could the past truly be left behind? Xia Qianju hesitated for a moment, biting her lip as she turned to Yi Qingxian. Senior sister, I look forward to your guidance in the future. There is no need for formalities, Xia Junior sister. I have learned much from you as well. Yi Qingxian smiled, glancing down at their clasped hands in disbelief. She had nearly given up, intending to slowly mend the rift between them after entering the Time Ruins illusion. Outside the two clasped hands rested two delicate, boneless little hands. It was their presence that allowed the two palms to unite. Yi Qingxian felt a twinge of melancholy. She had cared for Xia Qianju over the past 5 years since she joined the Falling Star sect. Yet, her 5 years of care could not compare to a single word from the one she loved. Xia Qianju withdrew her hand, casting a lingering glance at Luo Wanning. With a wave of her hand, she activated the 7-star sword and swiftly took to the skies. The quiet treehouse was left with only the two of them. Yi Qingxian turned and offered a cup of tea to Luo Wanning. Little sister, my name is Yi Qingxian. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning took a sip of the emerald green tea, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her, as though every pore in her body had opened up. Even her previously numb legs seemed to tremble slightly. Yet, unfortunately, her legs remained devoid of sensation. Sister Qingxian, do you know what is wrong with my legs? Is there any hope for recovery? Luo Wanning inquired, feeling that merely sipping a bit of tea had elicited a response from her body. Perhaps this gentle and ethereal beauty could heal her legs. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. As for your legs, that I cannot cure them, Yi Qingxian replied, shaking her head slightly, her gaze intricate. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed instead. That I understand. Thank you, Sister Qingxian. Luo Wanning delicately sipped her tea, falling silent. Various signs pointed towards a dreadful direction. Yet she was unwilling to believe it, or rather, she was seeking a solution to her predicament. The atmosphere fell into silence, with the two sipping tea alternately. Vines swayed gently, and a tender green leaf was plucked by Yi Qingxian, cradled in her palm. After a moment's hesitation, she presented it to Luo Wanning. Consider this a welcoming gift from me. Noticing Luo Wanning's confusion, Yi Qingxian elaborated. This ancient tree originates from the Phantom Wilderness, and its clear heart leaf can help you maintain clarity amidst the illusions of the temporal ruins. Luo Wanning examined the clear heart leaf in her palm. Merely holding it brought a jolt of mental clarity, as if her thoughts were racing. Thank you, Sister Qingxian. A glimmer of joy flashed in Luo Wanning's eyes. The temporal ruins hinted at myriad illusions, and possessing this clear heart leaf would enable her to remain sufficiently alert, perhaps aiding Xia Qianju at a critical moment. Carefully stowing away the clear heart leaf, Luo Wanning inquired, I have heard Lady Bai Ji mention the Netherworld Wasteland before. What sort of place is that? Previously, Luo Wanning was merely a mortal, only gleaning fragments of information about this continent from storytellers. Now that she had the possibility of cultivating, it was imperative for her to thoroughly comprehend this new land. This world is vast and boundless, broadly categorized into the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, a total of 12 regions. The 4 seas are Kanglan Sea, Bun Sea, Meyuan Sea, Linglan Sea. The 8 wildernesses are Qingshu Wilderness, Netherworld Wasteland, Qiyan Desert, Xianbing Plateau, Bu Marsh, Jinmong Desert, Songxiong Valley, Phantom Wilderness. Yi Qingxian shook her head slightly. This world is immense, and even the most profound cultivators cannot traverse every region. Nonetheless, exceptions exist. Our master is renowned throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and legends of her abound in every area that we are currently in Qingshu Wilderness, and the temporal ruins we are heading to lie in the netherworld wasteland, separated by countless miles. However, with our master's prowess and the assistance of Sister Yun Yao's teleportation array, crossing regional barriers is but a fleeting moment away. Luo Wanning paused, realizing Bai Ji's strength was far beyond her expectations. She stood nearly at the pinnacle of this world. Were it not for Xia Qianju, she might never have encountered such a supreme being. Yi Qingxian pondered for a moment, then leaned closer to Luo Wanning, lowering her voice. If you think we can act with impunity thanks to our master's might, you are gravely mistaken. Luo Wanning blinked in confusion. With such a powerful master, could they not do as they wished? In truth, our master's reputation is not particularly favorable. Yi Qingxian hesitated slightly before explaining. Our master has plundered countless resources across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and those aware of her power can only endure in silence. Therefore, this journey to the temporal ruins may be fraught with peril. You must be mentally prepared. Chapter 029. Luo Wanning's Transformation. Wu Xiaoju, I truly cannot eat anymore. Luo Wanning's cheeks were stuffed to the brim, her small mouth tightly sealed, emitting whimpering sounds. These elixirs were painstakingly procured by Xia Qianju, and even selling her would not suffice to purchase one. Yet, no matter how splendid the elixirs, moderation is key. Xiaoning, just eat one more. Xia Qianju found it amusing. Poking at Luo Wanning's slightly bulging belly, her fair and delicate skin resembled a peeled boiled egg, soft and warm to the touch, making Xia Qianju unable to resist. Xiaoning, you look like you are 3 months pregnant. Xia Qianju playfully leaned over Luo Wanning's belly, listening intently while mischievously toying with her delicate navel. Luo Wanning nearly spat out her mouthful. Hastily covering her mouth, Xiaoju, I feel so uncomfortable. Luo Wanning held her mouth, her face flushed, her expression tinged with pain. These elixirs were of remarkable quality, yet she was merely a mortal, unable to refine them due to her lack of spiritual energy. The medicinal properties had all accumulated in her abdomen, causing her belly to swell prominently. But don't worry, I am here. Xia Qianju chuckled, gently pulling the petite figure into her embrace. Infusing her spiritual energy into Luo Wanning's body aided her rapid refinement. Thanks to Xia Qianju's assistance, Luo Wanning's bulging belly visibly deflated. Once she swallowed the elixirs, they were also swiftly refined. Luo Wanning clenched her fists, feeling an unusual strength in her arms. Her skin was fair and lustrous, akin to exquisite jade, yet imbued with remarkable resilience. I feel as though I have grown stronger. Luo Wanning freed herself from Xia Qianju's embrace. Propping herself up on the bed, Xiaoning, you seem to have become even more beautiful. Xia Qianju produced a mirror, placing it before Luo Wanning. The girl in the mirror was playful and charming. Her large, bright eyes resembling 2 sparkling black jewels, shimmering with lively radiance. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently beneath her eyelids, akin to butterfly wings, each blink exuding a hint of playfulness. Her arched brows resembled 2 delicate crescent moons, lightly resting on her forehead. Her small, straight nose had smooth lines, imparting a sense of refinement. Her lips were slightly pouty, displaying a natural rosy hue, and when she smiled, the corners of her mouth would lift slightly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Her round cheeks, fair and translucent, appeared as though one could squeeze water from them, always adorned with a faint blush, lending her an extraordinary cuteness, although it might seem a tad narcissistic. Luo Wanning could not help but exclaim. So adorable. Luo Wanning pinched her cheeks, and the girl in the mirror mimicked her actions. At that moment, she finally believed that the adorable little girl in the mirror was indeed herself. I feel like I am almost starting to like myself. Luo Wanning couldn't help but jest. That one Xia Qianju leaned in, her cheek pressed closely against Luo Wanning's. Xiaoning can only like me. Luo Wanning felt somewhat helpless. Ever since spending a day with Yi Qingxian, Xia Qianju had become increasingly clingy, wanting to be close every day. Yes, Xiaoju, I only like you. This was also a rule set by Xia Qianju. She had to express her affection repeatedly each day to satisfy Xia Qianju. Xiaoning, I like you too. Xia Qianju poked Luo Wanning's lips, causing the latter's face to pale, her eyes revealing a hint of panic. Xiaoju, let us skip eating today. I really can't anymore. In a way, Xiao Ning must obediently listen. Luo Wanning pursed her lips. But she simply could not withstand Xia Qianju's affectionate teasing. In the brief moment of gasping for breath, another elixir was shoved into her mouth by Xia Qianju. The elixirs were of great value, and Luo Wanning couldn't bear to waste them, so she could only endure the nausea and swallow them down. In truth, the elixirs tasted quite pleasant, sweet, and delightful, but the sheer quantity Xia Qianju was feeding her was overwhelming. Time flew by swiftly in joyous moments, and before long, dawn broke brightly. After dressing Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju cradled her in her arms, stepping outside to board the seven-star sword, swiftly ascending into the sky. Now on the third day, upon their arrival, they found two figures already waiting outside the palace. Sister Xia, your late Chu Xiangjia was once again clad in a fiery red lace dress, her twin ponytails swaying lively at her sides, with white stockings adorning her slender legs, exuding cuteness and charm. Little junior sister, what are you doing here? Have you finished refining the elixirs I asked you to? Xia Qianju, upon seeing Chu Xiangjiao's cheerful demeanor, responded with a hint of annoyance. She had tirelessly gathered ample materials for Chu Xiangjiao over the past 3 days, only for the latter to hand over just a portion, claiming the rest would be refined later. Xia Qianju sighed in resignation, having no better options but to agree. Hee, I was worried that sister might urgently need the elixirs, so I thought I'd tag along for some fun. Chu Xiangjiao stuck her tongue out playfully. This instantly left the other three with black lines on their foreheads. They were risking their lives, yet in Chu Xiangjiao's words, it seemed to transform into an impromptu adventure. Xiao Ning, my elixirs are quite good, aren't they? You've become very adorable now, almost catching up to me. Chu Xiangjiao stood on her tiptoes, poking Luo Wanning's cheek, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. This was all her doing, after all. Xiao Ning is also mine to call. Without my permission, you are not allowed to touch her. Xia Qianju stepped back a couple of paces, hugging Luo Wanning, her expression growing more displeased. What? I can't even observe my own creation. Sister Xia, you're being a bit stingy. Chu Xiangjiao pouted, her big eyes looking up appealingly, wielding a charm rivaling Luo Wanning's. However, Xia Qianju remained unwavering, her gaze firm as she shook her head. Other matters could be negotiated, but when it came to Xiao Ning, there was no room for discussion. Sister Xia was not like this before. She has recently become increasingly peculiar. Chu Xiangjiao scrutinized both Xia Qianju and Luo Wanning, aware that Xia Qianju's transformation might be linked to Luo Wanning, though certain aspects remained perplexing. For instance, the recipe for the gender transformation elixir that Xia Qianju brought back seemed to coincide with the time of her change. The original Xia Qianju, though proud and aloof, dedicated to her sword cultivation, maintained a decent attitude towards her fellow disciples, especially with Chu Xiangjiao, who had collaborated with Xia Qianju for nearly 4 years. When she had just joined the Falling Star sect, feeling lost and helpless, it was Xia Qianju who gradually guided her to adapt to the life of cultivation, despite her exceptional talent in alchemy. Her accomplishments to date were not without Xia Qianju's support. Thus, she could most clearly perceive the changes in Xia Qianju over time. Chapter 030. Good sisters, wow, you all arrived so early. A beautiful young girl clad in a flowing white dress descended from the air, her bare feet lightly touching the ground, each step blossoming with golden light. Sister Yunyao, are you coming with us? Xia Qianju asked, somewhat astonished, sensing that their number might be a bit excessive this time. I am not going. Yunyao shook her head gently, casting a sidelong glance at the playful Chu Xiangjiao. I am not as simple-minded as the junior sister. After all, that is the time ruins illusion. Who are you calling simple-minded? I am merely eccentric and adorable, do you understand? Chu Xiangjiao retorted, somewhat displeased. Humph, if you ask me, that just shows you are spoiled. Who is it that secretly hid in my cloud sea array and cried when they first arrived at the sect? Chu Xiangjiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Yunyao. You wretched woman, peeping Tom, how was I to know someone lived in that cloud sea? Moreover, you shamelessly watched me cry for over a month. If it weren't for Sister Xiao pulling me away, I would have set your misty cloud peak ablaze. Yunyao clicked her tongue, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. What do you mean I was peeping? Clearly, it was you who trespassed into private property. If I hadn't discovered you in time, you might have starved in the cloud sea. Each time, I released you, and yet you were so ungrateful. You wretched woman, you could have just told me the first time. You clearly wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Humph, what is so interesting about crying? But it was the first time I've seen someone cry so hard they wet their pants. Aw, Chu Xiangjiao suddenly screamed, jumping 3 feet in the air as she covered Yun Yao's mouth. Don't say that. Don't say that. Chu Xiangjiao suddenly froze, noticing the playful glint in Yun Yao's eyes as her lips quivered, the corners of her mouth curving upwards uncontrollably. Chu Xiangjiao stiffly turned her head, only to find the astonished and shocked expressions of the other 3. As she suddenly felt disinclined to venture into the time ruins illusion, it seemed pointless. Life had abruptly lost its charm. Perhaps it would be better to stay at home and focus on alchemy. Little sister, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has their embarrassing moments. Just because they haven't been discovered doesn't mean they don't exist. Chu Xiangjiao paused, realizing that only Luo Wanning gazed at her with a different expression. The others found it amusing to varying degrees, but only Luo Wanning's eyes held encouragement. Suddenly, Chu Xiangjiao felt a connection. Perhaps she could become a confidant. Leaping down from Yun Yao, she was almost moved to tears, extending her small hands as she approached. Sister Ning, Sister Xiangjiao. Just as they were about to share a tender moment, a nonchalant voice interrupted. Isn't it about time? Luo Wanning also reached out her small hands, but in the end, she could not grasp Chu Xiangjiao's hand as she was swept away by Xia Qianju. Luo Wanning encouraged Chu Xiangjiao, of course, because she had experienced similar situations. Hearing about it now resonated deeply with her. The humiliation of that time remained vivid, and whenever she recalled it, she wished she could disappear into the earth. TSK, junior sister, the girl in Sister Xia's arms seems to be quite familiar with you. Do you know who she is? Yun Yao inquired curiously, crouching down to help Chu Xiangjiao. However, the latter merely shot her an exasperated glare. Then huffed. I want to tell you. Yun Yao shook her head in exasperation. She was not targeting Chu Xiangji, but found her too adorable to resist teasing. Yun Yao soared into the air, her skirt billowing, scattering a multitude of glistening spirit stones. The teleportation array was already prepared, requiring only the final touches. Yun Yao completed her preparations. Bai Ji's figure emerged slowly from the void. Everyone is here. Let us depart. The teleportation array flickered rapidly, consuming the spiritual energy from nearly 100 high-grade spirit stones. In a moment, the brilliance faded, and the spirit stones disintegrated into powder that amounted to a staggering sum equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. All gone in an instant. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust, as Yun Yao gazed at the desolate ground, feeling an immense pang of sorrow. Although these spirit stones were entrusted to her by Bai Ji, once they entered her possession, they naturally became hers. The sudden depletion of such a vast quantity made her feel as though a small piece of her heart had been carved away. Why only a small piece? Because Bai Ji had entrusted her with an overwhelming number of spirit stones that a wealthy family can waste resources, but there will eventually come a day when they run dry. Today's expenditure would have to be deducted from the stipends of the 4th and 5th junior brothers. A month seemed insufficient, so let us start with 2 years. Yun Yao, pleased with her clever solution, couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. After passing through Chu Xiangjiao's spirit herb peak, she casually plucked a few rare herbs. A master of formations, she had set up most of the sect's arrays. Entering her fellow disciples' peaks was no more challenging than entering her own backyard. She also picked up some treasures at Tiger Jump Gorge and Light Sound Valley, then leisurely returned home. When passing by Xia Qianju's Heavenly Sword Peak, she didn't even spare it a glance. She knew without entering that it would be utterly empty, devoid of anything valuable. Roar! The dragon's roar was deafening as the majestic white dragon tore through the void, creating a deep, ethereal portal. Enter. Within lies the time ruins illusion. The rest is up to you. The group was transported to the ethereal wasteland, and Bai Ji had no intention of lingering, immediately using her abilities to tear through the void. Master, farewell. You must think of me. Chu Xiangjiao's eyes brimmed with tears, mist swirling as she turned back repeatedly, waving goodbye. Just moments ago, she had been full of joy and curiosity, but now she felt as if parting for life and death. Bai Ji glanced at Chu Xiangjiao, gently pointing, causing her to tumble head over heels into the portal. Take care, master. Having witnessed Chu Xiangjiao's earlier experience, Yi Qinxian and Xia Qianju dared not speak further. The former had already sealed part of her cultivation, while the latter held Luo Wanning tightly. Prepared, the two hurried into the portal, their figures gradually vanishing into the void. Bai Ji lightly tapped her fingertip, and the dragon's roar ceased as the white dragon's silhouette entered her body. The the portals slowly fading away. It had been a long time since she last visited the ethereal wasteland. She wondered how many resources those old-timers had amassed for her. It was only right that she made this trip personally. She couldn't return empty-handed. The space trembled slightly, and Bai Ji's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 031. Time Ruins Illusion. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting its rays upon the ancient ruins. Once a grand palace, it now lay in ruins, desolate and forlorn. The towering walls, eroded by time, were covered in moss and cracks, exuding an air of profound antiquity. The exteriors of ancient buildings bore the scars of wind and rain, their bricks revealing the passage of time. Within the ruins, wild grass and vines grew unchecked, emerging from crevices and rubble, entwining with the remnants of walls. A few ancient trees stubbornly thrived amidst the ruins, their foliage lush yet solitary. As the wind rustled through the leaves, they whispered softly, recounting the tales of this land's transformation. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of the wind and the occasional bird call. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, forming shafts of light that crisscrossed, rendering the ruins even more mysterious and desolate. Beneath the light, dust danced in the air, as if time had frozen, everything captured in that singular moment. Suddenly, the space quaked violently, and a small, fiery red figure tumbled forth. Wow! Xia Qianju's bottom collided with the wall, finally halting her momentum. She quickly covered her sore backside and stood up. Is this really the time ruins illusion? Luo Wanning gazed curiously at the desolate and dilapidated scenery around them. It seemed strange. Yet there appeared to be no immediate danger. She suddenly wrinkled her nose, sniffing thoughtfully, murmuring, "What a peculiar scent. Is there a scent?" Xia Qianju inquired, puzzled, as she raised her nose to sniff the fresh air mixed with the fragrance of earth. Detecting nothing out of the ordinary. Yi Qian, standing nearby, shared her confusion, having sensed nothing amiss either. This should be the outskirts of the time ruins illusion, but it is rife with hidden temporal rifts and bizarre illusions. Everyone, please exercise caution. As the eldest sister, Yi Qian assumed her responsibilities, positioning herself at the forefront to protect her two younger sisters and one future sister. Xia Qianju blinked her eyes, curiously poking here and there. Unable to contain her excitement, "Little junior sister, it would be wise for you to exercise caution," Yi Qian cautioned. However, Xia Qianju's insatiable curiosity was evidently beyond containment. Ever since joining the Falling Star sect, she had been preoccupied with alchemy for her senior brothers and sisters, never straying beyond the confines of the sect. Although she had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones, she had yet to experience the joys of spending them. And her pent-up desire was reaching a breaking point. Now that she had finally been granted permission to venture out and play, she was as exuberant as a frolicking puppy. "Rest assured, senior sister. Master has entrusted me with a life-preserving treasure. I shan't face any peril," Xia Qianju declared confidently, patting her small chest with a triumphant expression. "Master is surely spoiling you," Yi Qian replied with a hint of exasperation. Though Xia Qianju could be a tad mischievous at times, her lively and spirited nature was endearing to all, even to the aloof Bai Ji. The four did not opt for flight but chose to advance slowly on foot. With each step, Yi Qian would pause to keenly sense her surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of hidden dangers would she continue on their journey. The peculiar scent seemed to intensify with each passing moment. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. She was uncertain whether her sense of smell was compromised, but she felt as if a faintly strange odor permeated the air. "Sister Xia, have you perhaps used too much of the perfume I concocted for you?" Xia Qianju inquired, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. If it were the citrus-scented perfume she had crafted, she should have been able to detect it. "No, I've hardly used it lately," Xia Qianju replied, shaking her head, her gaze gentle as she looked at the girl in her arms. Indeed, she no longer needed such embellishments. "It's not the perfume on Xiaoju, it's the scent in the air," Luo Wanning remarked, her keen sense of smell heightened since forging a pact with the White Spirit Dog King. She still recalled the delightful citrus aroma that Xia Qianju had previously exuded, which she rather enjoyed, though she was puzzled as to why Xia Qianju had ceased using it. Nevertheless, even without perfume, Xia Qianju's natural fragrance was quite pleasant, since none of you have noticed it. "Perhaps it's merely an issue with my sense of smell," Luo Wanning mused, uncertain, as she had yet to discern the source of that peculiar odor. Ahead lay the ruins of a structure. Yi Qian initially considered circumventing it, but Xia Qianju was adamant about entering. "Senior sister, Might you be overreacting? Master permitted us to enter the temporal ruins not for leisure, but for a purpose. How can we retreat before encountering any danger? Yi Qingxian found some merit in Chu Xiangjiao's words, yet her irritation grew upon seeing the resolute expression on the girl's face. She was merely trying to ensure everyone's safety, yet in Chu Xiangjiao's eyes, it had turned into a trivial matter of recreation. She playfully tugged at Chu Xiangjiao's cheek and huffed, "If you wish to enter, then you shall lead the way." Chu Xiangjiao recoiled slightly, shaking her head vigorously. "No, no, no. Senior sister holds the highest rank and should naturally go first. We junior sisters should follow behind you and collect whatever treasures may lie in your wake." That Yi Qingxian shot her an exasperated glance before stepping forward into the ruins. While they were here to have fun, she would never take the life of her little junior sister lightly. Senior sister is the strongest. Senior sister is the best. Chu Xiangjiao cheered from behind, her twin ponytails bouncing playfully, a sight that elicited laughter even from Xia Qianju. Only Luo Wanning remained solemn, her brow furrowed, as she detected the strange scent growing more pronounced, likely emanating from the ruins ahead. "There may be danger ahead. We should proceed with caution," she advised. Yi Qingxian heightened her vigilance accordingly. However, upon entering the ruins, they encountered no immediate threats. Amidst the crumbled stones, a few weathered bones were faintly visible, but nothing else of note. "Sister Xia, could the peculiar odor you mentioned be emanating from these bones?" Chu Xiangji queried as she poked at the bones with a fire stick from her storage ring. The bones, having endured the ravages of time, crumbled upon contact, yet they did not emit any strange scent that it should be, Luo Wanning speculated, diligently examining the surrounding illusions. She could sense that the odd odor originated from this very spot. Yet apart from the scattered bones, there was nothing else to be found. These deceased predecessors were rather unfortunate, leaving behind naught of value. Chu Xiangjiao rummaged through the bones, hoping to uncover some legacy from her predecessors. But to no avail. Just as she shattered the last bone, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. The ruins split open with a crack, and Chu Xiangjiao, caught off guard, plummeted downward. "Little junior sister," Xia Qianju exclaimed, swiftly drawing forth her seven-star sword and dashing towards Chu Xiangjiao. Luo Wanning seized the moment to grasp Chu Xiangjiao's wrist. Her body had been enhanced by a medicinal pill, and her strength was formidable. Easily pulling Chu Xiangjiao back to safety, Xia Qianju furrowed her brow slightly. But given the urgency of the situation, she refrained from voicing her concerns. "Hold tight. I will lift you all up." Chapter 032. Truth? Illusion? Xia Qianju soared through the air on her sword. But before they could break free from the ground, a sudden, violent pulling force erupted from below. The three of them plunged rapidly downward, their vision engulfed in darkness. And all that could be heard was Yi Qingxian's distant call. "You have fallen into the illusion. As long as you maintain your resolve and do not allow the illusion to sway your emotions, I will be able to rescue you in 10 minutes." In the darkness, Luo Wanning felt the reassuring grip she had held slip away, along with the warm embrace that had cradled her. It was as if she had tumbled into an endless abyss, her body in freefall. "Xiangjiao, can you hear me?" Luo Wanning shouted with all her might, yet her lips moved without sound. A state of vacuum? A term suddenly sprang to mind, but as Luo Wanning furrowed her brow in contemplation, she could not grasp its meaning. It seemed familiar, yet she could not recall. Was it possible that the memory loss pill had caused me to lose part of my memory? Yet, from birth until now, my memories have been intact, without any issues. Luo Wanning recalled the memory loss pill that Chu Xiangjiao had previously administered to her, but she had not felt any gaps in her memory afterward, leading her to believe it was merely a flawed product. There was no time for further reflection. Shadows began to materialize within the surrounding darkness. The illusions varied for each individual, reflecting the deepest and most profound scenes from within their hearts. Without needing to look closely, Luo Wanning knew what images would emerge. The massacre of the Luo family. The illusion seemed to replay from the beginning, not yet reaching the moment of the assailant's attack. Dark clouds obscured the sky, heralding an impending storm. Beneath the eaves, the lanterns glowed red, exuding an air of festivity. In front of the Luo family, a groom clad in crimson awaited eagerly, though his expression did not mirror the excitement of those around him. His lowered brow and eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. That day, I wore such an expression. Luo Wanning could no longer recall her feelings at that moment. But now, seeing the illusion replay, she realized she had not been as elated as she had imagined. Young master, someone seeks you at that moment. A gray-haired old servant hurriedly approached the groom that Fu. After all these years by my side, can you not temper your hasty nature? As his voice faded, a middle-aged man emerged from the Luo family estate. Gesturing for two guards to escort the old servant away, and no matter what calamity befalls us today, it must wait until my son has welcomed the bride. The middle-aged man needed no introduction. He was Luo Wanqing's father. Luo father approached the groom, straightening his garments and offering a few words of counsel before turning back towards the Luo family, raising his gaze to the heavens. The dark clouds continued to gather, ominously rumbling in the distance. The perspective abruptly shifted, revealing a bandit stronghold housing over 100 individuals that a young girl stood poised with a sword, while kneeling before her was the chief of the Black Wind Bandits. Hey Yacha knelt in supplication, repeatedly bowing his head. Spare me, my lady, spare me. It is not that I refuse to comply, but I lack the time to reach the Luo family 20 miles away. The girl's features remained obscured, rendering her true visage unrecognizable, yet the 7 gemstones embedded in her long sword shimmered like stars that I shall transport you there. Rest assured, if you follow my plan, I will allow you to live. The familiar voice echoed in Luo Wanqing's ears, prompting her to slowly close her eyes. Illusions stem from the heart, and due to the previous hints, a hint of suspicion towards Xia Qianju began to brew within her. Even though she continually reassured herself that this was merely conjecture without any evidence, the illusion still managed to unearth her innermost secrets and materialize her doubts, crafting a tragically logical scenario. The intent, undoubtedly, was to stir Luo Wanqing's emotional turmoil. Ultimately, an illusion is but an illusion. Luo Wanqing took out a calming leaf and placed it in her mouth. As the surrounding phantoms began to fade, there was no longer any need to witness further. Whether truth or illusion, she still desired Xia Qianju to tell her in person. Surrounding her was a dim underground space, and Luo Wanqing lay upon the cold ground. She assessed her physical condition. Discovering she had not sustained any injuries, the light was dim, limiting her vision to merely 3 to 5 meters ahead. Woof woof, a flicker of white light revealed a fluffy little dog emerging from the back of Luo Wanning's hand. Climbing along her arm and settling on her shoulder, the soft little pads on its tiny paws gently pressed against Luo Wanning's head. Xiaobai, I'm fine. Luo Wanning shook her head, cradling the white spirit dog in her palms. Even a little dog could sense the sorrow within her heart. Why couldn't Xia Qianju understand? If only you could take me away, Luo Wanning whispered softly. Remaining by Xia Qianju's side merely allowed her to bask in her tenderness and affection, but the truth of her situation would forever remain elusive. However, now was not the opportune moment to leave Xia Qianju, for she lacked the ability to fend for herself. Without Xia Qianju, she was nothing. Admittedly, this might sound selfish, but without Xia Qianju, she truly struggled to survive. Woof woof, as if sensing its owner's thoughts. The white spirit dog began to grow, swiftly transforming from a small pup into a large canine. With long, snow-white fur and a body nearly 2 meters long, 2 fleshy wings unfurled from its back. And it began to soar gracefully into the air. Xiaobai, Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the miraculous transformation of the white spirit dog. But why had it not changed in such a manner when she encountered the centipede at the beast sect stronghold? Was it still in a developmental stage? Had it just now acquired this ability? Come here, Xiaobai, Luo Wanning beckoned, and the white spirit dog obediently lay down before her, with her hands braced against the ground. Luo Wanning climbed onto the broad back of the white spirit dog. The creature flapped its wings, seemingly dispelling much of the surrounding darkness. After flying for a while atop the white spirit dog, Luo Wanning spotted 2 figures lying on the ground not far away. It was Xia Qianju and Chu Xiangjiao. Both had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly trapped in a dream. Unaware of their surroundings, the white spirit dog landed beside Xia Qianju, and Luo Wanning reached out to caress her soft cheek. Xia Qianju's delicate brows furrowed, as if she were experiencing some form of torment. Xiaoju, are you suffering just as I am? Luo Wanning sighed, her mind racing with thoughts over the past few days. That fateful night had shattered her past. It was Xia Qianju who had given her the courage to continue living. But if the one responsible for her devastation was indeed Xia Qianju, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Thus, she had always refrained from directly inquiring, evading the question out of fear of hurting Xia Qianju's feelings. Qianju, I must leave you for a while that I hope you can seriously contemplate and eventually reveal to me the truth of that night. Luo Wanning gently stroked Xia Qianju's cheek, her heart heavy with reluctance. Having previously lacked the means to move, she now resolved to take a risk and depart for a time, with the white spirit dog as her mode of transport. Time was of the essence. Yi Qingxian would soon be on her way. Luo Wanning hesitated momentarily before gently prying open Xia Qianju's lips, slipping the Qingxin inside. Xiaoju, wake up quickly. We must leave. Wolf the white spirit dog flapped its wings, swiftly carrying Luo Wanning away. Chapter 033. Xia Qianju's Inner Demons. Why? How dare you take my little Ning? The sword plunged repeatedly into the young girl's cheek. The delicate maiden, today's bride, wilted abruptly in the most beautiful moment. Finally, a strike to the throat. With focused pupils, a flicker of clarity sparkled in her eyes as Xia Qianju gradually awakened from her madness. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and the red veil slipped down, once again shrouding the bride's face. How could this happen? I merely wished to force them to annul their engagement and take little Ning away. I never intended to kill her. Xia Qianju sat helplessly on the ground, her gaze vacant, her expression wrought with anguish. The seven-star sword fell to the ground, its 7 red gemstones glimmering with an eerie light. Fairy, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. May I take my leave? The Dark Knight Fork cautiously inquired, his heart filled with dread. The fairy's frenzied slaughter had sent chills down his spine, making even him, a notorious villain, shudder. The methods of an immortal are unfathomable, their temperament, ever-changing. The Dark Knight Fork dared not provoke nor question her. Bewildered by her alternating laughter and sorrow, he simply wished to hastily depart with his brothers. Yet the fairy appeared lost in a trance, offering no response. He tentatively queried, Fairy, your silence implies consent. Still, there was no answer, and the Dark Knight Fork dared not linger. The task you entrusted me, I shall remember. I hope you will honor your promise and spare my life. The Dark Knight Fork quietly withdrew from the Luo family estate, racing 20 li through the mountain roads back to Blackwind Stronghold. Returning to the stronghold did little to ease his anxiety. He was restless, uncertain if the fairy would uphold her end of the bargain. He had contemplated disbanding the stronghold and fleeing, but as an ordinary mortal, how could he escape the grasp of an immortal? Beneath the night sky, the cold wind howled with fury, and large raindrops fell from the heavens, as if weeping for the loss of life. Xia Qianju gazed at the frail body sprawled on the ground, momentarily dazed. Was this still her little Ning? Only by transforming her into this state can no one contest for your beloved. Can they? A hoarse voice echoed in Xia Qianju's heart, startling her, and her expression shifted abruptly. Who are you? Show yourself. The 7-star sword shot forth, its 7 azure gemstones radiating blinding brilliance. I am the truest desire buried deep within your heart. You may call me your inner demon. Nonsense. I am a sword cultivator, my heart clear and free. How could I harbor an inner demon? Precisely because you are the purest of sword cultivators, possessing the most untainted emotions. When your feelings shatter, I, the powerful one, am born. The sinister voice sent a chill coursing through Xia Qianju, yet she retorted, my feelings have not shattered. I have returned to bring little Ning along to cultivate immortality. She loves me, and I love her. We are mutually affectionate. But your little Ning has still married another woman, has she not? Impossible. This cannot be true. Xia Qianju clutched her head, her eyes bloodshot, her expression contorted with a hint of hatred. She cherished Luo Wanning, having devoted 5 years to arduous training, all to reunite with her. The moment she learned of Luo Wanning's marriage, it felt as if the sky had fallen. Xia Qianju had made ample preparations. If Luo Wanning agreed to elope with her, it would be a joyous outcome. If she refused, she intended to use pills to transform Luo Wanning into a girl and, in her moment of utmost despair, to heroically sweep in and reclaim her heart. Alternatively, she could confine her forever, restricting her freedom. Yet, Luo Wanning had not met her, not even granting her a single chance to see her. Xia Qianju felt herself teetering on the edge of madness. How could childhood sweethearts be outdone by a sudden rival? This was unacceptable. At that moment, Xia Qianju nearly lost her sanity. Yet, her resolve as a sword cultivator remained firm, and she made meticulous arrangements. But when she beheld the newlyweds stepping hand in hand across the threshold, she could no longer contain the turmoil within her. By the time she regained her senses, the slaughter had already ceased. Impossible. You are not my inner demon. I am merely at the golden course stage. How could I give rise to such a vile inner demon? Whether you believe it or not, I exist within your heart. Xia Qianju tightly shut her eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Her fingers splayed as she grasped the seven-star sword. You are not my inner demon. You are the remnant will of the waning moon. When my master ordered me to eradicate you, I could never locate your trace, so you have been residing within me all along. You are not entirely foolish. But alas, you cannot expel my existence unless you call upon your master. The hoarse voice suddenly took on a lighter tone, the deep male voice transforming into a gentle female one as she laughed softly. However, before Bai Ji kills me, I can easily eliminate your little beloved. Or perhaps you wish for your beloved and I to perish together. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? You are merely a feeble consciousness. It must be exhausting for you to speak. How could you possibly harm little Ning? Xia Qianju scoffed, and having grasped the nature of the entity before her, she gradually regained her composure. I may not be able to kill others, but your little beloved is an exception. Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, glancing down at Luo Wanning, who had already transformed into a girl, her expression changing drastically. Could it be that the pill recipe was intentionally left behind by you? Not too dim, but alas, it is already too late. This is impossible. I had my junior sister examine it. And the recipe was indeed flawless. Xia Qianju's voice weakened, her confidence waning. Your junior sister may possess exceptional talent in alchemy, but she is merely a minor alchemist. I am a supreme master of alchemy. With a mere flick of my hand, how could she possibly discern my handiwork? What do you want? Xia Qianju's resolve faltered. The Luo family had already met their demise. She could not allow Luo Wanning to suffer any further. I do not seek much. I merely wish to inform you that you are a pawn in Bai Ji's ascension plan, and only I can assist you. It is inconceivable. My revered master has taught me the ways of immortality and nurtured me. Before Xia Qianju could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted. That was merely an initial investment. Little girl, as a senior, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Those not of our clan will surely harbor different intentions. What do you mean by that? Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, a vision of a white dragon suddenly surfacing in her mind. You must have sensed it long ago. Bai Ji is not human, but rather a white dragon. I was the celestial being responsible for banishing her from the immortal realm. But alas, I fell victim to her treachery, leaving me with only a fragment of consciousness. So what? My master treats me as her own child. In order to enhance my cultivation, she has sought various resources from across the seas and realms. The illusion abruptly halted, and Xia Qianju jolted awake from the vision. Realizing something foreign in her mouth, she slightly parted her ruby lips and expelled a vibrant green leaf. Is this not the clearing heart leaf that senior sister gifted to Xiaoning? How could it have ended up in my mouth? Could it be that she has already awakened? A sense of unease crept into Xia Qianju's heart. This illusion was enigmatic and unpredictable, and it was highly likely that Luo Wanning had already uncovered the truth behind the massacre of the Luo family. Although it was not born of her true intent, she had, indeed, taken the life of Luo Wanning with her own hands. Luo Wanning did not know how to face her, and thus left behind this clearing heart leaf as she departed. Xia Qianju brought the leaf closer to her nose, still retaining the scent of Luo Wanning. She beckoned with her hand, and the seven-star sword soared through the air towards her. Xiaoning, wait for me. Do not leave me. Chapter 034. The Rift in Time and Space. Sister Xia, why haven't I seen the other two? Yi Qingxian had spent some time dispelling the illusion and hurriedly arrived to find Xia Qianju anxiously ascending. Little sister is still below, but Xiaoning is nowhere to be found. Senior sister, have you seen Xiaoning? Xia Qianju inquired with urgency, having searched the area below without spotting Luo Wanning's figure. Yet, Luo Wanning's legs were crippled. She could hardly move, so where could she possibly have gone? No, I was just up there and did not see that girl come out. Yi Qingxian responded, somewhat astonished. But upon observing Xia Qianju's panicked expression, she sensed something amiss. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingxian gently asked, could it be that your transformation of her into a girl and the limitation of her mobility have been exposed? It could be worse than that. Xia Qianju sighed. The massacre of the Luo family was known only to those involved with the presence of the Moonlight Fairy. Others believed that Xia Qianju was infatuated and had gone so far as to alter the gender of the one she cherished to keep them close. But that was the extent of it. These matters are neither trivial nor significant. After all, the two truly loved each other. One could argue it was merely a form of flirtation, albeit an unconventional one. Furthermore, Xia Qianju possessed the elixir to revert Luo Wanning back, and extracting the forbidden spirit chi would not cause her any serious harm. At least, that was what they believed. In reality, Xia Qianju had already crushed another elixir, fearing it might pose a problem. Thus, Luo Wanning would forever remain a charming girl. Little sister is still below, but currently in a state of unconsciousness. I will leave her in your care. Senior sister. I must go find Xiaoning. All right, once little sister awakens, we shall assist you in searching for that girl. Xia Qianju nodded and swiftly departed, while Yu Qingxian descended to the bottom, cradling the giggling Chu Xiangjiao, who was lost in the illusion. This little fool is truly carefree. Even the illusion cannot stir the sadness within her. Yu Qingxian chuckled helplessly, reaching up to retrieve a hairpin from her locks, gently placing it on Chu Xiangjiao's forehead. Little fool, the sun has risen. It is time to awaken. Chu Xiangjiao rubbed her eyes and turned her head, noticing the surrounding illusions had vanished, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. Where did it go? I was just watching two little dogs quarrel, and it was getting exciting. Why did it suddenly end? Which two little dogs? It was senior sister and third senior sister. Chu Xiangju paused, blinking her big innocent eyes. If I were to say it was fourth senior brother and fifth senior brother, would you believe me, senior sister? Do you think I would believe you? Yi Qingxian grinned, her pearly white teeth glimmering faintly, sending a shiver down Chu Xiangjiao's spine. Wow, 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 senior sister is going to bite. Senior sister is really turning into a little dog. Chu Xiangjiao shrank her neck, breaking free from Yi Qingxian's embrace and fleeing into the distance. I wonder where you think you can run? Yi Qingxian chuckled coldly, leisurely pursuing her as though she were a cat toying with a mouse. Senior sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise I will never call you a little dog again. Forgiveness is not out of the question, but you must agree to refine pills for me free of charge for 3 years. Chu Xiangjiao instantly bristled. The sole joy she derived from alchemy was collecting exorbitant fees. Now Yi Qingxian had the audacity to demand it for free, and for 3 years at that. Was she trying to kill her? Dream on. I will never help you refine pills again unless you gift me your treehouse as an apology. Otherwise, you can forget it. Very well, you dare to defy senior sister's orders. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Hee hee. Let's see if you can catch me first. Chu Xiangjiao stuck out her tongue and made a silly face before darting away. Yet, she had barely taken 2 steps when she suddenly let out a shriek. Senior sister, save me. I fell into a rift in time and space. Little sister, Yi Qingxian's expression changed drastically as she rushed over. But the rift in time and space was unlike these illusions. It swiftly engulfed Chu Xiangjiao's form, and then the rift closed rapidly, returning the space to tranquility. Damn it, how could a rift in time and space appear here? Yi Qingxian suddenly had a realization and looked upward. There was only one exit that I was guarding. Since Luo Wanning did not emerge from that exit, it is highly likely she also fell into the rift in time and space. I must find Sister Xia quickly. Otherwise, as time passes, the spatial coordinates will be lost, and locating them will become even more arduous. Yi Qingxian soared upward, her body gliding swiftly as if carried by a gentle spring breeze. Soon, she spotted Xia Qianju, who was floundering like a headless fly, her face pale and fraught with anxiety. Sister Xia, I believe I have found the whereabouts of Luo Wanning. Below, there is a rift in time and space. Just now, little sister accidentally fell into it. So I suspect Luo Wanning did as well. Xia Qianju's eyes brightened at this revelation. She had indeed overlooked this possibility. However, the rift in time and space is unstable, and entering it requires a great deal of luck. Where is the rift? Let us hurry. The two returned to the bottom, but the location where the rift had been was now entirely unremarkable. Yi Qingxian plucked the ancient wooden hairpin from her hair and gently pointed it toward the void ahead. Greenery blossomed, and a rich aura of life began to permeate the air. Simultaneously, the space rippled, revealing a rift that flickered in and out of visibility. Time seemed undisturbed. It was likely that only the spatial coordinates had shifted, and fortunately, the coordinates were not too distant. Yi Qingxian glided her hand, gradually stabilizing the rift in time and space. Stay close to me. Saying this, Yi Qingxian stepped into the rift first. Xia Qianju glanced back at the empty space below, gritting her teeth before following into the rift. Should she choose the wrong direction, she might drift further away from Luo Wanning this time. Chapter 035. A change of Mount Xiaobai. Are you all right? Luo Wanning looked at the panting white spirit dog king with concern. The white spirit dog king had been carrying her through the depths of the earth, but it seemed to have inadvertently collided with something, causing their surroundings to transform. Currently, she found herself near a volcano. In the distance, the volcano's mouth belched thick smoke, seeming on the verge of eruption at any moment. Thus, Luo Wanning urged the white spirit dog king to hasten, yet it appeared to be exhausted. Panting heavily and sticking out its long tongue after only a short distance. "Never mind, just let me down for a bit to rest." Luo Wanning shook her head helplessly, although she was anxious about the potentially erupting volcano. The white spirit dog king had indeed reached its limit. Its form quickly shrank, returning to the contract symbol on Luo Wanning's hand to recuperate. "Ouch, that's hot." Luo Wanning propped herself up and shifted to sit on another rock. However, the two stones were not much different. Both were painfully hot. She gathered some dry twigs from her surroundings to cushion herself, which alleviated the burning sensation to some extent. Yet, she still worried that she might end up being scorched. That would be too tragic. Without Xiaoju, I do feel somewhat helpless. Luo Wanning sighed, holding on to her hopes for a bright future as she endeavored to survive. Is anyone out there? Please come and carry away this adorable little loli. Luo Wanning lamented, knowing that the white spirit dog king still required half an hour of rest, while she was left to sit idly during this time. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and suddenly, white smoke erupted from the distant volcano. Oh no! Luo Wanning's face turned pale with fright. Setting aside the possibility of a volcanic eruption, even the billowing white smoke could be lethal to her. Luo Wanning braced herself against the ground, intending to back away a bit. However, just as her palm touched the earth, she quickly withdrew it, her delicate palm turning bright red from the heat. However, this was not enough to plunge Luo Wanning into sorrow, for far more desperate events had already transpired. Oh no, the fire is burning my bottom. Sparks danced upon the dry branches, and although Luo Wanning swiftly extinguished them, it was only a matter of time before a conflagration erupted. Should she perch upon the withered limb and risk a fiery dairy, or sit upon the ground and endure a direct scorching? Luo Wanning found herself grappling with this grave dilemma. If possible, she certainly wished to avoid sacrificing her posterior. Oh dear, the volcano is about to erupt, just as Luo Wanning succumbed to despair. An excited cheer suddenly echoed from a distance. She raised her gaze to see a petite figure bouncing towards the smoking volcano, utterly unconcerned about her slightly curled twin ponytails. Where could Xiaoju be? A flicker of joy ignited in Luo Wanning's eyes. She was not prepared to meet Xia Qianju just yet this moment. Chu Xiangjiao's unexpected appearance felt like a timely boon. Nay, a stroke of fortune amidst the flames. Chu Xiangjiao, who's calling my name? Just as Chu Xiangjiao was exulting over the flames, she heard a voice from behind. She initially thought it might be Yi Qingxian come to drag her back to alchemy. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized it was not Yi Qingxian. Could that be Luo Wanning, seated on the ground, roasting her rear? Chu Xiangjiao shaded her eyes, peering through the swirling smoke to discern the figure in the distance. It indeed appeared to be Luo Wanning, but what sort of mischief was she up to, roasting herself at the volcano's edge? Regrettably, she would have to postpone her exploration of the volcanic eruption. As a supreme fire spirit root, Chu Xiangjiao had long been accustomed to alchemy and was somewhat disappointed to not be able to witness the volcano firsthand. However, she sensed that if she ventured in for a quick look, Luo Wanning might end up as little more than a charred remnant. Flames surged upward, and with a swift motion, Chu Xiangjiao activated her two windfire wheels, wobbling her way to Luo Wanning's side and lifting her onto her back. Little Ningjia, you really ought to refrain from playing with fire. It's likely to lead to bedwetting. Luo Wanning was left speechless. Had she been able to run away, she surely would have. Yet, seeing Chu Xiangjiao's serious expression, she nodded gently, sensing that Chu Xiangjiao might have genuinely experimented with the very antics she described. Let us depart quickly. This place is not suitable for lingering. Very well. After securing Luo Wanning on her back, Chu Xiangjiao's already precarious flight became even more unstable, nearly colliding with a protruding rock. Luo Wanning found herself reminiscing about Xia Qianju's 7-star sword and her warm embrace. Hee, little Ningjia, I apologize. My flying wasn't quite right. It seems your foot might have bumped against a stone. Chu Xiangjiao chuckled sheepishly, as it was her first time carrying someone while flying. And it proved far more challenging than she had anticipated. It's all right. I hardly felt it. Had you not come to rescue me, it might have been much worse than a mere foot injury. Luo Wanning glanced down at her somewhat misshapen right foot. Though unbroken, It appeared slightly swollen. Don't worry, little Ningjia. I am a master alchemist. Even if I had to detach your foot, I could certainly reattach it. Chu Xiangjia was surprisingly composed, casually producing a pill and placing it into Luo Wanning's mouth, although she had been consuming pills to the point of nausea these past few days. She had no choice but to swallow it down. However, just as she did, Chu Xiangjiao's body trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic. Luo Wanning sensed something amiss. Her throat burned, and her abdomen began to cramp painfully, causing her to frown. You wouldn't have given me the wrong pill, would you? Ha! How could that be? Chu Xiangjiao chuckled awkwardly before producing another pill and placing it into Luo Wanning's mouth. As the second pill went down, Luo Wanning felt the burning sensation in her throat subside and the cramping in her abdomen dissipate. Little Ningjia, open your mouth for another. This one is for treating your foot injury. Just as Luo Wanning was about to protest, another pill was shoved into her mouth. The efficacy was astonishing. Before long, the swelling in her ankle indeed vanished. The third pill is for treating foot injuries. But what were the first two for? Little Ningjia, please don't be angry. If you tell senior sister Xia, I'm done for. Just tell me. You've saved my life, and I won't report you. Well, the first was a fire poison pill, and the second was an antidote. But rest assured, little Ningjia, my pills are of guaranteed quality. If it says poison, it's poison. If it says antidote, it's an antidote. With no lingering side effects. Is that so? Luo Wanning expressed her skepticism, yet acknowledged that Chu Xiangjiao held a rather unique status within the sect and was indeed highly regarded, which indirectly affirmed the credibility of her master alchemist credentials. It seems there are two figures ahead. Luo Wanning squinted, focusing on the two sudden silhouettes emerging in the distance. They did not resemble the senior sister or the sixth sister. Chu Xiangjiao also noticed the figures ahead. The two men were robust, sporting thick beards and fierce expressions, looking decidedly untrustworthy. Xiangjiao, let us avoid them. We should not stir up trouble. Hee, little Ningjia. You clearly misunderstand. As a senior in the realm of cultivation, allow me to impart a few principles of our world. Chu Xiangjiao grinned mischievously, revealing her small tiger teeth. First, I am at the golden core stage, while they are merely at the foundation establishment stage, putting me at an advantage. Secondly, one must know how to feign weakness to lure in the unsuspecting, and in turn, one must also know how to be the predator, devouring the prey. Lastly, and most crucially, these two are simply too ugly. They deserve a beating. Chapter 36. The Power of Chu Xiangjiao. Big brother, look, those two young ladies are actually approaching us. Little brother, it seems we haven't had a taste of fresh meat in quite some time. Today is perfect for a feast. Thank you, big brother. The two men swaggered towards the girls, brandishing their hefty blades with a swaggering demeanor. Hey, this mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. What big brother says is right. Hearing their words, Luo Wanning felt considerably reassured. She had initially thought that everyone who entered the Shi Huanjing would be prodigies of exceptional talent. Now it seemed that even those with questionable intellect could gain entry. After all, who would utter such awkward lines if they were of sound mind? Little Ningjia, you rest here for a moment and witness my true prowess. Chu Xiangjiao set Luo Wanning down upon a smooth stone. They were now a safe distance from the volcano, thus avoiding any further burns. How interesting. You actually dare to challenge us. My brothers, I truly wonder who has bestowed upon you such bravery. The brothers exchanged glances, encircling Chu Xiangjiao. They showed no signs of underestimating their opponent's small and charming appearance, instead preparing for a fierce confrontation. Oh, Chu Xiangjiao was taken aback. She had intended to feign weakness to eliminate one of them, ensuring Luo Wanning's safety with the remaining foe. However, to her surprise, both men charged at her simultaneously. Bang! Chu Xiangjiao drew a long sword, swiping it through the air, igniting flames along the blade. The two blades clashed, and Chu Xiangjiao's body quivered, stepping back 2 paces. The men's eyes sparkled with delight. They had initially thought Chu Xiangjiao was a disciple of some powerful sect. To their astonishment, she appeared so fragile and was easily overwhelmed. Their guard lowered, allowing Chu Xiangjiao to seize the opportunity and thrust her sword forward. Splattering crimson, you wretched girl, how dare you injure my brother? One man staggered, clutching his severed arm and wailing, while the other lunged forward, intent on avenging his sibling. Ha! Just in time, as Chu Xiangjiao realized her sneak attack had succeeded. She deemed it unnecessary to conceal her strength any longer. Inferno! Flames roared to life, the temperature soaring as she swung her sword, unleashing a torrent of fire. This is bad. She is indeed a golden core expert. Big brother, run. We've fallen into a trap. The younger brother's expression darkened as he seized the injured man and turned to flee without hesitation. It was too late to escape now. Xia Qianju, riding the windfire wheels, instantly appeared above them, her sword poised to strike with a wave of searing flames. Big brother, activate the time fragment, or we'll both meet our end today. Time freeze. The severed arm man fished out a palm-sized shard of jade from his pocket. Raising it overhead, the jade shard radiated brilliance, freezing the flames that had just coalesced in midair, rendering them motionless. Even Xia Qianju seemed affected, suspended in midair, unable to react. Kill her. No. The time freeze can only last for 3 seconds. We cannot break through her defenses. The injured man regained composure, quickly assessing the situation, and turned to flee with his brother. After 3 seconds, Xia Qianju broke free from her constraints, regaining her ability to move. Strange, is this a manifestation of the power of time? She shook her wrist. Although she had the means to escape, the two men had not counterattacked, and she preferred not to waste her trump cards. Nowhere to run. With her windfire wheels propelling her, Xia Qianju swiftly caught up to the two men. Time freeze. In that fleeting moment, the brothers created some distance once more. However, Xia Qianju quickly regained ground after recovering. This cycle continued several times, and the two men's expressions grew increasingly grim. Little brother, once I freeze her again, we'll split up and see if we can find an opportunity to subdue that girl seated on the ground. Understood, big brother. The two individuals resolved to wait until Xia Qianju caught up with them once more. The man with the severed arm raised the time fragment again, preparing to immobilize Xia Qianju. However, at that moment, a petite figure clad in snowy white suddenly darted out from the side, biting down on the time fragment and swiftly fluttering away with its tiny, fleshy wings. My time fragment. The man shouted in exasperation, attempting to reclaim it. Yet, midair, Xia Qianju let out a cold laugh and swung her sword downwards. Second brother, save me. Elder brother, fare thee well. The younger brother, having exhausted all options, realized that attempting to rescue his elder sibling would likely lead to both their demise. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon him. However, the younger brother was somewhat presumptuous. After Xia Qianju struck down the elder brother, she swiftly pursued him. Wait, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Black Bull gang. I care not for your Black Bull or White Bull. Xia Qianju retorted with a dismissive huff, severing his head with a single stroke of her sword. After searching the bodies, disappointment etched across her face. She found that they possessed no treasures of value whatsoever. The only peculiar item was indeed the time fragment. Sister Xiaoning, you even have a little winged dog. It looks so adorable. Xia Qianju, though familiar with the White Spirit Dog King, had never observed it closely before. Now, she discovered its charming attributes. Fixating on the White Spirit Dog King perched on Luo Wanning's shoulder, she rubbed her hands together eagerly, her gaze aflame with desire. Little Bai is very affectionate. If you wish to pet it, just be gentle, Luo Wanning offered as she handed the White Spirit Dog King to Xia Qianju. The girl found herself utterly defenseless against such fluffy, delightful creatures. Wow, it's so soft, Xia Qianju exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to fondle the little dog cradled in her palms. The White Spirit Dog King lay in perfect compliance, exposing its soft belly for her to stroke. Wow, wow, wow. It's licking my hand. So smooth. It feels wonderful. Xia Qianju's eyes sparkled, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinarily amusing. Sister Xiaoning, can you sell me this little dog? I can trade you a plethora of elixirs or spirit stones in exchange. Not for sale. Little Bai is very important to me, Luo Wanning replied, shaking her head. After all, Little Bai was a gift from Little Orange, and she could never part with it. How is this time fragment used? Luo Wanning inquired, holding the palm-sized fragment, unable to discern any peculiarities. Yet, she finally understood the strange scent she had detected earlier. It emanated from the time fragment. This indicated that the ruins they had previously explored likely contained time fragments. Though they had failed to uncover them, Sister Xiaoning has no vital energy, so she cannot use it. Allow me to demonstrate, Luo Wanning said, offering the time fragment to Xia Qianju, who did not take it. Instead, a petite white shadow snatched it away. Woof! The White Spirit Dog King clutched the time fragment in its mouth, landing on Luo Wanning's shoulder, whining incessantly. However, Luo Wanning was baffled by its intentions that I feel like it wants to eat this time fragment. Chu Xiangjiao crouched down, curiously examining the white spirit. It recognizes you as its master, offering what it deems delicious to you. When it saw you presenting it to me, it snatched it back. It seems to be quite loyal to you. It wouldn't dare consume it without your consent. Luo Wanning lifted the white spirit dog king and said, if you want to eat it, then go ahead. Although she understood that the time fragment might be significant, the white spirit dog king's companionship was her most vital asset. Woof. The white spirit dog king barked twice before swiftly biting the time fragment into pieces and swallowing it whole. Its tiny wings flapped gently, and the white spirit dog king emitted a joyous yelp before leaping into the design on Luo Wanning's hand. Is the time fragment truly that easily crushed? Luo Wanning pondered, somewhat astonished. She had previously toyed with it in her hands. While its jade-like texture was relatively soft, it possessed considerable resilience. A knife or axe would likely struggle to shatter it. Yet it had been effortlessly chewed to bits by the white spirit dog king. Luo Wanning now discerned that the white spirit dog king was far from an ordinary low-tier mutated spirit beast. After all, it had previously expanded in size to carry her through the air, albeit for only a brief duration. The time fragment is unique. I sense that when Little Bai emerges next time, there will be considerable changes. Chapter 037. She flees. She pursues. I can smell the time fragment's scent. We must hurry, Luo Wanning exclaimed, perched on Chu Xiangjiao's back. Her expression grave. I have a premonition that it may be closely related to the temporal spiritual root we seek. All right, Chu Xiangjiao replied with a gentle nod, sharing a similar intuition. After all, appearing in the time ruins mirage and being connected to time likely constituted a condition for locating the temporal spiritual root. Luo Wanning lifted her nose to sniff delicately, when suddenly her expression shifted. She detected a familiar aroma. Glancing back, she realized that although she could not yet see any figures, Little Orange might be approaching. She was not keen on encountering Xia Qianju at this moment, preferring to wait until she had discovered a means to revive her parents and Moer. Quickly. There's a scent of time fragments that way. Let us depart, Luo Wanning urged, pointing in the opposite direction. Sister Xiaoning, why the rush? Look at this magnificent landscape, rich in spirit and charm. If we hurry along, we might miss the beautiful scenery along the way. Wouldn't that be a loss? Chu Xiangjiao ambled leisurely through the picturesque terrain, as though on a leisurely tour with an elderly travel group, though she too bore a task entrusted by Bai Ji. She deemed the mission inconsequential compared to her enjoyment. Naturally, joy took precedence. Luo Wanning felt a headache coming on. She truly had no way to deal with this carefree little girl. Sister Xiangjiao, my sense of smell is quite acute. Not far ahead is a rich fruity aroma. If we delay, we may find it all harvested. Hearing Luo Wanning's words, Chu Xiangjiao's eyes brightened momentarily before quickly losing interest. Sister Xiaoning, as a mortal, you may not have experienced fine delicacies. My spiritual herb garden is abundant with fruits. Once we return, you can feast to your heart's content. Chu Xiangjiao pouted. As a prodigy in alchemy from a prestigious family, she was not easily tempted by culinary delights. Nonetheless, she quickened her pace slightly, for they were in the time ruins mirage, the place of eternal immortal sovereign's inheritance. Perhaps there truly existed delicacies she had never encountered before. Yet, Chu Xiangjiao's pace remained too slow, and Luo Wanning sensed that the distance to Xia Qianju was continually diminishing. Growing anxious, Luo Wanning racked her brain for a way to entice Chu Xiangjiao. Sister Xiangjiao, the two individuals we just eliminated belong to the Black Bull gang. I suspect they likely have accomplices nearby. Those ahead competing with us for fruits may very well be their allies. After a moment of thought, Luo Wanning added, perhaps we should avoid them. If you struggled against those two, encountering others who are stronger could spell trouble for us. The simple tactic of provocation proved exceedingly effective. Chu Xiangjiao's expression soured at the mention, frowning as she shot Luo Wanning an irritated glance. Sister Xiaoning, I did not exert my full strength earlier. Otherwise, I could have incinerated them with a single blaze. Ah, yes. What do you mean by that, Sister Xiaoning? Do you doubt my capabilities? Of course not. Sister Xiangjiao is a master alchemist. Even if she is not adept in combat, she can easily dispatch these lowly foes. However, it is prudent to steer clear of them. Encountering them could lead to complications. Humph, Sister Xiaoning, watch closely. I shall deal with them now. Chu Xiangjiao huffed, her feet manifesting two blazing wheels of fire, flames roaring as her speed surged dramatically. A smirk crept onto Luo Wanning's lips, her eyes gleaming with delight. She is still just a child. so easily duped. A narrow line of fire scorched the air as a figure streaked past. An hour later, Xu Qianju, panting heavily, retracted her fiery wheels and landed back on the ground. Sister Xiaoning, is your sense of smell reliable? How have we run for so long without encountering the sweet fruits you mentioned? She set Luo Wanning down on a nearby dead tree trunk while wiping the sweat from her brow. The fatigue in her body was secondary. Her vital energy had dwindled significantly. Strange, I distinctly detected the scent emanating from this direction. How could we not find it? Luo Wanning continually apologized in her heart but could only feign confusion. Sister Xianjiao, perhaps it is time for a brief rest before we continue our search. With that, Luo Wanning noted that she could no longer detect Xia Qianju's scent, indicating they had put some distance between themselves. However, it was peculiar. She had been able to smell little orange from such a distance earlier. Contemplating, Luo Wanning recognized that while her sense of smell was sharp, it did have its limits. Earlier, she could not see Xia Qianju at all yet was able to detect her scent. That was more acute than a dog's nose. Yet, it seemed this extraordinary ability only applied to Xia Qianju. She could not perceive the sense of others. Sister Xiaoning, since we have some time to spare, why not tell me about your story with senior Sister Xia? Xu Xiangjiao inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She simply could not fathom how the proud sword prodigy Xia Qianju could harbor feelings for such an unremarkable girl. It seemed utterly implausible. Indeed, love is inherently devoid of reason and logic. Some individuals experience love at first sight, while others develop feelings over time. Some accompany their beloved for a lifetime, yet this does not necessarily equate to genuine affection. Xu Xiangjiao remains oblivious to these intricacies. She simply harbors a yearning and longing for an idealized love, wishing to glean some knowledge in advance. As for my tale with Xiaoju, Luo Wanling paused momentarily, her gaze tinged with nostalgia. A myriad of past events flickered in her mind, though none bore particularly thrilling imagery, only the gentle warmth of shared moments and laughter. After a brief contemplation, Luo Wanling began to speak. Xiaoju and I were born simultaneously. Our families residing in close proximity, we were childhood companions, sharing a profound bond. In her youth, Xiaoju was exuberant and lively, often dragging me into mischief, climbing trees, fishing in rivers, pilfering chickens and ducks from neighbors, and raiding gardens for fruits and vegetables. This led to a chorus of complaints from the villagers, who even dubbed her the little demon king of mischief. Is this truly how senior Sister Xia was in her childhood? Xu Xiangjiao inquired, somewhat astonished. She had assumed that Xia Qianju had always been aloof and cold, but it appeared that such a transformation occurred only after her ascension. Indeed, the little Jew was utterly adorable. Although she frequently caused trouble, the consequences were seldom severe. She was merely a tad mischievous, Luo Wanling replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a benevolent father. Interestingly, Xiaoju's personality bears some resemblance to your current self. I wonder what transpired after her departure that led to her present demeanor. How could I possibly resemble her? Xu Xiangjiao shook her head vigorously. There is only one innocent and charming little loli like me in this world. Haha, Luo Wanling chuckled softly, finding Xu Xiangjiao's cuteness irresistible, both in appearance and character. Truly a flawless blend of soft, adorable, and proud. And what of you, Sister Xiaoling? How were you in your childhood? Xu Xiangjiao curiously inquired. Me? Luo Wanling hesitated momentarily, then furrowed her brow slightly. I often took the blame for Xiaoju, comforting her during her moments of distress. Her voice gradually trailed off, as she sensed something amiss. It is typical for children aged 5 or 6 to be lively and spirited. Yet her cautious demeanor and talent for poetry seemed extraordinary. Furthermore, after Xia Qianju caused trouble, she would proactively assist her, uttering some inexplicable sweet nothings. The affection Xia Qianju bore for her appeared to stem from a nurturing relationship cultivated since childhood. Am I a pervert? Luo Wanling pondered, questioning her feelings. While she held no peculiar preferences for young girls, caring for Xia Qianju seemed understandable. But what was the meaning behind her tender words? Was it merely because they had been betrothed as children? Was there anything amiss? Observing Luo Wanling lost in thought, Xu Xiangjiao regarded her with curiosity. There's something wrong. Nothing. Our bond has always been strong, Luo Wanling replied. That doesn't seem quite right. Xu Xiangjiao gently shook her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as her brow furrowed. If your relationship were merely good, senior Sister Xia would never have exhausted her savings to procure such a multitude of elixirs for you. There must be some unspoken secret between you. There? Luo Wanling felt perplexed that in her memories. Although she cared deeply for Xia Qianju, she had never crossed any boundaries. She was not a pervert. Chu Xiangjiao fixated her gaze upon Luo Wanling's eyes, a flicker of suspicion crossing her mind. Could it be that the amnesia pill I previously administered to her has caused issues? Yet she quickly dismissed this foolish notion. She was a master alchemist, a paragon of the alchemical arts. Her elixirs could not possibly have failed. If the fault did not lie with her, then it must reside within Luo Wanling. There were surely details she had not divulged. TSK, love is indeed a troublesome affair. Chu Xiangjiao pouted. Although the Falling Star sect had only 7 disciples, the interpersonal dynamics were quite complex. Yi Qingxian's beloved had perished, vowing to resurrect her, while the second senior brother relentlessly pursued Yi Qingxian, yet remained unrequited. Xia Qianju was willing to alter the gender of her beloved to keep them close. The fourth and fifth senior brothers pursued Xia Qianju, but it was evident that their endeavors would yield no fruitful results. They were merely devoted admirers. As for senior sister Yunyao, it seemed she had never been rumored to have any affections. With a sigh, Chu Xiangjiao scratched her head, lamenting that it appeared only she and Yunyao were dedicated to their cultivation within the Falling Star sect. Ironically, Yunyao was the very person she detested most. The third senior sister, with her heart of a serpent and a facade of charm, it was no surprise that no one liked her. I am nothing like her. Chu Xiangjiao huffed softly, a vision of that woman flashing in her mind, stirring a sense of unease within her. Let us take our leave. We have rested long enough. She did not wish to prolong the conversation, swiftly hoisting Luo Wanling onto her back as they sped away on the winds. Not long into their journey, Chu Xiangjiao's eyes brightened slightly as she caught a whiff of a rich, fruity aroma. Sister Shaoling, your sense of smell is astonishing. You can detect this scent from 4 or 5 dozen miles away. She marveled, while Luo Wanling could only awkwardly touch her nose. Though her olfactory senses were indeed sharp, not every scent was within her detection range. This robust fragrance had only guided Chu Xiangjiao after she had noticed it moments before. Ahead, the landscape remained desolate, a wasteland of ruins, amidst which stood an enigmatic fruit tree. Towering at approximately 7 meters, its trunk was thick and twisted, as if bearing witness to the passage of time. The bark was riddled with deep fissures, reminiscent of scars etched by the years. Its branches were bare, save for a solitary, vibrant yellow fruit dangling from the tips. The fruit was the size of a fist, resembling a ripe navel orange, yet it shimmered with a yellow luminescence, suggesting something extraordinary. Is there truly someone here? Chu Xiangjiao exclaimed, astonished at the sight of 7 or 8 individuals gathered beneath the tree, their demeanor suggesting they had been waiting for quite some time. Could they possibly be members of the Black Bull gang? Luo Wanling paused, having spoken her thoughts aloud, and she had merely mentioned it in passing. It seemed improbable that such coincidences could exist in the world. The scent of the fruit bore a striking resemblance to that of the time fragments, which is why she had failed to discern it earlier. Furrowing her brow, Luo Wanling noted that not only was there the aroma of the fruit, but also that of the time fragments. Xiangjiao, be cautious. They possess. Luo Wanling inhaled sharply. They carry at least 3 time fragments. After a moment's contemplation, she gently shook her head. We should retreat. With me as a burden, it would be inconvenient for you to act. This time, Luo Wanling was not merely employing reverse psychology. She genuinely harbored concerns. Yet at that moment, Chu Xiangjiao's unwavering gaze remained fixated on the yellow fruit, her eyes alight with excitement. It's the orange flame fruit. Its mutation is a result of the influence of the temporal abyss. No wonder I didn't detect it sooner. With a mischievous grin, Chu Xiangjiao thought, if it were any other fruit, she might have easily let it go. However, having laid eyes on the orange flame fruit, she was determined not to miss it. Sister Shaoling, you rest here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Chu Xiangjiao carelessly set Luo Wanling down against the crumbling wall of the ruins, eagerly making her way toward the fruit tree. Luo Wanling stared in disbelief as Chu Xiangjiao ventured away, wanting to call out to stop her, but fearing to alert the guardians of the fruit tree. Sighed since she chose to take action. She must possess a certain confidence in her success. Luo Wanling sighed in resignation, rubbing her backside. Though she felt no pain, the suddenness of her fall had nearly left her rear in tatters. This little loli was indeed unreliable. She needed to regain her mobility as soon as possible. Gazing at the small dog pattern on the back of her hand, she noted that the white spirit dog king remained in slumber, leaving her uncertain as to when it would awaken. Just then, Luo Wanling abruptly lifted her head, her gaze directed toward the distant horizon, as if she had caught sight of a figure racing toward her through layers of obstruction. Xiaoju is coming, Luo Wanning murmured softly, her heart a tumult of emotions. For Xia Qianju to find her location so swiftly, it must have come at a considerable cost. The concern, worry, and profound love Xia Qianju held for her. Turning her gaze toward Chu Xiangjiao, she observed that the latter had stealthily approached the group of 7. It seemed Chu Xiangjiao had consumed a pill that concealed her presence, for the 7 men remained oblivious to her existence. The orange flame fruit quivered slightly, its surface suddenly igniting in a brilliant yellow flame. Ha ha ha. Our arduous vigil for 7 days and nights has borne fruit. The orange flame fruit is finally ripe. Congratulations, brother, on acquiring the orange flame fruit. With this fruit, you shall surely ascend to the nascent soul stage. The 7 men stood, their excitement palpable as they gazed at the fruit poised to fall from the branch. Suddenly, the temperature surged, and a petite figure darted in, snatching the orange flame fruit with a swift motion before vanishing into the distance. Hee, thank you all for your diligent guardianship. Chu Xiangxiao's laughter echoed in the air, leaving the remaining 7 men in stunned silence. Their expressions blank. Moments later, the leader regained his composure, his face contorted with rage. Damn thief, returned the orange flame fruit. After her, the 7 men leaped onto their swords, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Chu Xiangjiao had vanished. However, the last of the group suddenly halted. He cast a puzzled look toward a corner of the ruins. There's still someone hiding here. Could it be that little thief's accomplice? Sighed as she gazed at the figure racing toward her from afar. Luo Wanning sighed in resignation. Chu Xiangjiao is still too reckless. Although she has drawn most of the fire away, the remaining adversary is not one she can handle. The person hiding behind the wall should come out. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Wanning couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she could come out, she would have fled long ago. Receiving no response, the young man furrowed his brow and raised his sword. Boom! The sword energy shattered the wall, causing it to tremble and stir up clouds of dust. Luo Wanning felt helpless. Surely she wouldn't be crushed by falling debris. She had no choice but to claw her way out from the ground. Is she disabled? The young man stared, momentarily stunned, at the petite figure crawling on the ground, seemingly devoid of any capacity to resist. She allowed the stones to strike her body, and even a trickle of blood began to seep from her forehead. Just an ordinary person? As Luo Wanning watched the young man approach slowly, her gaze fell upon the exquisite pattern on the back of her hand. Unfortunately, at this moment, the design appeared dull and lifeless. The white spirit dog king seemed to be still in slumber. Who are you to that little thief? I do not know her. Luo Wanning shook her head repeatedly, insisting that she was merely hiding here. No matter how eloquently she spoke, her words could not dispel the young man's suspicions. He chuckled darkly. If you won't confess, I have my ways of making you speak the truth. With a sinister grin, he sheathed his sword, his eyes lingering on the slender, delicate legs that peeked out from beneath her skirt. Luo Wanning froze for a moment, realizing she was indeed a charming young girl. Previously, she had been engulfed in anguish due to the massacre of her family. And although she had gradually emerged from her sorrow, she had mostly spent time with Xia Qianju. Regardless of whether she was a boy or a girl, Xia Qianju's affection for her had never wavered. This had led her to believe that gender was not of paramount importance. However, now, upon witnessing the young man's lewd expression, she realized her vulnerability as a delicate girl. She could accept injury or even death. But she absolutely did not want to endure humiliation. Wait, Luo Wanning shouted, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet the young man showed no signs of halting in response to her cry. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. The distance diminished, and Luo Wanning picked up a fragment of stone from the ground and threw it at the young man. But before it could reach him, it suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha. This beautiful little loli turns out to be just an ordinary person. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. The young man laughed heartily, especially exhilarated by the sight of her panicked face. Don't come any closer. Luo Wanning felt a surge of despair as she hefted a stone the size of her head and hurled it with all her might. Her physique had been enhanced, delivering a blow equivalent to that of an adult's full strength. However, before the stone could reach the young man, it shattered with a thunderous crash. What to do? What to do? In such a moment, the figure of Xia Qianju flashed through Luo Wanning's mind. Xia Qianju had murdered her entire family. Such hatred was hard to extinguish, yet Xia Qianju had also genuinely loved her, protecting her at all costs, even exhausting her family's fortune and incurring numerous debts on her behalf. Luo Wanning was tormented, finding it incredibly difficult to make a choice. Therefore, she chose to evade. But in this critical moment, she couldn't help but long for Xia Qianju. Little Ning. Just then, a voice pierced through the void like a clap of thunder. Luo Wanning turned sharply, her gaze landing on two figures rushing towards her. Among them, a brilliant sword light surged forward, accompanied by a fierce wind that roared like a dragon. Who goes there? The young man's expression changed drastically. Just from the speed of these two, he knew he was no match for either of them. It was too late to run now. This seemingly disabled little girl appeared to be of great importance to them. The young man's thoughts raced as he quickly assessed the situation. Though the two were fast, he was close enough. Just as he reached out to grab Luo Wanning, a piercing voice echoed in his ears like the screeching of a vengeful spirit. Dare you touch little Ning? The young man instinctively flinched, his hand freezing in midair. Hesitating to descend, he suddenly had a premonition that if his hand landed on the girl, he might meet a horrific end. Yet, if he did not seize this girl as leverage, would he escape death? It seemed that no matter how he chose, a tragic fate awaited him. Damn it, I might as well die from holding my breath. The young man gritted his teeth, seizing Luo Wanning's long hair and lifting her up. Luo Wanning felt a sharp pain in her scalp as her face contorted in agony. She reached out, attempting to grasp the young man's arm to alleviate the pain, but a cold sword was pressed against her neck. Don't move, or I'll kill you right now. Luo Wanning swallowed hard, all her weight hanging on her hair, but compared to her life, she could only endure the pain. Stop, or I will kill this girl first. The young man bellowed, and the two swiftly advancing girls came to an abrupt halt. The young man looked at the two girls, then at the loli he held, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Today was indeed his lucky day. Of course, whether he could capitalize on this luck depended on his next actions. Let go of little Ning, and I will spare your life, Xia Qianju shouted urgently. Her eyes fierce, the brilliance of her 7 stars soared gleaming ominously at her feet. Yi Qinxian glanced at Xia Qianju beside her, speechless. She understood Xia Qianju's overwhelming concern at this moment. However, threatening the young man like this would hardly compel him to release Luo Wanning. As expected, upon hearing her words, the young man's expression darkened. He had anticipated this but still wished to negotiate and seek a glimmer of hope. You leave me no choice. The young man pressed down on his sword, the blade leaving a shallow cut on Luo Wanning's fair neck. You bastard! How dare you harm little Ning? I will tear you to shreds. Xia Qianju roared like a frenzied lioness, charging forward. Oh, you really think I won't kill her? The young man was startled, and his sword dug deeper into her flesh, blood flowing and staining the blade. This was his only bargaining chip, yet the other party seemed utterly disinclined to negotiate. Was he about to flip the table? The young man hesitated. He could kill the girl at any moment, but once he did, he would undoubtedly meet his own demise. Yet, seeing the crazed state of the girl before him, he felt uncertain. Wait, I can let her go first. Just don't kill me. As he saw the girl charging at him like a madwoman, the young man chose to back down, realizing the stakes were too high. Luo Wanning's body slipped down, but before she could fall to the ground, Xia Qianju caught her tightly in her embrace. Little Ning, I'm sorry. I didn't take care of you well enough. Boo-hoo. Luo Wanning remained silent, staring blankly at the headless corpse on the ground. The clean cut and the horrific state of death bore a striking resemblance to Mor's demise. Chapter 040. Everything is Xia Qianju. Little Ning, after taking the healing elixir, do you feel any better? Xia Qianju gently wiped the blood from Luo Wanning's neck, applying a layer of soothing ointment, then securely wrapping it with gauze. Don't be afraid. I swear I will never let you leave my side again, and I will ensure you are never harmed. Listening to Xia Qianju's heartfelt words, akin to a lament, Luo Wanning withdrew her gaze from the headless corpse. She reached out to wipe away the tears that fell from Xia Qianju's eyes and embraced her gently. Little Ju, thank you for coming to save me. Luo Wanning's words were soft, yet her pain far exceeded that of a heart pierced by an arrow. Love and hatred intertwined, making it immensely difficult for her to decide if the murderer were not Xia Qianju. She could unhesitatingly fall in love with the girl holding her. If the childhood friend were not Xia Qianju, she could easily kill the girl in her embrace, but everything traced back to Xia Qianju. Little Ning, Xia Qianju lowered her head slightly, eagerly kissing Luo Wanning in her arms, but the latter turned her face away, evading the kiss. Little Ning? Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback, observing the complex expression on her face, and her heart sank. For reasons unknown, she grasped Luo Wanning's chin and pressed her lips fiercely against hers. Possessively, she kissed her. Little Ju, Luo Wanning, already injured, was unable to resist Xia Qianju, even if she were completely unharmed. Moments later, Luo Wanning gazed at Xia Qianju's remorseful face, her heart growing heavier. Little Ning, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have when you were hurt. Luo Wanning closed her eyes, the sound of Xia Qianju's endless apologies filling her ears. She had emptied her mind, unwilling to accept any external reactions. Junior sister Xia, perhaps she should rest for a while. Yi Qingxian could no longer bear to watch, and spoke up in comfort. She recognized that her own girl had once pursued her with similar fervor. Leading to her immense annoyance, in Xia Qianju, she seemed to see a reflection of that girl from the past. Little Ning is injured. She should indeed take a moment to rest. Xia Qianju glanced at the girl in her arms, whose eyes were tightly shut, reassuring herself that little Ning's earlier resistance was merely due to shock, not because she disliked her. Seeing Xia Qianju settle down, Luo Wanning slowly opened her eyes, although Xia Qianju had already made her head spin. She had not forgotten that Chu Xiangji was currently being pursued by others. Sister Xiangjiao has fled in that direction. 6 people are chasing her. We must hurry to save her. After speaking, Luo Wanning nestled back into Xia Qianju's embrace. Falling silent, her gaze cast downwards, her expression forlorn. All right, I will go rescue the junior sister. Xia junior sister, please stay here and take care of her. Yi Qingxian remarked, deliberately granting the 2 individuals a moment of solitude. Hoping that both might find some tranquility. No, let us go together. Xia Qianju shook her head, for her affection for Luo Wanning surpassed all else, now that Luo Wanning was safely nestled in her embrace. She had the luxury of time to rescue her junior sister, Chu Xiangjiao. Very well, Yi Qingxian continued, having previously treated Luo Wanning's injuries, assuring that her life was not in peril. With Yi Qingxian riding the winds and Xia Qianju mounted upon the 7 stars sword, they moved with astonishing speed, akin to lightning, soon discovering the whereabouts of Chu Xiangjiao. Ha ha ha. I am at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Chu Xiangjiao. Standing upon her wind-fire wheel, her fiery red dress rustling fiercely, bore a fair visage with cheeks bulging, the flickering red light within barely concealed. She muttered to herself, her long sword emanating fierce flames. Surrounding her were 6 young men, their expressions grim and sullen, as though they had just swallowed a mouthful of dead flies. Brother, the orange flame fruit we guarded for 7 days and nights has been devoured by her. Infuriating. The orange flame fruit is rich in fire elements and can only be ingested after being refined. Does she seek death? Zhou Jingxin's face darkened. They had encircled Chu Xiangjiao, yet capturing her would require time. For their 7-man combined attack was lacking 1 participant. Damn it, when will the 7th arrive? Zhou Jingxin cursed inwardly. Despite Chu Xiangjiao holding the orange flame fruit in her mouth, she had not swallowed it. Even if ingested, it could be extracted from her stomach, albeit with some loss of efficacy. However, as he waited, he was met not by the 7th, but by 3 girls, aside from the one cradled in her arms. The other 2 posed a challenge. Wow, senior sister, 6th senior sister, and little Ning, your arrival is most timely. Chu Xiangjiao's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as the 2 wind-fire wheels spun excitedly. The 6 men sensed Chu Xiangjiao's vulnerability and swiftly launched their attack. 6 streaks of sword light piercing the air, dragon roar. Breaking the void, Xia Qianju cried out, a gemstone embedded in her 7 stars sword suddenly igniting with resplendent azure brilliance. The sword energy surged forth like a dragon, its momentum akin to a rainbow, unmatched and unyielding. Has this woman lost her mind? Zhou Jingxin exclaimed in shock. Abandoning his ambush on Chu Xiangjiao as the 6 brothers quickly regrouped to resist the overwhelming sword energy. 6th senior sister, it's me. Don't kill me. Chu Xiangjiao cried out in terror, though she was adept at evading the 6. The overwhelming sword intent from Xia Qianju posed a grave threat that could lead to her demise. You bully little Ning. You are all her accomplices and deserve to die. Xia Qianju's eyes flashed with hatred as she unleashed her full power without reservation. With a single strike, the scene erupted in chaos. Yi Qingxian, taken aback, quickly intervened to shield Chu Xiangjiao. With a flash, the piercing sword light swept through, leaving the 6 men frozen in place, their heads rolling away as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Chu Xiangjiao spat out a mouthful of blood, the orange flame fruit she had just swallowed nearly resurfacing. The orange flame fruit I worked so I apologize for misunderstanding you, Zyage Orange. I genuinely hold affection for you, and I assure you that I have not deceived you in this regard. Xiaoning may harbor doubts about me. She no longer loves me. Woe is me. Xiage Orange. Luo Wanning reminisced about the previous illusions, recalling that Yi Qianxian had also stated that the phantoms she had seen before were mere illusions. Now, Xia Qianju adamantly denies everything. Is it possible that she truly made a mistake? Furthermore, she possesses no concrete evidence, and all of this stems from her subjective conjecture. The prior illusions have profoundly impacted her, prompting her to urgently seek validation. Xiage, I apologize. I should not have doubted you. Will Xiaoning believe me? Will she not depart from me in the future? I believe in you. Luo Wanning gently nodded, reaching out to embrace Xia Qianju. Perhaps this is for the best. Everything was merely her baseless speculation. And none of it concerned Xia Qianju. Xiaoning, promise me you will not leave me in the future. Xia Qianju, feeling the softness of the figure in her arms, experienced a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes. As long as she could keep Luo Wanning by her side, she would not hesitate to employ any means, even deceit. Thank you, Xiage. Luo Wanning's gaze was complex. During the time she doubted Xia Qianju, the latter had tirelessly sought out the fragments of time for her. According to Yi Qianxian's deductions, these fragments seemed to be the key to unlocking the inheritance. Have you finally reconciled? Yi Qianxian felt a slight relief upon seeing the two embrace once more. Having experienced the pains of love herself, she naturally wished to prevent a recurrence of such agony for the pair, thus she would do her utmost to assist Xia Qianju. Indeed, thank you, senior sister, for your concern. Xia Qianju smiled brightly, her grin radiant. Chapter 042. Stepping into the Eternal Palace. Senior sister, how exactly are these time fragments to be used? Why won't you let me try? Chu Xiangjiao pouted, glaring unhappily at Yi Qianxian. After Xia Qianju eliminated those 7 individuals, they had obtained 7 time fragments, but they were temporarily held by Yi Qianxian, who would not allow Chu Xiangjiao to touch them, without a time spirit root. Using the time fragments would deplete one's lifespan. The power of time is formidable, yet perilous, Yi Qianxian explained helplessly. We are almost there. Luo Wanning suddenly spoke up, having caught the rich scent of the time fragments. The time seed implanted within her stirred slightly, exuding a sense of excitement. At the horizon of the 4 observers stood a magnificent palace, tall and imposing, its grandeur palpable. However, years of erosion had left the walls marred with signs of age. In front of this palace gathered over 100 figures. So many people. Xia Qianju frowned slightly. This was not good news for her. The time spirit root was regarded as her own possession, a gift for Luo Wanning. The appearance of these individuals clearly indicated they were her competitors. Xiaoning, do not worry. The time spirit root shall undoubtedly be yours. No one can snatch it away. Xia Qianju spoke softly, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. If these individuals dared to obstruct her, she would not hesitate to take drastic action. Xiage, do not act recklessly. Luo Wanning expressed her concern. She understood that while Xia Qianju was powerful, causing trouble would eventually lead to problems. These individuals sought to enter the Eternal Palace. Xiao sister, do not act impulsively. I will go negotiate with them. Yi Qianxian said as she stepped forward, asking Xia Qianju and the others to wait for a moment. Senior sister, I will accompany you. Chu Xiangjiao blinked. Those who had reached this place surely possessed secret treasures. How could she miss out on such an intriguing event? Xiage, let us wait a moment. Seeing Xia Qianju seemingly tempted, Luo Wanning quickly interjected. She had realized that Xia Qianju was prone to violent reactions regarding matters related to her, and with so many present, there were bound to be a few who lacked discernment. If someone were to covet her beauty and make lewd comments, it would become quite troublesome. Very well, Xiaoning, I shall heed your words. Xia Qianju gazed tenderly at the girl in her embrace, having finally quelled Luo Wanning's anxieties. She did not wish to provoke Luo Wanning's discontent over trivial matters, causing her to drift away. Yet, if anyone dared to show disrespect to Luo Wanning, that would be another matter entirely. Luo Wanning frowned slightly as she observed the tense atmosphere after Yi Qianxian stepped forward. At the same time, some individuals pointed in her direction, seemingly discussing something. Just then, the ancient palace suddenly illuminated with a brilliant white light, the radiance intense, and a figure resembling an immortal appeared. It is the Eternal Immortal Sovereign. The Eternal Palace is about to open. The crowd erupted in excitement, hastily retrieving the time fragments they had collected. The time fragments were the key to entering the Eternal Palace. However, confusion arose among the crowd, as they had been waiting here due to their insufficient time fragments to unlock the Eternal Palace. Why has it suddenly opened now? Xiage, quickly let go of me. Luo Wanning's expression changed. She felt the time seed within her thrumming violently, seemingly resonating with the eternal palace ahead. Moreover, the ethereal figure within the holy light appeared to be gazing at her. Merely a glance sent shivers through her soul. No matter what happens, I will not allow Xiaoning to leave me again. Xia Qianju resolutely shook her head, holding Luo Wanning tightly. Luo Wanning grew frantic. The time seed left by Bai Ji within her posed no danger. Although Xia Qianju was formidable, even the mightiest strength would pale before the Eternal Immortal Sovereign. Xiaj, please let go of me. She will not harm me. Luo Wanning noticed the time fragments in the hands of the assembled crowd beginning to rise slowly, as if her body was being summoned toward the Eternal Palace. No, I must go with Xiaoning. Xia Qianju's resolve was unwavering, her words leaving no room for doubt as she held Luo Wanning tightly. A beam of pure golden light enveloped the two, and in an instant, their figures vanished. Simultaneously, the time fragments in the hands of all present were reduced to dust, cascading like powder. What is happening? Why have I collected 23 time fragments, yet I am not entering the Eternal Palace? One man stared blankly at his empty palm. Collecting time fragments was no easy feat. They had exerted tremendous effort. With some companions perishing in the illusions, they had finally managed to gather enough time fragments. Yet now their efforts seemed to have benefited others. Damn it. Who were those two girls? Why were they recognized and taken by the Eternal Palace? The crowd was frantic, jumping up and down, swiftly surrounding Yi Qinxian and Chu Xiangjiao. Those two came with you. You must compensate for our losses. In the face of the crowd's accusations, Yi Qinxian and her companion were equally bewildered. However, Yi Qinxian quickly grasped the situation. It seemed all part of Bai Ji's plan. Even if they did nothing, as long as Luo Wanning arrived before the Eternal Palace, she would gain the Eternal Immortal Sovereign's acknowledgement. What does your loss have to do with me? Yi Qinxian scoffed, her aura revealing her Yuan in cultivation, a powerful life force emanating, causing the crowd to change color in shock. How is this possible? Among them were those who had also reached Yuan. But they were nearly exhausted, their powers waning. Entering the Eternal Palace was their chance at prolonging their lives. Youngsters should not be too arrogant. We old fellows could still join forces to take you down. Four elderly figures stepped forward through the crowd, coldly fixing their gazes on Yi Qinxian. How can you call yourself a young one without arrogance? Chu Xiangjiao raised her chin, disdainfully surveying the crowd. She casually pointed her middle finger at everyone present. It's not that I look down on you, but even if you all rushed at me, you would never touch a single toe of my senior sister. Yi Qinxian was speechless. Her little disciple was indeed a handful. These individuals were nothing to be concerned about. She could easily crush them, but that was outside the time illusion. The limits of cultivation within the time illusion were Yuan. Although she was slightly stronger than these individuals, it was not by much. After all, she was not Xia Qianju, who specialized in offensive swordsmanship. Arrogant youngsters. The expressions of the four old monsters darkened, their gazes icy as they fixated on Chu Xiangjiao. Ha! Chu Xiangjiao laughed heartily, just about to make a harsh remark when Yi Qinxian swiftly grabbed her by the neck and retreated rapidly. Yi Qinxian glanced back. Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju had already been enveloped by the holy light and brought into the Eternal Palace, while the others remained unable to enter. Thus, the two should be quite safe. Chapter 043. Was it not you who caused her to become this way? Within the Obsidian Palace, a point of light flickered incessantly, its brilliance alternating between dazzling and dim. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, even beginning to reverse. Luo Wanning was held in Xia Qianju's embrace, gazing up at her face in confusion. She noticed that Xia Qianju's eyes shone. Yet her pupils no longer moved, and her body remained still, as if frozen in place. Xiaj, what is wrong with you? Luo Wanning reached out to pinch the soft cheek of Xia Qianju, but the latter showed no response. Time has stopped. Luo Wanning recollected the moment when Chu Xiangjiao was suspended in midair by the enemy, and it seemed somewhat reminiscent of her current predicament. However, the range of time now frozen was evidently greater, and the stasis prolonged. Yet, she felt unaffected. Could it be due to the time seed within her? As Luo Wanning reached down to touch her abdomen, she felt the time seed nestled there, pulsating gently, as if drawn by some unseen force. Was that suspended light point the essence of time itself? Luo Wanning turned her gaze towards the flickering white light on the altar 10 meters away. The light point was minuscule, akin to a speck of dust, radiating an exceptionally soft glow that seemed to carry a hint of warmth. She pried apart the arms of Xia Qianju that enveloped her. Sensing that Xia Qianju's stasis was likely influenced by the luminous point ahead, Luo Wanning fell to the ground. bracing herself against the cool surface as she crawled towards the light. Suddenly, a snow-white figure leapt from her hand, excitedly circling her in flight. "Xiaobai, you're awake," Luo Wanning exclaimed in surprise, noticing that the white spirit dog king seemed to have undergone some transformation as well. The shadows in its eyes appeared to have lightened considerably, and its dark orbs sparkled with newfound vitality. "Oh, is that you?" At that moment, a voice resonated through the vast, dark palace. The tone was ethereal, and a seemingly illusory figure emerged from the light. Her astonishment. After 3,000 years, she was able to behold it once more. Luo Wanning looked up at the figure, which constantly shifted shape, sometimes tall and robust, at other times graceful and lithe. The visage too morphed, at times appearing as a youthful child, at others as a handsome youth, a beautiful maiden, or a weathered elder. Reality and illusion intertwined, shrouded in mystery. The white spirit dog king barked twice at the apparition, seemingly perplexed. "The might of time is indeed astonishing. I never imagined you would forget me as well." The enigmatic figure sighed softly before turning its gaze upon Luo Wanning. "Is this the individual you choose now?" She paused, delicately pointing a slender finger at Luo Wanning, a pure light flowing into her brow. Moments later, the light returned to the mysterious figure's hand. After a brief contemplation, she directed her hand towards the frozen Xia Qianju. The white princess was cast down to the mortal realm, leaving only a wisp of her soul, hearing the other's cryptic words. Luo Wanning furrowed her brows and tentatively inquired, "Can you see the memories shared between me and Xiaoju?" "Indeed," the mysterious figure nodded lightly, as if it were a trivial matter. "The white princess left the time seed within you, intending for you to assist Xia Qianju in completing her ascension plan. Unfortunately, due to the interference of the wisp of the moon goddess's soul, you and Xia Qianju have developed an irreparable rift." A heaviness settled in Luo Wanning's heart. She wanted to trust Xia Qianju, yet it seemed as though she was being deceived. "So, the one who slaughtered my family, was it truly Xiaoju?" The mysterious figure said little more, raising her hand slightly as a faint light entered Luo Wanning's brow. She felt herself once more enveloped in the rain-soaked night, reliving the horrific massacre. The only difference this time was that she stood in Xia Qianju's perspective, witnessing firsthand. 3 days later, Luo Wanning knelt outside Xia Qianju's boudoir, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. "Xiaoju, please listen to me. What I said a few days ago was merely a performance for the daughter of the Zhang family. She has already confessed that she was the one who poisoned me. Leave. Luo Wanning has already broken our engagement. That I do not wish to see you now." "Xiaoju, I was only pretending. How could I genuinely wish to end our engagement? Besides, Xiaoju, you are the most delightful girl in the world. How could I possibly like anyone else? Is that truly so?" The window opened, revealing a delicate face, tear-streaked like a pear blossom under the rain. "Of course it's true. I swear to the heavens that in this lifetime, I shall only ever love you, Xiaoju. But my father has 3 wives and 4 concubines. What if you fall for another woman in the future? Do as you wish, as long as Xiaoju is happy. When that time comes, I will take my revenge on you." As dusk approached, a slender figure knelt within Xia Qianju's chamber. Xia Qianju held a ruler in her hand, striking it repeatedly against Luo Wanning's palm. With every blow, she would inquire, "Do you understand your mistake?" Luo Wanning, with a helpless expression, felt a sharp pain in his hands, but could not refrain from retorting, "Xiaoju, I merely accompanied a friend into the city today. Nothing untoward transpired." "Humph, you dare to argue? I saw you enter Yichuan courtyard with those rascally friends of yours. In such a filthy place. You must have engaged in some unspeakable activities. This is a grave injustice." "I swear, I merely went to listen to some music. I didn't even glance at those women." A man's words are deceptive. This is what you said. I truly did not wish to go. They insisted on dragging me along. Since you saw me at the time, why did you not stop me? You must have been secretly observing my every move, so you should know I only went to listen to music and did nothing scandalous. I will let this slide, but you are forbidden from mingling with those people again. You must report to me daily. What? I am a man, destined to bear the responsibilities of my family. How can I spend every day with you? Besides, we have yet to wed. It wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. I do not care. Then you shall cease to act like a man. I would like to, but how can one simply change their gender at will? I will help you find a way. Suddenly, a wave of forgotten memories struck Luo Wanning, leaving her pale and trembling. Who would have thought that what once was a jest would now transform into reality? Perhaps Luo Wanning should have realized just how profound Xia Qianju's feelings for her were, inevitably leading her down a path of obsession. Yet, she remained oblivious, even relishing in Xia Qianju's affection. After all, she was but an ordinary person. What harm could a lovesick individual cause? In the grand scheme of things, it would merely lead to scheming and deceit, wouldn't it? She had never practiced immortality. How could she know that taking a life could be so effortless? Xia Qianju truly had the capacity to commit such heinous acts. Have you come to understand? The mysterious shadow smiled faintly. As if fully aware of Luo Wanning's thoughts. It is due to my influence, and I shall take responsibility. Luo Wanning nodded silently, but her actions were devoid of fault. Was it wrong to treat someone she cherished with kindness? The fault lay not with her, but with this world. Had this not been a realm of immortals, and had the lingering spirit of the moonlight immortal not interfered, Xia Qianju would never have brought about such a tragic outcome. However, because this was a world of immortals, everything could still be salvaged. So, what do you wish to do? I want Xiaoju to acknowledge her transgressions and repent for the sins of the past. Luo Wanning gazed at the enchanting silhouette behind her, her eyes filled with complexity. She did not wish to see Xia Qianju in this state, yet she bore some responsibility for it. Xiaoju's affection for her had led to her becoming obsessed, ultimately resulting in grave errors. Luo Wanning felt compelled to ensure that she atoned for her actions and sought redemption for those who had perished. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wanning slowly lifted her head, her gaze resolute. I shall revive the deceased. I will restore the lovesick Xiaoju to her former self. Chapter 045. The opportunity to change everything. Your aspirations are grand. But do you understand how challenging it is to resurrect a deceased person? Luo Wanning gently shook her head, the determination in her eyes unwavering. I do not know, but it is something I must endeavor to accomplish. Her expression grave, Luo Wanning solemnly bowed to the ethereal figure before her. My abilities are insufficient. I implore the Eternal Immortal Sovereign to grant me an opportunity to change everything. As shimmering lights flickered, the ethereal figure appeared to solidify slightly. Her gaze lingered upon Luo Wanning, and after a prolonged contemplation, she chuckled softly. Your aptitude is lacking, devoid of any spiritual roots. You could be described as a truly ordinary individual. And your entry into the realm of immortals is solely due to Xia Qianju's favor. She is both your fortune and misfortune. However, you have not succumbed to hatred, but rather chosen the path of redemption, which is commendable. The Eternal Immortal Sovereign smiled gently, and the lights behind her slowly drifted towards Luo Wanning's abdomen. My inheritance demands rigorous trials. However, for her sake, I shall bestow this opportunity upon you. Wang, the white spirit dog king, barked twice, and a golden light point floated before it. Sniffing the air, it opened its mouth and swallowed it, the moment the golden light entered its body. The shadows in the white spirit dog king's eyes gradually faded, revealing a hint of golden light within its deep black pupils. Wang, thank you. Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback. Although the white spirit dog king emitted barks, she comprehended their meaning. Nevertheless, there was no time for further contemplation as the white light point entered her body. The seed planted within her began to grow steadily, taking root in her dantian. Thank you, Eternal Immortal Sovereign. Luo Wanning closed her eyes, her palm extending gently, her delicate fingers brushing against the void. It was as if she were grasping a river of time, the existence of which was uncertain. Time flowed silently through her fingertips. Luo Wanning's breath steadied, her heart rate normalizing, as if she had fallen into a deep slumber in the dark palace. Time was lost to the ages. After consuming the golden light, the white spirit dog king lay quietly on the ground. The mysterious shadow had dissipated, leaving the palace in utter silence. Suddenly, a glimmering jade ribbon materialized from the void. The river surged, creating great waves that swiftly calmed, as though the preceding scene had merely been an ephemeral illusion. A drop of crystal-clear water splashed from the river of time, landing on Luo Wanning's brow, flowing gently into her lips. Is this the power of time? Luo Wanning extended her palm, reaching into the void. Although nothing responded, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. She gazed at her legs, pressing her hand lightly against her slender limbs. The true energy within her surged rapidly, and she soon discerned the cause of her legs' numbness. I possessed the immortal level cultivation techniques passed down by the Eternal Immortal Sovereign, along with accompanying secret arts. Now, having received the baptism of the river of time, my cultivation realm has directly elevated to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Luo Wanning channeled her true energy into her legs, swiftly refining the forbidden spirit energy that obstructed her sensation. Gradually, she stood up, feeling the long-lost sensation of solid ground beneath her feet. My body was already exceptionally solid due to the vast quantities of elixirs I consumed. Now that I have recovered, my realm rises swiftly without leaving any hidden dangers. Luo Wanning took a few steps, feeling as if she had been reborn, exhilarated and comfortable. After a few light hops, she turned her gaze to the still frozen Xia Qianju. Her expression became increasingly complex. Regardless of the justifications, Xia Qianju remained her adversary. Xiaoju, you have committed a grave error, yet you continue to deceive me. Mistake after mistake. Luo Wanning reached out, gently caressing Xia Qianju's cheek, feeling the soft warmth beneath her fingers. The methods of the immortal sovereign were enigmatic. She seemed to glimpse the truth of the matter. Yet, all of this remained hearsay. Regardless, she yearned to hear the final answer from Xia Qianju herself. However, this appeared to be a formidable challenge in the face of her inquiries. Xia Qianju consistently chose to evade and deceive. To compel Xia Qianju to confess her sins, she would need to employ more forceful means. Xiaobai, come here. Luo Wanning beckoned gently, and the white spirit dog king fluttered down into her palm. Little Master, the white spirit dog king nuzzled against Luo Wanning's hand, barking joyfully. Xiaobai, do you have any way to hear Xiaoju's innermost thoughts? Luo Wanning inquired, having successfully formed a bond with the white spirit dog king, enabling them to hear each other's hearts. The white spirit dog king appeared somewhat mysterious, which prompted her question. Although she held little hope, the white spirit dog king nodded. I can give it a try. Since you previously established a connection with her, I may be able to hear her thoughts through you. The white spirit dog king's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Her fluffy white ears perked up, listening intently before issuing a bark. What does that mean? Luo Wanning, in a moment of sheer confusion, scratched her head, only to quickly dismiss the importance of such matters, as long as she could hear the innermost thoughts of Xia Qianju. She would have the upper hand. She could devise a way to compel Xia Qianju to acknowledge whether she had committed any wrongdoing in the past. Surveying the surrounding palatial halls, Luo Wanning noted the numerous artifacts of heritage within the Grand Chamber. However, the most significant of these legacies had already been claimed by her. She resolved to leave the remaining items untouched for the time being, lest she arouse Xia Qianju's suspicions. Moreover, although the Eternal Immortal Sovereign had not explicitly stated it, she surmised that she could only take one of the treasures contained within. With a gentle tap on the design upon her hand, she summoned the white spirit dog king back to her side. Luo Wanning grasped Xia Qianju's wrist and returned to her embrace, repositioning her arm back to its original place. Ensuring that her current appearance mirrored that of her entrance, she softly snapped her fingers. With a sharp sound, time resumed its relentless march. Xiaoning, are you all right? Xia Qianju blinked in surprise, feeling as though a multitude of events had transpired in that fleeting moment. Yet, these thoughts were trivial. Seeing Luo Wanning still in her arms brought her a sense of relief, prompting her to inquire with concern. I am fine. Luo Wanning gently shook her head, simultaneously hearing the voice of Xia Qianju's heart, relayed by the white spirit dog king. Xiaoning seems to have changed significantly all of a sudden. Could it be my imagination? Luo Wanning was taken aback, astonished by Xia Qianju's perceptiveness. Xiaoning, did you feel anything amiss just now? Xia Qianju suddenly furrowed her brows, pressing her palm gently against Luo Wanning's abdomen. A thread of true essence flowed into her. Xia Qianju's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intently at Luo Wanning. Xiaoning, have you acquired the time spirit root and elevated your realm to the 13th level of qi refinement? Xia Qianju paused, reaching down to gently grasp Luo Wanning's legs, her expression darkening. Xiaoning, have your legs regained sensation? Unaware of the wondrous abilities of the time spirit root, Xia Qianju had not anticipated that Luo Wanning could advance her cultivation so swiftly. If Luo Wanning managed to refine the forbidden spirit energy within her legs, she would no longer need to carry her daily. The restoration of Luo Wanning's mobility could mean access to more information. Should Luo Wanning uncover the truth, she might not comprehend Xia Qianju's actions, perhaps even distancing herself from her. Xia Qianju could not bear such an outcome. She wished for Luo Wanning to remain by her side forever. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Xia Qianju's eyes as the seven-star sword hovered beneath her. If I were to sever Xiaoning's legs with a single stroke, would she then be bound to me eternally? Upon hearing the words conveyed by the white spirit dog king, Luo Wanning shivered involuntarily, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Was this truly the authentic Xia Qianju? Were the gentleness and consideration she had displayed merely a fade? Shaking her head, Luo Wanning nestled closer within Xia Qianju's embrace and whispered, I am unsure why I have changed. It feels as though a torrent of energy is swirling within me, yet I cannot control its movement. My legs possess a hint of sensation, but I am still unable to walk. She then lifted her head slightly, her adorable face blinking innocently as she implored, So, can Xiaoju hold me forever? Your scent is delightful, and your embrace is so warm. I do not wish to leave you. Although Luo Wanning was not particularly skilled at feigning innocence, she had a top-tier expert in cuteness by her side. After spending a few days with Chu Xiangjiao, she had only grasped the basics. Yet it was sufficient to utterly captivate Xia Qianju. After all, she inherently possessed a special advantage in Xia Qianju's presence. Of course, Xia Qianju's eyes sparkled with delight. As long as Xiaoning desires it. I would have no qualms about holding you for eternity. Xia Qianju spun in exhilaration while cradling Luo Wanning. Hee, no need to sever Xiaoning's legs. I can keep her by my side. Is there anything more blissful than this? Hearing the white spirit dog king's message, Luo Wanning felt an even heavier weight in her heart. She did not inquire about the massacre of the Luo family. For the information she had gleaned from the outside world had already confirmed that Xia Qianju was the perpetrator. What she sought was for Xia Qianju to admit it herself. Xiaoju, as I find myself in this condition, you are all I have left. Yet, you are not solely mine. You have your master and fellow disciples. Moreover, I have heard from Xiangjiao that both 4th and 5th senior brothers are pursuing you. No, Xiaoning, do not heed her nonsense. My heart belongs only to you. How could I ever fancy anyone else? Xia Qianju hastily explained, while internally cursing. You wait. Chu Xiangjiao, should I catch you off guard? I will make you pay. Luo Wanning could only silently apologize to Chu Xiangjiao in her heart. So that is the case. But I find it unfair. Xiaoju has many friends, while I have only you. Then I shall sever ties with them and speak not another word. Xia Qianju did not hesitate in the slightest, even if Xiaoju refrained from conversing with her fellow disciples. Could she truly avoid interaction with Lady Baiji? Well, seeing Xia Qianju lost in contemplation, Luo Wanning quickly interjected. I do not wish for Xiaoju to lose her friends. I merely desire to integrate into your circle and befriend your companions. To compel Xia Qianju to reveal the truth, Luo Wanning realized that her own strength was insufficient, and she must rely on external forces. The presence of Yi Qingxian and Chu Xiangjiao might serve as her greatest assets. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Qianju gently nodded. Very well. Chapter 046. Is Luo Wanning also a Yandere? Xiaoning, hold on tight. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light illuminated the darkness, its radiance intense and imbued with a sharp sword intent. Luo Wanning grasped Xia Qianju's shoulders, channeling the time spirit root to communicate with the Eternal Hall, revealing a crack in the luminescent barrier surrounding it. The two swiftly departed the Eternal Hall upon the 7-star sword. My abilities are ill-suited for conventional combat, Luo Wanning pondered. The power of time was indeed formidable, yet she was merely in the initial stages of qi refinement. The means at her disposal were limited. Unlike Xia Qianju's sword spirit root or Chu Xiangjiao's fire attribute spirit root, which could bring about a dramatic leap in combat prowess. At best, she could freeze objects in time for a fleeting moment. Even less potent than directly wielding time fragments. However, with Xia Qianju as her shield, she should remain unharmed as long as she did not stray from her side. We're out. They have emerged. Surrender the legacies acquired within the Eternal Hall, and I shall spare your lives. Originally, nearly 100 individuals stood guard outside the Eternal Hall, some drawn away by Yi Qingxian and her companion. Yet the remaining forces were still formidable. As Xia Qianju observed the opponents approaching on flying swords, she exhibited no hesitation, immediately unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light. The two individuals at the forefront let out a blood-curdling scream. Having barely registered Xia Qianju's technique before sustaining severe injuries, such exquisite swordsmanship. Could it be that she was the legendary Xia Qianju? Indeed, it is she. I glimpsed her once during the massacre of our sect by Lady Baiji. At these words, the crowd fell silent, for Baiji was notorious across the realms for her brutality and insatiable greed, inciting a deep-seated hatred in all. Her disciples were exceptionally gifted, each a prodigy in their own right. Bai Ji's inability to enter the time ruins illusion presented the perfect opportunity to slay her disciple. For the destruction of my sect and the tarnishing of my honor, I cannot quell my resentment without your blood. The crowd, fueled by fervor, surged forth, weapons glinting in the air, seeking death. Xia Qianju scoffed, cradling Luo Wanning in one arm while gripping the seven-star sword in the other, though she stood at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Many among the assailants were nascent soul experts. Yet, cultivation level did not equate to combat prowess. The dragon's roar, shattering the void. As Luo Wanning sheltered within Xia Qianju's embrace, it felt as though she were nestled in a warm haven. Outside, the storm raged with blades flashing, yet could not touch her in the slightest. Witnessing Xia Qianju mercilessly reaping the lives of the weaker foes, Luo Wanning's heart grew heavy. For mortals, conflict amounted to mere brawls, with murderers few and far between. Yet, for cultivators, slaughter seemed to have become an everyday occurrence. Xia Qianju was no exception, having long since adapted to a prodigy of the sword path. Her heart and mind were clear, acting in accordance with her true intent. With a single thought, she harvested lives without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Ju's strength was overwhelming. It was also a contributing factor to her unwavering disposition, which had ultimately morphed into a Yandere-natured. If only she could be stripped of her cultivation and confined for reflection and repentance, perhaps she might change. Luo Wanning silently contemplated, realizing that such thoughts were hardly virtuous. Indeed, she felt that should she pursue such actions, she would not differ much from a Yandere herself. Before deciding whether to eliminate Xia Qianju to avenge her grievances, she must ensure that Xia Qianju comprehended the sin she had committed. However, the most pressing issue remained Luo Wanning's insufficient combat prowess. To incapacitate Xia Qianju, Luo Wanning would need to surpass her in strength. Ha ha ha. I have wounded her. Let us slay Xia Qianju together. A streak of crimson blossomed upon Xia Qianju's right arm, instantly igniting the excitement of the crowd as they surged forward once more. Eliminate Xia Qianju, avenge the sect, slay Xia Qianju, and one shall inherit the eternal legacy of the immortal sovereign. Xia Qianju lowered her gaze, not focusing on the wound on her right arm, but rather on Luo Wanning nestled in her embrace, her eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness and concern. Little Ning, are you hurt? I'm fine. Luo Wanning gently shook her head, a deep sigh escaping her heart. Xia Qianju remained as gentle as ever towards her, yet amidst that tenderness lay a tinge of deceit and the scent of blood. This is not a place to linger. We must depart swiftly, Luo Wanning urged, aware of the encroaching enemies, and recognizing that Xia Qianju had to protect her. Continuing the fight could very well lead to their demise. All right, Xia Qianju nodded helplessly. If escape had been an option, she would have seized it long ago, never risking Luo Wanning's safety by staying behind. Just then, the Eternal Hall suddenly erupted with a resplendent white light, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Little Ju, hurry! Xia Qianju momentarily paused, then swiftly urged the seven stars sword to break through the encirclement, fleeing into the distance. Not all the inheritances within the Eternal Hall have been claimed. We still have a chance. Haha. It seems those two are out of luck, failing to acquire the Eternal Sovereign's legacy. The exceptionally gifted Xia Qianju is but a mere trifle, hardly worthy of the Eternal Sovereign's gaze. The crowd watched with excitement at the Eternal Hall, eagerly awaiting the next divine light to envelop themselves. However, moments later, the radiance gradually faded, and the Eternal Hall returned to its former tranquility. What is happening? Why were no challengers chosen this time? Damn it. Those two have escaped. Go after them. After Xia Qianju evaded her pursuers on the seven stars sword, she hastened eastward. Initially, Luo Wanning thought Xia Qianju was merely choosing a random escape route. But upon noticing the absence of their pursuers, she realized Xia Qianju's speed remained unimpeded. Little Ju, where are we headed? To rendezvous with senior sister and junior sister. Luo Wanning paused momentarily, then inquired with curiosity. Do you know where they are? Xia Qianju nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sensed their location. No wonder I got separated from you before. You can find me promptly. Luo Wanning lamented quietly, recalling how Chu Shangjiao had changed directions several times while carrying her, yet had failed to shake off Xia Qianju. She should have realized that Xia Qianju might have left a tracking method on her, rendering her escape futile. I kept that as a precaution for your safety, little Ning. I never imagined it would come in handy. Xia Qianju smiled faintly, playfully pinching Luo Wanning's cheek. Little Ning, you are so adorable. If a bad person were to abduct you, I would be heartbroken. Little Ning, ever since the moment I laid eyes on you again, I vowed never to let you leave my side. Luo Wanning sensed the complexity of the situation. Xia Qianju's possessiveness was overwhelmingly strong, nearly imprisoning her by her side. Moreover, although Xia Qianju outwardly permitted her to interact with others, internally, she was profoundly dissatisfied. Little Ju, I believe I can smell Xiangjiao's scent. They should be nearby. Indeed, Xia Qianju smiled, pressing Luo Wanning's little head into her embrace. Ah, Little Ning can only smell my scent. Chapter Shameless Scoundrel. This is hardly the conduct of a righteous path. The expression of the Black Bull ancestor shifted abruptly. Panic taking hold as he prepared to retaliate. He believed he had sufficiently lowered his stance, considering that there was no deep-seated enmity between them. He never anticipated that his opponent would resort to treachery. Surrounded and in a life-or-death situation, everything hinged on a fleeting thought. My esteemed master never claimed we were of the righteous way. Xia Qianju scoffed, casually flicking the blood off her 7-star sword. With the demise of the most cunning Black Bull ancestor, the remaining 3 elders posed little threat. Once He Qingshan had them under control, Xia Qianju swiftly severed their heads with a single stroke of her sword. Little Ju Luo Wanling now understood why Xia Qianju had undergone such a tremendous transformation in merely 5 years. The master of the Falling Star sect, Bai Ji, played an indispensable role. Previously, Luo Wanling had thought Xia Qianju's change into a lovesick character was due to her own excessive kindness and indulgence. Yet, it seemed that the truth was far more complex, that a person's growth is often influenced by various factors. She merely planted the seeds of love in Xia Qianju's heart and nurtured them. The true catalyst for this morbid development lay with another. Chapter 048. Luo Wanling's resolve to grow stronger. Luo Wanling observed Chu Xiangjiao as she meticulously scavenged the belongings of the Black Bull ancestor and the others. Erasing all traces, her emotions a tumultuous mixed in the realm of cultivation. There exists no absolute distinction between good and evil. Each individual strives for their own interests. Luo Wanling now clearly recognized that only with formidable strength could one wield true power. Even when facing Xia Qianju, this principle remained unchanged. Little Ju, I need fragments of time. This was the first time Luo Wanling had proactively requested something from Xia Qianju. She needed to grow rapidly. Otherwise, all would be mere delusion, idle talk. Little Ling? Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. Very well, if Little Ling desires it, I shall pluck the stars from the heavens for you. Xia Qianju gazed tenderly at the adorable girl in her arms, cherishing the obedient Luo Wanling of the past, wishing to protect her forever. However, through her observations over this period, she realized that such an approach was not ideal. Though Luo Wanling was by her side, her idleness led her to indulge in reckless thoughts and doubts. Now that Luo Wanling possessed the time spirit root and could cultivate, her ambition was a positive development. Moreover, the demands of cultivation would consume much of Luo Wanling's energy, leaving her with little time for other concerns. Little Ju, thank you. Luo Wanling gently nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she nestled against Xia Qianju. Listening to the rhythmic beating of Xia Qianju's heart, she felt an unparalleled tranquility within her. Little Ju, I am sorry I like you, but you must pay for your past deeds. Yi Qishan glanced at the figure resting in Xia Qianju's embrace, sensing that a transformation was subtly taking place within Luo Wanling. Yet, she was unsure whether this change was for better or worse, and a sense of worry for Xia Qianju crept in. However, this matter was ultimately between Xia Qianju and Luo Wanling, and there was no need for her to intervene further. In the time ruins, numerous fragments of time remained. However, the ones they had previously acquired had been consumed by the Eternal Hall. To seek out more time fragments, they would likely need to invest additional effort. Yi Qingshan continued. Moreover, there are 13 Eternal Halls within the time ruins, representing the true teachings of 13 celestial sovereigns. The one we encountered before was merely one of them. I see. Luo Wanling nodded gently, realizing that their prior encounter with that Eternal Hall was not mere happenstance, but rather a route chart left by Bai Ji. With the guidance of the Time Seed, they could proceed smoothly. Additionally, the opening of that Eternal Hall was not solely due to the Time Seed. It also required the collective contribution of time fragments from everyone. However, Luo Wanling's need for time fragments was not to access the Eternal Hall, now possessing the time spirit root. If she could continuously refine multiple time fragments, it would be the best path for her to elevate her realm. In the east, I can sense the aroma of time fragments. Luo Wanning raised her nose and sniffed, speaking slowly. After acquiring the time spirit root, her sense of smell had sharpened, especially in perceiving the essence of time. Very well, let us proceed. Xia Qianju cradled Luo Wanning as she stepped onto the seven-star sword, leading the way like a shooting star. Yi Qingshan followed closely, her speed not lagging behind. Only Chu Xiangjiao, with her two fire wheels, found herself trailing behind, her face flushed with anxiety as she struggled to keep pace. Senior sister, sixth senior sister, wait for me, Chu Xiangjiao called out, slightly aggrieved. How could she miss out on such a moment to shine? Moreover, she also desired some time fragments to study. Perhaps they could enhance her alchemical speed. Previously, all the time fragments had been monopolized by Yi Qingshan, who had not allowed her to touch even one, which infuriated her further. Now, witnessing others gifting time fragments to Xia Qianju while none were offered to her was simply intolerable. Time fragments were exceedingly precious, although the three of them were not directly involved in the domain of time. Any insights gained would undoubtedly contribute significantly to their growth. Wang Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback, failing to recognize the identities of the other three individuals that Yi Qingshan had long secluded herself, rarely revealing her existence. While Chu Xiangjiao had remained on the mountain refining pills after joining the sect, thus not many knew her. They were all disciples of Baiji. Wang Xuanzi's heart sank. Baiji's standards for accepting disciples were notoriously high, as evidenced by Xia Qianju. Now, with 4 disciples of Baiji joining forces, a misstep could lead to their complete annihilation. That we do possess a few time fragments. However, they are intended for opening this ruin. If you all are interested, we might explore the ruin together. Wang Xuanzi gestured towards the desolate remains behind them, where an ancient portal stood. The weathered portal bore numerous scars of age, its walls crumbling under the ravages of time. Yet, faint glimmers of light emanated from the walls, warning against underestimating its significance. Agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qianju slowly nodded. The realm of time ruins was rife with illusions. These illusions were wondrous and capricious. Strength alone could not shield one from their effects. Previously, she had inadvertently fallen into such an illusion, remaining unaware for a considerable time. Now, these individuals could serve as her scouts. Please wait a moment. I shall activate the ruins now. Wang Xuanzi nodded helplessly, for the method to unlock the ruins was straightforward. He produced a shard of time and affixed it to the portal, the faint light flickering and eroding the thin aura of the stone door. Little Jew, carry me over, Luo Wanning said softly, her palm still refining the shard of time. Having reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was but a breath away. Yet this slight margin was exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, Luo Wanning sensed that the opportunity for her breakthrough lay just beyond this stone door. All right. Xia Qianju cradled Luo Wanning and approached Wang Xuanzi and the others, who stood on guard with vigilant eyes. While they were no match for him, they could not abandon their struggle. Xia Qianju merely huffed coldly, indifferent to the gazes of the crowd, standing before the portal with Luo Wanning in her arms. Luo Wanning extended her palm against the portal, her eyes narrowing slightly as she held her breath, focusing intently to sense. Her hand felt as if it had plunged into warm water, a sensation both comfortable and delightful. With the time spirit root, I can freely enter and exit these ruins without any obstruction. Luo Wanning mused internally. In this realm of time ruins, her strength was indeed at the bottom. Yet, it seemed she had discovered her advantage. The challenge now lay in how to harness these advantages to yield the greatest results. Wang Xuanzi suddenly froze. The previously thin light wall began to gradually restore itself. They had already expended a considerable amount of time shards before Xia Qianju's arrival, and were merely wrapping up their efforts. To their surprise, the light wall exhibited signs of recovery, rendering their previous efforts seemingly futile. Was it you who did this? Wang Xuanzi furrowed his brows, casting a wary glance at the girl nestled in Xia Qianju's embrace. The restoration of the light wall occurred only after she made contact, raising his suspicions that I don't know. I did nothing at all, Luo Wanning replied, raising her hands innocently. Are you seeking death? How dare you slander little Ning? Xia Qianju's expression darkened as she glared coldly at Wang Xuanzi. The only reason I have spared you is that you still possess some utility. If you cannot even manage this, I would not hesitate to end your life. A surge of nameless fury welled up within Wang Xuanzi. This was an utter humiliation. Hand over all the time shards you possess. Wang Xuanzi took a deep breath and addressed the 9 individuals around him. Upon hearing this, they obediently surrendered all the time shards they had collected to Wang Xuanzi. There were nearly 20 shards. Luo Wanning could not help but feel astonished at this scene. She had previously detected a rich scent of time shards, originally believing them to be within the ruins. Little did she know they were actually on these individuals. With their assistance, she could undoubtedly refine her true energy further. Luo Wanning pressed her hands against the glowing wall. A continuous stream of spiritual energy washing over her body. The laws of time inscribed delicate markings within her. How peculiar. Why does this light wall grow thicker with each passing moment? Wang Xuanzi found the situation increasingly bizarre, unable to shake off the suspicion that someone was meddling. Moreover, the culprit showed no signs of concealing their actions. Yet, upon seeing Xia Qianju's cold yet alluring visage, Wang Xuanzi felt a mix of rage and resentment. Let you revel for now. Once we enter the ruins, you will witness my prowess. Wang Xuanzi gritted his teeth, extracting 10 shards of time from his person. Onward, everyone, let us break through this barrier. Yes, upon hearing Wang Xuanzi's command, Luo Wanning swiftly retracted her hands. Her body was now somewhat oversaturated and required time to digest. Sister Ning, did you do something just now? Chu Xiangjiao inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Luo Wanning. She had also attempted to touch it earlier, but had not experienced anything unusual. That it wasn't me. I merely felt a sense of familiarity with this light wall, which prompted me to try touching it. Luo Wanning replied, shaking her head, her bright eyes reflecting innocence. Is that truly the case? Chu Xiangjiao scratched her head, a tuft of hair swaying atop her head. She sensed that Luo Wanning had undergone some change. Though it seemed she had become adorably silly, Sister Ning's attributes seemed somewhat akin to mine. But I am certainly smarter than her. No one can shake my status, she mused, a smirk creeping onto her face. Little junior sister, what are you smiling about? Yi Qingshan, feeling somewhat perplexed, tugged at the corners of Chu Xiangjiao's mouth. Sister, you are still young. This is merely a contest among women, Chu Xiangjiao retorted, hands on her hips, eyes gleaming with pride. Humph, a little girl who hasn't even sprouted properly dares to call herself a woman. Wait until you find someone you like, Yi Qingshan scoffed. Humph, who says I don't have someone I like? Oh, who is it? Hee, I won't tell you. Chapter 050. I am not in the wrong. Zzz. The light wall trembled violently before dissipating entirely, the ancient portal swinging open amidst a cloud of dust. You may enter first, Xia Qianju, cradling Luo Wanning, cast a cold glance at Wang Xuanzi and the others, with Yi Qingshan and Chu Xiangjiao standing behind her. All right. Wang Xuanzi, holding a torch to illuminate the dim ruins, felt compelled to bow his head under the eaves. After the 10 individuals ventured into the ruins, Xia Qianju followed suit, still holding Luo Wanning. Little Ju, do you like me? Luo Wanning unexpectedly asked without preamble. Of course, you are my favorite, Little Ning. Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback, gently pinching Luo Wanning's soft cheek. Does Little Ning still doubt my affection for you? But would you deceive me? Luo Wanning slowly lifted her gaze to meet Xia Qianju's eyes. I would never. Everything I do is for you. Little Ning. A sudden wave of unease washed over Xia Qianju, her eyes brimming with love and tenderness. She was certain that Luo Wanning genuinely liked her, which was exactly what she had longed for. For this, she had not hesitated to deceive, feeling no remorse or guilt. Yet, inexplicably, the trust reflected in Luo Wanning's eyes compelled her to avert her gaze. I like Little Ning. I am not in the wrong. Xia Qianju's heart roared. Having practiced for a mere 5 years, she had slain countless foes, regardless of righteousness or wickedness, good or evil. Everything was justified as long as she could obtain what she desired. This was the first lesson imparted to her by her master upon entering the realm of cultivation. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Resources are finite, while seekers are as numerous as the stars. To attain one's desires, one must resort to bloodshed and plunder. The weak are ruthlessly slaughtered, and only the strong may ascend to rule. The strongest control all, possessing everything. This is an unassailable truth. Thus, although she felt anguish after annihilating the Luo family, she did not regret it as long as she could have Luo Wanning. Those lives were inconsequential. The deceased may return, and hatred may fade with time, but a heart wounded in its depths bears indelible scars. I hope little Ju can comprehend this truth, Luo Wanning murmured, her fingers gently caressing Xia Qianju's cheek, the tremor in her fingertips conveying her emotions. Luo Wanning understood the truth, yet she yearned for Xia Qianju to acknowledge it herself. To recognize her errors and reflect upon them. Xia Qianju must face the consequences of her misdeeds. That I like little Ju, but I shall not do anything to hurt her. Does little Ju think as I do? I also like little Ning, and I will not let little Ning suffer. Xia Qianju nodded, her eyes clear and her expression solemn. Luo Wanning nestled against Xia Qianju, who remained reluctant to admit her faults. Luo Wanning resolved to take a firmer stance. Sister Xia, Sister Ning, what are you two whispering about? Chu Xiangjiao inquired, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer, blinking her eyes in confusion. It's nothing, Luo Wanning replied softly. As the group had now reached the depths of the ruins, splashing sounds echoed from the dark recesses, reminiscent of flowing water, light and ethereal. After eavesdropping for a moment, Yi Qingshan approached the trio and quietly stated, "My master assigned me the task of intercepting a stream of time, and this water sound is likely that stream. That I will need your assistance shortly." Understood. Xia Qianju and Chu Xiangjiao nodded without hesitation. Xia Qianju glanced at the 10 individuals leading the way ahead, contemplating whether to eliminate them first to avoid any unforeseen complications. There's no need. The Eternal Immortal Sovereign has surely made arrangements for the severed stream of time. Let them attract the hatred when the time comes, Yi Qingshan replied, shaking her head. She was not fond of violence. Bai Ji had committed numerous wrongdoings, yet treated her well. Yi Qingshan felt immense gratitude and had often urged Bai Ji to temper her actions over the years, though to no avail. Therefore, while fulfilling Bai Ji's tasks, she sought to minimize the bloodshed as much as possible. Her insistence on following was driven by a desire to prevent Xia Qianju from becoming the next Bai Ji. Though her intentions were noble, the execution proved to be a formidable challenge. Presently, these individuals were merely at the Golden Core stage, and Yi Qingshan believed that the 4 of them, including the Black Bull ancestor, posed no substantial threat. Thus, she found it prudent to allow them to remain. The River of Time. Luo Wanning's eyes sparkled. She had previously obtained a drop of River of Time water from the Eternal Hall, which had elevated her cultivation to the peak of Qi refinement. Therefore, she was determined to seize this tributary of time. Help! Save me! A sudden cry of anguish echoed from the darkness ahead, followed by the thud of a torch falling to the ground, its flickering light dimming before extinguishing completely. Xiao Shi, what has happened to you? Wang Xuanzi shouted, brandishing his torch as he rushed forward. In the shadows, a pale figure darted past, ghostly and ever-changing. Was it the Eternal Immortal? Luo Wanning paused, momentarily stunned, as the shifting appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the Eternal Immortal she had encountered in the Eternal Hall. However, this figure appeared more solid, yet its aura was significantly weaker than the ethereal presence in the hall. It is a time guardian at the nascent soul stage. We must unite to resist it. The 9 members of Wang Xuanzi's group gathered, and he lowered his voice. Buy me some time that I can control this phantom. Once I gain dominion over it, we can ensure that the 4 from the Falling Star sect remain trapped here forever. Upon hearing this, the morale of the group surged as they readied their long spears. Steadfast in their defense, that a time guardian, is it the one tasked with protecting the tributaries of time? Luo Wanning narrowed her eyes, channeling her time spirit root to sense the elusive time guardian lurking in the darkness. Moments later, her eyes lit up, and a hint of a smile graced her lips. Indeed, she could manipulate the time guardian. Senior sister, do not concern yourself with them. Focus on collecting the tributary of time. We will hold them off along with the time guardian, Xia Qianju said coldly, her sword piercing the darkness as she charged towards the depths of the ruins where the river of time flowed. Yi Qingshan and Chu Xiangjiao followed closely behind her. The river of time lay at the heart of the ruins, a phantasmal stream measuring 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. It flowed from the void and into the void, its origins and destination shrouded in mystery. The river of time is untouchable. Everyone, be cautious, Yi Qingshan warned, revealing dozens of seeds in her palm. As the seeds touched the ground, they rapidly grew, verdant vines entwining the tributary of time. However, at the moment the vines made contact with the tributary, the bark aged, and several green leaves wilted and fell. Yi Qingshan was not taken aback. With a flick of her wrist, a small gourd, pure as jade, appeared above the river of time, emanating a powerful suction that drew the river's water drop by drop. The time guardian is coming. Senior Sister Xia, stop it. Xu Xiangjiao cried out in panic. Dragon's roar. Break the void. Xia Qianju instantaneously unleashed a brilliant sword light, its piercing intent formidable. Yet, as the sword light met the Time Guardian, it was swiftly extinguished. The Guardian was harnessing the power of the tributary. As long as the tributary remained intact, it would not perish. Xia Qianju furrowed her brow. Sensing the situation was becoming precarious that moment, she felt an unexpected weakness in her left arm, realizing a drop of river of time water had unwittingly splashed onto her arm. Xiaoning, Xia Qianju shouted anxiously, reaching out for the slipping Luo Wanning, only to find someone else was quicker. That a powerful force enveloped Luo Wanning, drawing her closer. Chapter 051. I killed your entire family. Senior Sister Xia, don't go near. Xu Xiangjiao cried out in desperation as she saw Xia Qianju recklessly charging towards the Time Guardian. The Guardian appeared to simply grasp Luo Wanning, seemingly with no intent to harm her. Meanwhile, the situation on their side was becoming dire. Yi Qinshan was fully focused on collecting the tributary of time, leaving her as the only one with any remaining strength. Damn it, why can't I control the Time Guardian? Is there a flaw in the family's secret technique? Wang Xuanzi was filled with anxiety. This was his last hope for turning the tide, and now it seemed utterly ineffective. Young master, we still have a chance. With Xia Qianju confronting the Time Guardian, the outcome is uncertain. That girl at the peak of the nascent soul stage seems immobilized, leaving only a small girl. This is our best opportunity for counterattack. Wang Xuanzi glanced at the two, letting out a helpless sigh. Oh, you truly think they are that foolish? How could they not anticipate the current situation? If it were so easy, we would have been eliminated long ago. Wang Xuanzi shook his head. If he could foresee this scenario, he could not believe that Xia Qianju had not foreseen it as well. Since they had not attacked, it was clear they had something up their sleeves. Ignore them. Focus entirely on activating the secret technique. We must gain control over the Time Guardian. The 9 of them attempted once more, and not far away, the Time Guardian indeed exhibited a change. Did we succeed? Wang Xuanzi thought to himself as he saw the Time Guardian shatter Xia Qianju's sword light with a palm and charge towards the river of time, preparing to toss the girl into its depths. Wang Xuanzi issued another command, and the Time Guardian indeed seized the girl in its grasp, hurling her towards the river of time. Ha! Xia Qianju, it's over for you. Wang Xuanzi laughed triumphantly. Rising suddenly, everyone move. First, capture that little girl guarding the edge of the river of time. Little junior sister, stop shouting, Xia Qianju shouted anxiously, brandishing her 7-star sword as she attempted to rush forward. But the Time Guardian behind her raised a hand to restrain her, drastically slowing her movements. She watched helplessly as Luo Wanning was on the verge of falling into the river of time, and the only one capable of rescuing her was the nearby Xu Xiangjiao. Oh my. Xu Xiangjiao indeed saw Luo Wanning, but before she could approach, she sensed a strange aura enveloping her. This is the power of the laws of time. Xu Xiangjiao's face turned pale. Luo Wanning, possessing the time spirit root, was unaffected by the power of time's laws. However, if she were to be inadvertently caught in it, she could lose years, even decades, of her lifespan in an instant. Xiaoning, I'm so sorry. Xu Xiangji retreated in panic. After all, Luo Wanling possessed the time spirit root. Even if she fell into the river of time, it would not have a significant impact. At least, that was her hope. Chu, Xiang, Jiao, Xia Qianju roared in fury upon witnessing Xu Xiangjiao's retreat, her anger boiling over as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Since Xu Xiangjiao had joined the Falling Star sect, Xia Qianju had taken care of her, sharing the abundant resources acquired during their travels. Aside from Luo Wanling, Xu Xiangjiao was her most important friend. Yet, at the most critical moment, Xu Xiangjiao had abandoned the chance to save the one she cherished. Dragon's roar, void of illusions. The agile silver dragon enveloped Xia Qianju. And when her form reappeared, it was above Luo Wanling. She hurriedly reached for Luo Wanling's delicate wrist. Xiaoning, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Xia Qianju exclaimed anxiously, her face pale and her voice laced with weakness. A faint sound rang out, but at that moment, it felt deafening. Xia Qianju stared blankly as she witnessed Luo Wanling plummeting into the river of time. Why did Xiaoning push my hand away? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Qianju leaped towards the river of time. The waters surged, mercilessly eroding everything in their path. Xia Qianju felt her true essence slipping away. All her hard-earned cultivation seemed to be dissipating in that instant. Yet, she pressed on without a hint of regret. She had strived to cultivate solely for Luo Wanling. If Luo Wanling were not by her side, what meaning did her cultivation hold? Junior sister, Yu Qishan exclaimed in shock. Attempting to reach for Xia Qianju, but as she extended her hand, she was repelled by the splashing water. With a splash, Xia Qianju finally grasped Luo Wanling's wrist, pulling her tightly into an embrace as they both fell heavily into the river of time. To be able to die with Xiao Ning, my life will have no regrets. The waves churned, engulfing their figures. Xiao Qianju, I want to have a heart-to-heart with you. A voice echoed in her ears. And Xia Qianju paused momentarily. Despite having plunged into the river of time, why was she now unharmed? Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the familiar figure, surrounded by the eerie, icy waters of the river of time. The waters flowed tumultuously, yet they created a small space for them, as if an invisible membrane enveloped the two, shielding them from the river's corrosive touch. Xiao Ning, have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Xia Qianju noticed the change in Luo Wanling's aura, feeling a flicker of astonishment. However, the time spirit route was inherently mysterious, defying conventional reasoning. That is not important. Luo Wanling gently shook her head, her expression calm and devoid of emotion as she gazed at Xia Qianju. Xiao Qianju, there is no one else here. Tell me the truth about the annihilation of the Luo family. Did you do it? Even though the Eternal Immortal had used celestial techniques to recreate the events of that night. Luo Wanling still held a glimmer of hope for Xia Qianju. She cherished Xia Qianju deeply, truly loving her. Xiao Qianju, do you still not trust me? Your family was killed by the Black Wind bandits. I saved you. I cared for you. Why do you doubt me? Luo Wanling remained silent, quietly extending her hand into the waters of time. The river surged, mercilessly engulfing her delicate hand. The palm ages swiftly, its once lustrous skin now marred by layers of creases, followed by mottled age spots. Xiao Ning, please, Summer Qianju exclaimed in terror, hastily grasping Luo Wanning's left arm, pulling her hand from the river of time. Yet, that hand had already succumbed to the ravages of time, coarse and withered, and had she delayed even a moment longer, it might have transformed into a skeletal remnant. Xiao Ju, I wish to trust you. But I implore you not to treat me like a fool, deceiving and toying with me. Luo Wanning's gaze was complex. If you still wish to persist in your deceit, I shall have no choice but to cast you out. Xiao Ning, do you have a way out? Then let us depart swiftly. We can discuss everything later. No, Luo Wanning gently shook her head. I shall remain here. Why? Why? Why must you force me? Why do you refuse to be with me? Summer Qianju clutched Luo Wanning's shoulders, desperately seeking her. Luo Wanning's expression was impassive, a faint sorrow glimmering in her eyes. All I desire is the truth. The truth. The truth. Is the truth truly so vital? I have already provided you with the truth. Yet why will you not believe me? Do you truly despise me so? Must you be with that hideous woman? Luo Wanning remained silent, while Summer Qianju appeared to descend into madness. Very well, you seek the truth. Then I shall reveal it to you. Listen carefully, Xiao Ning. It was I who slaughtered your entire family. It was I who killed the woman you cherished. It was I who eliminated all who dared to approach you. Because you are mine, and mine alone. I love you. My love surpasses all. I must possess you. I must claim all of you. Xiao Ning, are you satisfied now? Chapter 052. Xiao Ju, I despise you. Slap. Summer Qianju stared blankly at Luo Wanning, whose expression was as frigid as ice, a faint warmth blooming upon her cheek. Xiao Ning, you struck me. You have never harmed me before. You once proclaimed that I was your most beloved person in this world, that you would forsake everything for me. Enough? Luo Wanning's eyes were icy, her lips trembling slightly. She understood that perhaps this was how the truth ought to be, yet when Summer Qianju uttered those words, the pain in her heart exceeded her capacity to endure. She wished to grant Summer Qianju an opportunity to make her realize her errors, but even at this moment, Summer Qianju remained obstinately unrepentant. Luo Wanning felt profound anguish. She could save others, yet who would come to her rescue? Did Xiao Ning truly care more for those inconsequential people than for me? Summer Qianju pressed her palm against her heaving heart, her expression one of deep sorrow, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. Slap. Luo Wanning retaliated with another strike, her heart twisted in pain, her lips clenched tightly, her eyes filled with disappointment. Xiao Ju, do you still not recognize your error? I am not at fault. It is Xiao Ning who is to blame. It is their fault. If they had not prevented you from marrying that woman, none of this would have transpired. Summer Qianju's obsession and madness gradually plunged Luo Wanning into despair. Let it be destroyed. Let it all come to an end. Luo Wanning sighed, ensconced in the river of time. Knowing that even Summer Qianju could not escape death. Xiaoju, I love you. Let us together pay for the mistakes we have committed. Summer Qianju remained entirely oblivious to the crux of the matter. To her, life seemed utterly inconsequential. Xiaoning, Summer Qianju, seemed momentarily dazed. She was not afraid of death, else she would not have plummeted into the river of time to save Luo Wanning. But now, with both of them capable of escaping safely, why should she die? Ever since becoming a disciple of Bai Ji and joining the Falling Star sect, Summer Qianju had experienced nothing but smooth sailing. Everything she desired was within her grasp. She was a prodigy of the sword path, unmatched in combat, and any resources she required were readily seized, even if senior figures attempted to obstruct her. Bai Ji would assist her in acquiring them. Her strength, her dominance, her insatiable demands. No one could resist her will. I have long stated that you need not allow her to cultivate, nor consider her feelings. As long as you are powerful enough, you can forcibly keep her by your side, imprisoning her for a lifetime. Unfortunately, you did not heed my words, and the bitter fruit you have reaped is a result of your own actions. Yet it is not too late. Although she possesses the root of time, she can merely play tricks in the river of time. Furthermore, she still harbors affection for you, as long as you feign remorse and lure her out of the river of time. You can directly cripple her cultivation and imprison her. She may despise you now, but what about 30 or 50 years from now? What she says holds truth. Time can dull hatred as long as you maintain a firm grasp on her. There will come a day when she will inevitably fall hopelessly in love with you once more. The voice of the moonlight fairy echoed within, akin to a devil's whisper, causing Summer Qianju's eyes to glimmer with newfound hope. Her strength, her cunning. These were the very assets that could enable her to seize Luo Wanning with force. If she could strip Luo Wanning of her cultivation, binding her limbs so that she could not even take her own life, she could still possess her unrestrainedly. With this thought, Summer Qianju bit her crimson lip, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Xiaoning, I was wrong. I do not wish for your death. I am willing to atone for them with my remaining life. I am willing to help you resurrect them. Xiaoju. Luo Wanning instinctively halted her actions, staring at Summer Qianju in astonishment as the encroaching river of time gradually receded. Xiaobai, has Xiaoju truly realized her mistakes and is willing to repent? Summer Qianju's abrupt change in demeanor made Luo Wanning wary of her intentions. Luo Wanning was acutely aware that once they departed the river of time, she would merely be a plaything in the other's hands. Unable to resist. Woof, woof, that's right. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. Xiaobai, you are destined to be with the Eternal Immortal Sovereign. Even if you fall into the river of time, danger shall not befall you. Once I am gone, you will also gain your freedom. You would not deceive me, would you? Woof, woof. You are my master. I would never deceive you. Summer Qianju has genuinely reflected upon her actions and is willing to assist you. Yet Luo Wanning remained skeptical. It was no wonder she was suspicious. After all, she had been deceived by Summer Qianju for so long, and if she were to be deceived again, she feared she might crumble. Xiaoning, I truly understand my mistakes. I swear I shall never deceive you again. Please, trust me one last time. Summer Qianju tightly clasped Luo Wanning's hands, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with remorse and self-reproach. I beg you, Xiaoning, grant me one final chance. I promise I shall never cause you sorrow again. Wu. Luo Wanning hesitated. Choosing to accompany Summer Qianju to death was merely a last resort. For those who died in such a manner would not be resurrected. Moreover, she had now acquired the root of time, discovering hope for their resurrection. To abandon it now would leave her unsatisfied. But could Summer Qianju truly be trusted? Luo Wanning found herself ensnared in a dilemma. To live together? To die together? Just then, the river of time suddenly quaked violently, the waters surging, creating tumultuous waves. Their figures were abruptly cast apart by the river of time. Junior sister Xia, Miss Xiaoning, are you both unharmed? Yi Qingxian, seeing the two safe and sound, let out a sigh of relief. The white jade gourd continued to tremble, while the river of time gradually dissipated, vanishing into the void. Xiaoning, I shall never allow you to leave me again. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanning's complexion changed dramatically, and she quickly turned to look at Summer Qianju, only to find that the latter's face bore no trace of sorrow. but rather excitement and obsession. Xiaoju, were you deceiving me just now? Luo Wanning's expression darkened, having left the river of time. This place was no longer her battlefield. Xiaoning, are you not also deceiving me? Your legs have clearly healed. Summer Qianju let out a haughty snort, reaching for Luo Wanning's shoulder. Time froze. At the moment Summer Qianju grasped Luo Wanning's hand. The latter simultaneously seized Summer Qianju's palm. Wah, senior sister Xia, come save me. Chu Xiangjiao, having just escaped the encirclement of Wang Xuanzi and others, rushed towards Summer Qianju. Xiaoju, I despise you. You have disappointed me beyond measure. From this day forth, our ties are severed. When we meet again, I shall surely kill you. Luo Wanning gritted her teeth, having given Summer Qianju numerous opportunities for honesty, even at the final moment. She was willing to accompany her to death, but what of Summer Qianju? Summer Qianju showed no signs of remorse, still deceiving her until the very end. Luo Wanning snatched Summer Qianju's 7-star sword and reached for the white jade gourd hanging from the vines. She waved, summoning the Guardian of Time from a distance. Take me away. Chapter 053. Let her spend the rest of her life in regret. What is happening? Chu Xiangji was taken aback, witnessing the once disabled Luo Wanning suddenly running toward her. Sister Xiangjiao, my apologies. Luo Wanning reached out toward Chu Xiangjiao, who was utterly bewildered, only realizing what was happening when Luo Wanning's hand was nearly upon her. Sister Xiaoning, you do not intend to take me away, do you? Chu Xiangjiao, somewhat perplexed, thought that Luo Wanning was underestimating her. Raising her hand, flames surged, the temperature rising sharply, as 2 fiery wheels lifted her into the air. Wind, forest, fire, mountain guardian formation. Luo Wankai summoned the engraved formation within her body, piercing directly through the waves of flames. She swiftly grasped Chu Xiangjiao's delicate foot, yanking her down, and then forcefully inserted a pill into her mouth. Is this the softening bone-dispelling pill I gifted you? Chu Xiangjiao smacked her lips, her petite face turning ashen, fear glimmering in her eyes. No, Sister Xiaoling, what on earth has happened? What does this have to do with me? Junior sister, stop her. Don't let Xiaoling escape. How am I supposed to stop her? Chu Xiangjiao lamented, her small face drawn in distress as she felt utterly weak. Her inner vitality dissipated, cradled in Luo Wansai's arms. The 7-star sword rested against her neck, its sharp edge sending shivers down her spine. Yi Qishan, restrain Xia Qianju for me, or I shall take Chu Xiangjiao's life. Luo Wansai's gaze was frigid, her expression devoid of emotion, as she coldly fixed her eyes on Yi Qishan. Yi Qishan wore a puzzled expression, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding situation that in a bid to save Luo Wankai, Xia Qianju had plummeted into the river of time alongside her, utilizing a white jade gourd. She extracted a significant amount of the river's waters, successfully rescuing both women. It appeared as if their love had turned to hatred. But what did this have to do with her? Why were they seizing her white jade gourd? Moreover, they were now holding the innocent Chu Xiangjiao hostage. Had Luo Wankai lost her mind? Junior sister Xia, wait. The moment Xia Qianju broke free from her restraints, she charged towards Luo Wankai. Yi Qingshan swiftly intervened, pulling her back. Junior sister Xia, there may be a misunderstanding between you two. You need time to cool down. Yi Qishan reached out to restrain Xia Qianju while calling out to Luo Wankai. Luo Wankai, do not act impulsively. Junior sister is innocent. Do not harm her. Sister, let me go quickly, or Xiaoling will escape. Xia Qianju cried anxiously, feeling weakened without the 7-star sword. Moreover, Luo Wankai was accompanied by the Guardian of Time. It seemed that Luo Wankai truly intended to leave her behind. Junior sister, do not act rashly. I believe you both need time to calm down. Yi Qishan felt helpless as this conflict escalated between the two women. The hatred in Luo Wansai's eyes was akin to a desire to annihilate her entire family, leaving Yi Qingshan feeling rather troubled. Thank you. Luo Wankai nodded at Yi Qingshan. She lacked the capability to retaliate against Xia Qianju and genuinely needed time to gather herself. Step aside. Luo Wankai, with Chu Xiangjiao in her arms and the 7-star sword in hand, charged toward the ruins. Young master, should we intervene? Wang Xuanzi hesitated, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Was this a ploy on their part? Pay them no mind. Our target is Xia Qianju. She has just fallen into the river of time. Her cultivation diminished significantly. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. Wang Xuanzi led his group to silently part the way, allowing Luo Wankai and her companion to depart. Outside the ruins, Luo Wankai sniffed the air and swiftly soared southward. 2.5 hours later, she placed Chu Xiangjiao beneath the shade of a tree and began to regulate her breathing. Sister Shaoling, are you all right? Chu Xiangjiao blinked in confusion, sensing a slight change in Luo Wancai's demeanor, which seemed to have grown somewhat colder. I apologize. I was left with no choice. Luo Wankai shook her head. Without holding Chu Xiangjiao hostage, Yu Qishan would not have stopped Xia Qianju. Although she had the Guardian of Time on her side, Yu Qishan would undoubtedly lean towards Xia Qianju. If she intervened, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Did something happen between you and Sister Xia? Chu Xiangjiao cautiously regarded Luo Wankai, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, the gender-altering pills had been concocted by her, and she had been deceiving Luo Wankai all along. Bearing an undeniable responsibility, Luo Wankai fell silent, contemplating the grievances between her and Xia Qianju. Although Chu Xiangjiao bore some responsibility, she decided not to dwell on it further. Noticing Luo Wancai's silence and her aloof demeanor, Chu Xiangjiao felt increasingly anxious. Having just ingested the softening bone-dispelling pill, she would require another 2.5 hours to restore her true essence. At present, she was merely a soft and vulnerable young girl. If Luo Wankai were to grow displeased and decide to end her life, she would have nowhere to lament. Sister Shaoling, I realize my mistake. It's all my fault for concocting those wretched gender-altering pills that made you so adorable. I beg for your forgiveness. Chu Xiangjiao gently grasped Luo Wancai's aged hand, retrieving a creamy medicinal ointment from her bosom to apply to her. Sister Shaoling, your palm has been eroded by the river of time. But this warm jade soft fragrance ointment, crafted by senior sister, is remarkably effective against such erosion. Thank you, Xiangjiao. The warm jade soft fragrance ointment exuded a rich life force, combined with Luo Wancai's temporal spiritual roots. The wrinkles on her hands swiftly smoothed out, her skin becoming as lustrous as jade, delicate and flawless. Luo Wankai gazed at her now radiant skin, lost in thought. While physical wounds could heal, how could the anguish of the heart be alleviated? Would you like to hear the story of me and Xiaoju? Finally, Sister Shaoling is willing to share with me. Chu Xiangjiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she retrieved a handful of melon seeds. Plopping down on the ground to prepare for a delightful love tale, Luo Wankai slightly raised her gaze toward the horizon, her thoughts drifting back to her childhood. As she recounted her story, the seeds scattered across the ground. Initially, Chu Xiangjiao listened with great enthusiasm, but as the narrative progressed, her heart grew increasingly alarmed. How could this be? Sister Xia killed your entire family? Chu Xiangjiao gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. The melon seeds slipping from her lips, she shook her head, skepticism evident in her gaze. Impossible. Though Sister Xia appears somewhat aloof and proud, she possesses a tender and fragile heart, and she adores you so deeply. She could never commit such a heinous act. Heh, I was initially reluctant to believe it too. Luo Wankai sighed helplessly. Sharing her pain seemed to lighten her burden slightly. Yet, the truth remained unchanged, acknowledged by her own lips. Chu Xiangjiao found it difficult to comprehend. Could there have been some misunderstanding? That isn't possible. To think that love could lead to such a path. Thankfully, I have no one I fancy. Chu Xiangjiao pressed her hand against her racing heart. Filled with trepidation, what does Sister Shaoling plan to do next? Do you truly intend to kill Sister Xia for revenge? Luo Wancai's gaze stretched out, a solitary cloud drifting leisurely across the sky. The gentle breeze tousling her hair. I wish for Xiaoju to atone for her sins, to spend the rest of her life in regret. Chapter 054. The Alliance Against Zhuom. Sister Shaoling, I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. Chu Xiangjiao hesitated, her face reflecting uncertainty. While Luo Wancai's ordeal was indeed deserving of sympathy, she felt compelled to speak. Speak your mind. Luo Wankai nodded. Sister Shaoling may not be fully aware of Sister Xia's strength. I believe you will never be able to defeat her. To make her regret may prove quite challenging. Chu Xiangjiao expressed her thoughts delicately, striving to avoid inflicting harm on Luo Wancai's currently fragile spirit. However, she was acutely aware of Xia Qianju's overwhelming prowess and unparalleled talent and swordsmanship. Luo Wankai had gained the temporal spiritual root by sheer luck. If she believed she could subdue Xia Qianju based solely on that, it would be utterly impossible, challenging indeed. Luo Wankai sighed softly, lifting her gaze once more, determination gleaming in her eyes. There will come a time when the winds will break the waves, and I shall hoist my sails to navigate the vast seas. Perhaps this is the only purpose for my survival. Chu Xiangjiao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Luo Wanning's profile, admiration swelling within her. She could hardly fathom how she would react if such calamity befell her. Despair would surely consume her. Yet Luo Wanning had summoned the courage to confront her grim reality. For that indomitable spirit, she deserved both reverence and admiration. Such beautiful poetry. Chu Xiangjiao clapped her hands softly, then clenched her fists, resolved. Sister Shaoling, allow me to assist you. Earlier, Sister Xia nearly took my life with a single sword strike. I wish for her to regret it for eternity. Chu Xiangjiao pouted indignantly, her brows furrowing as she retrieved a small black notebook from her bosom. Flipping through its densely packed pages, she revealed the names, dates, and events of those who had offended her. Astonishingly, a few pages even contained Bai Ji's name. Sister Shaoling, look, this entire 3 pages details Sister Xia's persecution of me. She is truly despicable. Yet, Luo Wanning paid her no heed. Her gaze fixed vacantly on the drifting clouds above. It seemed as though a crucial memory was on the verge of awakening in her mind. Yet something held it captive. Xia Qianju, Xiaoju. This familiar name echoed repeatedly in her mind. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable dissonance. Xia Qianju, Xia Qianju. This name she had muttered countless times now felt strangely off. Xia Qianju was not Xia Qianju. Xiaoju was not Xiaoju. Then who was she? Luo Wanning cradled her head in anguish, crouching on the ground as her memories became increasingly muddled, fragments of recollection tinged with an unsettling quality. Why do I have feelings for Xiaoju? I clearly only met her for the first time. Why would Xiaoju have feelings for me? She should not harbor any affection for me. With her hands tightly gripping her head, Luo Wanning felt an excruciating pain akin to her soul being torn apart, as inexplicable images flickered to life in her mind. In those visions, her figure intertwined with that of Xiaoju. Yet the scenes she beheld were entirely alien to her experience. Sister Shaoning, are you all right? Chu Xiangjiao paused for a moment, then hastily produced a small, square wooden box from her bosom. Upon opening the exquisite box, she pressed a pitch-black elixir into Luo Wanning's mouth. Luo Wanning's mind was somewhat dazed, the earlier visions resembling ephemeral bubbles, fading into the recesses of her memory. Shaking her head, she regained a semblance of clarity in her eyes. I'm fine. What exactly did you give me? A third-grade elixir, the soul-cleansing pill that can purify your soul and dispel negative effects. Do you feel better now? She asked playfully, a satisfied smile adorning her lips. Although the soul-cleansing pill was merely a third-grade elixir, its unique properties allowed it to directly influence the soul, making it invaluable, perhaps even surpassing that of a fourth-grade elixir, for those in need. Thank you. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. There was something peculiar about Chu Xiangjiao's elixirs. She had yet to fully comprehend the memory-erasing elixir from before. And now she was presenting yet another strange concoction, which heightened her wariness. Nevertheless, the effects of the soul-cleansing pill were undeniably remarkable, as her mind cleared and a sense of vitality surged within her, banishing fatigue and lethargy. Sister Shaoning, no need for formality between us. We are allies in resisting Sister Xia's tyranny, Chu Xiangjiao said with a slight smile. Sister Shaoning feeling better now. We should make haste. That sounds good. Although Luo Wanning's true essence had not fully restored, they had lingered in this spot for far too long. Sister Shaoning, I believe you should leave the 7-star sword behind. Otherwise, Sister Xia will soon track us down. Chu Xiangjiao cautioned as she noticed Luo Wanning's intention to carry the 7-star sword. That so? Luo Wanning frowned. Her desire to keep the 7-star sword stemmed from a wish to diminish Xia Qianju's combat prowess and mobility. However, carrying it would hinder her ability to evade Xia Qianju's pursuit. Moreover, Luo Wanning recalled a troubling thought. Xiaoju had mentioned she could vaguely sense their location. What was the reason behind that? It is likely that Sister Xia left a trace of her sword energy on us. Chu Xiangjiao mused. Sister Xia possesses a clear understanding of sword intent and is highly sensitive to it. Even if she left her sword energy on us, we wouldn't easily perceive it. Is there no solution? Luo Wanning felt the situation growing increasingly troublesome. If she could pinpoint the sword energy's location, perhaps she could wash it away with the river of time's waters. Yet, at present, she could not sense it at all. Woof woof, master. I know. How dare you show your face? Luo Wanning scoffed. glancing at the pattern on her hand. I have yet to settle the score with you for deceiving me. Master, I did not deceive you. At that time, Sister Xia truly intended to repent. I have no idea why she suddenly changed her mind. The white spirit dog king emerged from the pattern on Luo Wanning's hand, fluttering its small wings, its golden eyes filled with grievance. Master, I am truly wronged. Perhaps someone concealed Sister Xia's true intentions. Could it have been that remnant soul? Luo Wanning frowned. She had only heard about this from the Eternal Immortal Sovereign and could not confirm whether the other party possessed such means. Master, you must believe me. Let me assist you in resolving the sword energy issue first. The white spirit dog king sniffed around Luo Wanning, finally pausing at her belly button, devouring a trace of sword energy. Then it perched atop Xia Qianju's head, consuming the sword energy clinging to her errant hair. So, the reason my hair stands out is due to sword energy. Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback. To rectify that stubborn tuft, she had exerted considerable effort, not realizing the root cause lay here. Sighing deeply at the white spirit dog king's devoted efforts to resolve their issues, Luo Wanning felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Once, Xia Qianju had cared for her with such attentiveness, and now the white spirit dog king's actions mirrored that kindness. Luo Wanning found herself at a loss, struggling to discern what was true and what was false. Let us depart. Chapter 55. Xia Qianju, you are a Yandere senior sister. Let go of me. Xia Qianju angrily shook off Yi Qingxian's hand, glaring at her with resentment. If I cannot find Xiaoning, I will not spare you. Xia Qianju retrieved a silver-white longsword from her storage ring, its bronze hilt adorned with a purple tassel, known as the Purple Tassel Sword. The sword, though less resplendent than the seven-star sword, still exuded a sharp aura. Get away from me. Seeing Wang Xiansu and others foolishly encircling her, Xia Qianju's fury reached its zenith. Who dares obstruct my search for Xiaoning? I shall slay them. With a cold shout, a piercing sword light sliced through the air, and a lithe silver dragon's phantom materialized overhead. The roar of the dragon reverberated, shaking the ruins of the palace. The silver dragon's phantom swept through, mercilessly severing an arm. Xia Qianju had indeed weakened at a glint of clarity passed through Wang Xiansu's eyes. Previously, Xia Qianju could have effortlessly slain them with a mere flick of her wrist. Yet now, in her rage, she would undoubtedly hold nothing back. Even so, it only resulted in the injury of one of their own. Kill Xia Qianju. Wang Xiansu bellowed, raising his hand to reveal countless delicate silver needles. The needles shot forth like streaks of light. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Qianju raised her hand to wield the purple tassel sword, deflecting the silver needles that fell to the ground, leaving her unharmed. Yet the fire of rage within her continued to blaze. Those who obstruct my search for Xiaoning shall face death. Xia Qianju cried out in frustration, but her pursuers clung to her like leeches. Sister Xia Qianju's cultivation has fallen to the early golden core stage. Yi Qingxian sighed helplessly. It was indeed troublesome for Xia Qianju to extricate herself from these individuals quickly. However, she had no intention of intervening. She was not concerned about Luo Wanning harming Xu Xiangjiao, as the two seemed to get along quite well. She intended to give the furious Xia Qianju some time to cool down. After all, in her current state, even if she caught up to Luo Wanning, their conflict would not resolve and could very well escalate. Xia Qianju, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Wang Xiansu spat out a flying sword, its body 3 inches long, as black as ink, moving with the speed of light. Before me, you dare to wield a sword. Xia Qianju reached out to grasp the black flying sword. The sword vibrated violently, but ultimately settled firmly in her grasp. Puff! Wang Xiansu's face turned pale as he coughed up blood. She can sever my connection to the flying sword. Wang Xiansu was taken aback, staggering back 3 steps. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Xia Qianju. He knew her swordsmanship was formidable, but he never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Retreat. We are no match for Xia Qianju. Wang Xiansu quickly made a decision. He had already offended Xia Qianju and could not kill her. Exiting would undoubtedly lead to severe punishment from his family. Yet now, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. That I told you to roll, and yet you didn't. Now, none shall escape. Xia Qianju sneered, hurling the black flying sword, which flashed with dark li. I am on a quest to find Xiaoning. Release me at once. The purple spike sword flashed with a chilling light, neatly severing the vines. Yet they swiftly regrew, ensnaring Xia Qianju once more. Xia Qianju, have you truly considered how you will confront Luo Wanning? Yi Qinxian demanded sternly. Of course I know. I want Stouning to remain by my side forever. I care for nothing else. Xia Qianju realized that escape was unattainable in the short term, and suddenly hurled the purple spiked sword, the agile silhouette of a silver dragon charging towards Yi Qinxian. Unlike you, senior sister, I am not weak. I will not hesitate before the girl I adore, nor will I wait until she is gone to regret my inaction. I am not weak. I simply seek a more rational approach. I wish to provide her with a future filled with happiness. Yi Qinxian's expression darkened, her voice tinged with anger. She raised her palm, 3 seeds rooting themselves in the void as vines erupted wildly, forming a barrier before her. Rational? Happiness? Huh? Xia Qianju laughed uproariously, spittle flying. Is your so-called happiness predicated upon the death of the one you cherish? Simply because you cannot bear the gaze of the mundane world, or free yourself from the shackles of morality. Xia Qianju's face was a mask of disdain, her eyes gleaming with mockery and scorn. I am unlike you. I love Xiaoning, and I will keep her by my side, employing any means necessary. So long as she is with me, we shall attain happiness, Xia Qianju declared, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yi Qinxian, you are a coward. Xia Qianju, you are a deranged obsessive. Yi Qinxian retorted defiantly, her words striking a nerve. Had she been more proactive in the past, a tragedy could have been averted. With her lips trembling, consumed by rage, Yi Qinxian raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack. Chapter 056. The Pursuit of Love by Xia Qianju. Yi Qinxian, how dare you strike me? Xia Qianju's eyes widened, filled with fury and murderous intent. If it were Luo Wanning, that would be one thing, as she is the one I cherish most. But what gives Yi Qinxian the right? Smack, smack, smack. Yi Qinxian retaliated with 3 resounding slaps, saying, what is wrong with me slapping you? I simply find you intolerable. Yi Qinxian scoffed. Xia Qianju, you think only of your own feelings. Have you considered the one you profess to love? Everything you do only inflicts greater pain upon her. If you cannot provide happiness, do not forcefully keep someone by your side. Yi Qinxian, Xia Qianju roared, the sting of her cheek insignificant compared to Yi Qinxian's words, which pierced her heart like a dagger. I need not consider. I love Xiaoning. And she loves me. As long as we can be together, we are the happiest. Xia Qianju's eyes burned crimson, her laughter maniacal as she looked down upon Yi Qinxian. Ha! You will never understand, for you have never loved someone with your whole being. I love Xiaoning. No one in this world could possibly love her more than I do. Ha! You are merely envious of my love. You are a pathetic, cowardly woman. Xia Qianju seemed to have lost her sanity, her words tumbling out nonsensically as she raged. Yi Qinxian's hand stung from the slaps, yet it was in vain. After all, she was not the one in question. Even if she were to strike Xia Qianju dead, nothing would change. Perhaps Luo Wanning could, but her strength was feeble, and she would soon be subdued and imprisoned by Xia Qianju. Alas, I will do my utmost to buy you some time. You must flee. Yi Qinxian sighed helplessly, acknowledging that only the one Xia Qianju adored could alter the outcome. Swish, swish, swish. 3 brilliant beams of sword light erupted, swiftly severing the vines. Yi Qinxian, await my return. Once I capture Xiaoning, I shall settle the score with you. Xia Qianju bellowed, taking to the skies on her purple spiked sword, disappearing into the distance. Xiaojing. Yi Qinxian paused, astonished that Xia Qianju could easily sever her vines even while her realm was diminished. Never mind. Time is of the essence. I have done what I can. Yi Qinxian sighed, looking at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. She raised her hand slightly, debris cascading down to cover the remains. Outside the ruins, a figure streaked like a comet, speed surging, creating a deafening sonic boom. Birds and beasts along the way had no time to evade, obliterated by the raging sword energy. Xiaoning, Xiaoning, I am coming. I will not allow you to leave my side. Xia Qianju muttered fervently, her eyes ablaze with fury. What is this madness? 2 young men looked up at the incoming sword light, quickly grasping their weapons in preparation for battle. Yet, as the sword energy drew near, they realized the terror it possessed. By the time they comprehended the danger and sought to flee, it was already too late. Help! Do not kill me! Yet their cries fell upon deaf ears, akin to a drop of water lost in the ocean. Causing no ripples whatsoever, the sword light swept past, and the 2 were reduced to mere puddles of blood. Xia Qianju remained indifferent, her gaze solely fixed upon Luo Wanning. Only by finding Luo Wanning could her reason return, and her tempestuous emotions subside. Why? Why has Xiaoning's presence vanished? Xia Qianju gasped in horror. She had left traces of sword energy upon Luo Wanning to guard against her disappearing one day. Thus, she had felt invincible until now. But now panic gripped her heart. No, Xiaoning still possesses my 7-star sword. If I can locate the 7-star sword, I can find Xiaoning. Xia Qianju sensed the direction of the 7-star sword and hastily flew forth. Half an hour later, Xia Qianju's face turned ashen, her body trembling violently as she crashed to the ground. The 7-star sword stood upright in the earth, with no sign of Luo Wanning. Scrawled upon the ground were 5 striking characters. Xiaoyu. I hate you. Xia Qianju swayed, her vision blurring, her legs giving way beneath her. Xiaoning, do not leave me. Xia Qianju stared vacantly at the sky, memories flooding her mind like a tide. The past was so beautiful. They were innocent children. Deeply in love, they were childhood sweethearts, each other's most crucial counterpart. How could they be separated? Xiaoning, come back to me. Xia Qianju erupted in fury, the 7-star sword and the purple spike, swords soaring through the air. Unleashing a torrent of sharp sword light, the sword energy permeated the air, the intent to kill surging. Xia Qianju's diminished realm began to restore. Yes, it is all Luo Wanning's fault. She has abandoned you. She has betrayed your love. The Moonlight Fairy whispered seductively, like the low murmur of a demon. You shall perish. Xiaoning would never forsake me. She loves me. She is merely under the influence of others. Xia Qianju frantically urged the 2 swords. Wreaking havoc upon her surroundings, debris flew, dust swirled, and the heavens echoed with her frenzied screams. Xiaoning left me due to the machinations of others. It is Yi Qinxian, Chu Xianjiao.it, is all their fault. Xiaoning is innocent. Even the Moonlight Fairy found herself speechless. It seems Xia Qianju had truly lost her grip on reality. Yet this suited her purposes. You are correct. It is not Luo Wanning who is at fault. It is this world, so you must eliminate everyone and create a realm solely for Luo Wanning. Indeed. I desire only Xiaoning. The rest can perish. Xia Qianju laughed maniacally, her face marred with blood, her hair disheveled. Dancing wildly in the wind, appearing utterly mad. Kill. Xia Qianju roared, charging into the distance, every living thing she encountered becoming a soul claimed by her sword. The sword intent solidified, the sword light grew ever more fierce. To the extreme of love, to the extreme of sword. The heart of the sword is clear, a single thought is eternal. Xia Qianju believed in her love just as she believed in her sword. As long as the sword in her heart remained unswerving, her love would not waver. Datio love to the utmost. The sword might take form. Xia Qianju's realm fully restored. She reached the pinnacle of the golden core. Poised to break through to the primordial infant stage. With a single stroke, she unleashed myriad sword shadows, the force of her sword immense and grand. A small hill, standing 100 meters high, was instantly reduced to rubble. Trees splintered and rocks shattered. Who dares to act so recklessly here? An elderly figure suddenly burst forth from within the hill. Yet, as the figure ascended halfway into the air, they beheld the countless sword shadows. The figure desperately dodged, attempting to retreat underground. But it was already too late. The sword light showed no mercy. Blood rained down, and the figure had no time to utter a single cry. Xia Qianju paid no heed. Her sole focus on finding Luo Wanning. Xiaoning, where are you? If you do not appear soon, I shall slay everyone. Xiaoning, do not ignore me. Come speak with me, please. Chapter 057. The Capture of the Guardian of Time. Sister Xiaoning, I just pilfered this fragment of time. Allow me to share a piece with you. Chu Xianjiao gleefully produced 2 shards of time from her bosom, offering one to Luo Wanning. Thank you. Xianjiao, Luo Wanning was deeply touched. The so-called anti-Jew alliance was not mere words, but genuine assistance. Naturally, Luo Wanning would also give all her unneeded resources to Chu Xianjiao. Luo Wanning now possessed a storage ring, making it more convenient to carry items. Sister Xiaoning, there may be a time guardian residing within the ruins ahead. Let us hasten to subdue it, Chu Xianjiao said with a charming smile. Her countenance radiant and sweet, exuding infectious warmth. Luo Wanning's spirits were low, weighed down by sorrow and anguish. Yet as she beheld that healing visage, her mood gradually lightened. Within the flowing light, immortal gourd lay in abundance of the river of time's waters, capable of harboring the time guardians. Even if my own combat prowess is lacking, should I manage to assemble a legion of time warriors, perhaps I could stand against the little orange one. Luo Wanning clenched her fists, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Yet she remained too feeble in her current state. Under Xia Qianju's guidance, Luo Wanning arrived at a certain ruin, one reminiscent of the site where she had acquired the river of time. Before the ruins stood several silhouettes. Who are these two wild girls? Begone, Li Chongqing exclaimed, his temper flaring as he spotted unfamiliar figures approaching. And he began to drive them away. His mood was foul. His ancestor had been in seclusion, only to be inexplicably slain a few days prior, prompting a hasty retreat from the temporal ruins. Yet, after such arduous efforts to arrive here, how could they easily forsake the tantalizing allure of the Eternal Immortal's legacy? Tisk, truly unaware of their own mortality, with her hands on her hips and a cold smirk gracing her lips, Xu Xiangjiao remarked, merely a few inconsequential gestures. I advise you to be sensible and surrender the shards of time, or else. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness. These individuals seemed merely to be at the golden core stage, evidently not formidable foes, and thus Xu Xiangjiao felt no fear. What audacity for a mere child to show such arrogance. You, a golden core practitioner accompanied by a foundation establishment, dare to show disrespect to us 15 golden core cultivators. Do you seek death? Li Chongqing's expression darkened. Having maintained a low profile since entering the temporal ruins, he was not a soft target to be trifled with. Sister Xiaoning, shall we eliminate them all? Xu Xiangjiao playfully blinked, her two pristine little tiger teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Let us refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Acquiring the time shards will suffice. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. She required the time shards to enhance her cultivation, but was averse to bloodshed. Moreover, these individuals bore no grudge against her. It was inherently unjust to seize what belonged to others, and further violence would be rather unreasonable. Luo Wanning produced the flowing light immortal gourd and summoned an ethereal silhouette of a time guardian at the nascent soul stage. How could this be? Li Chongqing's pupils constricted in shock, and the 15 retreated in unison. The time guardian was a puppet left by the Eternal Immortal. How could you possibly control it? Li Chongqing fixated on Luo Wanning in terror, as this shattered his understanding entirely. Could it be you have already received the Eternal Immortal's legacy? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps only by gaining the Eternal Immortal's approval could one wield control over the Time Guardian. Are you the girl who is with Xia Qianju? Recently, Xia Qianju had been rampaging through the temporal ruins, leaving a trail of bloodshed and terror, even causing seasoned practitioners to retreat in fear at her approach. Wait, we are willing to offer the shards of time, Li Chongqing hastily exclaimed, recognizing the formidable Xia Qianju behind them. Without a hint of resistance, he swiftly collected all the time shards from his companions and presented them to Luo Wanning. 17 shards of time. Luo Wanning, holding the substantial stack of shards, felt quite satisfied. As long as she could refine them, ascending to the late foundation establishment stage should not pose much of a challenge. The temporal ruins were a site of inheritance left by the Eternal Immortal, and possessing the river of time's essence here presented her with a tremendous opportunity. Begone. Seeing the cowardice displayed by these individuals, Xu Xiangjia waved her hand dismissively, her enthusiasm waning. Acquiring the shards so effortlessly left her feeling devoid of any sense of achievement. Wait a moment. Li Chongqing and his companions promptly turned to leave. But Luo Wanning called after them, you truly have no more shards of time. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? A wary expression crossed Li Chongqing's face as he gripped his sword tightly. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If they were to be attacked suddenly, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate as their ancestor. No, I wish to inquire if you know the whereabouts of Xia Qianju? Luo Wanning shook her head. The danger Xia Qianju posed was too great, and she needed to keep a vigilant eye on her movements to maintain distance. Yesterday, we spotted her from afar on a hillside 30 miles to the east. But I have no idea where she has gone since. Li Chongqing replied honestly. Is that so? Luo Wanning contemplated, frowning. 30 miles was not far for Xia Qianju, and she needed to depart post-haste. Nevertheless, she was determined to capture the Time Guardian within the ruins. May we take our leave? Let us go. Luo Wanning nodded, permitting the 15 to depart. While there was a possibility they might disclose their location, she was unwilling to resort to wanton killing merely due to such slight apprehension. Sister Xiangjiao, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. After addressing Chu Xiangjiao, Luo Wanning strode directly toward the ruins. Channeling her river of time essence as she passed through the thin light barrier and pushed open the stone door to enter, the interior of this ruin was even more rudimentary, and the space was limited. After traversing a mere few dozen meters, Luo Wanning sensed the presence of the Time Guardian. She raised the flowing light immortal gourd, sending a droplet of the river of time toward the stationary Time Guardian. The Guardian trembled and automatically flew toward the flowing light immortal gourd. 2 Nascent Soul Stage Time Guardians acquired. Luo Wanning, pleased, shook the flowing light immortal gourd. Maintaining the Time Guardian's existence required a continuous expenditure of the river of time's waters. Fortunately, Yi Qingshan had collected ample quantities of it. This Time Guardian had reached the nascent soul stage. Could it be that what this place safeguarded held value equal to the river of time? Luo Wanning pondered as she began her search within the ruins. Soon, she discovered an object of inheritance within this site. A small golden bell? Luo Wanning picked up the golden bell from the ground. Puzzled, it was no larger than her thumb, its surface shimmering with a golden hue, appearing rather unremarkable. Woof woof. This is the immortal artifact illusory sound bell. Chapter 058. Slaying Xia Qianju. The illusory sound bell, with its ethereal and haunting chime, would ensnare any listener into a realm of nostalgic illusions. The white spirit dog king flapped its wings, soaring from Luo Wanning's hand, its golden eyes scrutinizing the illusory sound bell. A realm of memories. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. Having once fallen into a maze of illusions, she knew well how difficult it could be to regain clarity without the heart-cleansing leaf in hand. The effect of this illusory sound bell seemed somewhat akin to the previous maze of illusions. The realm of memories differs from a maze of illusions. It will only manifest events that have transpired in reality. The white spirit dog king elucidated, gently nudging the illusory sound bell with its small head, producing a clear, resonant sound. Events that have truly occurred. Luo Wanning felt a slight daze, as if some memory was on the verge of awakening. She had sensed that her memories might have been compromised in the past. Perhaps this bell could assist her in reclaiming them. However, now was not the time to master the illusory sound bell. For Xia Qianju could appear at any moment, and she needed to leave swiftly. Surveying the ruins to ensure she had not overlooked anything, she finally turned to exit. These ruins differed from the Eternal Hall, where the legacies were guarded by remnants of the Eternal Immortal. Even having received the Eternal Immortal's acknowledgement, she could only acquire a single legacy. Yet here, the situation was far removed. Upon emerging from the ruins, Luo Wanning found Chu Xiangjiao squatting on the ground, playing with stones, seemingly indicating that Xia Qianju had not yet appeared. Sister Xiaoning, was it so smooth? Chu Xiangjiao expressed surprise at Luo Wanning's swift return. Yes, let us depart. Luo Wanning nodded. There was no need to waste time against the ruins' light barrier. This was the prime opportunity for her to strengthen her abilities, while searching for the next ruin alongside Chu Xiangjiao. Luo Wanning continuously refined the time shards to elevate her cultivation. Ultimately, the Time Guardians were mere external aids. She needed to enhance her innate capabilities as well. Simultaneously, she diligently practiced the temporal secret arts imparted by the Eternal Immortal. Has the little orange one been here? Before long, Luo Wanning and Chu Xiangjiao beheld a desolate mountain not far off, scarred by sword light. The earth lay ravaged, riddled with gaping fissures left in the wake of the sword's fury. This is not good. It appears Sister Xia's cultivation has fully recovered and even improved. Chu Xiangjiao observed the sword marks on the ground, her face paling as her petite frame trembled slightly. She suddenly regretted forming any alliance against the orange one. After all, Luo Wanning was beloved by Xia Qianju, and their resistance could easily be misconstrued as flirtation, but she had no such ties. This could indeed lead to her being slain by Xia Qianju's sword. Do not worry, Sister Xiangjiao. I shall protect you. Luo Wanning reassured her, recognizing the fear in Chu Xiangjiao's eyes. Chu Xiangjiao had provided her with invaluable assistance, being a talented alchemist, and would serve as a steadfast ally in the future. She had no desire to lose such a reliable companion. Sister Xiaoning, let us make a pact. Should we encounter Senior Sister Xia, you must stand in front of me. Chu Xiangjiao smiled ingratiatingly, patting her modest bosom in assurance. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoning, as long as you protect me from harm, even if it costs you your life, I will undoubtedly bring you back. Thank you. Luo Wanning rolled her eyes. She absolutely could not perish before making Xia Qianju repent. Luo Wanning could sense the fragrance of fragmented time. And retrieving the lost shards of time was not overly challenging. After seizing 3 innocent passersby, they stumbled upon a familiar figure. Is it really you? You actually survived Senior Sister Xia's wrath. Chu Xiangjiao stared incredulously at the young man not far away. You too? Wang Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback, then filled with overwhelming joy. He had been contemplating revenge for his fallen comrades, yet these two had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. However, the next moment he was left dumbfounded as a time guardian appeared beside Luo Wanning. Surrender the time fragments, and I shall spare your life. Luo Wanning monotonously repeated this phrase. She had no desire to kill, only to acquire the time fragments. Well, Wang Xuanzi sighed helplessly, having just obtained 2 time fragments that were yet to warm in his possession. Now he was faced with the prospect of relinquishing them. To be honest, he felt a profound sense of discomfort and frustration. You know where Xia Qianju is currently located? Luo Wanning inquired after inspecting the 2 time fragments for abnormalities. Xia Qianju? Wang Xuanzi paused, reminiscing about the scene in the ruins, and after a moment's contemplation, he tentatively asked, have you two had a falling out? That is of no concern to you. If you do not know, then let it be. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow. Her entanglement with Xia Qianju was overly complex, and she wished to keep it from more meddlesome onlookers to wait. As she observed the two turning to leave, Wang Xuanzi quickly called out, Xia Qianju has recently become excessively ruthless, inciting public outrage. Many have decided to join forces to eliminate her. Are you interested in watching? Eliminate Xiaojun? Luo Wanning frowned, sensing that this might be a fortuitous opportunity. Alone, she lacked the strength to pose a threat to Xia Qianju, but if the formidable beings within the time ruins united, they might indeed succeed. Time, location? Luo Wanning turned her gaze to Wang Xuanzi, who, being merely at the Golden Core stage, seemed to know a bit too much. The assassination of Xia Qianju would surely be an extremely clandestine operation, and for him to be aware of it suggested his identity played a significant role. The time is 3 days hence. The location has yet to be determined and will depend on Xia Qianju's whereabouts. All right, I understand. Luo Wanning nodded. This is a sound transmission talisman for our communication. I will contact you when the time comes. Luo Wanning accepted the yellow talisman Wang Xuanzi handed her, glanced at it briefly, and tucked it into her sleeve. After Wang Xuanzi departed, Chu Xiangjiao curiously looked at Luo Wanning. Sister Xiaoning, do you really intend to assist them in killing Senior Sister Xia? Luo Wanning sighed, a hint of melancholy appearing on her face. Even if Xiaojun must die, it can only be by my hand. Chu Xiangjiao frowned, but did not press further. 3 days slipped by quietly, during which Luo Wanning collected nearly 100 time fragments and 9 time guardians. Upon receiving news from Wang Xuanzi, she set off with Chu Xiangjiao to the designated location. Before nearing the valley, Luo Wanning had already witnessed the myriad of sword shadows in the sky. The air was thick with sword qi, and the momentum was formidable. The battle had commenced, with hundreds of figures around, all at the nascent soul stage. In the center, a lithe figure moved with abandon, cutting through the ranks with ease. The girl's long dress was soaked in blood, her hair cascading down like a wild fury. Has Xiaojun already broken through to the nascent soul stage? Chapter 059. Luo Wanning takes action. Sister Xiaoning, it seems Senior Sister Xia's condition is rather precarious. Chu Xiangjiao shaded her eyes with her hand, gazing at Xia Qianju, who was surrounded by a throng. Luo Wanning remained silent, quietly observing as Xia Qianju's injuries worsened without uttering a word. Sister Xiaoning, you wouldn't truly wish to watch Senior Sister Xia perish, would you? Chu Xiangjiao felt a surge of anxiety. Her intention in forming the anti-Qianju alliance with Luo Wanning was primarily to resolve the animosity between the two. After all, Xia Qianju was her senior sister and had once looked after her. Assisting Luo Wanning was merely a reflection of her disapproval of Xia Qianju's cruel actions. Xiangjiao, if I were to engage in battle with Xiaojun, whose side would you take? Luo Wanning turned to Chu Xiangjiao, grateful for her support but feeling it necessary to ascertain her true feelings. Seeing Chu Xiangjiao hesitate, Luo Wanning already understood. It's all right. She is your senior sister, and my Xiaojun. Had she not committed such deeds, perhaps we could coexist harmoniously now. Luo Wanning spoke softly, patting Chu Xiangjiao's shoulder as she began to walk forward. Xiangjiao, you should remain here. Chu Xiangjiao watched Luo Wanning's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement that I in that moment. Luo Wanning reminded her eerily of her esteemed master. By G. No, I cannot allow Sister Xiao Ning and Senior Sister Xia to engage in battle. I must seek out Senior Sister de Chu. Xiangjiao felt a sense of urgency. She was acutely aware that in these 3 days, Luo Wanning's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Merely the 9-time guardians from the flowing light immortal gourd were not to be easily dismissed. Kill. Who dares to obstruct my search for Xiao Ning? I shall slay them. Xiao Ning, Xiao Ning. Where are you? Xia Qianju's 7-star sword glimmered with the brilliant red light of 4 gems, thrusting forth as if to rend the very void apart. Xia Qianju, you are devoid of humanity, committing heinous murders beyond measure. Today is the day you shall face justice. Xia Qianju, you have incited public wrath. Even by G cannot save you today. Xia Qianju, you have just recently reached the nascent soul stage. While we number over 100 nascent soul experts, do not resist futilely. Surrender at once. The clashing of blades and swords echoed, the air resonating with explosive sounds. The void trembled, showing signs of being torn asunder. Ha ha! What are you all? How dare you obstruct me? Xia Qianju cackled mournfully, stepping forth, her figure suddenly ascending into the air. She raised her right hand high, the 7 gems upon the 7-star sword shining like stars in the night sky. 7 stars, sun. In an instant, the world lost its color. The wind stilled. 7 towering sword shadows appeared in the heavens, their might overwhelming, crashing down. This, even a god transformation stage expert could not achieve this. The crowd gazed in terror at the colossal sword shadows descending from the sky, their expressions blank, nearly forgetting to flee. Xia Qianju had only just attained the nascent soul stage, while they were seasoned veterans. Lingering in the nascent soul stage for years, this was supposed to be a certain victory. Why had such a terrifying sword technique suddenly emerged? Our lives are forfeit, the crowd cried in despair. The overwhelming sword intent enveloping them, leaving them with no room to resist. Even if they brought forth their ultimate skills, it would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A murant shaking a tree. In stark contrast to the collective lamentations of the crowd, Xia Qianju's laughter reached a fever pitch. Just then, a clear voice rang out from within the throng. Xiaojun. The voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached Xia Qianju's ears. She shuddered, her crimson eyes fixing upon a petite figure standing still amidst the chaos, with delicate features and a slender frame. She appeared achingly familiar. That was the Xiao Ning she had long yearned for. Not good. Xia Qianju's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Wanning was directly beneath the 7 gigantic sword shadows. She had no time to ponder why Luo Wanning was present. She hastily struck her own heart. Puffed. Despite having fought against hundreds of nascent soul experts without sustaining fatal injuries, at this moment, she was gravely wounded. On the brink of death, the 7 massive sword bodies suddenly shattered. The mighty sword intent surging forth like a tidal wave. Distant peaks nearly 100 feet tall were obliterated in an instant. Boom! The deafening roar echoed, leaving the crowd in a daze, still reeling from the previous crisis. What just happened? Does Xia Qianju have a tendency for self-harm? As the crowd remained bewildered, Luo Wanning had already appeared in front of Xia Qianju, looking at Xia Qianju, who was pale and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Luo Wanning remained unfathomably calm. Xiaojun, do you understand your wrongdoings? Luo Wanning spoke flatly, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze indifferent, as if she were observing a stranger. Xiao Ning, I beg you, do not leave me. I do not wish to be apart from you. Xia Qianju pressed her palm against her violently throbbing heart, her body hunched and swaying, ultimately collapsing at Luo Wanning's feet. Puffed. Xia Qianju's lips parted slightly, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her once pure white silk covering now stained crimson. Xiao Ning, I do not permit you to leave me. Xia Qianju's voice was weak, yet she still opened her arms, desperately pulling the white silk-clad leg into her embrace. Xiaojun, you are beyond saving. Luo Wanning raised her foot and kicked Xia Qianju away, her cold gaze seeming capable of piercing through one's very soul. Xiao Ning, Xiao Ning. Xia Qianju felt as if her heart had nearly ceased its rhythm. She crawled on the ground, reaching out once more for that white silk-clad leg. Yet, just as her hand lifted, it was firmly stomped upon by a foot. Xiaojun, do you understand your wrongdoings? Luo Wanqing, with an expressionless demeanor, crouched down and coldly gazed into the eyes of Xia Qianju. I am not mistaken. I, Xiao Ning, hold affection for you. For your sake, I would do anything. Xia Qianju lifted her left hand gently to grasp Luo Wanqing's calf, her head slightly raised, her eyes brimming with tenderness and love. Who is that girl? And what is she saying to Xia Qianju? Ignore her. Eliminate Xia Qianju first. The surrounding noise grew increasingly chaotic, prompting Luo Wanqing to furrow her brow slightly. 9 guardians of the nascent soul stage emerged from the flowing light, immortal gourd, safeguarding the two within. This matter does not concern you. You may leave, Luo Wanqing stated indifferently, casting her gaze around the crowd. She then disregarded their changing expressions, crouching down as her right hand slowly rose, revealing a small golden bell tied around her wrist. Little Jew, allow me to assist you in recalling the sins you have committed before you meet your end. Luo Wanqing channeled her true essence. Shaking the illusory sound bell, ding, the sound of the bell resonated, melodious and enchanting, captivating all who listened, ensnaring them in a trance. Even the wielder, Luo Wanqing, was not immune. Chapter 060. Luo Wanqing is a reincarnator. Ding under the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and multicolored lightning flickered with brilliant radiance. The fierce wind swirled the black clouds. The spiritual energy trembled, and the might of heaven and earth was terrifyingly overwhelming, causing all beings to tremble in submission. This is a realm of memory. Could it be the memories I have lost? Luo Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, feeling as though she had transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, akin to a drifting cloud. Merely observing the unfolding scenes without the power to interfere, suddenly, the black clouds roiled, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. That a massive silver dragon, nearly 100 feet long, tore through the void, its majestic horns gleaming with brilliance. The heavens erupted in fury, and the multicolored lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. This by G. Is this her moment of ascension? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Luo Wanqing's eyes. Though she had only met Bai Ji once, the impression was indelibly profound. Yet, she found it perplexing that the scene of Bai Ji's ascension would appear in her memories. Roar, the silver dragon charged at the multicolored lightning, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Purple lightning ravaged, dragon scales shattered, raining down a deluge of blood. Ha ha ha, Bai Ji, meet your demise. Amidst the lightning, a graceful figure stepped forward, embodying the will of heaven. Her hand commanding the multicolored lightning's might to surge dramatically, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Roar, the moonlight fairy, you rejoiced too soon. The silver dragon roared, the space suddenly tearing apart, the sword energy surging. Fierce and unstoppable, with one strike, it severed the multicolored lightning, and with another, it scattered the tumultuous clouds of calamity. Ha! The calamity clouds disperse. The celestial fate reveals itself. I shall attain immortality. The silver dragon laughed heartily, while the moonlight fairy screamed in frenzy. Xia Qianju, have you lost your mind? This sliver of celestial fate belongs to you. Why would you relinquish it to her? She is my master, who treats me as her own kin. Naturally, I must lend her my support, Xia Qianju replied with a blank expression, her demeanor calm. Foolish one, she seals your memories, toys with your destiny. Raising you is merely a means to exploit you. Have you forgotten how she devoured her other disciples? Xia Qianju remained silent, her gaze coldly fixed on the ethereal celestial fate that descended from the heavens. Those not of our kind must harbor different intentions. This celestial fate belongs to my human race. It must not fall into the hands of the white dragon. The moonlight fairy, filled with urgency, was about to act, but a piercing sword light slashed toward her. Xia Qianju, I, the moonlight fairy, losing her celestial grace, erupted in a tirade. Fool, simpleton, disgusting lesbian, you harbor feelings for Bai Ji, yet once she obtains the celestial fate, she will immediately consume you to become the revered sword immortal. Hurry and stop her. Xia Qianju stood silently, her gentle gaze directed towards the soaring silver dragon. Luo Wanqing was utterly bewildered. Xia Qianju actually liked Bai Ji, even willing to sacrifice herself for her, though it was somewhat explosive. It seemed there was no place for her in this drama. Why was she appearing in her memories? I shall attain immortality. The celestial seed was within reach, a grand plan of 500 years nearing fruition. Bai Ji's spirit surged with excitement. Yet, at this critical moment, time suddenly froze. This celestial seed is mine. A massive hand reached out from the void, seizing the celestial seed and refining it in an instant. With hair billowing in the wind and eyes resolute and cold, Luo Wanqing, you dare to take my celestial fate. I shall see you dead. Bai Ji roared with fury, breathing dragon fire, her dragon tail sweeping with terrifying might, almost shattering the space. Yet it could not harm that figure in the slightest. Xia Qianju, kill Luo Wanning and retrieve the celestial seed for me. However, in the face of Bai Ji's roar, Xia Qianju merely took a step forward, quietly standing behind Luo Wanning. What? Xia Qianju, you dare to betray me? Bai Ji exclaimed in shock, her dragon eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at Xia Qianju. Xia Qianju, I guided you in your cultivation. I fought for resources for you in the vast realms. Your achievements today are all due to my efforts. Why would you betray me? Xia Qianju remained silent, merely bowing her head, the seven-star sword in her hand emanating a faint, sharp, killing intent. Heh, Bai Ji, you will never understand. Only I comprehend, Xia Qianju, for we are of the same ilk. Luo Wanning chuckled lightly, raising her palm as a colossal beast shadow strode through the river of time. Its wings unfurled, shading the sky, and it opened its mouth wide, swallowing the agile silver dragon whole. Very well, regardless of who you are, as long as you are of the human race of the immortal illusion continent, you are qualified to return to the immortal realm with me. The Moonlight Fairy's laughter had not yet ceased when she saw Luo Wanning clench her fist. The space collapsed, flesh and blood condensing into pills. Unfortunately, I am not of the immortal illusion continent's human race, but with your assistance, I can easily disguise myself. Luo Wanning's fingertips pinched a celestial spirit pill, her expression complex, revealing traces of weariness in her eyes. At last, I can ascend to immortality. Luo Wanning gazed upward at the beam of holy light descending from the heavens, pure and sacred, and began to softly chant, trapped in the sea of suffering in the mortal realm. My heart seeks the immortal mountains for longevity. Rare herbs are hard to find by the Yao pool, and the celestial sounds are faintly heard in dreams. The immortal path is long and fraught with peril. Yet my original intent remains unchanged and firmly etched, refining the heart and cultivating nature to break through the vastness. One day, I shall transform and ascend to the Jade Capital. Luo Wanning consumed the celestial spirit pill, her steps steady as she walked toward the holy light. Suddenly, Luo Wanning was taken aback, looking down at the icy sword tip protruding from her body, and turning her gaze back, she saw a pair of cold yet beautiful eyes. Xia Qianju? Luo Wanning's pupils constricted, her lips trembled, her true essence uncontrollably leaking, her body weakening to the extreme. Why? Only by achieving the position of immortal sovereign can I help you return home. We should be kindred spirits. You do not understand me. Xia Qianju shook her head slightly, the seven-star sword slicing open the belly of the holy beast, extracting a perfect body. Why did Xiao Bai not resist? Why did Bai Ji not perish? Luo Wanning was stunned, and before she could react, the seven-star sword similarly pierced through her abdomen, extracting a complete celestial spirit pill. Were you doing all of this merely to refine the celestial spirit pill for me? Allowing Bai Ji to take on human form? Are you insane? You must know this world is an illusion. No, the world is false, but love is real. Xia Qianju gazed tenderly at Bai Ji in her arms. As the seven-star sword opened Luo Wanning's chest, reconstituting her heart into a pure celestial seed and offering it to Bai Ji. Moreover, you have been deceiving me. Seeking immortality is merely for the pursuit of eternal life. You never intended to help me return home. Luo Wanning fell silent, having traversed the immortal illusion continent, witnessing her family slaughtered on her wedding day, and her beloved Amor tragically perishing at the hands of the Dark Knight. She had narrowly escaped, wandering aimlessly for decades, eventually entering the realm of cultivation by chance, avenging her grievances, yet her wishes remained unfulfilled. After struggling for 500 years, all that remained in her heart was the insistence on attaining immortality and the yearning for eternal life. So it is, you and I are ultimately not of the same kind. As life approached its countdown, Luo Wanning's expression remained calm, her demeanor serene. What a pity, you have still underestimated the means of the eternal immortal sovereign. In the next moment, Luo Wanning resolutely self-destructed. Memories surged like a tide, encompassing both her past life and memories before her rebirth. The immense and intricate information nearly shattered Luo Wanning's mind. In an instant, 500 years of vicissitudes and changes in the world flashed before her. Now, as her memories revived, the shackles in her mind seemed to have been suddenly unlocked. Luo Wanning's gaze became as tranquil as an ancient well. The peculiarities of these 18 years explained in this moment. A sense of understanding blossoming within her heart. Oh, it was I who planted the mental brand in myself. The reason I inexplicably liked Xia Qianju and sought to please her was to gain the temporal spiritual root and advance through her. My unwillingness to kill Xia Qianju was also influenced by the mental brand. The celestial fate was born for Xia Qianju, but if she were to die, I would never achieve immortality. The eternal immortal sovereign and Bai Ji can both perceive my past. So I sealed my memories of my rebirth. Was the loss of memory due to Chu Shanjiao's amnesia pill merely a coincidence? However, Luo Wanqing's brow furrowed tightly, her thoughts racing as she vaguely grasped a hidden clue. In this life, the Luo family was not annihilated by the Black Wind Bandit, but rather met a tragic end at Xia Qianju's hands. It was because I made Xia Qianju fall in love with me that Bai Ji intervened. No, perhaps it was the Moonlight Fairies doing Tio sacrifice my entire family in order to instill a sense of guilt in Xia Qianju, thereby gaining better control over her. Could this be part of the plan? In fact, to cater to the preferences of Xia Qianju's female companion, I even deliberately left behind that formula. Luo Wanling's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she glimpsed a vast and intricate scheme. Yet, all of this was something she could never accomplish alone. She required a dependable ally. Xiaobai, was it you who orchestrated all of this? Chapter 061. Xia Qianju is a transmigrator. Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback, the scene before her appearing exceptionally surreal. Towering skyscrapers loomed, the streets teemed with vehicles, and beneath the night sky, neon lights flickered incessantly, displaying a vibrant spectacle. Is this my home? As Xia Qianju gazed at an old building wedged between the urban sprawl. Distant memories gradually resurfaced. This was a dilapidated 3-story residential structure, surrounded by a landfill where a foul odor permeated the air daily. Xia Qianju's form felt ethereal, as if she were a specter drifting through the atmosphere. 301 that appeared to be her home. Before she could step inside, the door swung open. A young girl clad in a white spaghetti-strap dress held 2 bags of trash, swaying slightly as she made her way downstairs. Juzi, having consumed so much alcohol, is it really necessary to go down and dispose of the trash at this late hour? A sultry, languorous female voice emanated from within the room, tinged with weariness. This is my home, and you've made quite a mess. I can't believe you can sleep soundly, as you wish. But remember to bring back 2 bags of white rice for Mom. The girl in the white dress wobbled down the stairs, just in time to avoid colliding with a slender figure in a hooded cloak hastily ascending. She quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision, yet the trash in her hands spilled onto the ground. Apologies. The other person bent down to gather the litter, and with a fleeting glance, Xia Qianju recognized it as the girl who lived next door. They often crossed paths, but had rarely conversed, so they were hardly familiar. You are. Her steps faltered due to intoxication, and a gust of cold wind made her head spin as she staggered towards the curb. Suddenly, a large truck careened around the corner, barreling towards her. The flash of headlights was blinding, and the next moment, 2 figures were hurled into the air. Am I a transmigrator? Suspended in midair, Xia Qianju stared blankly at the 2 corpses on the ground, her sealed memories gradually awakening. Before she could comprehend what was happening, everything around her transformed. The scene before her appeared familiar, yet diverged greatly from her recollections. Beneath the ancient tree in front of the Xia residence, a small figure wore a troubled expression. Frustrated, she picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it into a distant pond. Why did father arrange a betrothal for me? I have no interest in men. Little Xia Qianju kicked a pebble by her feet, her gaze landing on a familiar figure sprinting towards her, eliciting a wave of annoyance. Xiaoju, I secretly brought you some Songyu soft pastry from home. You must try it. The boy's eyes sparkled with clarity, his delicate hands reddened from the heat of the pastry, yet his face was alight with joy and anticipation. He carefully unwrapped the oil paper, revealing 2 golden, crisp pastries that exuded an irresistible aroma. Luo Wanling, don't think that just because our fathers arranged a betrothal, I will marry you. You might as well give up on that notion. Little Xia Qianju scoffed, swatting away the Songyu soft pastry that Luo Wanling held. The pastry fell to the ground, and Luo Wanling hurriedly retrieved the oil paper, but 1 pastry had already rolled away, soiled with dirt. Thankfully, there's still one that remains clean. Seeing the unblemished pastry in the oil paper, Luo Wanling breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoju, this is your favorite Songyu soft pastry, even if you don't want to marry me. There's no need to refuse such delicious food. is there?" The boy's smile was sweet, akin to a clear spring. Little Xia Qianju frowned, snatching the oil paper and hurling it away. "Can you stop being so pathetic? It's truly nauseating. What do I possess that you find so compelling? Why do you cling to me?" "I am not clinging to you, Xiaoju. I wish to be your best friend." Luo Wanling blinked with a look of grievance, dashing to retrieve the fallen oil paper. But this time, the last remaining Songyu soft pastry met the same fate. "Disgusting." Little Xia Qianju spat, climbing swiftly to the treetop. "Luo Wanling, just give up. I will never like you." Yet Luo Wanling did not retort, merely picking up the Songyu soft pastry from the ground and squatting beneath the tree to protect her. Day after day, Luo Wanling treated her kindly, and even little Xia Qianju, with her heart of stone and resolute disposition, gradually softened to the other's tenderness. If only Xiao Ling were a girl, little Xia Qianju often mused, and she gradually noticed that some of Luo Wanling's behaviors were overly mature, and her words seemed out of place in this world. Could it be that Xiao Ling, like her, was also a transmigrator? Little Xia Qianju felt a knot in her heart each time she thought of a lecherous old man's soul residing in that small body. She felt a wave of discomfort. However, it was not until that fateful night, when she forced Luo Wanling to drink and got her drunk, that she uncovered the deep-seated secret within her. Luo Wanling was indeed a transmigrator. And shockingly, she was the neighbor girl who had died trying to save her. With her concerns dissipated, she fell hopelessly in love with Luo Wanling. Within Xiao Ling resided the soul of a girl. If she could transform her body, she would truly become a girl. Xia Qianju silently resolved to find a way for Luo Wanling to change her body, until she encountered Bai Ji and embarked on the path of immortality. Her aspirations finally seemed within reach. Yet, a small mishap occurred. "Master, what do you intend to do with me?" Xia Qianju watched as Bai Ji drew closer, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Do not worry, I shall not harm you. However, your past life memories are superfluous if they are detected by someone with ill intentions. It could be detrimental to you." A small silver dragon's phantom dove into Xia Qianju's brow, sealing her past life memories. The loss of these memories led to significant changes in her personality, her once vibrant and cheerful demeanor gradually becoming more reticent. The cherished moments spent with Luo Wanling during their childhood became even more precious, and she even forgot why she felt compelled to transform Luo Wanling into a girl. She simply felt it was imperative. For 5 years, she followed Bai Ji, and apart from her rigorous cultivation and battles, she constantly longed for Luo Wanling, until Bai Ji finally consented to let her go. Upon witnessing the massacre of the Luo family, Xia Qianju felt a sense of disbelief, perhaps due to the memories of her past life. She struggled to comprehend her actions. Am I even a Yandera? Am I truly insane? The subsequent perverse desires for slaughter and possession left Xia Qianju increasingly unsettled and cold. She knew it was her own doing, but could not fathom why she had acted thus. "I am sorry, Xiao Ling. I have hurt you." Xia Qianju was filled with remorse, her expression sorrowful. From childhood to adulthood, it had always been Xiao Ling taking care of her, even when she became deranged. Xiao Ling never abandoned her efforts to save her. "Xiao Ling, I am sorry. Can you grant me one last chance for redemption?" Chapter 062. Mastering Xia Qianju. As the memory illusion came to an abrupt end, Luo Wanling suddenly rose, casting a cold gaze around the crowd. These individuals were inconsequential. What truly mattered was Xia Qianju. If she remained unrepentant, then I would have no choice but to enslave her. Luo Wanling glanced at the golden bell on her wrist, a smirk playing at her lips. "Xiaobai, come forth. Do you have anything you wish to say to me?" "Master, have you remembered?" A silver-white figure emerged from her hand, gazing at Luo Wanling with trepidation, its golden eyes whirling endlessly. "Acquiring the illusion sound bell was also part of your careful arrangement, was it not?" Luo Wanling scoffed. "Not only that, but the previous deception was orchestrated by the White Spirit Dog King to prevent me from choosing to die alongside Xia Qianju. Everything seems to make sense now." "Indeed, Master." The White Spirit Dog King nodded gently, flapping its tiny wings as it circled around Luo Wanling. Luo Wanling reached out, grasping the nape of the White Spirit Dog King's neck, her eyes reflecting an icy chill. Yet moments later, she slowly released her grip. "Humph, you performed admirably. Thank you for the compliment." Master Luo Wanling bent down, grabbing Xia Qianju's hair and lifting her up. At that moment, Xia Qianju had just awakened from the memory illusion, her gaze meeting Luo Wanling's indifferent eyes. Xia Qianju's heart raced violently. Guilt, regret, sorrow. Xiao Ling is now thoroughly disappointed in me. She no longer likes me. Xia Qianju's lips trembled. Her voice choked as tears involuntarily spilled from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Ling, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistakes. I am sorry. 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 Luo Wanning fixed her gaze upon Xia Qianju's eyes, needing no assistance from the White Spirit Dog King to hear Xia Qianju's heart. She knew that Xia Qianju was genuinely repentant. Yet, regrettably, justice that arrives too late is not justice. Tardy remorse is equally futile. Luo Wanning now only wishes to extract the last vestiges of value from Xia Qianju. I do not wish to hear your apologies. If you truly repent, then assist me in reviving the deceased, Luo Wanning said calmly, releasing her grip and casting Xia Qianju aside. Go and collect all the fragments of time from them. Xiaoning, will you forgive me? Will you grant me one last chance for redemption? Xia Qianju's heart leaped with joy as she reached out to grasp Luo Wanning's hand. However, Luo Wanning turned coldly and departed. The radiant celestial gourd floating up to retract the spectral forms of the 9-time guardians nearby. What is happening? Chu Xiangjiao inquired, perplexed, from a distance as she observed the scene with Yi Qinxian. Yi Qinxian had long been aware of the plot to jointly eliminate Xia Qianju. Although she and Xia Qianju had experienced some minor friction, they were ultimately sisters in the same sect. And she could not bear to witness Xia Qianju's demise. I am not certain. But did junior sister Xia truly massacre Luo Wanning's entire family? Yi Qinxian was startled to learn this shocking news from Chu Xiangjiao. She never imagined that Xia Qianju could possess such a terrifyingly twisted nature. Was there still room for redemption? Could it be that Xiao Ning had already forgiven junior sister Xia? She had previously vowed to kill her. Yet now it seemed she had no intention of taking action. Chu Xiangjiao gazed at Luo Wanning's retreating figure, filled with confusion. Forgive that Yi Qinxian pressed her lips together, reflecting that even after years of cultivation and maintaining a calm demeanor, she could never forgive an act of family annihilation, regardless of the reasons behind it. Luo Wanning appeared so composed. Was she truly human? Senior sister, Xia junior sister, is fighting with those people, Chu Xiangjiao exclaimed. Poking at the pensive Yi Qinxian. Senior sister, should we not assist Xia junior sister? She has already sustained severe injuries. I do not know how much longer she can endure, regardless of Xia Qianju's heinous actions. As long as she had not betrayed the sect, they could not turn a blind eye to her suffering. Moreover, the Falling Star sect was not a righteous sect. Bai Ji had never claimed to be just. Let us wait a moment longer. Yi Qinxian furrowed her brows. She harbored some resentment towards Xia Qianju. Yet until the final moment, she would not mind witnessing Xia Qianju face punishment. Dragon's roar, breaking the void. Xia Qianju, drenched in blood with her hair disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity and determination. I am sorry, Xiao Ning. I will prove through my actions that I truly repent. I will help you revive your loved ones. Since Luo Wanning required the fragments of time, Xia Qianju was willing to risk her life to help her obtain them. As long as you all surrender the fragments of time, I shall spare your lives. With her right hand gripping the 7-star sword and her left holding the Zisui sword, she declared, Xia Qianju, you deserve death. My disciple has no enmity with you. Why must you tear her apart? You are out of options, Xia Qianju. I do not believe you can summon those 7 colossal sword phantoms again. The crowd had already been frightened once by Xia Qianju's overwhelming strength, and then again by the 9-time guardians summoned by Luo Wanning. Now, fewer than 50 remained. Yet those who stayed were either exceptionally brave or harbored an irreconcilable hatred for Xia Qianju. It is my fault, but you must surrender the fragments of time. Xia Qianju propped herself up with her swords. Hatred irreconcilable, and she could not be bothered to ponder further. The most crucial matter now is Luo Wanning. If she could gain Luo Wanning's forgiveness, she would willingly forsake everything. As she observed Xia Qianju battling fiercely, Luo Wanning's expression remained indifferent and unperturbed. With both hands holding a fragment of time, she silently refined them to enhance her cultivation. Xiaobai, are there still the figures of the Eternal Immortal Sovereign within the other eternal halls of the Time Ruins illusion? Yes, Master, came the reply. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow slightly. Her memories had returned, and she would undoubtedly not gain the Eternal Immortal Sovereign's acknowledgement. Xia Qianju was also a transmigrator, and it was unlikely she could seize the Eternal Immortal Sovereign's legacy. The remaining inheritances were essentially beyond her reach. Yet, she could do nothing. If she did not use the illusory sound bell to awaken her rebirth memories, She might genuinely kill Xia Qianju out of hatred. If Xia Qianju perished, Baiji's ascension plan would fail, the chance for immortality would vanish, and her rebirth would lose all meaning. Luo Wanning suddenly recalled this girl, with whom she would marry in both lives. In her past life, she and Imoer had loved each other deeply and walked toward the altar of marriage. In this life, she adored Xia Qianju, yet ultimately still married Imoer. Was this merely coincidence? However, 500 years prior, Imoer had not reappeared after death. She seemed truly to have been an ordinary mortal. Luo Wanning looked up at the heavens, where above the 9 skies lay a transcendent celestial realm. The methods of immortals were unfathomable. If directed at her, it seemed rather implausible. But what if they were aimed at the Eternal Immortal Sovereign? Chapter 063, A Fleeting Bloom. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender the fragments of time. The young man prostrated himself, his forehead bloodied from striking the ground, yet he seemed oblivious, merely continuing to pound the earth. Xia Qianju's might surpassed everyone's imagination. Though on the brink of death, repeatedly coughing blood, and being knocked down time and again, she ultimately rose resiliently to a prodigy of the sword, an invincible presence. The crowd had completely capitulated, kneeling and offering all their fragments of time. Taking the 3 fragments before the young man, Xia Qianju sighed and turned to leave. Yet at that moment, the young man abruptly sprang up, 3 silver needles shooting forth from his voluminous sleeves. Bang! 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 The 7-star sword gleamed coldly as the silver needles fell to the ground. The young man's face turned ashen. This was his last resort, yet still could not avenge his ancestor. Ancestor, I come. He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, after a brief wait, nothing occurred. Confused, he opened his eyes, only to see a somewhat lonely silhouette. Why did Xia Qianju not kill me? Xia Qianju's body swayed. She had already reached her limit, her willpower forcing her body to remain upright, yet her spirit now waned. She did not wish to kill. She was weary. Xiaoning, there are a total of 288 fragments of time here. Xia Qianju placed all the fragments before Luo Wanning, carefully observing her expression. Noticing that the other's countenance did not change significantly, she tentatively sat beside Luo Wanning, leaning against the sturdy ancient tree and inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Luo Wanning. Her heart gradually calmed. Soon, the sound of faint snores filled the air. Xia Qianju. Luo Wanning's heart stirred. The knowledge of Xia Qianju being a transmigrator was no secret, and she must now have remembered. Her memories were sealed by Baiji, and she likely harbored some resentment now. Due to her changes in this life, Xia Qianju would not fall for Baiji, but would resolutely stand by her side. This was her greatest weapon against Baiji. The chance for immortality was singular. The seeds of immortality were but one. Everyone in the immortal illusion continent could be deemed her adversary. Having refined 50 fragments of time, Luo Wanning finally broke through to the Golden Course stage. Baiji was at the Ascension stage. Encountering her now would yield no chance of victory, and she needed to expedite her progress. Looking at the sleeping Xia Qianju beside her, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. There were many resource points in her memories, but her own strength was insufficient. She could only rely on Xia Qianju to obtain them. Though Xia Qianju currently stood at the early Yuanying stage and appeared formidable, it was still not enough that I possessed many secret techniques. Yet currently, the only one I can barely employ is a fleeting bloom, consuming her lifespan to forcibly elevate her cultivation level. Luo Wanning pondered silently. This was undoubtedly a method of hastening growth. The depletion of lifespan would harm Xia Qianju's foundational sword path. The higher her level progressed, the more challenging it would become to elevate it further. However, it mattered not. Once Xia Qianju procured sufficient resources for her, she would elevate her own level and then consume her spirit to further enhance Xia Qianju's cultivation as long as she remained alive. Her loyalty to Luo Wanning would endure eternally. Luo Wanning reached out and pressed her palm against Xia Qianju's brow, causing the latter to shiver slightly, murmuring, "Xiaoning, I was wrong. Do not leave me. I truly like you so much. Please, grant me one last chance." Xia Qianju trembled uncontrollably, blood seeping from her 7 orifices, her face pale, yet her aura gradually ascended. A fleeting bloom. Luo Wanning withdrew her hand, a hint of weariness flashing in her eyes. Elevating Xia Qianju's level exacted a considerable toll on her as well. However, while she merely expended a vast amount of true essence, Xia Qianju lost at least a decade of lifespan in that fleeting moment. Xia Qianju's level rose to the mid-Yuanying stage, and her lifespan also increased. This mutual exchange masked any apparent issues, yet cracks began to appear in her foundational sword path. Luo Wanning contemplated that there were still several ruins within the illusory sound realm that required Xia Qianju's assistance to unlock. Utilizing a fleeting bloom would also enable her to gain greater control over Xia Qianju. Thus, Xia Qianju's elevation was not a disadvantage for her. Xiaoning, how is Sister Xia? Chu Xiangjiao and Yi Qingxian had been observing for quite some time. Yet as Xia Qianju encountered no danger, they had no intention of revealing themselves. Upon seeing Luo Wanning caress Xia Qianju's forehead, they could no longer contain themselves. Are you helping junior sister Xia elevate her cultivation? Have you forgiven her? Yi Qingxian furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes reflecting both confusion and a deeper sense of incomprehension. She simply could not fathom Luo Wanning's actions if she were unaware of the truth. It might be excusable. However, Luo Wanning was already aware that her entire family had been murdered by Xia Qianju, yet she still treated her with such kindness. Wasn't that the epitome of a lovesick heart? Xia Qianju was in excellent condition, so there was no cause for concern that I possess a means to unlock other eternal halls within the Time Ruins illusion. I wonder if you would be interested? Luo Wanning turned her gaze towards the two of them. Both she and Xia Qianju were traversers, unwelcomed by the Eternal Immortal Venerable, but in contrast, Chu Xiangjiao and Yi Qingxian were not. Their talents were commendable, and perhaps they could pass the trials set forth by the Eternal Immortal Venerable. Little Ning, can you really open the Eternal Hall? Chu Xiangjiao's eyes lit up with excitement. She still had a task entrusted to her by Bai Ji that remained unfinished. If Luo Wanning could directly open the Eternal Hall, it would spare her a great deal of cumbersome procedures. Before you unlock the Eternal Hall, shouldn't you return the flowing light immortal gourd to me first? Yi Qingxian grasped the exuberant Chu Xiangjiao, cautiously fixing her gaze upon Luo Wanning. After all, Luo Wanning was not her junior sister, and the flowing light immortal gourd housed 9 time guardians, which she dared not underestimate. The flowing light immortal gourd was merely borrowed by you. And since its owner is Bai Ji, even if I desired to seize it, it would be impossible, wouldn't it? Luo Wanning replied with a warm smile, her demeanor calm and composed. Yi Qingxian's delicate brows knitted together. The confidence and composure exuded by Luo Wanning left her uncertain and hesitant to act rashly. Moreover, with Xia Qianju nearby, she did not believe that a confrontation between them would result in Xia Qianju siding with her. Very well then. Yi Qingxian had no choice but to temporarily compromise, planning to restore her cultivation level after leaving the Time Ruins illusion. As for reclaiming the flowing light immortal gourd and dealing with Luo Wanning, she would leave that to her esteemed master's discretion. Oh, little Ning, please don't leave me. A faint whimper escaped as Xia Qianju clutched Luo Wanning's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Luo Wanning frowned slightly, but chose not to say more. Little Ning, do you still have feelings for senior sister Xia? Chu Xiangjiao inquired curiously, observing their interaction. Luo Wanning's behavior was indeed peculiar, and she found it utterly incomprehensible, making it difficult to gauge Luo Wanning's thoughts. Luo Wanning offered a serene smile, her gaze drifting far away. What do you think? Chapter 064. The Causality Divine Tree. Little Ning, I am going in now. Luo Wanning nodded gently, pressing her palm against the luminous barrier surrounding the Eternal Hall, watching as 3 shards of time disintegrated into ash. A fissure appeared in the barrier of the Eternal Hall, and Yi Qingxian and Chu Xiangjiao quickly slipped inside. Little Ning, why can't I go in? I want to help you too. Xia Qianju looked at the two entering the Eternal Hall, her expression tinged with urgency. She wished to earn Luo Wanning's forgiveness by proving her worth. Yet, Luo Wanning refused to allow her entry. You have other matters to attend to. Follow me. Luo Wanning retracted her hand and turned to leave, the barrier behind her calming once more. Half an hour later, Luo Wanning halted before a mountain hollow, where the illusion within was shrouded in mist. Clouds swirling around. Gently shaking the illusory sound bell on her wrist, the chime rang clear, causing the illusion to dissipate. Navigating through the mist, Luo Wanning faced numerous spirit beast attacks along the way. But with Xia Qianju guarding her side, the beasts found it difficult to approach. Before long, they had reached the innermost part of the mountain hollow. Beneath the veil of mist stood a flourishing jujube tree, nearly 3 meters tall, laden with countless green jujubes. Split the jujube tree and gather all the green jujubes. Xia Qianju paused momentarily. The tree appeared extraordinary, and the glimmering green jujubes exuded a spiritual energy that undoubtedly rivaled that of fifth-grade elixirs. Why would Luo Wanning instruct her to destroy such a precious divine tree? Though perplexed, Xia Qianju complied with Luo Wanning's command. The seven-star sword cleaved the jujube tree in two. At that moment, a brilliant red light suddenly flashed from within the tree. Before Xia Qianju could discern what it was, Luo Wanning grasped her tightly. The red light penetrated Luo Wanning's palm, its radiance fading before vanishing completely. Xia Qianju, filled with curiosity, dared not inquire further, fearing to provoke Luo Wanning's displeasure and lose her. After collecting all the green jujubes, Luo Wanning approached Xia Qianju from behind, her hands resting on her back. "Little Ning, what are you going to do to me?" Xia Qianju's face flushed, her garments slipping, as she distinctly felt those delicate, boneless hands gliding across her back. Could little Ning be intending to do that to me? Duh. The unusual sensation stirred a flurry of thoughts within Xia Qianju. Regardless of what Luo Wanning chose to do, she would not resist. But was it truly appropriate to engage in such activities now? Little Ning, could you be a tad gentler? Xia Qianju let out a soft hum, sensing that since yesterday, Luo Wanning seemed somewhat different, yet she dismissed it as a form of punishment for herself. "Just endure it," Luo Wanning spoke softly, her fingers gliding over the delicate, fair skin, a faint red light flickering as it left a distinct mark. Moments later, a clear pattern emerged on Xia Qianju's back. Unmistakably resembling the jujube tree, Luo Wanning bit her fingertip, allowing her blood to fall onto the jujube tree pattern. The tree swayed slightly, swiftly absorbing her blood and integrating it into Xia Qianju's body. "It's done. You may put on your clothes now." Luo Wanning stepped back 2 paces, observing Xia Qianju silently. Xia Qianju reached behind to touch her back, finding the skin smooth as jade, seemingly unchanged. "Little Ning, what were you just doing to me?" Xia Qianju adjusted her attire, the blush on her face still lingering, but her eyes bore a hint of disappointment. The fact that Luo Wanning had not done anything to her signified that she still had forgiven her, and she needed to be even more obedient. Just as Xia Qianju turned around, her gaze met Luo Wanning's, prompting a reflexive soft hum. She felt an unsettling restlessness within, as if the world had suddenly lost its color, leaving only Luo Wanning's figure in her sight. Her heart raced violently, her throat dry as she swallowed hard. "Little Ning, I'm so thirsty, I want." Hee. Luo Wanning scoffed coldly, stepping back 2 paces. Xia Qianju felt as though she had suffered a heavy blow, her body trembling as she collapsed to the ground. Guilt and affection ran deep, yet remained fragile. Now, with the imprint of the causality divine tree, Xia Qianju would never be able to betray me in the future. Luo Wanning looked down from her elevated position at the ground, where Xia Qianju writhed like a worm, her heart unperturbed. "Little Ning, I want." Xia Qianju's face flushed crimson, her gaze dazed, her fair skin tinged with a delicate blush. She felt utterly weak, yet she still struggled to reach out, grasping Luo Wanning's silk-clad ankle. "Little Ning, you smell so good." Xia Qianju nestled by Luo Wanning's feet, her cheek brushing against her silky calf in a manner akin to a clingy little dog. Luo Wanning lifted her foot, kicking Xia Qianju away. After rolling twice, Xia Qianju dashed back to Luo Wanning's feet, rubbing her head against her calf. "Little Ning, little 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 Ning." Xia Qianju's gaze was entranced, her hands restlessly caressing the silky white leg, as if she had found a rare treasure. Observing Xia Qianju's state, Luo Wanning felt a slight sense of relief. She grasped Xia Qianju's ponytail, lifting her up. As if sensing Luo Wanning's warm breath, Xia Qianju's breathing grew increasingly hurried, her red lips slightly parted, her tongue peeking out. "Little Ning, little Ning, little Ning, little Ning, little Ning, little Ning, little Ning." Little Ning, past causes yield present effects. The causality divine tree lives up to its name. Luo Wanning nodded, producing a causality green jujube and placing it in Xia Qianju's mouth. Moments later, Xia Qianju's eyes regained clarity. Her consciousness had not been lost. Everything that had just transpired was vivid in her memory, revealing her innermost desires, the reason for their sudden eruption still unknown. "But I only like Little Ning. I don't want to be Little Ning's dog." Xia Qianju frowned. Though she did not dislike that feeling with Luo Wanning, she wondered if their relationship could truly flourish. Was their affection somewhat distorted? Perhaps it had long been warped. With a sigh, Xia Qianju prepared herself to accept punishment. Since Luo Wanning had spared her life, there would surely come a day when things would improve. Little Ning, you really don't have to do this to me. Whatever request you make, I will comply, but I don't trust you. Xia Qianju was taken aback, gazing into those icy eyes as her heart seized painfully. Pressing her palm against her chest, Xia Qianju's gaze began to dim. Indeed, it was true. Having hurt little Ning, her lack of trust was entirely justified. Not long after feeling sorrowful, Xia Qianju regained her composure and gently grasped Luo Wanning's small hand. Placing it over her heart, little Ning, I swear to the heavens, I will never again do anything to hurt you. Luo Wanning withdrew her hand, wiping it clean with a handkerchief she carried. Her expression tranquil, her voice indifferent. That we shall see. Chapter 065. Go on, Xia Qianju. With control over Xia Qianju, no one within the Time Ruins illusion could pose a threat to Luo Wanning. However, to leave the Time Ruins illusion, Luo Wanning still required further preparations. Upon returning near the second Eternal Hall, she discovered that Yi Qingxian and Chu Xiangjiao had been waiting for quite some time. Have you obtained the inheritance of the Eternal Immortal Lord? Upon hearing Luo Wanning's inquiry, the expressions of the two instantly darkened. That detestable old fool actually demanded that I refine a 6th-grade elixir. And it happens to be the Time Void Pill. Even a master alchemist might struggle to succeed, let alone I, a mere alchemy master. Chu Xiangjiao, in a fit of anger, waved her hand, wishing fervently to shatter the Eternal Hall behind her. I, too, was not spared. Having failed the trial, I was cast out. Yi Qingxian's side. Although her cultivation level surpassed that of Chu Xiangjiao, her performance had been even more dismal. Indeed, Luo Wanning was not surprised. There were still 100 years until the inheritance of the Eternal Hall would open again, and the Time Spirit Root would not circulate for another 200 years. The reason she could acquire the Time Spirit Root in advance was due to the time seed left within her by Bai Ji and the presence of the Bailing Dog King, who had gained the recognition of the Eternal Selection Lord. Then let us proceed to the next Eternal Hall. As Luo Wanning and her companions traversed the time void illusion, they encountered no hindrances. Over the following month, Chu Xiangjiao and Yi Qingxian explored the remaining 8 Eternal Halls, but regrettably, they found no treasures. Meanwhile, Luo Wanning, accompanied by Xia Qianju, scavenged resources with ease. With Xia Qianju's formidable strength by her side, Luo Wanning faced no challenges. Little Ning, is there anything else you desire? I can help you seize it. Xia Qianju's tone was somewhat humble, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued to gather resources for Luo Wanning. The latter's icy demeanor softened considerably, which offered a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. Thank you for your efforts, Luo Wanning said softly, her eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled whether there were any overlooked resource points within the time void illusion. It's no trouble at all. I willingly do this for you. Xia Qianju's eyes brightened. This was the first time Luo Wanning had shown concern for her since that incident. Although not much was said, she felt the dawn of victory approaching. You are currently at the late stage of the nascent soul. Allow me to assist you in reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Luo Wanning contemplated before speaking slowly. The last time she forcibly elevated Xia Qianju's cultivation, the latter seemed to have suffered little consequence. In just a month, she had again reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Perhaps I'd rather not. Xia Qianju hesitated, aware that forcibly elevating one's cultivation bore serious drawbacks. However, more than her own concerns, she worried for Luo Wanning. Little Ning, after you helped me elevate my cultivation last time, your aura became faint, and your realm nearly fell. If you assist me again, could it cause irreversible harm to your body? Xia Qianju thought for a moment and added, Little Ning, you need not be so kind to me. As long as I diligently cultivate, I am confident I can break through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul within half a year. To elevate a small realm in half a year is already extraordinary, especially from the late stage to the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Yet Luo Wanning shook her head, gazing into the distance at the ancient ruins, and spoke softly. No, the upcoming battles will be perilous. Elevating you to the pinnacle of the nascent soul will significantly enhance your chances of survival. Little Ning, Xia Qianju felt a stir of emotion every time Luo Wanning put her in danger. She always ensured she had ample means to preserve her life. Even if the majority of the resources obtained ultimately went to Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju harbored no grievances. Little Ning, come now, Xia Qianju's eyes narrowed slightly. This was one of the few opportunities Luo Wanning would touch her. She wished to etch this sensation deeply into her memory. The soft, warm hand gently pressed against her abdomen. Xia Qianju's delicate body trembled slightly, unable to suppress a soft moan. Blood surged, her skin flushed with a rosy hue, and her breath quickened as the true essence within her stirred uncontrollably. Fool, love-stricken, she is ruining you. The voice of the moonlight fairy echoed angrily and anxiously in her mind. Clinging to Xia Qianju, besides wishing to thwart Baiji's ascension, she also sought to guide and control Xia Qianju, hoping to reshape her own physical form in the future. However, at present, Xia Qianju was utterly captivated by Luo Wanning, rendering any hope of ascension impossible. Silence, little Ning acts solely for my benefit. Xia Qianju retorted fiercely in her heart, fully aware that this forced elevation of cultivation was ill-advised. Yet, if she could win Luo Wanning's forgiveness, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Fool, she has left a karmic imprint on you. You are essentially her slave, and you still speak on her behalf. The Moonlight Fairy found it utterly incomprehensible. Her intention was to incite Xia Qianju to slay the entire Luo family, aiming to sever her emotional ties. The subsequent manipulation of Xia Qianju's hatred was to guide her to kill as a path to enlightenment. Yet, it seemed Xia Qianju was sinking deeper. Damn it, why can't I activate the means I left in the elixir formula? Throughout the month, the Moonlight Fairy had attempted to eliminate Luo Wanning multiple times, but regrettably, she had exhausted all her options. In a fleeting moment, Xia Qianju's flowing black hair transformed into silvery white strands, her skin smooth and flawless. Yet in an instant, a tremendous surge of life force erupted within her, rapidly restoring her outward appearance to its original state. Did it succeed? Xia Qianju opened her eyes, and the elevation of her cultivation did not bring her joy. The fatigue on Luo Wanning's face caused her heart to ache. Little Ning, you should rest for a while. Xia Qianju gently supported Luo Wanning's shoulder, embracing her tenderly. Luo Wanning shook her head, pushing Xia Qianju away and pointing towards the distant ancient ruins. Go now, Xia Qianju. Xia Qianju nodded, her gaze dimmed. At this moment, Luo Wanning completely refused to engage in any further intimacy with her, even neglecting to call her Little Ju once more. Little Ning, if I were to procure the Silver Dragon reverse scale for you, would you? Xia Qianju raised her head slightly, but upon meeting those deep, indifferent eyes, she ultimately held her tongue, releasing a long sigh. Perhaps she was too hasty. Hatred was not so easily quelled. She needed to give Luo Wanning more time. Yet she believed that Luo Wanning's love for her had not vanished. It was merely overshadowed by disappointment and anger stemming from past events. One day, she was certain she could once more awaken Luo Wanning's love for her. Well then, I shall take my leave. Little Ning need not worry about me. Xia Qianju smiled sweetly, but received no response from the other, leaving her to embark towards the ancient ruins with a sense of melancholy. Luo Wanning watched Xia Qianju's silhouette fade from view, her brow slightly furrowed. After obtaining the Silver Dragon reverse scale, Baiji's threat would diminish significantly, yet dealing with the Moonlight Fairy would still pose a challenge. Chapter 066. Departing the Time Void Illusion, you should prepare for the power struggle upon returning to your family. But your chances of success seem rather slim. I suppose so. Wang Xiansi gazed at the composed Luo Wanning, feeling somewhat speechless. He had entered the Time Void Illusion with the intention of acquiring time fragments. Capturing the streams of time or seizing the Time Guardian would guarantee his position as the next family head. Yet, all his hard-earned results had been snatched away by her, and she had even come to mock him. Was that truly necessary? I can assist you in seizing the rightful position and becoming the next family head, Luo Wanning replied coolly. The Wang family held a prestigious reputation within the Netherworld wilderness, and if she could bring them under her wing, it would serve as a powerful ally against Baiji. You wish to return the streams of time and the Time Guardian to me. Wang Xiansu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. However, his joy was short-lived as he saw Luo Wanning shake her head. No, I can help you eliminate other competitors. Wang Xiansu's brows furrowed. With Luo Wanning's support, he could greatly enhance his chances. However, the other competitors were his own brothers. How could he possibly bring himself to do that? Then what are your terms? The Flying Blade. Luo Wanning smiled slightly. The allure of becoming the family head was far too enticing for Wang Xiansu to refuse. The flying blade. Wang Xianzi suddenly sprang to his feet, staring at Luo Wanning in disbelief. The flying blade is the treasured heirloom of my Wang family. Even I have never seen it in person. How could you possibly know? Hee. It matters not how I came to know. You need only agree to provide it to me. The flying blade, while precious, could only be wielded by the family head if Wang Xianzi was unable to ascend to that position. All of this would merely be idle talk. Luo Wanning was confident that he would not refuse her over something that did not belong to him. No. Losing the flying blade would severely weaken the overall strength of my Wang family. If I were to give it to you, it would be tantamount to betraying my clan. Wang Xianzi pondered for a long moment before ultimately choosing to decline. If what he gained was not a powerful Wang family, then becoming the family head would hold no significance. You might wish to reconsider. I desire the flying blade, but my options are not limited to you. Wang Xianzi's expression darkened instantly. He was already at a disadvantage among the many competitors. Furthermore, what he refused, others might not hesitate to accept. If another brother were to gain Luo Wanning's support, he might truly find himself without any hope. The reason Luo Wanning chose to negotiate with him first was likely only due to his presence in the time void illusion. Very well, I agree to your terms. Wang Xianzi took a deep breath, quickly making his decision. But I have another condition, not a condition. Luo Wanning furrowed her brows, realizing that she held the power over the life and death of her interlocutor. Yet this audacious individual dared to propose conditions to her. Was he courting death? Speak. She commanded that I require your assistance in eliminating someone. Wang Xianzi observed the malevolent expression on Luo Wanning's face and hastily explained. It is merely a young master from a family, named Lin Zhou, who has attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage. He should pose no challenge for Xia Qianju. Lin Zhou, what connection do you have with him? Luo Wanning's heart stirred. She recalled that in her previous life, Lin Zhou had reached the tribulation stage and had been a formidable adversary. In this reincarnation, she had intended to cultivate an alliance with him in anticipation of confronting Bai Ji. Moreover, Lin Zhou had a wife of extraordinary talent, Pan Yuyu, who was also at the tribulation stage. Their love story echoed across the realms, renowned far and wide as a pair of celestial lovers adored by all. He is my rival in love. I share a genuine affection with Pan Yuyu, yet he has ruthlessly snatched her away. The enmity of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. Wang Xianzi ground his teeth, his face a mask of seething hatred. Yet Luo Wanning was acutely aware of Wang Xianzi's ulterior motives. The Pan family held a status comparable to the Wang family. Should Wang Xianzi secure a union with Pan Yuyu, his standing would undoubtedly soar. As for the notion of true love, that was sheer nonsense. Nevertheless, Luo Wanning remained indifferent. As long as she could acquire the flying blade, such trivial matters were of little consequence. I can assist you in eliminating Lin Zhou, but in exchange, you must provide me with 100 high-grade spirit stones. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Wang Xianzi's eyes widened in shock at Luo Wanning's avarice. The annual revenue of the Wang family scarcely amounted to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and he would not even see a single one of those. After all, a single high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, an astronomical sum of 10 billion. Such immense wealth, and Luo Wanning casually expected to walk away with it. Very well, Wang Xianzi pondered for a lengthy moment before nodding in agreement. As long as he could wed Pan Yuyu and gain the full backing of the Pan family. A mere 10 billion was indeed a painful loss. Young Master Wang is indeed forthright. With a satisfactory response, Luo Wanning turned to depart. Time was of the essence. Xia Qianju should be emerging shortly. As Luo Wanning returned to the ancient ruins, she found Xia Qianju just stepping out. Xia Qianju appeared in a dire state. Her complexion pale, garments tattered and stained with blood, her purple spiked sword shattered, leaving only a half-broken blade. Her aura was feeble, and her spirit waned. However, upon catching sight of Luo Wanning, her eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Little Ning is waiting for me. She is worried about me, dragging her exhausted and broken body. Xia Qianju staggered towards Luo Wanning, producing a shimmering silver scale from her bosom, presenting it with both hands. Little Ning, I have not let you down. This is the silver dragon reverse scale you sought. Not bad. Luo Wanning accepted the scale, inspecting it for any flaws before stowing it away. The silver dragon boasted a power rivaling the pinnacle of the human transformation stage. Alas, its bloodline was impure, or else it might have posed a threat to Xia Qianju. Let us depart. It is time to leave the temporal ruins. When Luo Wanling led Xia Qianju to where Yi Qingshan was, the latter appeared troubled. Alas, senior sister, it seems I shall not complete the task entrusted to me by our master. What am I to do? Chu Xiangjiao sighed. Her task was not particularly arduous, merely to locate a dragon, but her participation in the Eternal Hall's trials had consumed far too much time that I am uncertain. However, our master dotes on you, so perhaps you will only need to refine pills for a year at most, Yi Qingshan consoled, while contemplating her own task and how to reclaim the flowing light immortal gourd from Luo Wanling. A year? Must my youth be squandered entirely on pill refining? Chu Xiangjiao lamented, her face drawn in despair. I am on the verge of being sick from alchemy. Perhaps we should not return at all. How about we spend a couple of years outside? Chu Xiangjiao suggested with a twinkle in her eye, only to be met with a stern rebuke from Yi Qingshan. Absolutely not. The outside world is far too perilous. Remaining at the Falling Star sect is our safest option. How dull, Chu Xiangjiao pouted, her gaze catching the approaching figures, her eyes suddenly brightening. Senior sister is far too boring. I want to go out and have fun with Little Ning. Little Ning, you are not a disciple of our Falling Star sect, so you likely won't be returning with us, will you? Will you take me out to play? As she watched Chu Xiangjiao cling to Luo Wanling and act coy, Xia Qianju felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart. Despite all her efforts, she could only occasionally touch Luo Wanling. To freely act in such a manner was utterly impossible. No. Chu Xiangjiao, you must return to the sect with me at once. And you too, Luo Wanling. If not for master, would you have achieved your current standing? Yi Qingshan's complexion shifted slightly. Though she hesitated to admit it, Bai Ji had bestowed upon Luo Wanling the time seed. Effectively recognizing her, upon their return to the Falling Star sect, it was likely that Bai Ji would accept Luo Wanling as her disciple. I will not go back. I have no intention of returning. Chu Xiangjiao stuck her tongue out at Yi Qingshan, then hid behind Luo Wanling, acting adorably. Little Ning, you must speak. And you too, senior sister Xia. Surely you do not wish to return to the Falling Star sect? Xia Qianju nodded gently. She indeed did not wish to return, as there were two bothersome senior brothers at the sect. Currently, she was at odds with Luo Wanling, and should any further interference arise, who knew how long this torturous period would last? However, she yearned to enjoy a world of two with Luo Wanling, making Chu Xiangjiao's presence rather superfluous. Junior sister, perhaps you should return to the sect for now. I'll take you out to play another time. Another time, another time. Always another time. Chu Xiangjiao pouted, exasperated. Senior sister has said that so many times I have waited a full 5 years. Do you have any idea what those 5 years have been like for me? Xia Qianju sighed in resignation. Unable to persuade Chu Xiangjiao, she could only wait for Luo Wanling to make a decision. Very well. Luo Wanling nodded in agreement. She had returned precisely to take Chu Xiangjiao with her. And now that the latter was willingly offering herself, she was more than happy to accept. Isolated, Yi Qingshan felt no concern. Once they left the temporal ruins, she was confident in forcibly bringing all three back to the sect. Then we shall take our leave. Yi Qingshan scattered 4 seeds, which promptly took root and grew upon contact with the ground. Vines intertwined, tearing through the void to form a shimmering silver-white portal. Yi Qingshan stepped through first, intending to unseal her cultivation before preparing to capture the remaining 3. Little Ning, let us go as well. Xia Qianju noticed Luo Wanling's lack of movement. She felt a twinge of confusion. None of them had a means to exit the temporal ruins. If they did not follow Yi Qingshan, they might be trapped within. Time flows like water. Luo Wanling raised her palm, a fragment of time swiftly disintegrating within her grasp, causing the silver portal to flicker violently before collapsing. Although Luo Wanling now possessed the silver dragon reverse scale to counter Bai Ji, it did not imply she could confront her directly. She would not be foolish enough to follow Yi Qingshan, only to be captured and returned to the Falling Star sect. If Bai Ji were to probe her memories, everything would be over. Little Ning, have you lost your mind? How are we to exit now? Chu Xiangjiao stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Though she did not wish to return to the Falling Star sect, she also did not want to be eternally trapped in the temporal ruins. Since others can enter, they can surely exit as well. We shall simply accompany others, Luo Wanling stated nonchalantly, turning to leave. That's true. Chu Xiangjiao slapped her forehead, realization dawning. But who shall we go out with? Leading the two to a valley of ruins, Luo Wanling soon beheld a purple-gold portal materializing in midair. Wang Xuanzi had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing them, he rushed to greet them. "You have finally arrived? Let us go." Luo Wanling regarded Wang Xuanzi with a calm gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "That I shall enter first. You must hurry, for the purple-gold portal will not remain open for long." Wang Xuanzi's figure vanished into the portal, and only after a brief moment did Luo Wanling and the others follow. The light surged, and the space shifted as Luo Wanling's feet touched solid ground. Ancient pavilions emerged around her, bustling with the vibrant essence of humanity. "Young Master Xuanzi has returned." The young master even brought back 3 beautiful girls. "I wonder which one will become his legitimate wife." "Do not speak nonsense. The one young master favors is Miss Pan Yuyu from the Pan family." The crowd murmured in surprise at the arrival of Luo Wanling and her companions. Suddenly, an astute individual exclaimed, pointing at one of the girls, "Hey, brother, doesn't the girl on the left resemble that swordsmanship prodigy, Xia Qianju?" "Indeed, now that you mention it, there is a striking resemblance. You two are jesting. Xia Qianju is as aloof as a proud plum blossom, while this girl appears as timid as a shivering kitten. How could they possibly be the same?" "That is true. Perhaps it is merely a matter of appearance." Luo Wanling observed the bustling crowd with no surprise. This was the Yuming Wang family, one of the 8 ancient clans of the Yuming wasteland, as the young master of the Wang family. Even if he ranked 7th, Wang Xuanzi had numerous admirers. "Miss Luo, please follow me. I will arrange accommodations for you." Wang Xuanzi returned to his clan, his confidence significantly bolstered, and his demeanor no longer bore the same subservience as before. This was the Wang family, where even if Xia Qianju possessed formidable combat prowess, she could easily eliminate the young master of the Wang household. However, with Bai Ji backing the 3 individuals, Wang Xuanzi dared not act recklessly. If it isn't the 7th brother, it's been 2 months since we last met, and I never imagined you would be thriving so well." A striking young man clad in a resplendent white robe emerged from the crowd. A wide purple-gold belt cinched at his waist, adorned with a purple-gold crown, and stepping gracefully in cloud-like footwear, he gently waved a white feather fan in his hand. "6th brother, have you come to welcome me?" Wang Xuanzi's expression darkened, his palm clenching slightly as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Wang Xianlan. Aside from me, do you believe anyone else would come to greet you?" Wang Xianlan lightly waved his fan. "7th brother, it's quite a rare opportunity for you to enter the temporal ruins. I trust you haven't squandered your time on frivolous pursuits, have you? If that is the case, it would greatly disappoint your elder brother. These 3 are my friends. So, does that imply that you have completed the tasks assigned to you by the family?" Upon witnessing Wang Xuanzi's silence, Wang Xuanlan's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Wang Xuanzi had wasted such a precious opportunity. His aspirations for the position of family head were now nearly unattainable. Having attained the desired outcome, Wang Xuanlan's mood shifted, and he turned to leave. Who are you?" Wang Xianlan caught a glimpse of Xia Qianju, who stood behind Luo Wanning, her hands by her sides, and paused slightly. While there was a semblance of resemblance, the aura was vastly different. She could not be Xia Qianju. Wang Xianlan shook his head. He had only seen Xia Qianju from a distance once, and though he could not recall her exact features, her aloof demeanor left a lasting impression. Nevertheless, he approached with a smile, keen to observe closely. 3 exceptionally beautiful young ladies. Wang Xianlan was taken aback, realizing that the 3 maidens were indeed breathtakingly lovely, each possessing their unique charm. When the affection of even one would be a stroke of fortune. Yet Wang Xuanzi had managed to capture the favor of all 3, igniting a tinge of jealousy within Wang Xianlan. "May I inquire how the esteemed ladies prefer to be addressed? Recently, I acquired some blue sky leaves from the celestial desolate valley. Might the 3 of you be interested in gracing me with your presence?" Wang Xianlan, noticing the trio's disinterest, resorted to tempting them with his treasured tea leaves. Indeed, someone bit the bait. Chu Xiangjiao's eyes lit up, her hands eagerly rubbing together. The blue sky leaves were a specialty of the celestial desolate valley, thriving at great heights and requiring exceptionally stringent environmental conditions. They were a vital ingredient in concocting the 6th grade elixir, Qingqi pill, with each leaf worth its weight in gold. It's rare for a young lady to possess such discerning taste. Blue sky leaves are not merely used for potion crafting. Even steeping them for consumption brings significant benefits to one's health. Wang Xianlan replied with a subtle smile. sensing that Xu Qianju was easily swayed, and thus believed everything would proceed smoothly. What do you mean by that? They are my invited friends, Wang Xuanzi interjected, his brow furrowed as he stepped forward to position himself protectively in front of Wang Xianlan. His expression hostile. Heh, if they are merely friends, then inviting these three young ladies for tea should pose no issue, correct? Wang Xianlan retorted nonchalantly, no need. We have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger at the Wang residence. Luo Wanning shook her head, devoid of any interest in conversing with the dead. Supporting Wang Xuanzi's rise to the position of family head was not a task that could be accomplished in haste, especially with numerous resources in the underworld desolate region awaiting her exploration. She had no desire to squander time here. Young Master Wang, we take our leave. After nodding to Wang Xuanzi, Luo Wanning departed with Xia Qianju and Xu Xianju. I shall escort you. Wang Xuanzi hurried to catch up with the three, that observing their retreating figures. Wang Xuanlan's expression gradually darkened. Follow them. Find an opportune moment to bring them back to my quarters. Understood. The three figures accompanying Wang Xianlan swiftly exited the crowd. After leaving the Wang family, Luo Wanning and her companions headed north, arriving at the juncture of the underworld desolate region and the celestial desolate valley by dusk 3 days later. The sky was painted in a resplendent orange-red by the setting sun, and the clouds resembled burning flames, shifting in myriad forms. The afterglow draped the earth in a golden veil, the distant mountains softened in silhouette, while the nearby lake shimmered with glimmers reflecting the colors of the sky. That a gentle breeze caressed the scene, with clouds languidly drifting above like a silent ballet. The air was imbued with warmth and tranquility, intoxicating all who beheld this dreamlike vista, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Wow, how beautiful! What place is this? Xu Xianju, initially brooding from exhaustion, felt all weariness dissipate upon witnessing this stunning scenery. Yaoqi, Luo Wanning softly replied, gazing at the placid surface of the lake, her heart weighed down by memories in her past life. She had wandered here, subsisting on fishing, and it was here that she encountered the most significant person in her life. It was precisely because of that individual that Luo Wanning embarked on the quest for immortality. However, her purpose for coming here was not to seek that person, for Yaoqi, this is the legendary sacred land of spiritual herbs. Yaoqi. Xu Xianju exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes widening. Little Ningjia, it said that Yaoqi is home to spiritual herbs resembling humans, capable of running, jumping, and even speaking. Could that possibly be true? Xu Xianju clasped her hands in excitement. Being an alchemist herself, she was naturally attuned to spiritual herbs. Tio witnessed the legendary celestial herbs, even if it meant risking her life, would be worth it. Just a legend. It cannot be taken seriously. Luo Wanning shook her head, having not heard of any celestial herbs emerging from Yaoqi during her 500 years of life. At most, there were only 9th-grade spiritual herbs. Her journey here was solely to procure a 9th-grade spiritual herb. The moon's ephemeral blossom. Is it really just a legend? Xia Qianju gazed blankly at a small wooden boat gliding across the lake's surface. The figure, ethereal and dreamlike, danced and sang upon the boat. Her voice like a celestial melody. The western wind ages the Dongting waves, and one night, the Xiang Lord's hair turns white. Drunk, one knows not if heaven's in the water, as dreams of clarity weigh upon the starry river. Both Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju were quite familiar with this poem, yet its application here felt rather out of place. It was merely dusk. Where did the vast starry river come from? She is. Xia Qianju strained her gaze, barely managing to discern the figure on the boat, her pupils contracting in shock, a chill running down her spine. Luo Wanning also recognized the person's face, her body swaying slightly. Mor, how could you appear here? Luo Wanning's brow furrowed in concern. She leaped across the water's surface, swiftly making her way towards the solitary boat. Even if Mor were not dead, she certainly should not be present here, especially considering that Luo Wanning had witnessed Mor's dire state with her own eyes. Xia Qianju, stepping upon the 7 stars sword, followed closely behind, her mind a whirl of confusion. She had personally slain Xia Hanmo. The memory etched vividly in her mind. Moreover, she now harbored worries that Xia Hanmo's reappearance might rekindle Luo Wanning's old feelings. No, it's merely someone who resembles Xia Hanmo. It cannot be her. Xia Qianju shook her head, yet the sorrow etched upon her brow remained unyielding. Whether or not this woman was indeed Xia Hanmo, it was not a favorable development for her. She had only just managed to remain by Luo Wanning's side. Even if it was merely as a servant, she was already content. Should Xia Hanmo's return exacerbate the hatred within Luo Wanning's heart, it could very well lead to her expulsion or even death. Hurry, hurry, don't come any closer, Xia Qianju silently prayed as she kept her gaze fixed on Luo Wanning, contemplating whether there was a way to prevent their meeting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 cold arrows suddenly shot forth from beneath the water's surface. Time seemed to freeze. Luo Wanning hesitated, and at the moment the cold arrows pierced her clothing, grazing her skin, she barely managed to halt them. Xia Qianju, eliminate them. Luo Wanning had no interest in the 3 individuals blocking her path. She was solely intent on confirming whether the figure on the solitary boat was indeed her newlywed wife, Xia Hanmo. That it was not that she held any lingering special feelings for Xia Hanmo, but rather, the situation was too bizarre, exceeding her grasp. She needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. Luo Wanning maneuvered past the 3, yet she had scarcely moved far when a beam of sword light forced her back. Little Ning, I'm sorry. I can only hold off 2 at most, Xia Qianju called out anxiously, the jewels on the 7-star sword sparkling brilliantly, the sword light fierce, yet every strike was narrowly evaded by the adversaries. These 3 were merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while Xia Qianju's realm was not inferior. For her, dispatching them should have been effortless, yet she found herself in a passive position. Luo Wanning pondered briefly and soon arrived at the answer. Xia Qianju was being deliberate. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow slightly. She had planted causal seeds within Xia Qianju, yet controlling her required a corresponding price. If she were to exert control too frequently, Xia Qianju might become compromised. That was not a scenario she wished to witness. What a bother! Luo Wanning sighed, retrieving the flowing light immortal gourd, releasing a time guardian. In this moment, they were not within the temporal ruins, and the appearance of the time guardian would be affected by the might of heaven and earth, rendering it a consumable. Moreover, once the time guardian departed from the flow of time, its realm would continuously decline in less than 3 minutes. Its realm would plummet to the qi refining stage, leading to its complete obliteration. Eliminate him. Though Luo Wanning felt a pang of regret to uncover the truth regarding Xia Hanmo, she had to make sacrifices. However, after both the time guardian and a cloaked figure plunged into the water, yet another figure in black ensnared her. Xia Qianju. Luo Wanning's icy gaze fixated on Xia Qianju, causing a pang of anxiety in the latter's heart. I apologize, little Ning. My hand cramped just now, which is why I failed to notice him slipping away towards you. Xia Qianju responded with an awkward smile, swiftly positioning herself in front of Luo Wanning. Do not worry, little Ning. I shall protect you. Chapter 069. Infidelity with a splash. Xia Qianju sheathed her 7-star sword, standing cautiously with hands at her sides. Luo Wanning's expression was as dark as the water, and the distant small boat had vanished without a trace. Something feels amiss. Setting aside the matter of Xia Qianju, the boat carrying Xia Hanmo had inexplicably disappeared. The Yaoqi was vast and boundless, shrouded in mist, with the water's surface laid bare. Could it have sunk to the depths? Luo Wanning treaded upon the shimmering surface, swiftly arriving at the spot where the boat had last been seen. A gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples across the water. Plop! Luo Wanning submerged herself, searching for over 10 meters, yet found nothing amiss. The depths of Yaoqi were profound. Although she remained at the periphery, the depth had already reached over 100 meters. Even if a solitary boat capsized and someone fell overboard, it would be inconceivable for them to sink to the bottom in such a short span of time. Little Ning, have you found her? Xia Qianju secretly rejoiced, although she was unaware of the woman's whereabouts. As long as she did not encounter Luo Wanning, it sufficed. Witnessing Luo Wanning's grim countenance and empty hands, Xia Qianju felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Yet, she feigned panic and self-blame, intertwining her fingers and lowering her head. I am sorry, little Ning. It is all my fault. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, absorbed in her search within the Yaoqi. Moments later, she raised her palm, gathering a droplet of time river water at her fingertips, causing the surface to part and create a passage. Luo Wanning descended into the depths, the clear river water shimmering with ethereal light. Diving to a depth of 2,000 meters, a magnificent palace of glass appeared at the bottom. Within the Dragon Palace lies Amun's ephemeral bloom. Retrieve it for me, and do not mishandle it. Luo Wanling gestured towards the palace ahead, addressing Xia Qianju behind her. The dragon palace was hidden in the deepest recesses of Yaoqi, surrounded by endless darkness and seawater. The grand entrance of the palace was formed from massive corals and shells. Adorned with resplendent pearls that emitted a soft glow, various peculiar aquatic plants and corals thrived upon the palace walls, displaying a riot of colors. Through the translucent glass walls, one could glimpse a colossal crystalline throne at the center, intricately carved with dragon motifs, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. Surrounding the throne were treasures of every kind, shimmering with golden light, overwhelming to behold. This place bore some resemblance to the abode of my esteemed master. Could it be that my master once resided here? Xia Qianju felt an uncanny familiarity, yet during her 5 years of travels with Bai Ji across the seas and realms, she had never set foot here. How could Luo Wanling possess such knowledge? Xia Qianju had long sensed that Luo Wanling had become somewhat peculiar. It seemed as though, following that battle, Luo Wanling had gained knowledge of many things, her methods growing increasingly enigmatic, rendering her inscrutable. However, she remained unconcerned by these matters. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close. It was as if with every step she took forward, Luo Wanling would retreat, and if she took 2 steps back, Luo Wanling would pull her back to her side. This left her uncertain whether Luo Wanling genuinely liked her or was merely toying with her maliciously, punishing her if previously she could afford to wait, believing time would dissolve all. The sudden emergence of Xia Hanmo instilled a sense of urgency in her. She had to swiftly ascertain Luo Wanling's intentions, lest her heart remain restless. Little Ning, I am going in. Xia Qianju entered the glass dragon palace. The 7 stars soared, radiating brilliance as the dragon gate opened automatically. Watching Xia Qianju step into the dragon palace, a glint of cold light flickered in Luo Wanling's eyes. More, come forth. Yet, the stillness of the lake's bottom yielded no response. Colorful fish danced in the water, while corals and aquatic plants swayed gracefully. The crystalline glass dragon palace shimmered with vibrant colors, and the opening dragon gate gradually closed. Who exactly are you? Luo Wanling coldly scrutinized the translucent palace. The figure strikingly resembling Xia Hanmo did indeed appear. Yet it manifested within the glass dragon palace, showing no intention of meeting her gaze. What is going on? Luo Wanling's brow furrowed. The glass dragon palace had once been Bai Ji's dwelling, so it was not surprising that Xia Qianju was accepted. Yet, if even she could not gain entry, why could Xia Hanmo enter with such ease? Did Xia Hanmo and Bai Ji share some undisclosed secret? What was Xia Qianju doing? Why had she not departed after obtaining the moon's ephemeral bloom? Through the translucent glass walls, Luo Wanling observed 2 figures drawing closer. Her gaze darkened. She cared not for Xia Qianju's innocence. Yet Xia Hanmo's actions would undoubtedly diminish her unassailable status in Xia Qianju's heart. Every cause must have its effect. Luo Wanling's palms gently pressed against her abdomen, a surge of warmth emanating from within. With her legs together, through the tree of causality, she could clearly sense Xia Qianju's every movement. Xia Qianju awakened. The voice that suddenly resonated within her heart caused Xia Qianju to momentarily freeze, only to swiftly regain her composure and push away the girl clinging to her. Little Ning, is that you? Are we truly in sync? Xia Qianju's lips curled into a smile, her eyes bright and clear, radiating happiness, a sentiment of longing, surely to be echoed. Has little Ning finally felt my heart's intention? Yet, her bliss was short-lived as her countenance suddenly paled, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the figure before her. That I have betrayed. Xia Qianju secured the moon's ephemeral bloom, her hands gripping the 7 stars sword, her lips quivering slightly. What did you just do to me? Are you Xia Hanmo? Did I not kill you? Hee, I shall seek you out again, my dear traveler. The perfect form glided through the water like a fish, her long, fair legs parting the surface, vanishing with an effortless grace. Xia Qianju stood frozen for a long while before hastily gathering her disheveled clothing. Taking a deep breath, she ascended from the glass dragon palace upon the 7 stars sword. Little Ning, I truly do not understand why that transpired. My heart belongs only to you. Upon their first meeting, Xia Qianju hurriedly explained, though her words fell somewhat flat. Hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom to me. Luo Wanling extended her hand impassively, through the resonance of the tree of causality. She too had heard Xia Hanmo's parting words that why dear traveler. This single phrase pierced the deepest secret of Xia Qianju. How could Xia Hanmo know that Xia Qianju was a traveler? Could she read Xia Qianju's memories? Both Luo Wanling and Xia Qianju were travelers, and now they intersected with Xia Hanmo. This seemed too coincidental. What manner of existence was Xia Hanmo? An elixir? An immortal? Or perhaps another traveler? Yet, Luo Wanling could not entirely ascertain that the figure resembling Xia Hanmo was indeed her. If it truly was Xia Hanmo, appearing like a specter, resurrected from death, she would undoubtedly be in existence beyond imagination. What could her purpose be, even with 500 years of memories from her past life? Luo Wanling was left utterly bewildered. The situation was growing increasingly complex, yet Luo Wanling was determined to pursue immortality. These questions could be set aside for now. Cultivating her strength was the true path. Hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom to me. Luo Wanling coldly fixed her gaze upon Xia Qianju, yet the latter hesitated and shook her head that I won't. Chapter 070. Hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom. Little Ning, do you still harbor feelings for me? I need you to answer me honestly. Xia Qianju's lips quivered, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. The animosity had yet to fully dissipate. Her audacious actions were not entirely unexpected, even if Luo Wanling harbored disdain for her. Yet, she remained clueless as to her own state of mind. Yes, hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom to me. Luo Wanling's expression was as cold as frost, her hand poised in midair, her gaze piercing as she regarded Xia Qianju. To gain control over Xia Qianju, it was essential not to let her fall into complete despair. A timely morsel of sweetness was needed to better manipulate her psyche, but I am no longer pure. Little Ning, do you truly not mind? Xia Qianju's nostrils flared, her demeanor tinged with disappointment, her dulled eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pressed her lips together in a pout. That I do not mind. Hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom to me. But I just embraced that girl. Little Ning, can you genuinely forgive me? Xia Qianju's eyes brightened slightly, her hand tightening around the 7-star sword, her fingertips growing pale. I can. Hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom to me. Then will you kiss me? I can. Hand over the moon's ephemeral bloom to me. Then you must kiss me first. Xia Qianju nervously closed her eyes, her lips slightly puckered. Anxiously awaiting affection, Luo Wanling furrowed her brow. While she understood Xia Qianju's intentions, she knew that fulfilling her current request would lead to further demands. Human hearts are fickle, and desires insatiable. Luo Wanling had no intention of wasting time on mere intimacy with Xia Qianju. Time froze. Bang! Luo Wanling's fingers grazed Xia Qianju's forehead, yet the time freeze failed to take effect, and Xia Qianju instantaneously broke free. Little Ning, I have done so much for you. Can you not even fulfill this small request? Sighing, Xia Qianju's face bore an expression of disappointment. My body has been sullied. Unworthy of Little Ning. If you do not love me, I might as well perish. Xia Qianju raised the 7-star sword and placed it against her fair neck. The blade emanating a chilling glow that caused crimson droplets to seep from her delicate skin. Luo Wanling remained expressionless, making no move to intervene. Why, Xiao Ning? Why do you not stop me? Has our bond truly been exhausted? Does she no longer want me? A sense of despair crept into Xia Qianju's heart. She had risked her life several times in pursuit of Luo Wanling's forgiveness. Now, she found herself embraced by a mysterious girl, feeling as if her integrity was compromised. Yet, despite her efforts, it seemed impossible to win Luo Wanling's affection. Xiao Ning no longer cared for me. It appeared that only by reverting to my obsessive self could I earn her love once more. Xia Qianju recalled the moments of the past. Though they had been somewhat frenzied, Luo Wanling had indeed clung to her side during that time, fulfilling her every bold request. However, the present was different. If I were to act against her now, I might inadvertently cause her harm. Just as Xia Qianju wavered in her resolve, a pair of soft lips pressed against hers. Xiao Ning. Half an hour later. Luo Wanling, with a stoic expression, extended her palm. Hand over moon's ephemera to me. Xia Qianju's face flushed with warmth, her demeanor shy as her fingertips brushed against her plump lips, savoring the lingering sensation. Very well. Xia Qianju, like a dutiful and obedient little wife, nestled into Luo Wanling's embrace. She retrieved an azure flower bud from her storage ring. The palm-sized bud was poised to bloom, its resplendent blue petals tightly wrapped. I cannot give this to her. At that moment, a light and slightly irate voice pierced through the air, accompanied by the collapse of the underwater tunnel. The water surged violently, and the vibrant fish scattered in a panic. While 4 verdant vines swiftly grew from the lake bed, Yi Qingxian had arrived. Luo Wanning was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yi Qingxian had swiftly discovered their whereabouts, with Bai Ji likely in pursuit? If Bai Ji were to capture her, probing her memories and seizing her temporal roots, all hope would be lost. Xia Qianju, block her. Luo Wanning grasped Moon's ephemera and swiftly swam toward the surface. The water pressure at the lake's bottom was immense, and her essence was rapidly depleting. She could not afford to linger. Xia Qianju, wielding the 7-star sword, unleashed a powerful strike, stirring chaotic currents. The sword light surged forth, severing the 4 vines. Junior sister Xia, you have actually ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yi Qingxian was taken aback. She had refrained from using her true power earlier for fear of harming Xia Qianju. Yet even so, her vines were not something a typical pinnacle nascent soul could sever with a single strike. Junior sister Xia, listen to me. That person does not genuinely care for you. She is merely using you. Yi Qingxian did not wish to engage in a fierce battle with Xia Qianju, attempting to dissuade her even as they clashed. You speak nonsense. Xiaoning absolutely likes me. Otherwise, she would not have done such embarrassing things to me just now. Xia Qianju, having just tasted fulfillment, radiated a rosy glow. Feeling elated, and naturally dismissed Yi Qingxian's words. I have committed unforgivable acts towards Xiaoning, so I can understand her lingering resentment. However, she has gradually let go of her grievances. Senior sister, you should leave quickly and stop disturbing us. Fool. Master has said that your soul lamp is dim and your fate wanes. It must be that Luo Wanning has tampered with you. She seeks to destroy you. Yi Qingxian shouted in desperation as dozens of vines emerged from beneath the water. Though her realm had reached the void refinement stage, she was not adept at offense, while Xia Qianju fought with reckless abandon. For a moment, she found herself unable to subdue Xia Qianju, helplessly watching as Luo Wanling made her escape, filling Yi Qingxian with anxiety. Senior sister, if you continue to spout nonsense and sow discord, do not blame me for disregarding our bond. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Qianju's eyes as the 7-star sword unleashed a slender silver dragon shadow. If you do not believe me, come back to the sect with me. Master will reveal the truth. Yi Qingxian pushed her palms outward, the glowing green energy dispersing the silver dragon shadow. Xia Qianju's obstinate denial irked her. She had hoped that Luo Wanling's indifference would gradually diminish Xia Qianju's nearly pathological infatuation, leading to Xia Qianju's heartbreak and eventual return to the sect for peaceful cultivation. However, after several days of separation, Xia Qianju had only become more steadfast. What could Luo Wanling possibly possess that made her so admirable? Was she truly more trustworthy than Master? No, it is not the same. I respect Master, and I also care for Xiaoning. This is not a matter of trust. Xia Qianju shook her head. Bai Ji had guided her onto the path of cultivation, and everything she had now was due to Bai Ji's favor, for which Xia Qianju was deeply grateful. Yet now, having once again received Luo Wanling's tenderness, she felt content with the current state and had no desire to return to the Falling Star sect. Xiaoning likes me. Her current punishment is not meant to harm me, but to test me. Test your mother. Yi Qingxian fumed. After leaving the illusory realm, she waited anxiously for Xia Qianju and the others to appear. But when they did not, she hurried back to the Falling Star sect, only to find that Bai Ji was not present. To her dismay, she discovered Xia Qianju's soul lamp was dim and on the verge of extinguishing. Though Xia Qianju had not been harmed, her soul was in jeopardy, likely due to someone's covert machinations. The prime suspect was undoubtedly Luo Wanling, who had been by Xia Qianju's side, fearing for her junior's safety. Yi Qingxian once again utilized Yuan Yao's teleportation array to reach the nether wilderness. After considerable effort, she finally located Xia Qianju, and seeing her unharmed, she felt a wave of relief. However, her earnest advice fell on deaf ears, leaving her exasperated. Chapter 071. Xia Qianju is mine at dusk. The sky was painted in brilliant shades of orange and red by the setting sun, as a line of wild geese leisurely soared across the horizon. Fiery clouds blazed in the distance, casting a dreamlike aura over the entire sky. Golden sunlight poured through the gaps in the clouds, draping the earth in a soft glow. The lake's surface appeared exceptionally tranquil, shimmering with reflected colors of the sky, while a solitary boat drifted quietly, seeming so small, so lonely, yet so captivating. On that lone boat sat a beautiful maiden, clad in a pale blue gown that fluttered gently. Swaying gracefully in the breeze, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, the ebony strands glistening faintly under the sun's rays. The maiden's visage was enchanting, with brows like ink and lips as red as coral. Her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy and serenity. She lightly rested her hands on the boat's edge, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps simply basking in the moment's tranquility. "Do you not have anything you wish to say to me, Amour?" Luo Wanning scrutinized the girl on the boat with caution. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Qianju, yet her ethereal aura was undeniably unique. Moreover, the melancholy and weariness in her eyes could not possibly belong to a girl of mere adolescence. "I am not Xia Qianju." The girl slowly shook her head, her gaze shifting to Luo Wanning. Imbued with reminiscence and contemplation. "I am Xia Qianju. Ah, I see." Luo Wanning nodded gently. "If that were the case, then everything made sense. I will not interfere with your intentions, but you must not harm Xia Qianju. She is mine." "Heh, yours? Your offering, perhaps?" Xia Qianju chuckled lightly as she paddled, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface. "You need not concern yourself. Should you have needs, you may choose another. Xia Qianju is off limits. Traversers are not so easily found. How many years have I spent searching for two suitable individuals?" Xia Qianju leaned against the boat, her eyes seemingly piercing through the passage of time. Luo Wanling's expression hardened. As she stepped onto the bow of the small boat, with a slight force, the stern lifted in response. "So you have forsaken me in favor of Xia Qianju, but alas, the one she loves now is me." Luo Wanling sneered, the truth progressively surfacing, every transgression laid bare. "Heh, deceiving a girl who does not love you, and keeping her by your side. Do you not find her pitiable? She merely seeks a love that belongs solely to her. A love you cannot provide." Xia Qianju's smile remained serene, her gaze tranquil, a hint of slyness curling her lips. "But I can give her." The small boat began to fade, Xia Qianju's figure becoming increasingly insubstantial. Specks of luminescence scattering upon the water's surface, dissipating with the waves. Luo Wanling's expression darkened. Xia Qianju's appearance had been entirely unexpected, not part of her plans. The fact that Xia Qianju intended to act against Xia Qianju was utterly shocking and unacceptable. Xia Qianju was the most vital element of her strategy, and she could not afford any unforeseen circumstances. Who says I cannot provide? What you can offer, I can as well, and even more." Luo Wanling snorted coldly. Swiftly gliding across the water toward the shore. On the bank stood the anxious Xia Qianju, who rushed forward upon seeing a figure approach. "Sister Xiaoning, I just saw senior sister hurrying over. Has something happened? She wouldn't be here to drag me back, would she?" Xia Qianju felt a twinge of concern, but more than that, her curiosity was piqued. "Sister Xiaoning, who was that girl on the solitary boat? How did she vanish so suddenly? Is she an immortal herb that grows in the Yaoqi?" "Something like that." Luo Wanling was reluctant to discuss the matter further, retrieving a flower from her storage ring. "Sister Xianjiao, please use your alchemical techniques to refine this moon's ephemera for me." Luo Wanling had brought Xia Qianju along with the intention of leveraging her alchemical talents. The moon's ephemeral bloom is classified as a 9th-grade spiritual herb. Although it can be directly refined, the results inevitably pale in comparison to the prowess of Xia Qianju. "Very well. But little Ning, you must promise me that you will tell me later whether that girl is the legendary elixir." "Certainly." Xia Qianju set down a bronze alchemical furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears by the shore. After casting moon's ephemeral bloom into the cauldron, she clapped her hands, igniting 2 lively flames that danced joyfully within. If spiritual herbs are not handled properly after being harvested, their potency will gradually dissipate. If too much time elapses, a decline in grade is not out of the question, even for a 9th-grade herb. "Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens," Xia Qianju exclaimed lightly, her small hands striking the furnace vigorously. From the flames emerged a flurry of resplendent, vibrant birds, flitting about gracefully. The birds released strands of crimson silk, etching imprints onto the surface of moon's ephemeral bloom, sealing in its lost potency. 3 minutes later, Xia Qianju let out a long breath, her delicate face showing signs of fatigue. "Phew, it's finally done." This was a 9th-grade spiritual herb, and Xia Qianju was merely at the level of a master alchemist. Being able to slow the rate of potency loss by 70% was already her limit. As she retrieved the herb from the furnace, she examined the small phoenix emblem etched onto the bud, nodding in satisfaction. "Here, take it." Just then, a sudden turmoil erupted on the lake's surface, where two figures were locked in fierce combat. Ascending from the depths to the surface, in the moment of Xia Qianju's distraction, Luo Wanning had already seized Moon's ephemeral bloom. She gripped Xia Qianju by the neck, coldly glaring at Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian, if you dare come any closer, do you believe I will not kill your little junior sister right now? Taking hostages had proven effective time and again, yielding remarkable results each time. Luo Wanning leaned close to Xia Qianju's ear, whispering, "Cooperate, or do you wish for your master sister to drag you back to the sect, where you would be refining pills every day?" Xia Qianju rolled her eyes in exasperation. Although she indeed wished to avoid returning to the sect, it seemed unreasonable to always be taken hostage. However, Xia Qianju quickly adjusted her demeanor, her emotions flaring up, her exquisite little face scrunched up, her large, watery eyes blinking a few times as crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. "Master sister, please don't be reckless, or little Ning really will kill me that I don't want to die." "Ah, you fool." Despite Xia Qianju's impressive acting skills, Yi Qingxian was all too aware of the whimsical thoughts of her little junior sister. It was infuriating to protect her sister wholeheartedly, only to have each one turn against her. "Master sister, please let us go," Xia Qianju pleaded, severing the vines and snaring her with her sword, her expression one of desperation. "Master sister, once I reconcile with little Ning, we shall return to the sect hand in hand to apologize to our esteemed master." Foolish, Yi Qingxian was too weary to say more. She was utterly drained, and none could sway her. Since the two had been deceived, she had no choice but to eliminate Luo Wanning, the root of the problem. Chapter 072. A brief bloom. Leave the little junior sister behind, and you too may leave, but never let me see you again, you pair of wretched girls. That Yi Qingxian weakly waved her hand, her expression weary. "Huh? Why must I be left behind?" Xia Qianju furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. She quickly whispered to Luo Wanning behind her, "Little Ning, this is merely Master Sister's stalling tactic. You must take me away. Otherwise, she will catch up to us soon. I understand." Luo Wanning nodded. How could she easily part with such a useful alchemist like Xia Qianju? "Yi Qingxian, I will release Xia Qianju in 3 days. Rest assured, I will not harm her. No, release the little junior sister now, or none of you will leave." That Yi Qingxian's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Xia Qianju, stop her." Luo Wanning swiftly pulled Xia Qianju away, shouting back, "Remember to discard that calm heart leaf." The calm heart leaf was a gift from Yi Qingxian to Luo Wanning, which had later been given to Xia Qianju. Now, with Yi Qingxian able to swiftly track their whereabouts, Luo Wanling suspected it was due to that calm heart leaf. Actually, the reason Master Sister found us so quickly was because I left a mark. Xia Qianju scratched her head awkwardly. It was her first time venturing far from home. And even with Xia Qianju and Luo Wanling by her side, she felt a lack of security. Thus, she had secretly left the mark of the Falling Star sect, just in case they were trapped and needed rescue. However, she never anticipated Yi Qingxian would find them so swiftly. "It's not your fault." Luo Wanling shook her head, having already sensed the mark left by Xia Qianju. The spectral expanse of the nether wilderness was vast and boundless. It was impossible to find them solely by a few marks. Moreover, they had never lingered in one place for too long. Yi Qingxian must have her own methods of searching. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Qingxian's expression darkened as she flung her sleeves, launching 2 azure seeds toward them. "Master Sister, forgive me," Xia Qianju exclaimed, her 7-star sword poised to strike again. Dragon roar. "Break the void." "Xia Qianju, are you never satisfied? I do not wish to harm you, but do not push your luck." Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth, her long black hair taking on a layer of dark green hue, her slender hands grasping at the air as a silver dragon phantom seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand. Poof! The silver dragon vanished, and Xia Qianju trembled, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood. That a vine swiftly grew beneath Yi Qingxian's feet, her form appearing above Luo Wanling and Xia Qianju in an instant. "Wow! Amazing!" Xia Qianju exclaimed, quickly hiding behind Luo Wanling. "Little Ning, please shield me, or I'll be captured again." Luo Wanling's expression darkened slightly as a deep blue flower bud appeared in her hand, with Moon's ephemeral bloom clutched between her teeth. She fixed her gaze intently on Yi Qingxian, who descended from above. Her hair whipped wildly, her dress rustling in the wind. Her fair face was as indifferent as water, her pitch-black eyes unfathomable. "Heh, have you given up resisting?" Yi Qingxian sneered, her dark green hair growing like vines. Lunging toward Luo Wanling from all sides as the strands approached, Luo Wanling slowly extended a slender jade finger, lightly tapping. Heavenly secret technique, a brief bloom. True essence flowed, fragments of time rapidly consumed. The deep blue bloom glimmering with radiance at her lips, in the next instant. It blossomed. The afterglow of the setting sun seemed to dissipate in that moment. And a pristine crescent moon hung in the sky. Moonlight poured like a waterfall, freezing all of creation in that instant. Heavenly secret technique, time's blade. A cold light from her fingertips severed the strands of hair. The light blade moving slowly, yet it seemed to traverse millennia, wavering as it pierced Yi Qingxian's chest. Yi Qingxian let out a muffled groan, her eyes widening as the setting sun's afterglow and flames painted the sky. She pressed her hand to her chest, but her heart no longer beat beneath it. Yi Qingxian's body plummeted straight down from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Master Sister, Chu Xiangjiao and Xia Qianju exclaimed in unison, wishing to escape Yi Qingxian's pursuit, but they did not truly wish to kill her. Do not worry. She has merely fainted. We must hurry. Luo Wanling's vision blurred, and she reached out to steady Chu Xiangjiao's head, preventing herself from collapsing. Little Ning, let me carry you. Upon hearing that Yi Qingxian was not in mortal danger, Chu Xiangjiao sighed in relief, quickly offering her back to Luo Wanling. Little junior sister, let me do it. Xia Qianju rushed over on her 7-star sword, taking Luo Wanling back. Seeing Xia Qianju in such a flustered state, Chu Xiangjiao could only feel speechless. However, knowing Xia Qianju's previous obsessive behavior, she dared not say too much. Little Ning, rest well. I will take you away. Soaring through the air with Luo Wanling in her arms, Xia Qianju's heart raced. This delicate and tender body had once again fallen into her embrace. Xia Qianju's hands trembled slightly as she looked down at the exquisite little face with squinted eyes, her heart stirring. Senior Sister Xia, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chu Xiangjiao followed closely on her wind and fire wheel. Unable to refrain from critiquing Xia Qianju's inappropriate behavior. What do you know, you little girl? Close your eyes, and don't look. Xia Qianju was aware that Luo Wanling was too fatigued to engage, and that her actions were somewhat lacking in propriety. Yet, she could not help herself. I am a lovesick fool. What do I have to fear? Everything I do is justified. Xia Qianju licked her lips, leaning in once more. Moments later, Chu Xiangjiao's round, shining eyes widened. Her red lips parted, her face flushed with embarrassment, looking incredibly adorable. Senior Sister Xia, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? You're still young and cannot look. Quickly turn your head, or I shall have to teach you a lesson. Xia Qianju shot Chu Xiangjiao an exasperated glance. Had it not been for Chu Xiangjiao's unique status, she would have already struck her down for merely witnessing what she should not have. Senior Sister Xia, we really can't continue like this. If little Ning finds out you actually licked, she will never forgive you. Didn't I tell you not to look? Unexpectedly, Sister Xiao Ning appears unassuming yet possesses such depth. Chu Xiangjiao pinched her own body, only able to shake her head in resignation, and sighed. I find myself at a loss compared to Sister Xiao Ning. Being a woman truly feels like a failure. The 7-star sword sliced through the sky, and 3 figures swiftly darted into a picturesque mountain hollow. Xiao Ning is on the verge of awakening. I must act quickly. Watching Xia Qianju impatiently embrace Luo Wanling and slip into the cave. Chu Xiangjiao could only sit pensively in the shade of a tree, reflecting on her thoughts. Alas, Sister Xia is truly blinded by desire. No wonder Sister Xiao Ning is reluctant to engage with her. Leaning against the ancient tree, she gazed up at the starry sky, the teasing sounds emanating from the cave persisting for an hour without cessation. Chu Xiangjiao's complexion flushed, her face brimming with bashfulness. Could it really be that intriguing? Chapter 073. Only I can satisfy her. The following morning. After a night of busyness, Xia Qianju's complexion was rosy as she gazed affectionately at the girl in her arms. Her fingertips gently brushed over those soft lips, causing Xia Qianju's heart to race uncontrollably, like a startled fawn. If only Xiao Ning could remain nestled in my embrace forever. Xia Qianju's gaze was as gentle as flowing water as she listened to the rhythmic and steady heartbeat of her companion. Feeling unprecedented happiness and fulfillment, having observing the quiet exchange between Xia Qianju and Chu Xiangjiao, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter, Luo Wanqing couldn't help but join in the mirth. the use of Moon's orchid would deplete its medicinal potency. And as she was not an alchemist, managing it would pose quite a challenge. She had originally intended for Xia Qianju to cultivate the Moon's orchid, and now it seemed she had acquired it effortlessly, while simultaneously deepening Xia Qianju's fondness for her. Wow, Sister Xiao Ning is so kind to you. This is a 9th-grade spirit herb. Sister Xiao Ning must surely like you. Xu Xiangjiao exclaimed excitedly, cradling the Moon's orchid and showering her with compliments. Hee, that is certainly the case, Xia Qianju replied with a slight smile, her eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. As the saying goes, a prosperous man does not return to his hometown, like a brocade-clad figure walking through the night. Now that someone bore witness to her affection and bestowed blessings upon her, what could be more delightful? However, you must take great care of the Moon's orchid. If even a single petal falls, I will not show you any mercy. Xia Qianju warned, her trust in Luo Wanning compelling her to be diligent and attentive. Rest assured, even if it costs me everything, I will ensure the Moon's orchid returns to its prime condition, Xu Xiangjiao vowed. Her commitment evident. Despite her lack of particular interest in the herb itself, as an alchemist, she could only concoct 5th-grade pills, far from needing 9th-grade herbs. However, nurturing a 9th-grade spirit herb would undoubtedly bring her immense satisfaction. Following the incident with the herb, all parties involved would benefit. After leaving the valley, Luo Wanning guided the two toward the next resource point. 7 days later, as night fell, a vast black curtain enveloped the ancient city. Yet the lights within it sparkled like stars, banishing the darkness. The mottled city walls glimmered under the illumination, as the traces of time appeared deeper and more mysterious in the gentle glow. This was the sword-casting city, home of the Lin family, and passing through, it would be prudent to eliminate them. The Lin family is now merely a small clan, with fewer than 100 members. Luo Wanning remarked coolly. Lin Juyue, the Lin family's eldest son, was handsome and possessed an exceptional sword spirit root, favored by Pan Yuru, the daughter of one of the 8 great ancient clans, the Pan family. Their tale of mutual affection and companionship became a cherished legend. Luo Wanning held no interest in their love story. Lin Juyue's presence obstructed her acquisition of the flying blade, and thus he must be removed. Xiaoning, you should find an end to rest. I will deal with him, and then come to you, Xia Qianju suggested, indifferent to the identity of her target, willing to be Luo Wanning's blade. No, you should come with me, Luo Wanning replied, shaking her head as she approached the somewhat weathered ancient city. The city gate was guarded by 2 rows of soldiers, and after paying the entrance fee, the trio smoothly entered sword-casting city. The central street within was straight and wide, steeped in a sense of profound history. The brightly lit thoroughfare bustled with a lively crowd. Traditional shops adorned with red lanterns swayed gently in the breeze. Casting a soft glow, food stalls emitted enticing aromas of delectable dishes, captivating passers-by. The sizzle of skewers, the crisp sound of candied fruit, and the crackling of frying oil intertwined, creating a lively urban symphony. Delicious, delicious. Xu Xiangjiao reveled in the rich ambience of human life. Her appetite awakened as she indulged. Sister Xia, Sister Xiaoning, you should try some too. The skewers here are truly delightful, Xu Xiangjiao exclaimed, her small hands filled to the brim. Her fair face smeared with grease, her lips glistening temptingly. Xiaoning, would you like to taste? Xia Qianju offered a skewer to Luo Wanning's lips, who gently shook her head. No need that a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Xia Qianjiao's eyes as she retracted her hand. Biting into the skewer, the rich meat flavor flooded her mouth, yet it felt as if she were chewing wax, mechanically gnawing away. That I dislike greasy food, Luo Wanning stated. Xia Qianjiao was taken aback, quickly finishing the skewer, her eyes brightening as she excitedly turned away. Xiaoning, wait for me. I'll fetch you some lighter fare. Sister Xiaoning, don't be fooled by the greasy texture. It's truly delicious, Xu Xiangjiao said, smacking her lips, somewhat perplexed. After ascending to the golden course stage, one can easily fast, but if one cannot enjoy delicious food, what is the point of living? Indeed, what is the point of living? Luo Wanning sighed. A hint of weariness in her gaze. A bustling brothel caught her eye, with exquisite women adorned in vibrant attire, welcoming guests. The open doors echoed with the sounds of song and dance, accompanied by the alluring strains of strings and woodwinds. Beneath the drooping sheets of rice paper, scandalous verses and romantic poetry were inscribed. 2 Alluring women, clad minimally, smiled brightly, holding paper and an inkstone, inviting cultured patrons to leave behind their verses that on a whim. Luo Wanning seized the brush from one of the enchanting maidens. With the paper unfurled, inspiration flowed forth. In the vastness of the mortal world, all is but a mirage. Love is like smoke, easily dispersed, severing worldly desires to seek the great path. The immortal journey stretches endlessly, heedless of direction. With mountains as companions and clouds as partners, stars and moons illuminate dreams as vessels. All worldly splendor is but fleeting. I seek only the eternal path to remain. The paper danced in the wind, the characters bold and vigorous. Xia Qianju, captivated by the elegant script that seemed to pierce through the paper, was momentarily stunned. How could Luo Wanning, at such a young age, compose such poetry? Just as she savored the lines, a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the candlelight and consuming the paper. Who dares to commit such an act? Xia Qianju fumed, sensing a trace of profound insight within the verses, yet before she could fully grasp it, they were burned away. Upon seeing the figure holding the candle, she was momentarily taken aback. Sister Xiaoning, why did you burn it? Luo Wanning shook her head. It was poorly written, I think. Xia Qianju began, but was suddenly interrupted by a mocking voice from behind. What rubbish are you writing? Utter nonsense. Chapter 075. The profligate young master and his profligate father, how daring of a country girl to aspire for the great path. Utterly delusional. Luo Wanning frowned and turned to leave. The insolent speaker was a pallid young man, clad in resplendent robes that concealed a frail, overindulged frame. Such spoiled scions of wealthy families were a dime a dozen, and Luo Wanning had no interest in engaging with him. Wait! The sickly young master waved his hand, and two sword-bearing guards blocked Luo Wanning and her companion's path. Since this young master is in a good mood today, and you can compose poetry, why not perform a dance for me? The young master chuckled, his gaze flitting between the two maidens. Tiske. Both are exquisite beauties. Too bad they're a bit young. With a few years of training, they could surely become the headliners of a home building. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Do you believe I won tea set you ablaze? Xia Qianju retreated 2 steps in disgust. The foul odor emanating from him was unbearable. Oh, in sword-casting city, it's the first time someone has dared to disrespect me. How refreshing. The young master momentarily paused, then burst into laughter. Haha, it seems you are newcomers to sword-casting city and are unaware of my identity. Tell them who I am. The courtesans of a home building peered from the doors, while the voluptuous matron swayed her hips toward them. Young Master Lin Jiufeng, please don't misunderstand. These 2 ignorant girls are not from our home building. The matron hastily explained, fearing for her business. Haha, I certainly know that. Your girls exude lewdness with every move, and playing with them has grown tiresome. These 2 seem much more entertaining. Lin Jiufeng slapped the matron, causing ripples across her ample form. Lin Jiufeng, what is your relation to Lin Jiuyue? Luo Wanning, initially intending to depart, halted upon hearing the name. Humph, Lin Jiuyue is my brother. I am his younger brother. Are you afraid? Lin Jiufeng boasted, lifting his chin triumphantly that in the past, those who dared to provoke him would become sycophantic upon hearing Lin Jiuyue's name. When encountering beautiful women, they would not hesitate to throw themselves at him. Humph, given your cuteness, if you accompany me for a year, I'll generously forgive your disrespect. While Lin Jiufeng toyed with the matron, he carelessly pulled one of the welcoming maidens into his embrace, groping her indiscriminately. How disgusting! Sister Xiaoning, let us leave. Witnessing Lin Jiufeng's shameless behavior in public, Xia Qianju felt a wave of revulsion and tugged at Luo Wanning, eager to depart. Want to leave? Did I permit you to? Lin Jiufeng casually waved his hand, and his 2 guards brandished long spears, blocking the path of Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju. How could the Lin family harbor such a person? Luo Wanning couldn't help but wonder. Despite being a small clan, they had nurtured a sword genius like Lin Jiuyue, so they couldn't possibly be a foolish and incompetent family. Lin Jiufeng's demeanor was worlds apart from Lin Jiuyue. They bore no resemblance whatsoever. Sister Xiaoning, don't waste your breath on him, Xia Qianju exclaimed, raising her hand to unleash a fireball, which blazed fiercely, engulfing the 2 guards in an instant. If they are all of this ilk, then perhaps the Lin family need not be exterminated. Luo Wanning shook her head, realizing that killing Lin Jiuyue would inevitably create enmity with the Lin family. Although the Lin family was a small clan, They would still seek to eliminate any potential threats. However, given that they had raised a wastrel like Lin Jiufeng, it was evident that the Lin family was not of high caliber. Even if she refrained from taking action, the Lin family would eventually decline without Lin Jiuyi. Two useless beings. They couldn't even stop two girls. Lin Jiufeng was not intimidated by Chu Xiangjiao. Instead, he erupted in anger. Third grandfather, help me subdue these two. I promise to return home and diligently train. Lin Jiufeng shouted into the night sky, and a gray-robed elder arrived on a sword. His presence commanding. Alas, Xiaofeng, when will you be as capable as your brother? The gray-robed elder sighed, a hint of helplessness etched on his aged face. My apologies, ladies. It is my young master who has been disrespectful. You old man, at least you recognize your place. Teach your young ones a lesson, lest they provoke those they cannot afford to offend. You won't know how you met your end. Chu Xiangjiao scoffed, her disdain evident. Although the old man feigned an apology, he was clearly obstructing their path, revealing himself to be no better than a villain. While my Xiaofeng may be rude, is it justified to burn my two guards to death? The gray-robed elder smirked. Since Xiaofeng is fond of you too, you might as well stay with him. When he tires of you, you may leave. Third grandfather, you are truly benevolent. I will share one with you later. Lin Jiufeng exclaimed joyfully, promptly pushing the alluring courtesan into the elder's embrace. You vile old man, truly unrepentant. No wonder you have spawned such a lecherous grandson. Chu Xiangjiao cursed vehemently, her hand waving as a brilliant flame shot towards the gray-robed elder. Little girl, are you not afraid of soiling your trousers while playing with fire? Lin Sen chuckled, effortlessly extinguishing the flames with a wave of his hand. You old fool, after 100 years of training. You are still merely at the peak of the golden core stage. What is there to be smug about? Chu Xiangjiao sneered, having reached the same pinnacle in less than 5 years. Her primary focus being alchemy. It would merely require a bit of effort to dispose of this old man. Enough, let us kill them all, Luo Wanning remarked, feeling somewhat bored. She had anticipated encountering some worthy opponents from the Lin family, yet found them to be nothing more than a pack of miscreants. One a wasteful young master, the other a wasteful elder, both utterly beneath contempt. With a jingle, Luo Wanning shook a golden bell at her wrist. Its clear chime melodious yet no longer affecting her. She effortlessly drew the sword from Chu Xiangjiao's waist. Swish, swish, two flashes of cold light passed, and heads rolled to the ground. She flicked the blood off her sword and sheathed it once more. Let us hurry, as a commotion might arise soon. After speaking, Luo Wanning swiftly maneuvered through the throng of onlookers to leave. Chu Xiangjiao emerged from her deep reverie, only to feel a sharp pain in her cheeks. A gentle touch drew a gasp, for they had swollen significantly. Could it be that Xiaoning did this? Glaring at the crowd still lost in their memories, Chu Xiangjiao angrily kicked the severed head away. Moments later, the courtesan, just regaining her senses, looked dazed. Mama, you are holding. Upon seeing the terrified expressions of her subordinates, the courtesan looked down and was immediately struck with horror. Oh my goodness! There's been a murder. Chapter 076. You truly are a little genius. At the Swordsmith Inn, in the Tianzi guest room, Luo Wanning sat leisurely sipping tea, while Chu Xiangjiao paced back and forth. Appearing somewhat anxious, Xiaoning, why has Sister Xia been gone for so long? Could something have happened? Not at all. Luo Wanning sipped her tea with ease. Xia Qianju was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. While this swordsmith city was merely a small town with fewer than 100,000 inhabitants, though there were a few small families, the highest cultivation among them barely reached the nascent soul stage, posing no threat to Xia Qianju. The only one of note was Lin Jiuyi, but he was merely at the peak of the golden core stage and not worth worrying about. After a moment, Luo Wanning rose and opened the window, just as a figure flew in on a 7-star sword. Xiaoning, I'm late, Xia Qianju exclaimed, pulling a paper bag from her robe and revealing 3 steaming glutinous rice cakes adorned with peach blossom petals. Beautifully crafted and unique. Xiaoning, eat while it's hot. Luo Wanning picked up a piece of the rice cake, took a delicate bite, and then set it down. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Xia Qianju nervously rubbed her palms, cautiously observing Luo Wanning's expression. After a prolonged silence, Luo Wanning sighed. Did you go to the Lin family? Is Lin Jiuyi dead? Xia Qianju paused, anxiously lowering her head. She hadn't anticipated that her swift actions would be perceived by Luo Wanning that he is dead. Xia Qianju had rushed to eliminate Lin Jiuyi, fearing that Luo Wanning might intervene personally. which could lead to her getting hurt, an outcome she would deeply regret. What about his body? It has been burned. Luo Wanning sighed once more. Lin Jiuyu was a rare sword spirit root. Having cultivated a clear sword heart, much like Xia Qianju, Luo Wanning's intention to visit was to stabilize Xia Qianju's sword foundation using Lin Jiuyu's. She hadn't expected Xia Qianju to act so impulsively and kill him first. Forget it. In the future, do not kill without my command. Understood. Xia Qianju nodded gently, though she fully intended to act as she deemed necessary to protect Luo Wanning from harm. Let us all go out. I need to rest. Luo Wanning waved her hand and reclined on the bed. Xiaoning, it's a bit chilly today. Why don't I keep you company? Get lost. Xia Qianju awkwardly touched her nose and reluctantly exited, gently closing the door behind her. Puff, puff. Just as Xia Qianju closed the door, she heard a stifled laugh from behind her. Catching a glimpse of a figure doubled over in laughter. Rage surged within Xia Qianju as she seized Chu Xiangjiao's puffy cheeks. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. Chu Xiangjiao cried out in pain, her already swollen cheeks throbbing under Xia Qianju's grip. Is it funny? Xia Qianju held on tightly, glaring fiercely at Chu Xiangjiao. Not funny at all, Sister Xia. Let go. I have a brilliant idea to make Xiaoning more proactive towards you. Chu Xiangjiao covered her swollen cheek, her big watery eyes filled with grievance. Sister Xia, you've become so heartless ever since Xiaoning came along. Humph, having Xiaoning is enough for me. Go find someone else, Xia Qianju retorted, but you better not entertain any ideas about Xiaoning, or you'll be in deep trouble. Xia Qianju scoffed. What was that brilliant idea of yours? Chu Xiangjiao turned away, feeling dejected. She had worried about Xia Qianju for so long, only to find that she didn't care about her feelings at all, after all the fuss. No one had shown concern for her. Determined to stir things up, she decided to create some fun. Sister Xia, do you know what Xiaoning desires the most right now? Pulling Xia Qianju back to her room, she whispered conspiratorially. Almost without hesitation, Xia Qianju replied, to resurrect her family. Wrong. To find more. Wrong. Xia Qianju scratched her head, feeling puzzled. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and a smile spread across her face. Could it be me? Of course not. Chu Xiangjiao shook her head, but upon noticing Xia Qianju's suddenly darkened expression, she quickly corrected herself. Right. What Xiaoning wants most is definitely Sister Xia, but now that she has you, what else could she want? Aside from me, Xiaoning shouldn't desire anything else, right? Xia Qianju felt that she sought nothing but Luo Wanning, and believed the same was true for Luo Wanning. She simply couldn't fathom what else Luo Wanning could want. Perhaps an increase in cultivation? Xia Qianju tentatively inquired. As Luo Wanning had been tirelessly seeking resources these days, it wouldn't be impossible for her to wish to enhance her cultivation. But with Xia Qianju around, Luo Wanning would face no danger, barring exceptional circumstances. Ding dong. Congratulations, you are correct. Chu Xiangjiao clapped her hands, smiling brightly. After glimpsing the poem Luo Wanning had written, she sensed Luo Wanning's aspirations. That it was certainly commendable that Luo Wanning harbored grand ambitions, but her resolve to sever ties and pursue immortality could spell trouble for Xia Qianju. Chu Xiangjiao truly fretted for both of them. Sister Xia, remember the citrus-scented perfume I helped you create? Have you used it all? Not yet, but it probably won't have any effect on Xiaoning now. And if she notices, it might backfire. Xia Qianju produced a palm-sized glass vial from her storage ring, half filled with perfume. Chu Xiangjiao received it and examined it closely, nodding. The quantity is sufficient. I can help you enhance it so that Xiaoning becomes addicted to you. Addicted? Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback, and soon her cheeks were adorned with a rosy flush, with a soft huff. She lowered her voice and remarked that once a day was sufficient. Too much would be detrimental to Xiaoning's health. Chu Xiangjiao looked at Xia Qianju with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend her words. Her tender heart was not yet equipped to withstand such overwhelming implications. Although confused, she did not dwell on it further. Recently, I have made some progress in my research on Moon's ephemeral bloom. It is closely linked to the temporal spiritual root within Sister Xiaoning, both entwined with the principles of the time LAW, by adding a hint of pollen to the perfume and refining it. One can subtly draw Sister Xiaoning closer and cultivate her fondness towards you. This affection transcends mere liking. As she draws near, her cultivation will gradually elevate. This is the comforting essence of the law's markings. which even a powerful figure like Sister Xiao Ning would fail to detect. Chu Xiangjiao proudly shared her findings, which widened Xia Qianju's eyes in astonishment, prompting her to involuntarily applaud this remarkable achievement. Junior sister, you are truly a little genius. Chapter 077. In times of uncertainty, you smell delightful today, Luo Wanning remarked nonchalantly, causing Xia Qianju to beam with the exuberance of a child rewarded. Xiaoning, do you like it? Should I draw a bit closer for you to have a whiff? Seeing Luo Wanning offer no objection, Xia Qianju joyfully leaned in. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively extended her arms, gently enveloping Luo Wanning in an embrace that her delight. Xiao Ning did not resist. Had she truly accepted her, Xia Qianju felt a surge of joy, silently expressing gratitude for the perfume crafted by Chu Xiangjiao. Although Luo Wanning did not explicitly state her fondness, the acceptance of her hug signified substantial progress. Xiao Ning, may I hold you as I did before? Xia Qianju inquired softly, bending slightly to cradle the delicate form in her arms. As she lowered her gaze to admire those petal-like, tender pink lips, she found herself irresistibly drawn to kiss them. Do not overstep, the dispassionate voice interrupted, and Xia Qianju opened her eyes in disappointment, discovering a fair hand blocking her path, so close, yet so far. Time's up. We must be on our way. Xia Qianju, cradling Luo Wanning, stepped onto the seven-star sword, as if transported back to the past. Unlike before, she no longer had to conceal her truths. Everything about her was known to Luo Wanning, and all she needed to convey was her affection. Let us proceed to the Wang family first. Luo Wanning nestled within Xia Qianju's embrace, savoring the familiar warmth. Her heart was tranquil and steady. The moon's ephemeral bloom rightfully belonged to her. How could she not perceive the peculiarities surrounding Xia Qianju? Yet, such trivialities bore little weight. Wait a moment, as they were about to depart from the sword-forging city, Chu Xiangjiao abruptly spoke up, cradling a finely crafted compass in her hands. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes held a hint of dread. Senior sister, something is amiss. The grand senior sister may be in danger. Chu Xiangjiao raised the compass, which was adorned with 7 gemstones, the topmost of which glimmered with a red light. The grand senior sister is in peril? Xia Qianju was taken aback. Yiqing Shan, as a practitioner of the void refinement stage, possessed unfathomable power. How could she possibly send out a distress signal? Could this be a trap to ensnare them? Xiaoning, can we delay for a moment? Xia Qianju's expression faltered. Yiqing Shan seemed intent on luring them back to the sect, potentially endangering Luo Wanning. Their attempt to rescue Yiqing Shan would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Yet, they were sisters of the same sect. Could they really stand by and do nothing? What if I refuse? Will you choose me or your grand senior sister? Luo Wanning gazed into the distance, her tone unflinching. I choose you. But Xia Qianju wrestled with her feelings. Luo Wanning was immensely important to her, as was Yiqing Shan. She could not bear to forsake either. However, if forced to choose, she could only select Luo Wanning. You mean everything to me, just as my parents do. You now understand the pain I endured? Xiaoning, I was wrong. Xia Qianju lowered her head in guilt, her eyes reflecting deep remorse. Had Luo Wanning never let go of her hatred? Still haunted by past events, Xia Qianju felt perplexed. Yet at this juncture, she had no better course of action. Go. Rescue Yiqing Shan. Luo Wanning stepped away from Xia Qianju's embrace, folding her arms as she moved forward. Xia Qianju blinked in surprise. If they could have it all, that would be splendid. Yet, it was evident that Luo Wanning intended to part ways with her. Xiaoning, where are you going? Xia Qianju hurried after Luo Wanning, gently grasping her wrist. Xiaoning, will you stay with me? If danger arises, I promise to ensure your safe departure. Xia Qianju was aware that bringing Luo Wanning along might be perilous, yet the thought of separating from her in this moment was unbearable. Who knew when they would reunite? You have your own affairs, and I have mine. Must we be together? No. Your matters are my matters. I will help you attain everything you desire. Please, do not leave me. Xia Qianju pleaded. Their relationship had finally begun to mend. She was unwilling to see them drift apart. It is not I who wishes to leave you, but rather you who seeks to part from me. Luo Wanning's face was devoid of warmth. She was resolute in her intent to rescue Yiqing Shan. Not only Yiqing Shan, but if possible, she aimed to recruit all disciples of the Falling Star sect, for they would serve as formidable allies against Baiji. However, she could not simply acquiesce to Xia Qianju's every request. Senior sister, how about I scout ahead? If indeed the grand senior sister is in danger, you may follow afterward. Xu Qianju bit her lip, resigning herself to sacrifice her own safety. Should this prove to be a trap laid by Yi Qingshan, only she would be ensnared. Then be cautious. If you encounter danger, ensure you contact me promptly. Xia Qianju contemplated for a moment, finding the arrangement acceptable. If Xu Xiangjiao were captured, she would merely need to bring her more gifts in the future. With that, Xu Xiangjiao swiftly departed on her wind-fire wheel, leaving Xia Qianju with a sense of unease. After much deliberation, she finally found her voice. Xiaoning, let us follow and see. I assure you, I will not allow you to come to harm. This world is vast. Although you, Xia Qianju, are formidable, there will inevitably be times when you cannot protect me. What then? Luo Wanning sighed, for tormenting Xia Qianju was never her intention. Hatred would be dulled by time, as would love that I will certainly protect you. Xia Qianju's gaze was resolute, her words leaving no room for doubt, fueled by a determination akin to that of one facing death. If you perish, then all will be rendered meaningless. Luo Wanning shook her head, dissatisfied with Xia Qianju's response. What must I do then? Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback. If she could not protect Luo Wanning, if they could not be together, life would lose its luster, and existence would seem pointless. In times of uncertainty, one may consult the spring breeze, yet the spring breeze remains silent, abiding by its own heart. Luo Wanning replied with an indifferent smile. She sought to guide Xia Qianju, not to bind her to her side. That it was essential for Xia Qianju to contemplate her choices, and she would inevitably do so. However, Xia Qianju, in her youthful infatuation, remained somewhat naive and oblivious. With patient guidance, she would eventually discern what truly mattered to her, the true heart. Xia Qianju murmured softly, feeling her heart had always been clear. She wished for Luo Wanning to be by her side. Despite various influences, her heart had remained unchanged. Let us go to the Yao pool. Luo Wanning smiled slightly, believing there was no need for everything to be explicitly articulated. She had faith that Xia Qianju would gradually clarify her thoughts. What shall we do at the Yao pool? Xia Qianju was momentarily stunned, as if her mind struggled to keep pace. Had they not just departed from the Yao pool? Yi Qingshan remained there. Chapter 078. You do not understand at all on the seven-star sword. Xia Qianju beheld the solitary figure ahead, feeling an unfamiliarity. Luo Wanning was right beside her, yet she sensed an inability to grasp her essence. As if they were inhabitants of two disparate worlds. Junior sister did not mention where the grand senior sister encountered danger. How can you be so certain it is at the Yao pool? Xia Qianju, too, held a finely crafted compass in her hand, palm-sized with 7 gemstones representing the 7 disciples. This was a spiritual weapon created by their third senior sister Yunyao, designed for the disciples of the Falling Star sect to signal for help. However, each disciple was exceptionally gifted, and such tools were seldom employed. This marked Xia Qianju's first use of it. The compass indicated the direction of the Yao pool. Could it be that the grand senior sister had not left the Yao pool? Xia Qianju felt a veil of confusion descend upon her. They had been away from the Yao pool for several days. Even if Yi Qingshan had been unconscious, she would have had ample time to escape upon awakening. Yet Yi Qingshan had chosen not to leave. There must be something there that captivated her. What could possibly draw the grand senior sister's attention, compelling her to forego pursuing them? Xia Qianju murmured softly. Doesn't your grand senior sister have someone she fancies? Perhaps she has found that girl, only to discover that the feelings are unreciprocated. Xia Qianju was taken aback, realizing it was Luo Wanning's voice. She widened her eyes, disbelief washing over her. The girl her grand senior sister loved had already passed. How could that be possible? Suddenly, Xia Qianju's expression froze, her pupils constricting, her body swaying as she nearly toppled from the 7-star sword. Are you suggesting that Master Sister's favored girl is Xia Hanmo? Xia Qianju expressed disbelief. Yet the girl who had been resurrected was none other than Xia Hanmo, the enigmatic figure who had appeared and vanished so abruptly. Whether true or not, Luo Wanning chuckled. I had initially intended to visit Yaodai only after obtaining the Farron. However, since Xia Qianju wishes to go, it would be no trouble to accompany her. I too desire to verify the accuracy of my thoughts. Hey, why haven't we spotted the junior sister along the way? Xia Qianju inquired, puzzled. Her sword-flying speed surpassed that of Xu Xiangjiao, yet they had not encountered her thus far, which was indeed peculiar. She has her own opportunities and does not require our concern. But Yoriwei Tan is still upon her, isn't it? Xia Qianju suddenly felt a sense of dread. Their earlier parting had been too hasty. With her thoughts solely focused on Luo Wanning, leaving no time to consider other matters, fear not. Yu Jitan was specifically left for her. Xia Qianju was taken aback, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. If Yu Jitan were absent, Luo Wanning would be incapable of utilizing Tan Hua Xian, significantly diminishing her combat prowess. Xia Qianju resolved to remain vigilant. This time, she must protect Luo Wanning at all costs. The seven-star sword soared swiftly, and they arrived at Yaotai during the early morning. A crimson sun ascended slowly, enveloped in a gentle lavender hue, casting shimmering reflections upon the expansive water's surface. A mild breeze stirred, creating ripples that danced across the lake. In the distance, white cranes soared through the sky, their melodious calls reminiscent of celestial music, creating a picturesque and breathtaking scene. Yi Qingxian is within the Dragon Palace. You should rescue her, Luo Wanning said, standing at the edge of the Yaotai, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, her demeanor remarkably tranquil. Little Ning, you won't abandon me, will you? Xia Qianju asked, a hint of worry in her voice. It was not unfounded. Luo Wanning's behavior had been exceedingly unusual. Xia Qianju would have preferred if Luo Wanning had scolded or tormented her daily rather than remaining so eerily calm, as though an outsider. Luo Wanning resembled a kite soaring in the sky. Although Xia Qianju clutched the spool tightly, the string could snap at any moment, leaving her feeling insecure. Rest assured, I shall remain here, awaiting your return. With that, Luo Wanning settled into a lotus position amidst the grass at the edge of the Yaotai. Thank you, little Ning, Xia Qianju whispered, wishing for nothing more than for Luo Wanning to stay close yet at a safe distance. She then flew her sword toward the center of the Yaotai, plunging into the water with a splash, which quickly subsided into tranquility. Time flowed swiftly. Luo Wanning squinted, having possessed the time spirit root for 2 centuries in her previous life. She held profound insights into the essence of time. Now, all that remained was the infusion of spiritual energy, and everything would fall into place. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the azure sky. Calamity, clouds rolled in, crackling with lightning, yet they seemed to lack a target and soon dissipated. In the early stage of the nascent soul, Luo Wanning pressed her palm against the withered grass before her, and as her technique activated, the grass miraculously revived. This was not merely the rebirth of withered grass in spring, but rather a reversal of time itself. The yellowed leaves transformed into vibrant green, teeming with life. Alas, I still cannot achieve true resurrection. Luo Wanning sighed softly. Upon retracting her hand, the grass rapidly withered once more, its roots decaying without a trace of vitality. Is this your ambition? Suddenly, a youthful figure appeared beside Luo Wanning. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she wore a pristine white dress, immaculate and neat. She leaned slightly, delicately pinching the ashes left by the withered grass, which scattered gently in the wind. Regrettably, your aspirations are destined to be in vain. The girl smiled, settling beside Luo Wanning with an air of nonchalance. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, silently watching the sun rise slowly in the east. The golden rays radiated warmth, bestowing hope upon them. They remained silent, quietly savoring the moment's tranquility. That a flock of cranes glided overhead, their calls ringing sweetly in the air. Luo Wanning gazed at the serene lake's surface and slowly spoke. Xia Qianju is not the person you seek. Neither is Yu Qingxian. Release them. I am not Xia Hanmo, but if you wish to call me that, I have no objections. Xia Hanmo smiled, her fair arms encircling her knees as she sighed with a hint of exasperation. The one named Yi Qingxian appears to have fallen in love with a fragment of my being, and no matter how I attempt to drive her away, she remains steadfast, which is why I can find her within the Dragon Palace. As for Xia Qianju, Xia Hanmo paused, casting a challenging glance towards Luo Wanning. Xia Qianju's soul is remarkably pure. She is precisely the person I seek. Is Xia Qianju's soul truly so pure? I beg to differ. Luo Wanning retorted coldly. As a traverser, Xia Qianju inherently bore redundant memories. She had been nurtured by her indulgent upbringing, possessing a touch of willfulness. Subsequently, her previous life's memories were erased by Baiji, and she was taught the decisiveness of a cultivator. Under the influence of the Moonlight Fairy, she fell into a frenzy of slaughter. Later, Luo Wanning helped her awaken her past memories, seeking liberation amid remorse and suffering. Now, although their companionship appeared blissful, the unease lurking within Xia Qianju's heart was unmistakable to Luo Wanning. Such a convoluted and twisted history. It was a stroke of luck that Xia Qianju had not gone mad. How could her soul be deemed pure? Xia Hanmo chuckled softly, a hint of mischief curling at her lips. Thus, you truly do not understand Xia Qianju, huh? No one knows Xia Qianju better than I. Luo Wanning raised her palm, two pink petals spinning in her hand. What I desire is nothing more than the most inexpensive love. Love, truly so inexpensive. Xia Hanmo beckoned, and the two pink petals landed in her palm. Seemingly imbued with a touch of sentience, the petals twisted slightly into the form of little figures, holding hands and dancing merrily. Of course, love is merely the narrowest definition of affection, if you cannot discern what constitutes true. Great love, you shall never find the person you yearn for. Is that so? Xia Hanmo's brows furrowed as the petals slipped from her palm. Have I been searching in the wrong direction all along? She gazed up at the vast sky, the golden light filtering through the clouds to illuminate her face, a hint of bewilderment gracing her expression. Moments later, Xia Hanmo shook her head with a bitter smile. Sighing in resignation, no wonder you are a reincarnated soul. I nearly allowed myself to be swayed by your words that I have no desire to understand your concept of great love. I am not in search of a grand love immortal. How about we make a bet, wagering on who can find your master first? Luo Wanning smiled faintly, exuding confidence and composure. Are you certain? For I have already found her. She is Xia Qianju. Xia Hanmo hesitated, lifting her gaze to meet Luo Wanning's bright and clear eyes. You are mistaken. Even if you sacrifice Xia Qianju, it would merely be borrowing a body to return a soul. She is not the one you truly seek. Luo Wanning smiled knowingly. Perhaps I can assist you in finding the person you wish to meet. On what grounds should I trust you? Luo Wanning shook her head. You need not trust me. After all, you have already sown seeds within Xia Qianju's soul. Once they bloom and bear fruit, they will summon the soul of that person back. You even know this. Xia Hanmo's expression changed drastically. And suddenly, a glimmer of joy crossed her face. Could it be that in your previous life, I awakened her soul? I am afraid your figure did not appear in my past life. Then how do you know? All of this is mere conjecture. The flicker of astonishment crossed Xia Hanmo's eyes. Her plan had been flawless, with countless incarnations, each astonishingly perishing whenever control slipped. No one had ever discovered her secret. Yet she had been seen through by the person before her. Very well. I accept your wager. If you win, I shall grant you one of my seeds. Xia Hanmo no longer wished to converse with Luo Wanning. Rising to step into the Yaotai, leaving behind a light and airy remark. Then let us each strive for our goals. Luo Wanning exhaled deeply, relieved to avoid a direct confrontation with Xia Hanmo. For the latter's cultivation level was beyond her current capabilities. It was not long before Luo Wanning spotted two figures emerging from the water. Though both appeared somewhat disheveled, Yi Qingxian's hair was in disarray, her eyes swollen, and her expression seemed dazed. Dressed in a flowing white gown, now damp and clinging to her, she resembled a hapless, waterlogged stray. Xia Qianju appeared slightly better than Yi Qingxian, hastily pulling her along toward the edge of the Yaodai. Master sister, are you certain she is the girl you like? Xia Qianju asked, perplexed. The mysterious girl she had seen bore a striking resemblance to Xia Hanmo. However, she had never encountered the girl whom Yi Qingxian longed for. If it were merely a matter of similar appearance, it was not impossible that it is she. It truly is her, Yi Qingxian murmured, gazing dreamily at the surface of the Yaodai, though she has changed a bit. I am certain of her aura. There is no mistake. Little Ning, what do you think? Xia Qianju asked, feeling somewhat lost. The Xia Hanmo beneath the Yaodai was far too mysterious, and she was unaware of her true origins. Not important. Let us depart. Luo Wanning gently brushed her sleeve, rising slowly. Since she had already saved Yi Qingxian, and the latter did not appear to have sustained any serious injuries, there was no further necessity for them to linger. Yi Qingxian turned to the two, her eyes blinking slightly, and she nodded gently. Thank you for saving me. I will not act against you again. Yi Qingxian hesitated for a moment before transmitting a thought to Xia Qianju. Junior sister Xia, take care of yourself. With that said, there was no need for further words. Ultimately, Xia Qianju's issues had to be resolved by herself. Senior sister, what do you plan to do? Will you return to the sect? Xia Qianju inquired, feeling somewhat unsettled by Yi Qingxian's current unstable condition. To know. I will stay here and watch over her every day. Yi Qingxian raised her hand slightly, brushing aside the damp strands of hair that fell over her forehead. Her gaze fixed on the shimmering surface of the water. She could sense that a familiar presence resided beneath the water's surface. Very well, please stay safe. I will visit you again when I have the chance. Seeing that Luo Wanning had already walked far away, Xia Qianju hurriedly called out a parting remark as she chased after her. The dragon palace beneath the Yaoqi is perilous, but as long as Yi Qingxian does not descend, she should be safe. After catching up with Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju curiously asked, "Did we come here for nothing? Even if we hadn't come, senior sister wouldn't have been injured, right?" Luo Wanning merely smiled and remained silent. Xia Hanmo would kill even herself, and eliminating Yi Qingxian was merely a matter of convenience. She had already saved Yi Qingxian once. If Yi Qingxian chose to court death again, that was no longer her concern. Calculating the time, Bai Ji's tribulation should be nearing. Luo Wanning pondered, humans typically only face tribulations during breakthroughs in their realms. Bai Ji, being of the dragon clan and a spiritual beast, must undergo life-and-death tribulations periodically. Unless Bai Ji successfully ascends, she will forever endure the purging of the thunder tribulation. However, even if Bai Ji were to be injured during her tribulation, it would not be the opportune moment for her to exploit the situation. Shaking her head, Luo Wanning realized that her immediate priority was to obtain the flying blade from the Wang family. Otherwise, her celestial secret technique, Time Flying Blade, would remain incomplete as they passed through the Yuming Mountain. Xia Qianju felt a familiar aura. The esteemed master had descended here not long ago. Yuming Mountain, constructed from dark, mysterious stones, could suppress and also give rise to inner demons. Years ago, when Xia Qianju had perfected her sword heart, she had accompanied Bai Ji to this very place. Could it be that the esteemed master is about to undergo tribulation? Xia Qianju had heard of Bai Ji's tribulations, and one such calamity was specifically designed to temper the heart. Xiaoning, what are you planning to do? Xia Qianju stared in shock as Luo Wanning soared toward Yuming Mountain. This mountain was not a place anyone could ascend. Only those with unwavering hearts could hope to reach its summit. Moreover, once one began the ascent, there would be no turning back. One would either perish upon the mountain or descend into madness. Xiaoning, do not go there. It is too dangerous, Xia Qianju shouted anxiously. But Luo Wanning proceeded with a calm and resolute demeanor. Stepping onto Yuming Mountain without a hint of hesitation, Xia Qianju gritted her teeth. While she had cultivated her sword heart, she was not without attachments. This Yuming Mountain presented a considerable trial for her. Yet, with Luo Wanning already beginning her ascent, she could not allow herself to be left behind. Chapter 080. The Heart's Inquiry at Yuming Mountain. Luo Wanning ascended the dark stones of Yuming Mountain, each step taken at an excruciatingly slow pace toward the summit, refining the heart in the mortal realm, questioning the heart in the nether realm. Although Luo Wanning had awakened memories of her past life, she was not instantly transformed into the Luo Wanning of her former existence. Awakening memories was akin to watching a film, experiencing all that had transpired alongside the protagonist. However, once the film ended, life must continue independently. The distinction lay in the profundity of Luo Wanning's memories. Now, as she sought to ascend Yuming Mountain, her task was to fully embrace her former self, merging both identities into one. Xiaoning, Xiaoning. The voice of Xia Qianju echoed behind her. Yet Luo Wanning remained unresponsive, her expression impassive as she continued her journey to the peak. Having witnessed Xia Qianju's infatuation and understood the longing of Xia Hanmo, Luo Wanning became increasingly aware of the insignificance of emotions. Only through ascension and eternal life could one truly pursue the most worthy ideals of existence. Scenes from the past flickered before her eyes. Nostalgic memories of her youth spent in close companionship with Xia Qianju. Luo Wanning, I do not like you. Please go away. Xiaoning, do not be so kind to me. It is impossible for me to like you. Xiaoning, I admit there was a slight stirring of my heart, but I am truly sorry. Xiaoning, I thought long and hard last night, and I have decided to accept your confession. Xiaoning, I like you. I want to be your bride. Xiaoning, I like you. Do not leave me. Xiaoning, I love you. Luo Wanning paused, her body swaying as she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Her complexion turned pale, and a fleeting look of confusion crossed her eyes. How could I possibly truly like Xia Qianju? Luo Wanning's eyes narrowed slightly as she suppressed a strange emotion that stirred within her. Her ascent of Yuming Mountain was for the purpose of refining her mortal heart and deepening her pursuit of eternal life. Yet, The sudden upheaval had instilled within her a sense of foreboding. It seems I was too hasty. Perhaps I should have obtained the flying blade before coming to Yuming Mountain. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wanning's gaze gradually firmed. Having embarked upon the path of Yuming Mountain, retreat was not an option. She must ascend to the pinnacle. However, as she continued her climb, after reaching 1/3 of the journey, she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her legs, making any advancement nearly impossible. Is my resolve not steadfast enough? Luo Wanning furrowed her brow and paused, standing still in contemplation. That it was evident that the earlier flicker of doubt was magnifying under the influence of Yuming Mountain. If not addressed in a timely manner, it could easily evolve into her inner demon. Xiaoning, are you all right? Can you still persevere? Xia Qianju caught up at that moment, gently grasping Luo Wanning's hands with concern. Xia Qianju had already traversed Yuming Mountain once, and despite the trials her heart had faced, the one who resided within it had always been Luo Wanning. This ascent served to affirm her love for Luo Wanning. Let go. Luo Wanning irritably shook off Xia Qianju's hands, suddenly feeling as though she had somewhat overestimated herself, the hatred from her past life, the love of this life. Now, she regarded Xia Qianju as a piece on her chessboard. Controlling her proximity, did she truly harbor no selfish desires? In her life, Xia Qianju played an extraordinarily significant role. Xiaoning, I love you. Although Xia Qianju was unaware of Luo Wanning's internal struggles, she sensed that this was an extremely important moment. Without hesitation, she opened her arms and embraced Luo Wanning tightly, kissing her passionately. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The dark Yuming Mountain shimmered with a cool light, as if celebrating the moment of happiness shared by the two. Initially, Luo Wanning was somewhat resistant, but gradually she too succumbed to the embrace. Within Xia Qianju, she sensed the presence of the time Dao marks. The time spirit root flickered with brilliance, and within her dantian, a phantom infant spirit wandered freely. Why would there be time Dao marks within Xia Qianju? Could it be a technique left by Xia Hanmo? Quickly, Luo Wanning dismissed that conjecture. Xia Hanmo was not of the time faction. Otherwise, she would have long since traversed the river of time to pursue her master. Then who could it be? By Ji, the Moonlight Fairy? Moments later, a spark of insight flashed within Luo Wanning, recalling an existence she had long overlooked. Xiao Bai, it must be your doing. After a brief moment, Xia Qianju slowly released Luo Wanning, her gaze lingering on the latter's slightly pale lips, and she shyly lowered her head. Xiaoning, I apologize. I was a bit impulsive just now. Observing Luo Wanning's silence, Xia Qianju took a couple of steps back. However, at that moment, a delicate hand grasped her arm, pulling her back. Not enough. The soft words struck like a thunderclap, resounding in her ears. Xia Qianju's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. This time, it was not her taking the initiative. Xiaoju, I like you. What a captivating declaration. What a familiar phrase. Xia Qianju could listen to it endlessly, even to the point of madness from longing to hear it again. She never expected that the day would come when she would hear it once more, and so suddenly. Let us go. Luo Wanning bent down, cradling the feeble Xia Qianju in her arms, and once more set forth toward the summit of Yuming Mountain. The world was suffused with the traces of time, and the deep, dark Yuming Mountain glimmered with an enigmatic light. Two hazy auras manifested around Luo Wanning, one pure as snow, the other as dark as the abyss. Eternal life, boundless love. Luo Wanning smiled lightly. In her past life, she pursued ascension, while in this life, she sought romance with Xia Qianju. She had positioned these two pursuits in opposition. But it seemed Yuming Mountain had sensed her inner conflict, amplifying this contradiction and giving rise to inner demons. Little did she realize that these two aspirations were not at odds. Liking Xia Qianju and pursuing eternal life were not mutually exclusive. Luo Wanning cultivated the time Dao, not the heartless Dao in her previous life. She was herself, and in this life, she remained true to herself. That to love Xia Qianju was her own choice, and to utilize her was equally her prerogative. Xiaoning, Xia Qianju's cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at the slightly cold visage of Luo Wanning. She could sense that Luo Wanning was undergoing a transformation. But is not a person's life a continuous journey of change? As long as Luo Wanning remembers their past and still harbors affection for her, Xia Qianju feels utterly content. When Luo Wanning embraced Xia Qianju and ascended to the summit of the Netherworld Mountain, the peak began to tremble slightly, Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder cracked, and lightning flashed. Resembling the end of days, Luo Wanning gazed quietly at the heavens, her expression serene and her eyes calm. Had the tribulation of the transformation stage arrived? Chapter 081. A half-hearted affection. Xiao Ning. Are you about to break through to the transformation stage? Xia Qianju exclaimed, taken aback by the fluctuations in Luo Wanning's aura. It had not been long since Luo Wanning began her cultivation. And yet she had unknowingly surpassed Xia Qianju. Xia Qianju, regarded as a prodigy of the sword path with an exceptional spirit root, had white Qi protecting her in her early stages. And yet she had only forcibly advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, Luo Wanning was effortlessly on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage, of course. This seemed easy only in Xia Qianju's eyes. The foundation of Luo Wanning was far more profound than that. After 500 years of tempering her heart in the mortal realm, and awakened memories of the eternal immortal sovereign's treasure trove, along with abundant resources, how could the netherworld wilderness, named after the netherworld, be a desolate place? Rest assured, it won't be long before you also break through to the transformation stage. Luo Wanning said with a tranquil smile, as two orbs of black and white light began to rise around her. Within these halos, a small figure resembling Luo Wanning stood proudly. Except that this nascent soul figure was male, while Luo Wanning was now in a female form. The clouds in the sky gathered ominously, and a deafening roar of thunder accompanied a bolt of purple lightning that descended like a mighty pillar. Time flows like water. The nascent soul figure sat atop Luo Wanning's head, slowly raising its hand to point towards the descending lightning. Yet, the sound of thunder grew ever more imposing, as if it were rapidly swelling in power. Xiao Ning. Xia Qianju's face turned pale, terror etched upon her features as she clutched Luo Wanning's sleeve tightly. The intensifying thunder was evidently the result of Luo Wanning's actions. Xia Qianju could not comprehend why she would do such a thing. Was she intending to perish alongside her? Xia Qianju was not the one facing tribulation, even if she fled. The lightning would not pursue her. Xiao Ning, if you wish to die, then let us die together. Xia Qianju's face bore a resolute expression, yet her eyes shimmered with disappointment and confusion. They had just reconciled. Why would Luo Wanning act in such a manner? Had she not yet forgiven her? It's all right. Luo Wanning gently caressed Xia Qianju's head as the thunder reached its peak. The nascent soul figure raised its hands to the heavens, the radiant lightning enveloping it. Amidst the raging thunder, a faint sound of cracking echoed. Numerous fine fissures appeared on the surface of the nascent soul figure's body, and the black and white orbs surrounding it diminished by a third. Had she truly withstood it? Was Xiao Ning's foundation so formidable? Xia Qianju was utterly astonished. She had heard that the typical 9 tribulations of the transformation stage were only as thick as an arm, and even those had caused many century-long cultivators to shatter, their souls returning to the netherworld. Yet, Luo Wanning's first tribulation was already as thick as a water barrel, and after being stimulated, it had nearly reached the thickness of a water vat. Xiao Ning is stronger than I am. Xia Qianju's heart was tumultuous. She had always perceived the protection of Luo Wanning as her duty. Now, it seemed that Luo Wanning no longer required her protection. Boom, boom, boom. The subsequent 3 bolts of lightning grew ever more resplendent, and the nascent soul figure above Luo Wanning endured the baptism of thunder, its presence growing increasingly radiant. However, the fissures on its body expanded ever larger. When the 8th bolt of lightning struck, the nascent soul figure swayed precariously, and the black and white orbs enveloping its body were utterly extinguished. That's enough. Luo Wanning reached out, grasping the nascent soul figure and gently squeezing it, causing it to shatter instantly. Xiao Ning, what are you doing? Xia Qianju exclaimed in horror once the nascent soul shattered. Not only would she be unable to break through to the transformation stage, but she might also lose her cultivation entirely. Luo Wanning smiled without answering, and though the nascent soul had fragmented, 2 distinctly colored orbs of light emerged in her hands. The orbs gradually converged, once again taking shape. 2 figures, 2 nascent souls, 1 male, 1 female, both representations of Luo Wanning. Xia Qianju's mouth fell agape, at a loss for words. This exceeded her comprehension. It was utterly absurd. How could one person possess 2 nascent souls? Xiao Ning, that black one cannot be your heart demon, can it? Why not refine it away? It will disrupt your future cultivation. Xia Qianju discerned the differences between the two and spoke anxiously. However, upon noticing the genders of the two nascent souls, she hastily fell silent. The white figure was male, while the black figure was female. If the black nascent soul represented a heart demon, did that mean that the earlier declaration of affection was influenced by that heart demon? If she refined away the heart demon, would that not signify a cessation of her feelings for Xia Qianju? Xia Qianju found herself at a loss, uncertain of how to choose at that moment. The ninth and most terrifying lightning tribulation thundered down. The two nascent soul figures, hand in hand, charged towards the raging lightning, their purple brilliance dazzling and radiant. The heart demon cannot vanish, Xia Qianju silently prayed, unsure how this scene had come to be. Within the lightning, the two Luo Wannings emerged hand in hand, their forms no longer ethereal but solidified. The nascent souls transformed into divine spirits. Two divine spirits surged into Luo Wanning's brow. And simultaneously, an immense consciousness radiated outward. Xiao Ning, congratulations on breaking through to the transformation stage. Xia Qianju's expression was peculiar. She was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Luo Wanning liked her. Yet it seemed not entirely. There was only half. She had not anticipated achieving the transformation stage so many years ahead of schedule. Luo Wanning was also somewhat surprised. With two divine spirits seated in her mind and an exuberant flow of true essence coursing through her body, it felt as though it would never run dry. Luo Wanning waved her hand, effortlessly tearing apart the space before her, unleashing a fierce gale of spatial wind. She reached out to smooth out the slowly healing rift in space, a smile creeping onto her lips. Though she was not adept in the path of space, achieving such an effect was remarkable. Let's go directly to the Wang family and seize the flying blade. Plans had changed, and Luo Wanning had lost interest in assisting Wang Xiansu in attaining the position of family head. Although Luo Wanning could tear through space, she could not perform spatial teleportation. At most, she could only shrink distances. With a single step, Luo Wanning appeared at the foot of the Netherworld mountain, still holding Xia Qianju. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue, shaking the world and causing all beings to submit. This was the voice of her revered master. Xia Qianju's face changed instantly, for the dragon's roar carried with it fury and murderous intent. White Ji, who roamed the vast realms, rarely encountered opponents. Now, her anger suggested she might have fallen into ambush. Coupled with the current peculiar timing, the truth of the matter became evident. Her master was being ambushed during her tribulation. I must go save her. Do not go. Luo Wanning held Xia Qianju tightly. Regardless of how she struggled, she could not break free. Luo Wanning gently caressed Xia Qianju's cheek, inadvertently teasing her earlobe, causing Xia Qianju's body to tremble, her strength evaporating. Xiao Ning, Xia Qianju's former desires had manifested into reality, yet now was not the time for such indulgences. White Ji had shown her immense kindness. How could she turn a blind eye to her peril? Yet the tenderness of the moment was something she had never dared to dream of, and how could she possibly refuse? Xiaoju, look at me. Do not think of anyone else, all right? Luo Wanning gazed into Xia Qianju's eyes, her deep gaze rare with a touch of tenderness. Strands of hair brushed against Xia Qianju's cheek, tickling her, as if awakening desires within her heart. Xiao Ning, in the end. Desire triumphed over reason. Xia Qianju extended her fair arm, gently wrapping it around Luo Wanning's neck. Luo Wanning smiled slightly, gently stomping her foot, and the grass hidden underground began to grow wildly. Soon, a lush carpet of grass covered the ground, soft leaves intertwining to form a natural jade bed. White flower buds bloomed at the edges, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Luo Wanning leaned slightly, laying Xia Qianju upon the soft grass. Then I shall take it now. Chapter 082. I still prefer your sickly sweet self. Warm sunlight cascaded down as Xia Qianju stared blankly at the sky. Everything she had just experienced felt like a dream. She had never expected such a day would come, and that she would find herself in such a passive position. Xiao Ning was truly extraordinary. Xia Qianju's entire being felt languid, the blush on her cheeks still lingering, while a few strands of hair clung to her damp forehead due to fragrant sweat. She turned slightly to gaze at the adorable figure lying beside her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as if she had just savored a sweet treat. Resting her head on Luo Wanning's arm, she felt securely embraced, as if Luo Wanning feared she might escape. The roles of aggressor and defender had switched. Xia Qianju's emotions were somewhat peculiar. She, the sickly sweet one, now felt like a cherished wife being adored. Nevertheless, as long as she could be with Xiao Ning, nothing else mattered. It was just. Xia Qianju thought of White Ji. Ever since that thunderous dragon's roar, she had not heard another sound from her. Xia Qianju felt a pang of concern that White Ji might have encountered misfortune. Yet she was reluctant to part with the happiness she had finally obtained. Just as Xia Qianju was in turmoil, a pair of soft little hands once again pressed against her. Xiaoju, you must not think of other women in front of me. Before long, Xia Qianju found herself succumbing once again to Luo Wanning's gentle advances. 3 days later, feeling fatigued, Xia Qianju attempted to free herself from those soft arms. But her entire body was rendered weak and powerless. If the 7-star sword were to be wielded, she would worry about injuring Luo Wanning. Moreover, given that Luo Wanning's realm now surpasses hers, she may not truly be able to escape. Xiaoju, are you awake? Let us continue, she said. Xiao Ning, may I rest for a moment? Xia Qianju clutched her own body tightly, and, upon lifting her gaze, met those deeply affectionate eyes. Her heart trembled involuntarily. This happiness, which she had fought so hard to attain, was something she could hardly bear to refuse. 7 days later, Xia Qianju's lips parted slightly. Her eyes glazed over as she stared blankly at the sky. Years of longing had been fulfilled in a mere week. Not only fulfilled, but overflowing. Xia Qianju's mind was vacant. She had long since cast aside the matters concerning Bai Ji. In her eyes and heart, there remained only Luo Wanning. Xiaoju, the weather is splendid today. Shall we indulge a few more times? No, Xiao Ning, please don't. Xia Qianju shook her head frantically. Her body, rejuvenated by true essence, showed no signs of distress. Yet her spirit had reached its utmost limit. For these 7 days, she had tirelessly complied with Luo Wanning's whims, and yet the latter remained insatiable. Did you not once enjoy feeding me orange juice? As a return, I shall provide you with lemon water, allowing you to drink your fill. Please no. A month later, Xia Qianju was utterly numb, her ability to resist completely extinguished. Her eyes widened, pupils unfocused, her expression vacant, as if she had become a mere automaton acting on instinct. Everything must have its limits. Excess is detrimental. The sun hung high, and a gentle breeze rustled the treetops. The leaves whispering in response that is this not enough? Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, her deep-set eyes swirling between black and white. Now, Xia Qianju's body had conformed to her shape, yet other presences lingered within her consciousness. Such as Bai Ji, Luo Wanning gently pressed her hand to Xia Qianju's brow, her soft soul force enveloping Xia Qianju's sea of consciousness, gradually rousing her from her self-imposed isolation. Xiao Ning, I no longer want this. I beg you, let me rest for a while. As Xia Qianju's awareness began to resurface, she let out a loud cry. However, upon seeing Luo Wanning already dressed and assisting her with her clothing, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiao Ning is truly terrifying. Gazing at that petite figure, a flicker of fear crossed Xia Qianju's eyes. A month of unrelenting intimacy had transformed from initial joy to resistance, and ultimately into numbness. Xia Qianju was truly sated, so much so that she felt nauseated. This place is unsuitable. Let us find a more picturesque locale to continue. What do you think, Xiaoju? Luo Wanning leaned slightly, extending a delicate, pale hand. Xia Qianju's slender form trembled, her eyes flashing with panic and dread. Her complexion was pale, lips devoid of color, exuding a sickly pallor. Xiao Ning, please do not. Looking at the outstretched hand, she felt as though it were an invitation from the depths of hell. Terrified, she clung tightly to herself. Why must Xiaoju reject me? Do you not care for me any longer? Xiao Ning, I do care for you, but Xia Qianju grasped that soft hand, only to release it in a flurry moments later, retreating hastily. She had caught sight of Luo Wanning's mischievous smile, a clear indication that she was once again coveting her form. Xiao Ning, this is wrong. We are still young, at a time when we ought to strive and progress, not indulge in frivolities. Look at your condition. You are on the verge of collapse. Oh, yet I feel invigorated, and my cultivation has stabilized at the initial stage of transformation. This is all thanks to Xiaoju's assistance, so indulging in these pleasures is not detrimental. Luo Wanning smiled slightly, seizing Xia Qianju's wrist and pulling her into an embrace. Did you not once long for my beauty? On that fateful night in the cave, were you not quite fervent? Xia Qianju's expression froze, her words failing her. Her previous desires stemmed from a long period of deprivation, but now she felt overwhelmed. Xiao Ning, did you not wish to obtain the Wang family's flying blade? We have delayed for too long. Shall we not retrieve it now? Xia Qianju felt compelled to shift the topic, surprised to find herself evading Luo Wanning. Indeed, some time had passed, yet the matter of the flying blade could wait. It was far more important to satisfy Xiao Zhu that I am satisfied. Truly, I am, but I am not satisfied. What shall we do? Xia Qianju's complexion turned pale abruptly. After a long contemplation, she straightened her face and spoke earnestly. Xiao Ning, you must take care of your health. Though we harbor mutual affection and are wed, we must still exercise restraint in such matters. Ha! Luo Wanning chuckled softly, her deep-set eyes resembling a dark abyss. Seemingly filled with boundless allure, she gently grasped Xia Qianju's chin. That I still prefer the sickly sweet version of you from before. Chapter 083. The Turmoil of the White Dragon Xiaoning. Xia Qianju lay nestled in Luo Wanning's embrace, the cold wind tousling her hair as the ground rushed beneath them. She gazed up at the slightly frigid expression on Luo Wanning's face. Her mind momentarily adrift, the previous warmth had morphed into a stark chill, creating a profound contrast that made her question the authenticity of the past month's experiences. Yet, she could surmise why Luo Wanning had transformed in such a way. Xiao Ning's soul now bore two entities, one enamored and infatuated, the other estranged and indifferent. This past month had evidently seen the darker side of her spirit take the reins, leaving Xia Qianju both enamored and fearful. I wonder how my esteemed master is faring. Xia Qianju pondered anxiously, aware that while she reveled in pleasure, Bai Ji might be enduring torment. However, Luo Wanning would not release her, and she was reluctant to distance herself from Luo Wanning, leaving matters in a state of limbo. Yet, even if I cannot go, there are other senior brothers and sisters. If they cannot resolve the issue, my presence would be of little use. Wouldn't it? Xia Qianju could only console herself thus. Suddenly, the heavens split apart, a tremendous fissure gaping like a grotesque wound across the sky, and endless darkness cascaded downward, threatening to engulf the entire world. The massive silhouette of the white dragon flickered within the breach, its eyes glowing like two burning stars, exuding a cold and malevolent light. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and rivers flowed upwards, as the world seemed to plunge into apocalyptic revelry. The roar of the white dragon reverberated like thunder, deafening and overwhelming, as its colossal form traversed the realms, leaving devastation in its wake. Its scales shimmered with an eerie white light, each inch seemingly charged with destructive power. Radiant dragon breaths fell like meteors, illuminating the sky with a dazzling yet catastrophic storm. This is my esteemed master's wrath, Xia Qianju gasped, the figure of Bai Ji emerging in her mind's eye, hovering above the desolate valley. Yet, she was situated in the realm of the nether, and she could clearly sense Bai Ji's fury. The chaos of the white dragon was destined to arrive prematurely. Luo Wanning observed the agile white dragon reflected in the heavens, her expression unperturbed, her gaze profound. Bai Ji had ventured into the divine dragon valley of the desolate realm, seeking the heart of the ancestor dragon, unaware that numerous formidable beings from across the 4 seas and 8 realms lay in ambush there. Not to mention the ancient dragon Lakara left behind, that in her previous life, she had utilized Xia Qianju to break the array. In this life, Xia Qianju was confined by Luo Wanning. Unable to arrive in time, should Bai Ji perish, many troubles would dissipate. Luo Wanning contemplated this, though she held little hope. After all, Xia Qianju was merely at the nascent soul stage, even as a prodigy of the sword. Her assistance to Bai Ji would be minimal. Bai Ji's ability to break the array relied primarily on her own strength. The world underestimated this white dragon. Even if Bai Ji survived, she would likely suffer grave injuries and, given her temperament, would not rest quietly to recuperate, but would instead seek frenzied revenge. Xia Qianju's late arrival could very well lead to her retribution. Luo Wanning turned her gaze to Xia Qianju, who was gazing anxiously at the spectral white dragon above. Xia Qianju must not encounter any misfortune, nor could she be devoured by Bai Ji. Swiftly, Luo Wanning took Xia Qianju in her arms and flew in the opposite direction of the white dragon. Xiaoning, let us go see my esteemed master. Xia Qianju witnessed countless dark chains soaring into the sky, tightly ensnaring the white dragon's form. Dragon scales shattered, and crimson dragon breath poured forth. nearly staining half the sky blood red. This cannot be. Luo Wanning shook her head. Xia Qianju only saw Bai Ji's protective tenderness towards her disciples. But Luo Wanning clearly understood that Bai Ji was a tyrannical and frenzied dragon of chaos. There was no need for her to explain anything to Xia Qianju. Even if she did, Xia Qianju might not believe her. All she needed was to keep Xia Qianju close. Allowing her to grow swiftly. My esteemed master is gravely injured. Even if we cannot rescue her, can we not at least observe her enemies from a distance? That is not feasible. Xia Qianju looked up at Luo Wanning's stern visage, struggling to comprehend, and no matter how one viewed it, Bai Ji had bestowed upon Luo Wanning the seed of time and had granted her entry into the illusory realm, which was an immense grace. Why would Luo Wanning be so heartless? Yet, Luo Wanning was certainly not an ungrateful person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dwelled on past events. Xiaoning, please let me go. I just want to take a quick glance and then return to you swiftly. Xia Qianju could only make such a decision. She could not bear to watch Bai Ji perish while remaining oblivious to the identity of her enemy. You must remain by my side. Luo Wanning's tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority that left Xia Qianju both exhilarated and anxious. Had Luo Wanning clung to her like this before, it would have been a dream that would awaken her with laughter. Yet now, although she would still smile joyfully, there was a tinge of bitterness in her expression. Xiaoning, please just let me take a look, all right? Xia Qianju wrapped her arms around Luo Wanning's waist. Her voice soft and pleading. I promise, if you allow me to have a quick look, I will accompany you for a month upon my return. How does that sound? No. Xia Qianju's expression faltered. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she affectionately nuzzled Luo Wanning's arm. What about 2 months? Number 3 months? Number 6 months? Luo Wanning frowned, wishing to put an end to this tedious discussion. You must stay by my side now and in the future, with no room for negotiation. Xia Qianju pouted, her lips forming a slight frown, laced with a hint of reproach. Xiaoning, you're behaving rather poorly right now. Almost like a possessive lover. Xia Qianju found it somewhat incredulous, but was at a loss as to where things had gone awry. The 7-star sword lay quietly within her storage ring as she pondered an escape. Yet, she worried that if she angered Luo Wanning and caused her to retreat, she would be unable to accept that outcome. She still desired to take the lead. She wanted to be the one in control. Xia Qianju wrestled with her thoughts. The ethereal silhouette of a white dragon above the skyward desolation valley began to thrash violently. Countless dark chains shattered, swords and blades flashed into view, and the roar of the dragon echoed. Brilliant purple lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. Even from a distance, Xia Qianju could hear the thunderous rumble. Whoosh! A streak of azure sword light descended from the heavens, ephemeral and dreamlike, yet unstoppable. The white dragon's silhouette in the sky froze momentarily before gradually dissipating, in the final moment before the apparition vanished. Xia Qianju beheld the lithe, elongated dragon's body severed in two. Master. Chapter 084. Xiaoning, please let me go. The realm of the sword god. Xia Qianju's pupils constricted sharply, her breath quickening as she fixated on the fading sword light. She had devoted herself to the sword path. Even those hailed as prodigies of the sword, having achieved a clear heart in swordsmanship, were merely sword masters. Above the master level existed the grandmaster, the unparalleled grandmaster, and ultimately, the supreme sword god realm. Beyond the sword god lay the sword immortal, but that surpassed the limits of the Xianhuan continent. Thus, the sword god was the pinnacle of existence in this world. First sword beneath the immortals, the azure sky sword god, Li Wanjing. Luo Wanning furrowed her brow slightly. In her previous life, she had been wandering in the Qingshu wilderness, scavenging for scraps, and never had the opportunity to witness this sword strike. Hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. This was indeed the undisputed sword god of the world. Alas, the execution of this sword would cost Li Wanjing dearly. He would hastily leave behind his sword path legacy a month later before passing away. This legacy would eventually be acquired by the sword prodigy Lin Juri, who would grow to become a formidable rival to Xia Qianju. After being defeated by Xia Qianju, Lin Juri would pass much of this legacy on to her. Luo Wanning originally intended to recruit Lin Juri and share this legacy with Xia Qianju. After all, Xia Qianju's identity was unique. As Bai Ji's disciple, she could never inherit the legacy. However, Lin Juri was prematurely slain by Xia Qianju, thus losing the chance to inherit. Since she could not inherit, she would directly seek out the old sword god. Luo Wanning gazed toward the skyward desolation valley, silently contemplating that Li Wanjing was not yet dead, and she had a means to extend the sword god's life. This was her bargaining chip. However, before that, she needed to obtain the flying blade to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Master is gone. Xiaoning, please release me. Xia Qianju struggled violently in Luo Wanning after 30 minutes of interaction. 29 minutes and 59 seconds were spent exchanging barbs and verbal sparring. Senior Sister Yunyao, you surely wouldn't. Chapter 085. Chu Xiangjiao is on the verge of being possessed. We will assist you in rescuing Sister Xiangjiao. Luo Wanning, after a brief contemplation, spoke to Yunyao. Yunyao is a grandmaster of formations, her cultivation level at the late stage of the transformation spirit realm, surpassing Luo Wanning by 2 minor levels. The art of formations requires meticulous planning and layout to maximize its efficacy. Once engaged in close combat, although she could still unleash a few minor formations, their potency would pale in comparison. Luo Wanning, possessing knowledge of numerous undeveloped resources in the general trajectory of events, understood that having Yunyao by her side would be immensely beneficial. Xiaoning? Xia Qianju was taken aback, surprised by Luo Wanning's unexpected willingness. It was known that when she previously sought to rescue their master, Luo Wanning had obstructed her at every turn, even when she had humbly pleaded for assistance. Could it be that in Luo Wanning's eyes, her status was inferior to that of Chu Xiangjiao? You are already at the transformation spirit stage? Yunyao, sensing the aura emanating from Luo Wanning, was astonished to find that Luo Wanning's cultivation had nearly caught up with her in an instant. No wonder Sister Xia was so content to lie in her embrace. Yunyao observed the two. Feeling an indescribable strangeness, Luo Wanning stood less than 5 feet tall, petite and delicate, with a youthful and charming visage, embodying the essence of a perfect loli. In contrast, Xia Qianju towered close to 5 feet 7. Her figure voluptuous and curvaceous, especially with her long, supple, fair legs, exuding an aura of a mature woman. Previously, when Xia Qianju had held Luo Wanning, the scene was warm and beautiful, yet now, with Luo Wanning cradling Xia Qianju, it felt oddly misplaced. Who would have thought Sister Xia would be so playful? Is this the essence of contrast? Yunyao mused silently, but as it was a matter concerning the young couple, as long as they were happy, she felt no need to voice her thoughts. I initially intended to seek Sister Xia's assistance. Your involvement is even more welcome. Follow me, and we will discuss the specifics along the way. Yunyao tossed several spirit stones onto the cloud beneath her, causing it to swell in size. This cloud was not a mere accumulation of natural fog, but rather a sophisticated mobile formation. As Luo Wanning settled onto the cloud, it felt soft and comfortable, imbued with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Xiaoning, please set me down. Xia Qianju's cheeks flushed, as even while seated upon the cloud, Luo Wanning held her tightly, as if fearing she might escape. Luo Wanning merely cast a sidelong glance at Xia Qianju, saying nothing, yet her embrace tightened. The young couple is truly affectionate, Yunyao remarked, her discomfort evident, laced with a hint of envy. Although Yunyao appeared as a youthful maiden, she was already 28 years of age. At this stage of her life, she remained single, not due to a lack of suitors, but rather her indifference towards romantic entanglements. Furthermore, with her remarkable talent, suitable partners were few and far between. Her previous years had been spent delving into the intricacies of formations, but recently, she had found some amusement in teasing her younger sister for leisure. Cough cough. Yunyao cleared her throat to prevent the two from continuing their flirtations in her presence. My junior sister was captured by the 7th-tier alchemist Li Yin of the Medicine King Mountain and is currently imprisoned within its forbidden grounds. I attempted to negotiate for her release, yet they refused to comply. Hence, I spent half a month setting up formations to blow the Medicine King Mountain to smithereens. Yunyao sighed softly. However, I did not uncover any trace of my junior sister, and I was pursued by those alchemists, nearly becoming a concoction myself. Therefore, I wish for Sister Xia to accompany me to rescue her. The Medicine King Mountain, isn't that the sacred ground for alchemists? Could it be that they have taken notice of my junior sister's potential and intend to recruit her? Surely, she is not in any danger? Xia Qianju inquired, her knowledge of the Medicine King Mountain limited, yet aware of its esteemed reputation for benevolence and healing. That if Chu Xiangjiao had fallen into the clutches of the Medicine King Mountain, she should be safe. Initially, I thought the same, believing my junior sister had simply issued a distress signal due to the rigors of alchemy. Yin Yao's expression grew increasingly grave as she glanced at Luo Wanning. A century ago, the radiant medicinal god of the Medicine King Mountain left behind a forbidden inheritance upon his death. Anyone who passes the trials has a chance to inherit his legacy, which should be a positive development. Yin Yao paused, her demeanor darkening. However, through my investigations, I discovered that this inheritance is not straightforward. It is highly probable that the radiant medicinal god is selecting a suitable vessel to possess and reincarnate. And my junior sister is likely the chosen one. What? Xia Qianju's face was a mask of shock. The Medicine King Mountain, famed for its philanthropy and salvation, was synonymous with compassion. That the radiant medicinal god had been the previous master of the mountain, known for his benevolence and countless acts of rescue, even saving an entire city of mortals, which had become legendary. How could such a kind-hearted figure commit such malevolent deeds? I am uncertain, but since my junior sister sent out a distress signal, I cannot gamble with her life. Yin Yao furrowed her brows. If the Medicine King Mountain posed no threat to Xia Qianju, then her reckless action of demolishing it was indeed indefensible. Yet, the absence of Xia Qianju left her feeling uneasy. Your speculation may hold merit. Luo Wanning nodded thoughtfully. In my previous life, there was indeed a prodigious alchemist who emerged. That youth, originally named Zhang Anping, was an inconspicuous outer disciple of the Medicine King Mountain. But through an unexpected trial, he obtained the legacy of the radiant medicinal god. He later changed his name to Zheng Yaoguang, rising from obscurity to notoriety, marrying a wealthy beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life. This in itself is not problematic. After all, acquiring the medicinal god's legacy and remaining a failure would be the real issue. Zheng Yaoguang's methods mirrored those of the radiant medicinal god, and he was exceedingly kind to the descendants of the god. Of course, this is not unusual. One should never forget the kindness of their benefactor. However, Zheng Yaoguang gradually distanced himself from his biological family after receiving the inheritance, when his elder brother, struggling in life, drunkenly claimed that Zheng Yaoguang was not the original Zheng Anping. Zheng Yaoguang, in a fit of rage, set fire to him. Though Zheng Yaoguang was benevolent and upright, this became the sole blemish on his life. Good deeds seldom spread beyond one's doorstep. However, misdeeds travel far and wide. Despite doing good for a lifetime, there are always those who will dredge up this incident to tarnish his reputation. Luo Wanning had not initially noticed. But after Yin Yao's reminder, she felt that the possibility of possession and reincarnation was indeed quite plausible. Are you certain? Yin Yao had only been speculating, but hearing Luo Wanning's unwavering conviction made her frown deeply. Luo Wanning had not been cultivating for long, yet her rapid advancement and ability to make judgments on such ambiguous matters were unsettling. That a chilling thought crept into Yin Yao's mind. If the radiant medicinal god could potentially possess another, might Luo Wanning herself also be at risk of being taken over? The identity of the possessor was not difficult to surmise. The Eternal Immortal Sovereign. Chapter 086. Medicine King Mountain in the Blazing Red Desert. At the Medicine King Mountain, Luo Wanning sat upon the cloud, gazing down at the desolate, fragmented valley below. The pavilion lay in ruins, ancient trees were splintered, and a deep, expansive pit had formed in the center of the towering peaks, creating an eerie valley. The explosion's force had been akin to a full-powered strike from the void refinement stage. Indeed, a grandmaster of formations should not be underestimated. With admiration in her eyes, Luo Wanning felt a growing fondness for Yin Yao's prowess. That small black mountain was the forbidden ground of the Medicine King Mountain, most of its barriers having been dismantled by her. However, within it resided a nine-colored mysterious bird of the 7th tier, and she had nearly been consumed by it. Yin Yao's expression turned serious. The nine-colored mysterious bird was the guardian spirit beast of the Medicine King Mountain, known for its swiftness and keen senses. I cannot lure it into the killing formation, she lamented. Yin Yao sighed in resignation. That I sought Sister Xia's assistance to entice the nine-colored mysterious bird out. That is out of the question. Luo Wanning rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. The nine-colored mysterious bird, a 7th-tier spirit beast, was equivalent to a human in the integration stage, far surpassing Xia Qianju by 3 major levels. For Xia Qianju to act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. I understand your concerns for Sister Xia's safety, but rest assured, that nine-colored mysterious bird is aging and weakened, its bloodline nearly depleted, and it has only one wing remaining. With Sister Xia's abilities, she should be fine. Yun Yao's expression stiffened as she hurriedly clarified. Still, it is not permissible. Xiaoju cannot engage. Luo Wanning's demeanor remained calm, her words final and unyielding down. Then what are you both here for? Yun Yao found herself at a loss for words. If neither of them could take action, had she invited them merely to be spectators? Xiaoning will be fine. I am quite strong. Let me go. Xia Qianju tugged at Luo Wanning's sleeve, unwilling to remain protected indefinitely. She was eager to elevate her cultivation, and her method of doing so was through battle. Only intense combat could ignite her sword heart. Yet now, her entire being felt soft, as if she were transforming into a limp sword. You have other matters to attend to. I will confront that 9-colored mysterious bird alone. Alone? Yun Yao's eyes widened in shock. Even with her preparations for a killing formation, she held no absolute confidence in defeating the 9-colored mysterious bird. She sought to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the forbidden grounds of Yaowang Mountain and rescue Chu Xiangjiao while the 9-color Xian bird was ensnared. This was her true intention. Surely, you possess the human sea formation. Do you not? I require your assistance. Luo Wanning smiled faintly, her expression radiating an exquisite sweetness. Yet, Yun Yao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, chills enveloping her. You wish to sacrifice all the inhabitants of Yaowang Mountain to enhance your cultivation? Yun Yao's teeth chattered softly. Her previous explosion at Yaowang Mountain had primarily resulted in structural devastation, with minimal casualties. However, once the human sea formation was deployed, not a single alchemist among the thousands on Yaowang Mountain would be left alive. It is a necessary toll, for if they seek to harm Xiangjiao, they must pay the price. Her voice, though youthful, bore a chilling coldness. Yun Yao gazed intently into Luo Wanning's eyes, striving to decipher the hidden thoughts within those profound orbs. So ruthless, so indifferent. Doubt weighed heavier in Yun Yao's heart as she glanced at Xia Qianju, who lay in Luo Wanning's embrace, her concern intensifying. Did Xia Shimi know that Luo Wanning might have been possessed? Or did she perhaps harbor affection for Luo Wanning in her current guise? Let us descend. Luo Wanning cradled Xia Qianju and leaped down from the cloud. She was acutely aware that Yaowang Mountain housed more than just the 9-color Xian bird. There were numerous alchemists who had lived for centuries. The prior explosion had not shaken the very foundation of Yaowang Mountain, which explained the absence of these individuals. Should they forcibly take Chu Xiangjiao and disrupt the rebirth plan of the Yao God? These ancient figures would undoubtedly emerge at that point, standing in the light. It would prove troublesome to act. The arrangement of the human sea formation would require 3 days, and the spiritual stones needed were immense. I do not possess enough. After some contemplation, Yun Yao acknowledged that although Luo Wanning's methods were rather ruthless, they were not without merit. Chu Xiangjiao faced peril, and Yaowang Mountain must bear the consequences. There is no need for concern. Yaowang Mountain, being the sacred land of alchemists, is not lacking in spiritual stones or medicinal herbs. We can procure materials on site. Having already delayed for a month, an additional 3 days should suffice. Xia Shimi should not encounter danger, should she? Yun Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet with Luo Wanning uncooperative, she felt powerless. She will be fine. Xiangjiao has the protection of fate and shall not perish easily. Very well then. Yun Yao could only nod, subsequently infiltrating Yaowang Mountain to begin the arrangement of the human sea formation. Luo Wanning also slipped into Yaowang Mountain. Following the recent explosive events, Yaowang Mountain had already regained its former vibrancy. Teeming with life, towering alchemical furnaces stood erect, wisps of smoke curling upward, and the air was filled with the sounds of bustling crowds. Occasional explosions echoed, releasing plumes of black smoke, eliciting peals of laughter. Luo Wanning showed no interest in the low-tier disciples' concocted elixirs and directly entered the largest elixir pavilion in Yaowang Mountain. Rows of exquisite redwood shelves displayed an array of medicinal gourds. The attic was suffused with a rich fragrance of herbs. Come forth, Xiaobai. Luo Wanning flicked her wrist, and a palm-sized white creature emerged. Master, what is it? The white spirit dog king had now ascended to a third-tier spirit beast. Though its appearance remained largely unchanged, still resembling a small dog with wings. Stop pretending. If you wish to eat, do so. Luo Wanning waved her hand dismissively. The elixirs housed within the pavilion were of the highest quality. Although their medicinal properties might differ, they were all excellent supplements. Thank you, Master. The white spirit dog king's eyes sparkled as it fluttered down onto a nearby shelf, with a snap of its jaws. It shattered a medicinal gourd, inhaling the contents in a single gulp before moving on to the next gourd. Luo Wanning began to collect elixirs herself, gathering anything that caught her eye into her storage ring. This is a soul-soothing elixir. Consuming it will be beneficial for you. Before Xia Qianju could discern the precise nature of the elixir, Luo Wanning forcibly shoved it into her mouth. Xia Qianju had no choice but to swallow. Yet before she could recover, that pale hand was once again cramming another elixir into her mouth. Xia Qianju struggled to keep up with the pace at which she was being fed. Her mouth soon filled to the brim, her soft belly gradually swelling. Little Ning, I can't eat anymore. Xia Qianju suddenly felt a sense of deja vu. Had she not previously fed Luo Wanning in such a manner? Was Luo Wanning deliberately retaliating against her past actions? Xia Qianju discreetly raised her gaze to Luo Wanning's face, but the adorable visage remained calm and indifferent, offering no hint of vengeful delight. That gourd seems to contain a arousal elixir. As Luo Wanning reached for a red gourd, Xia Qianju shivered involuntarily. The frenzied memories of the past month still lingered vividly in her mind. She had no desire to relive that experience. No, I refuse to eat. Chapter 087. Xia Qianju's betrayal. 3 days swiftly passed. The human sea formation on Yaowang Mountain had been established, and countless souls writhed and lamented within its confines. Flames surged, and points of light flickered. Luo Wanning set Xia Qianju down and ascended toward the skies above the human sea formation. The transformation into a divine being was merely the beginning. Luo Wanning's gaze was tranquil. The lives and deaths of others held no significance for her. Let us commence. Luo Wanning cast a glance back at Yun Yao, who sat upon the clouds with a furrowed brow, nodding lightly. The human sea formation swiftly spread, enveloping an area spanning 100 miles. The points of light gradually converged upon Luo Wanning. Yun Yao leaned closer to Xia Qianju. Previously, Luo Wanning had shielded Xia Qianju so effectively that Yun Yao had been unable to find an opportunity to converse with her alone. Now, taking advantage of Luo Wanning's absorption and refinement, it was the perfect moment to engage Xia Qianju. Xia Shimi, do you not sense that Luo Wanning has changed far too much? She is no longer the adorable girl I once knew. Indeed, little Ning has matured considerably. Xia Qianju nodded gently, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she reminisced about the past 3 days, instinctively wrapping her arms around her delicate form. Observing Xia Qianju's bashful demeanor, Yun Yao's frown deepened. Xia Shimi, do you not find Luo Wanning's transformation alarmingly rapid? Have you considered that she may no longer be the person you once cherished? Yun Yao aimed to express her concerns delicately. Not wishing to provoke Xia Qianju, it is still little Ning. Who else could it be? Xia Qianju regarded Yun Yao with confusion, sensing that there was something the latter wished to convey but could not articulate clearly. Sister Yun Yao is no stranger. Feel free to speak your mind. Since you insist, I shall be direct. Yun Yao took a deep breath, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon Luo Wanning's silhouette. I suspect that Luo Wanning may have been possessed. The little Ning you adore may no longer exist. What? How could that be? Xia Qianju was momentarily taken aback, vehemently denying the claim. Little Ning cherishes me so dearly. How could she possibly be possessed by another? However, Xia Qianju furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing that certain behaviors exhibited by Luo Wanning were indeed peculiar and defied explanation. Yet, it seemed equally implausible that an unrelated individual would develop feelings for her. Sister Yun Yao, what do you propose? While Xia Qianju harbored doubts, she lacked a means to verify them and could only turn her gaze toward Yun Yao. But I have a plan, though I am unsure if Xia Shimi will consent to it. Yun Yao pondered for a moment, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Qianju. What plan? To eliminate Luo Wanning. What? Xia Qianju's expression instantly turned frigid as she glared coldly at Yun Yao, the 7-star sword manifesting in her grasp, its tip shimmering with a chilling light. Xia Shimi, please do not misunderstand. I do not genuinely intend to kill Luo Wanning, but rather to ascertain whether she is indeed the true Luo Wanning. Yun Yao hastily clarified, taken aback by Xia Qianju's intense reaction. The depth of Xia Qianju's affections was evident, but it also signified her heightened concern for Luo Wanning's condition, although the human sea formation was terrifying. Simultaneously refining the cultivation of thousands was no simple feat. Furthermore, The intricate souls and memories would interfere with Luo Wanning's consciousness, providing you with an opportunity to question her about her true identity. Yun Yao succinctly summarized her thoughts, closely observing Xia Qianju's expression. Seeing the tension in the latter's face gradually ease, she felt a wave of relief that I understand what I must do. Xia Qianju's expression fluctuated. But she would not be swayed by Yun Yao's provocations. She trusted her own judgment that I in the distance. Luo Wanning was enveloped in a sea of interwoven lights. Her stagnant cultivation began to rise slowly. Time flew by, fleeting moments of beauty. As time acted upon her, Luo Wanning's cultivation surged rapidly. Regrettably, these individuals were merely alchemists. With a sigh, Luo Wanning soared toward the forbidden area of Yawang Mountain, her fingertips flicking as a radiant blade of light shot forth. Screech! The piercing cry of a bird pierced the air as a crevice tore open on the dark mountain, and a resplendent nine-colored bird shot into the sky. The resulting shockwave stirred a tempest. Scattering the clouds above, Time Blade, Luo Wanning unleashed two blades of light, ethereal and illusory, stretching for dozens of meters. Screech! The nine-color Xian bird flapped its tattered wings, yet the fierce winds could not deter the blade's assault. Thud! Thud! Blood gushed forth as the nine-color Xian bird plummeted to the ground. Luo Wanning let out a soft huff. Being ensnared within the human sea formation made prolonged combat unwise. Without hesitation, she launched another time blade, severing the head of the nine-color Xian bird. Boom! Boom! The dark mountain erupted, revealing several weakened figures within, one of whom was indeed Xu Xiangjiao. Go save your junior sister, Luo Wanning said to Yun Yao. Before returning to the center of the People Mountain People Sea formation to begin her alchemical refinement, preparing for a breakthrough into the virtual realm. Yun Yao nodded, glanced at the nearby Xia Qianju, and swiftly dashed towards the mountain peak. Xiaoning, how are you feeling? Xia Qianju flew to Luo Wanning's side, gently inquiring that I'm all right. Luo Wanning replied, lifting her hand to her forehead, as the enormous toll of refining the souls of thousands weighed heavily upon her. Yet, with two primordial spirits to draw upon, she had not reached her limit. Xiaoning, may I ask you a question? Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, looking at Xia Qianju, uncertain of her intentions. Of course, Xiaoning. Do you like me? Have I not made my feelings clear enough during this time? Luo Wanning gazed at Xia Qianju in confusion, only to see her bow her head in contemplation. Her expression complex. I ask that why you keep me close, because you like me? What do you think? But I have done wrong. Can you forgive me? Luo Wanning cast a sidelong glance at Xia Qianju, choosing not to respond. The immediate priority remained the refinement of the multitude to elevate her cultivation. Matters concerning Xia Qianju could wait for a more opportune moment. Xiaoning, I hope you can answer me directly, or my heart will be uneasy. Just tell me. Xiaoning. Luo Wanning was besieged by persistent questions, her spirit already depleted from the refining process. Now, Xia Qianju's incessant inquiries only served to exacerbate her headache and growing irritation. Let the past be the past. I do not wish to speak further on it, Luo Wanning said coldly, dismissing Xia Qianju and focusing intently on her cultivation. Her realm had already reached the peak of the transformation spirit stage. Absorbing all the alchemists within the People Mountain People Sea would enable her to break through into the virtual stage. Unbeknownst to Luo Wanning, Xia Qianju gradually lowered her head, her eyes filled with a profound sorrow. During this time, she had been lost in a state of tenderness, neglecting her capacity for rational thought. Reflecting on Luo Wanning's many unusual actions, the most evident example was her rapid ascension in cultivation after acquiring the temporal spiritual root. A feat unparalleled in history. Xia Qianju had considered the reasons behind this phenomenon, but had been unwilling to confront the harsh reality. Her heart still yearned for Luo Wanning. Yet now, she had to face the truth. Luo Wanning was dead. She had perished in the illusory ruins. Xiaoning is an emotional person. She would not easily forgive me, so you are not Xiaoning. I am sorry that I must avenge Xiaoning. Thud. Luo Wanning's body stiffened, caught completely off guard by Xia Qianju's sudden betrayal at such a critical moment. The cultivation she had just gained flowed away like a burst dam, her spirit suffering a backlash from the People Mountain People Sea formation, plunging into unprecedented despair. Luo Wanning turned her neck stiffly to see the sword tip protruding from her chest. This scene felt eerily familiar. In her past life, She had been similarly betrayed by Xia Qianju to her dismay. Even in her rebirth, she faced the same fate. A wild laugh threatened to escape her lips. Love was indeed unreliable. Why? Why? I have already forgiven you. Why must you kill me? Do you not like me? I like you too. Do you not believe in my love for you? I have elevated your cultivation and fulfilled your every desire. Is this not what you wished for? Luo Wanning's complexion turned pale, blood seeping from the corners of her lips, her gaze filled with emptiness and confusion. Before awakening her memories, she had cherished Xia Qianju. After awakening, although she had controlled her, no substantial harm had been inflicted. As long as she continued to execute her plans, there was still room for redemption. Yet, why did Xia Qianju seek to kill her? You are not Xiaoning. You are not the Luo Wanning I love. Xia Qianju shook her head bitterly, her expression sorrowful, tears streaming down her face. Then what type do you like? Is it only when I kill you that you will be satisfied? Luo Wanning's lips trembled, her hand pressing against the icy seven-star sword, her eyes filled with helplessness. She never anticipated that such an absurd reason would nearly lead to her demise. Leave. Luo Wanning forcefully wrenched the seven-star sword from her chest, simultaneously activating the causal divine tree's imprint in an attempt to assert control over Xia Qianju. However, at that moment, the light beam of the People Mountain People Sea formation dissipated from her and transferred to Xia Qianju. Oh, you were plotting against me all along. Luo Wanning turned to see Yun Yao. Seated upon a cloud, cradling the unconscious Chu Xiangjiao, her expression cold and calm as she watched Luo Wanning. That I exerted every effort to assist you in rescuing Chu Xiangjiao. And this is how you repay me? Apologies, but it is of no concern to me. Yun Yao gently shook her head, indifferent to Luo Wanning's fate. Her only worry was that Xia Qianju might fall for the deception. Oh, so you two sisters share a deep bond, while I, as an outsider, am of little consequence, is that it? Luo Wanning scoffed coldly. Since others were unreliable, she would have to rely solely on herself. I have no family, no sect. All I have left is you, Xiaoju. But why must you betray me as well? Luo Wanning staggered towards Xia Qianju, her steps faltering, tears streaming down her face. Her exquisite dress was stained crimson with blood, appearing both disheveled and tragic. That I have not betrayed you, for you are not Xiaoning. Xia Qianju recoiled in panic, her eyes brimming with tears. She lowered her head, unwilling to meet Luo Wanning's gaze. Xiaoju, look at me. You would rather believe others than trust me. Luo Wanning stepped forward, grasping Xia Qianju's arm, lifting her chin to lock eyes with her. Xiaoju, can you see any difference in me? Were our experiences during this time all a lie? Luo Wanning's hand reached to gently stroke Xia Qianju's back, but for some reason, the causal divine tree's imprint remained dormant. The tenderness of the past had transformed into harassment. Xia Qianju forcefully pushed Luo Wanning away, raising the seven-star sword, her aura revealing that she had reached the transformation spirit stage. You are not Xiaoning. She would never do such a thing to me. Reflecting on recent events, Xia Qianju felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion at the thought that this person was not Luo Wanning. Since you do not trust me, then I shall leave. Unable to exert control over Xia Qianju through the causal divine tree, Luo Wanning opted to retreat. The sword merely pierced her lower abdomen, not inflicting a fatal wound. She carried elixirs plundered from the Medicine King Mountain, making treatment manageable. However, with Xia Qianju slipping from her grasp, she felt a profound distress, accompanied by sharp pangs of heartache. Do not let her escape. Junior sister Xia, kill her, Yun Yao said coldly, determined to see this through. She is likely the reincarnation of the Eternal Immortal Sovereign, the one who killed your beloved Xiaoning. We must ensure her demise today. Yun Yao looked at Xia Qianju. Junior sister Xia, I have activated the People Mountain People Sea formation, enhancing your abilities. You are now on par with her. There is no need to fear her. Kill her. As Xia Qianju hesitated, Luo Wanning had already made her move. Temporal flying blade. The radiant blade pierced through Xia Qianju's chest and abdomen, while two more flying blades shot towards Yun Yao and Chu Xiangjiao. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Luo Wanning sneered coldly. If she could not win Xia Qianju's heart, she might as well destroy her. She had lavished affection upon Xia Qianju. Yet now, the latter offered her no mercy. Dragon roar. Breaking void. The elixirs Xia Qianju had consumed earlier were still active, rapidly healing her wounds as she unleashed a sword light, clutching her injured chest. Her expression growing increasingly frigid. 7 stars. Sunlight. 7 magnificent sword shadows coalesced in the void, casting a cataclysmic shadow across the sky. Luo Wanning's expression shifted slightly. She understood Xia Qianju's formidable strength. To control her, she had placed numerous restrictions, yet they had utterly failed to take effect. Every cause has its effect. Luo Wanning forcibly activated the causal marks buried within Xia Qianju's body. Xia Qianju's slender form swayed slightly, her face reddening as she suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The 7 colossal swords descending from the heavens disintegrated as well. You will all pay for this. Luo Wanning spat defiantly before turning to flee. Xia Qianju, still weighed down by her concerns, had not yet unleashed her full combat potential, especially with the formation master Yun Yao protecting her. Luo Wanning's situation was perilous, teetering on the brink of life and death. I will intercept her, junior sister Xia. Hurry and refine to catch up, Yun Yao declared, cradling Chu Xiangjiao as she soared through the clouds in pursuit. What a troublesome situation. Luo Wanning felt a headache coming on as she saw Yun Yao rapidly closing the distance behind her. She had been ensnared by Yun Yao's schemes. The People Mountain People Sea formation had not only failed to bolster her, but had instead weakened her spirit. Having just been injured by Xia Qianju's sword, although she had elixirs, she still required time. And now, what she lacked most was time. Time standstill. Luo Wanning turned her hand to grasp at the void behind her, causing Yun Yao's figure to momentarily freeze. Temporal flying blade. Just as Yun Yao broke free to counter the flying blade, Chu Xiangjiao, cradled in her arms, began to tremble slightly, gradually awakening. Xiangjiao, take out the moon's orchid. Chu Xiangjiao appeared somewhat dazed. However, upon hearing the familiar voice, she obediently retrieved the moon orchid from her storage ring. The moon orchid had been well cared for by Chu Xiangjiao, and now was the opportune moment with the rich spiritual energy surrounding it. In a fleeting moment, the orchid bloomed. Luo Wanning reached out with a swift motion, grasping the moon orchid in her hand, and without hesitation, activated the secret technique of the heavenly stage. The swirling clouds ceased their transformation, and the raging wind stilled. The exquisite orchid slowly unfurled, releasing a delicate fragrance that permeated the air. Time's edge. Luo Wanning possessed a time's spiritual root, and time's edge was her most formidable offensive technique. Yet, due to the absence of the flying blades, its current power was but a fraction of its potential. Sister Ning? Chu Xiangjiao's eyes held a hint of confusion as the ethereal blade struck her companion. Yun Yao, beside her. Why was Sister Ning attacking senior sister Yun Yao? Dragon's roar. Void. Chu Xiangjiao caught sight of the agile silver dragon and the figure of Xia Qianju, while the 7-star sword forcefully struck Luo Wanning. What on earth was happening? Had Sister Ning quarreled with senior sister Xia? Chapter 089. Love and Hatred. Xia Qianju, you seek death. Luo Wanning was furious. She had taken Godspeed pills to enhance her speed, but when she acquired the pills from the pill pavilion, she had also generously shared a substantial quantity with Xia Qianju. Thus, Xia Qianju's flying speed was not inferior to hers, and it even seemed to be slightly faster. I shall avenge Sister Ning. Fool, I am Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning dodged the incoming sword light, and in a moment of suspended time, she swiftly escaped. However, it wasn't long before Xia Qianju caught up to her once more. As Luo Wanning was struck down by a sword, she finally sensed the causal imprint within Xia Qianju. The entanglement of cause and effect grew ever stronger. The earlier loss of control must have been due to the influence of human mountain. Sea of people, Luo Wanning pondered in her heart, halting her retreat. Xia Qianju, kneel, Luo Wanning shouted. And in an instant, Xia Qianju's raised wrist fell abruptly, followed by her knees bending painfully to the ground. At last, I have subdued her. Luo Wanning exhaled deeply, gently descending to the ground. You are indeed not Sister Ning. She would never resort to such methods against me. Xia Qianju stubbornly held her head high, glaring fiercely at Luo Wanning. Slap? Luo Wanning stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Feeling unsatisfied, she raised her foot to kick her down. How many times must I tell you? I am Luo Wanning. Luo Wanling snorted coldly. If I were not Luo Wanling, do you think I would allow you to live? I care not who you are. Get out of Sister Ning's body. Xia Qianju defiantly stood up. Gripping the 7-star sword, she slashed once more. Kneel, but with a sharp command, Xia Qianju's hand loosened, her true essence ceased to flow, and the seven-star sword fell to the ground. Sigh. Luo Wanning lamented. Initially, everything had been progressing smoothly, and she had prepared numerous resources for Xia Qianju. It now seemed unnecessary. Since you do not believe me, let us part ways here. I hope you tread carefully. Luo Wanning found herself somewhat ensnared. She could neither eliminate Xia Qianju nor keep her by her side. No, you cannot leave. You must. Luo Wanning swiftly discovered a tattered and incomplete corpse upon the ground. Yet, the head remained intact. Allowing for the identification of the individual as Wang Xiansu, the Wang family possessed no resources of interest to Bai Ji, and logically, Bai Ji should not have come here. Thus, the only possibility was that it was summoned by Xia Qianju. However, Bai Ji should have already departed. Otherwise, she would have appeared long ago. It was uncertain if Fei Ren still lingered. With a glimmer of hope, Luo Wanning made her way to the Wang family's forbidden grounds, where she indeed found a multitude of shattered corpses. The forbidden area had transformed into a desolate ruin, stained with blood. The place that was supposed to house Fei Ren was now utterly barren, devoid of any items. Fei Ren is with me. Luo Wanning abruptly turned, finding Xia Qianju gripping the seven-star sword tightly in her right hand. Her left hand raised high. A cold glimmer flashed. It was a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, transparent and crystalline, sharp as lightning, light yet incredibly deadly. The blade was so delicately thin it resembled a wisp of solidified moonlight, shattering at the slightest touch. The edge was as sharp as autumn frost, slicing through the air, leaving even the wind breathless. This was an invisible menace, a thread of exquisite transparency, lying under the sunlight, yet capable of instilling terror in the heart, beneath the celestial artifact. It was the most formidable spiritual weapon. Luo Wanning's pupils constricted. She had long yearned for this spiritual weapon in her previous life. Unfortunately, by the time she had matured, 300 years had passed, and the Yuming Wang family had long been annihilated, while Fei Ren had shattered into countless fragments. Bai Ji had not taken it away. Luo Wanning was somewhat astonished, although Bai Ji might not favor weaponry. Gifting such a precious weapon to Xia Qianju certainly indicated her high regard for her. Fei Ren was glaringly sharp, yet fragile. Luo Wanning did not wish to seize it, fearing she might inadvertently damage this supreme offensive spiritual weapon. Xiao Bai, return. Luo Wanning extended her hand to summon Bai Zhe back into her palm, coldly gazing at Xia Qianju. What must you do to relinquish Fei Ren to me? Xia Qianju hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. I wish to conduct a soul search on you. To ascertain Luo Wanning's identity, she had desperately implored Bai Ji to teach her the soul-searching technique. However, the soul-searching method would impose significant effects on both the caster and the target, potentially causing memory chaos or confusion of consciousness, resulting in a state of foolishness. Are you jesting? Luo Wanning scoffed repeatedly, gradually approaching Xia Qianju. I do not wish to die, nor do you. This is the sole method for you to prove your identity. Otherwise, I shall never believe you are Xiao Ning. Xia Qianju remained resolute, acknowledging that this method, while perilous, would provide her with peace of mind. She did not wish to spend her days alongside someone whose identity was uncertain. Time stood still. In the moment Xia Qianju froze, Luo Wanning simultaneously shook the illusion sound bell on her wrist. A resonant ding echoed, plunging Xia Qianju into a reverie. Luo Wanning, too, was inevitably ensnared in memories, though she quickly broke free. Fei Ren is mine now. Luo Wanning swiftly approached Xia Qianju, reaching out to seize Fei Ren when a glimmer of cold light aimed straight at her brow. Luo Wanning had no choice but to retreat. Yi Qing Xian had actually given you a piece of Qing Xingyi. Luo Wanning frowned slightly. Her possession of the illusion sound bell was not a secret, and she had indeed become the target of her opponent. If you allow me to conduct a soul search, I shall believe you. Otherwise, do not expect to obtain Fei Ren. Do not dream. Hand over Fei Ren, and I may spare your life. Luo Wanning scoffed. She was absolutely unwilling to let the other party conduct a soul search. Xiao Ning would not conceal anything from me, unless you are not Xiao Ning. Who exactly are you? Forget it. It is no harm to temporarily entrust Fei Ren to your care. She turned to leave, as if having made a resolute decision. However, Luo Wanning had not ventured far when the ground suddenly blazed with radiant light. Spiritual energy surged, intricate inscriptions intertwined, and chains swiftly ensnared her. The Xianqing soul locking array? Luo Wanning furrowed her brow, refraining from resistance. Once entangled by the chains, the more one struggled, the deeper the entrapment. And a moment of carelessness could lead to physical annihilation. Long time no see. Yunyao leisurely emerged from the rubble, wearing a hint of smugness. Following her was a petite figure. Chu Xiangjiao gazed at Luo Wanning. Bound in the center of the grand array, with a complex expression in recent days, she had heard the unfolding events and the speculation surrounding them. However, she did not believe that Luo Wanning was a vessel for possession. Moreover, Luo Wanning had risked danger to save her life on Yaowang Mountain, and she was deeply grateful for that. Yet, with Yunyao and Xia Qianju both convinced that Luo Wanning had been possessed, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. Chu Xiangjiao found Luo Wanning somewhat pitiable. Xiao Ningjia. Chu Xiangjiao was uncertain whether Luo Wanning had been possessed, but she still wished to call her Xiao Ningjia. That was the bond shared between the two of them. Luo Wanning gently nodded at Chu Xiangjiao, feeling somewhat surprised. Despite having nearly killed Chu Xiangjiao in a moment of desperation using the illusion sound bell, the latter still retained her fondness for her, which was quite astonishing. Perhaps it was because Chu Xiangjiao had endured the pain of possession that she felt a sense of empathy. If you truly are Xiao Ning, then I shall apologize to you later. Xia Qianju approached Luo Wanning, gazing directly into her eyes. If you are not Xiao Ning, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xia Qianju nodded at Yunyao, who set up a simple auxiliary formation atop the Xuanqing soul locking array. I shall begin now. Xia Qianju raised her hand to Luo Wanning's brow. Fei Rin pierced her skin, and a wisp of divine consciousness surged like a sharp blade towards Luo Wanning's mind. Luo Wanning gritted her teeth, veins bulging, her face contorted in agony as she emitted a low, pained roar akin to a ferocious beast. Her hair flew wildly, her delicate frame trembled violently, and crimson blood seeped from between her lips. Xia Qianju was not faring well either. An overwhelming torrent of memories inundated her soul, threatening to burst her mind. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and her temples throbbed furiously. Yet, Xia Qianju persisted. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, staring blankly at the unconscious Luo Wanning sprawled on the ground. She truly is Xiao Ning. Chapter 091. Disabling her cultivation. Xia Qianju witnessed Luo Wanning's memories of her past life, confirming that she was indeed the reclusive and eccentric girl from next door in her previous incarnation. Then came the scenes of their interactions post-rebirth. There was nothing else beyond that I was mistaken about Xiao Ning. But why does she know so many secrets? Have I overlooked something significant? Xia Qianju murmured. Aware that the soul-searching technique would incur substantial tolls on the soul and could not fully probe every memory, only providing a general overview of one's life experiences. Thus, Xia Qianju was certain she had missed something. Yet the overall narrative remained intact. She could affirm that the person before her was indeed Luo Wanning. Xiao Ningjia. Chu Xiangjiao stepped forward to support Luo Wanning's body, placing several healing pills for the soul in her mouth and channeling her true essence to aid in their refinement. Xiao Ningjia, you must hold on. Chu Xiangjiao's face was filled with concern. Having endured the torment of possession herself, she imagined that Luo Wanning, being forcibly subjected to a soul search, would not find it any easier. Xiao Ningjia, you must awaken. Chu Xiangjiao retrieved the precious ice lotus holy milk ointment and gently applied it to Luo Wanning's brow. Witnessing this, Xia Qianju and Yunyao's expressions shifted, their gazes extremely complex. However, they were neither alchemists nor pharmacists, and could only watch helplessly. After a while, Luo Wanning slowly regained consciousness, the chains entwining her having been undone. The 3 women surrounded her, gazing at her with concern. Xiao Ning, I apologize. I should not have doubted you. Xiao Ningjia, you're awake. Do you feel better? Luo Wanning, it was my fault. I misled Xia Shimei. Do not blame her. The 3 spoke in succession, their expressions varied. Luo Wanning pushed away Xia Qianju, who was holding her, and helped Chu Xiangjiao to her feet. Xiangjiao, can you take me away from here? Luo Wanning spoke weakly. Chu Xiangjiao glanced at the dejected Xia Qianju before gently nodding. All right, I will take Xiao Ningjia away. Chu Xiangjiao understood that Luo Wanning was in a foul mood upon just waking. After all, no one would feel well after a soul search. Wait, Xiao Ning. This is the Fei Rin you wanted. Xia Qianju hurriedly caught up, cradling Fei Rin in her hands, cautiously gazing at Luo Wanning. However, Luo Wanning did not even glance at her, merely leaning on Chu Xiangjiao as they staggered forward. Xiao Shimei, you should keep Fei Ren safe. If Xiao Ning needs it, you can give it to her. Xia Qianju had no choice but to entrust it to Chu Xiangjiao. This was her gesture of apology. Chu Xiangjiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to keep it safe. After all, she still hoped for Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju to reconcile. Yet her ability to influence the situation was limited. Chu Xiangjiao led Luo Wanning to find an inn nearby to rest. Once everything was settled, she sat at the foot of the bed, watching the weakened Luo Wanning, wanting to speak but uncertain of what to say. I know this has nothing to do with you, so rest assured, I will not blame you. Luo Wanning comfortingly patted Chu Xiangjiao's head. Xiao Ningjia. Chu Xiangjiao gazed at Luo Wanning's gentle smile, touched. When she had been rescued from possession, she had sobbed inconsolably for 5 or 6 days. Yet, Luo Wanning remained so calm, even soothing her emotions. How could this not evoke genuine admiration and affection? Sister Xiaoning, in truth, Sister Xia. Let us not speak of her any further, shall we? Chu Xiangju paused for a moment, then obediently nodded. Subsequently, she retrieved a plush teddy bear from her storage ring. Towering over half a person, it was entirely enveloped in soft brown fur, its round ears drooping slightly, edged with a subtle light brown hue, as if kissed gently by the sun. Its eyes were 2 glossy black buttons, sparkling with an innocent light, seemingly concealing boundless curiosity and tenderness. Its limbs were short and plump, with tiny white fur stitched onto its fingers and toes. Resembling soft gloves and socks, it was adorned with a small red scarf, its sole decoration, which added a touch of playfulness and vivacity. Sister Xiaoning, this is Xiao Bu, my companion for 15 years. If you ever feel wronged, you can confide in it. Sharing your thoughts will surely lighten your heart. Chu Xiangjiao said gently, placing the cherished bear beside Luo Wanning's pillow. Thank you. Luo Wanning replied, somewhat at a loss for words, yet unable to dismiss Chu Xiangjiao's kindness. For in the depths of Chu Xiangjiao's large, watery eyes, a well of unshed tears lingered, and refusing her might prompt those tears to spill. Sister Xiaoning, please rest well. I shall take my leave now. Aware of Luo Wanning's current frailty and the necessity for her to recuperate, Chu Xiangjia refrained from lingering. Before departing, she left several healing pills on the table. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to leave behind Fei Ren as well. As the door closed behind her, only Luo Wanning remained in the room. The plush bear beside her exuded a faint milky scent, and the red scarf seemed to retain a hint of dampness, perhaps still not fully dried from Chu Xiangjiao's earlier tears. What a carefree child, Luo Wanning mused, rising to gently place the plush bear aside. With a casual wave of her hand, Fei Ren fell into her grasp. At long last, she had obtained Fei Ren. Her prior effort to segment her memory had not been in vain. Clutching the gossamer thin blade, it shimmered in the soft light, resembling a translucent jade, radiating a captivating and resplendent glow. With Fei Ren in hand, it was nearly time for her to depart the abyssal wilderness. While Luo Wanning had managed to deceive Xia Qianju, evading Bai Ji's discerning gaze posed a greater challenge. Thus, she must tread carefully. Bai Ji was currently preoccupied with avenging those who once conspired against her, diverting her attention from Luo Wanning. However, should she find a moment of leisure or inadvertently encounter Luo Wanning, she would undoubtedly seek to uncover the reasons behind her rapid ascension in power. The tumult of the White Dragon era marked a cataclysm for the immortal fantasy continent. One could only wonder how many superpowers would remain after such tribulations. As for Xia Qianju, Luo Wanning pondered briefly, considering that by segmenting her memory and splitting her soul, her cultivation speed had doubled. Yet, the darker half, forged from her inner demons, would only recall Xia Qianju's virtues, deepening her affection for her. However, at present, the white aspect of her soul held dominance, harboring little fondness for Xia Qianju. Her consciousness unfurled, swiftly mapping the layout of the inn, revealing that Xia Qianju and Yunyao resided in the same establishment. Sister Yunyao, what should I do now? In her room, Xia Qianju wore a sullen expression, her gaze towards Yunyao tinged with resentment. Were it not for Yunyao's reckless speculations, she could have been living a blissful life with Luo Wanning. Yet, ultimately, it was her own doubts that led her to probe deeper. Yunyao's expression mirrored Xia Qianju's discontent. She harbored a 99% certainty that Luo Wanning was not the original. However, given the current state of affairs, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Your chances of winning Luo Wanning's heart are exceedingly slim, yet not entirely hopeless. What do you propose? After a moment's contemplation, Yun Yao's face bore a hint of hesitation. Dismantle her cultivation and enforce love. Chapter 092. I want to be with Sister Xiao Ning in forced love? Xia Qianju furrowed her brow. She had previously harbored thoughts of coercively keeping Luo Wanning by her side. Yet, with the restoration of her memories and the clarity of her mind, she was no longer the infatuated individual she once was. The dangers of such obsession were profound, often leading to irreversible tragedies. She wished to avoid a recurrence of the calamity that befell the Luo family. If I were to cripple Xiao Ning's cultivation, could we truly find happiness? Xia Qianju found herself questioning, yearning to be with Luo Wanning, yet doubting whether this was the path she truly desired. I need to think this through. Unless absolutely necessary, Xia Qianju was reluctant to resort to such a drastic measure. After leaving Xia Qianju's room, Yun Yao knocked on Chu Xiangjiao's door. Junior sister, may I enter? Come in. Upon entering, Yun Yao discovered Chu Xiangjiao sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, her small head nestled against her chest, seemingly weeping softly. Yun Yao's heart sank, and she hurriedly approached, sitting at the edge of the bed. Her voice filled with concern. Junior sister, are you all right? Is the shadow of your previous possession still haunting you? Chu Xiangjiao slowly lifted her face, her eyes rimmed with red, long eyelashes fluttering as the tear stains at the corners of her eyes remained fresh. Sister Yun Yao, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Excessive. Yun Yao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Chu Xiangjiao's meaning that it is unfair to Sister Xiao Ning. She is the finest person in the world. Yet time and again suffers for reasons beyond her comprehension. Chu Xiangjiao's nostrils twitched. You, too, Sister Xia. No one has ever considered Sister Xiao Ning's feelings from her perspective on her wedding night. She lost her entire family and her bride. Do you comprehend the depth of her anguish? And when she learned that the murderer was the very Xia Qianju she cherished, do you grasp the turmoil she endured? Sister Xiao Ning silently bears it all, hoping to transform hatred into love, granting Sister Xia the chance for redemption. Yet how have you all treated her? I believe Sister Xia is unworthy of Sister Xiao Ning. Chu Xiangjiao clenched her fists. Out of camaraderie, she had always considered Xia Qianju, striving to ensure her happiness. However, upon reflecting on recent experiences, she realized the harrowing plight Luo Wanning had endured, the loss of family, betrayal by a lover, and doubts from friends. Amidst such alienation, Luo Wanning silently bore her sorrow. How remarkably resilient she was. Unworthy of Luo Wanning. Yun Yao frowned. She had not spent much time with Luo Wanning and knew little about her. She had always considered matters from Xia Qianju's perspective, believing that Xia Qianju's rare swordsmanship talent rendered her unparalleled in power and stature, thereby regarding Luo Wanning's feelings as secondary. Yet now, with Luo Wanning's demonstrated strength rivaling Xia Qianju's, it was imperative to confront this reality. Nevertheless, all of Luo Wanning's abilities were bestowed by Xia Qianju. What right did she have to resist? Junior sister, have you spent too much time with her? Has she said anything to you? Yun Yao fixed her gaze on Chu Xiangjiao, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Surely, you haven't developed feelings for Luo Wanning? Sister Xiao Ning needs not utter a word. I can feel the pain within her heart, Chu Xiangjiao murmured, curling her small form into a tight ball. Sister Xiao Ning's heart is already riddled with wounds. Yet no one can mend her scars. Sister Xia remains utterly oblivious. Junior sister, do not dwell on such thoughts. Your soul is still healing. It is best to rest now. Yun Yao stepped forward, enveloping Chu Xiangjiao in her arms, gently stroking her head in a comforting manner. You are too exhausted. We need not concern ourselves with their matters, that I will take you back to the sect tomorrow. All right? Chu Xiangjiao trembled slightly, but did not resist. As Yun Yao had said, her soul was injured. She truly needed to rest. The affairs between Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju were ultimately those of an outsider. No matter her impatience, she could resolve nothing. But what if I am not an outsider? Chu Xiangjiao whispered softly. She empathized with Luo Wanning's plight, admired her resilience, and felt her sorrow that in her life, she had never encountered someone so extraordinary, a person who silently swallowed all grief and pain, growing stronger in the process, like a flickering candle in the dark, illuminating others while consuming itself. Sister Xia would never understand. Only I comprehend the sorrow within Sister Xiao Ning's heart. Perhaps I am the one who is more suited for her. Chu Xiangjiao gazed at her small hand, where an imprint of a night-blooming cereus adorned her skin. The intricate pattern symbolized the bond she shared with Luo Wanning. Junior sister, what are you rambling about? Yun Yao's brow furrowed, her hands gripping Chu Xiangjiao's shoulders, a grave expression in her eyes. Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju are a pair, regardless of whether they ultimately find happiness or destruction. It is their affair, not ours. Thus, you must not interfere in their emotional entanglements. Chu Xiangjiao was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Yun Yao's vehement response. She then shook her head. No, Sister Xia loves Sister Xiaoning, yet repeatedly inflicts harm upon her. But I am different. I would never hurt Sister Xiaoning. Junior sister, you do not understand. Love is inherently convoluted and intricate. Only through enduring painful choices can one attain true happiness. You merely harbor sympathy for Luo Wanning. Your involvement will only exacerbate her suffering. Sympathy, you say? Chu Xiangjiao was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, she slowly shook her head. Perhaps it began as mere sympathy, but now I have come to understand my own heart. I desire to be with her, and I cannot bear to see Sister Xiaoning in anguish. You cannot be with her. Yun Yao forcefully shoved Chu Xiangjiao aside, her expression uncontrolled, a surge of indescribable fury swelling within her. Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju are meant to be together. Your presence is that of an interloper, and there will undoubtedly be dire consequences. Senior Sister Yun Yao? Chu Xiangjiao lay bewildered on the bed. Though Yun Yao often bullied and toyed with her, she had never before exhibited such wrath. Confused, Chu Xiangjiao mustered her resolve and rose with determination. Why must Sister Xiaoning be with Senior Sister Xia to find happiness? I love her, and I can bring her joy. You cannot love her. Why can't I love Sister Xiaoning? Who I choose to love is my prerogative. Even if you are my senior sister, you have no authority over me. Chu Xiangjiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of anger as she pushed Yun Yao away. Senior Sister Yun Yao has no one she loves, so she cannot comprehend my feelings. When you find someone to cherish, you will understand my sentiments. I love you. Yun Yao blurted out almost instinctively, and the moment the words left her lips, she herself was taken aback. Her heart raced violently as she gently covered her chest. Chapter 093. Aftermath 4 months later, in the Zhangqiong wilderness. What is wrong with Chu Xiangjiao? Why does she cling to Xiaoning so? Xia Qianju glared coldly at the petite figure encircling Luo Wanning, her tone tinged with disdain. Initially, Chu Xiangjiao would relay Luo Wanning's feelings to her, for which Xia Qianju was grateful. However, as time passed, their communication dwindled. Chu Xiangjiao remained a constant presence around Luo Wanning, a sight particularly irksome. Senior Sister Yun Yao, are you not meant to bring Chu Xiangjiao back to the sect? Is it wise to leave her unattended like this? Xia Qianju turned her gaze to Yun Yao, who had been morose for the past 3 months, seemingly preoccupied. It is entirely within my junior sister's rights to go wherever she pleases. My only duty is to quietly ensure her safety. Yun Yao forced a smile, though it was laced with bitterness. She may go wherever she wishes. That is her freedom, yet she cannot continuously cling to Xiaoning. Has she not noticed that Xiaoning is growing impatient? Alas, Yun Yao sighed deeply, observing the furious Xia Qianju. Luo Wanning's irritation is not directed at Chu Xiangjiao, but rather at you, Xia Qianju. If you cannot perceive this, how do you intend to win her heart back? Yun Yao silently critiqued, refraining from voicing her thoughts lest she wound Xia Qianju's fragile pride. For now, they were temporarily allied, united in the goal of separating Chu Xiangjiao from Luo Wanning. Suddenly, Yun Yao gasped, pointing at a figure emerging in the distance. That not junior brother Zihang. What is he doing here? Xia Qianju focused her gaze, and indeed, a robust figure blocked the path of Luo Wanning and Chu Xiangjiao. Junior sister, what brings you here? Were you dispatched by the master to assist me? Su Zihang, bare-chested, his bronzed skin gleaming in the sunlight, wore a hearty smile that I merely passed by. What brings you here? Brother Zihang? Chu Xiangjiao blinked, feigning ignorance. 6 months prior, the sword god, Li Wanjiang, severed our master's body. Our master narrowly escaped. In the following month, the sword god fell, and our master annihilated his entire clan. I am here to assist our master in dealing with the remaining remnants. Su Zihang chuckled, though beneath that mirth lay a heavy scent of blood. Have you seen Senior Sister Xia? The sword god left behind a legacy, but we are not sword cultivators and cannot inherit it. Perhaps senior sister Xia might give it a try out a clan? Shouldn't that number in the tens of thousands? Luo Wanning frowned slightly. The vast city below enveloped in smoke, flames raging but no figures fleeing, resembling a ghost town. TSKSK, 289,723 lives, not a single survivor left. Su Zihang scratched his head. Yet the true experts have already been dealt with by our master. The remaining ones are merely a matter of time, nothing troublesome. Although the sword god, Li Wanjiang, left a legacy, it has been cut off, which is why Lin Jiuyi fortuitously obtained it. Why are you with junior sister? Why do I not see senior sister Xia? Su Zihang questioned. Puzzled, he had only met Luo Wanning once. Yet due to Xia Qianju, he remembered her face. However, the aura emanating from Luo Wanning now filled him with unease. Senior sister Xia should be behind. Currently, I am with sister Xiaoning. Chu Xiangjiao affectionately grasped Luo Wanning's hand and smiled. Has the master not assigned you any tasks? Su Zihang observed the two in a seemingly romantic interlude. Growing increasingly perplexed, presently, Bai Ji is mercilessly exacting revenge on those who once besieged her. After eliminating the higher-ups, numerous resources remain that cannot be taken in entirety, thus requiring us disciples to handle the aftermath. He had just concluded dealings with the Sword Goddess clan, and there were still 3 major families in the Netherworld Wilderness and 5 major factions in the Zhangqiong Wilderness awaiting his attention. Having not rested for half a month, he felt utterly exhausted. Surely there must be tasks? Chu Xiangjiao chuckled awkwardly, her interest in killing and plundering resources lacking. She preferred to enjoy scenic outings with Luo Wanning instead. Both Yun Yao and Xia Qianju had tasks assigned by Bai Ji, yet neither seemed inclined to fulfill them. Where's Bai Ji now? Is she not in the Zhangqiong Wilderness? Upon hearing Luo Wanning address Bai Ji directly, Su Zihang's expression darkened, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. His muscles tensed, and behind him, a colossal bear-like phantom loomed. The master has not taken you as a disciple. Yet you cannot directly refer to her by name. Su Zihang clenched his fists, raising them high, and the phantom of the bear mirrored his movements, its claws gleaming with a chilling light. Brother Zihang, what are you doing? Stop at once, Chu Xiangjiao exclaimed in alarm, hastily positioning herself in front of Luo Wanning. At that moment, a cold, azure sword light pierced the air from afar, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, swiftly penetrating the bear's phantom's head. Puff puff, Su Zihang's breath hitched, his complexion turning pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Senior sister Xia? Why did you strike me? Su Zihang's eyes reflected a hint of terror. That sword strike had clearly held no mercy. Despite enduring months of hardship without injury, he had been grievously wounded in an instant by Xia Qianju. Whoever dares to harm Xiaoning, I shall slay them. Xia Qianju appeared, her foot atop the 7-star sword, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Su Zihang. She dares to directly call the master by name. Is that not an affront to her master? Do you intend to betray her? Su Zihang bellowed, the bear phantom he had painstakingly cultivated dissipating in an instant, a reality he could scarcely accept. I have not betrayed Sister Xia. Grant me but a little more time to ponder this matter thoroughly. Yin Yao finds herself in a predicament, unsure of how to confront Chu Xiangjiao. What remains for you to deliberate? Are you truly content witnessing her with Xiaoning? Xia Qianju's countenance mirrored the chill of frost, her hand tightly gripping the 7-star sword, her fingertips already paling. Su Zihang has set off to seek our esteemed master. And our time is scarce. Should you continue to dawdle, you shall gain not the yet, o you not relish exerting your will. Then compel the junior sister to depart. That is out of the question. The junior sister is not like Luo Wanning. She would harbor resentment against me for eternity. Yun Yao felt helpless. Luo Wanning's broad heart could forgive Xia Qianju time and again, but Chu Xiangjiao's spirit was fragile if she were to inflict harm upon Chu Xiangjiao even once. She would never attain forgiveness in this lifetime. That I shall not concern myself with your hesitations. If you do not take Chu Xiangjiao away, I will slay her with one stroke of my sword. Sister Xia, have you lost your senses? All you think about is killing. If you were to slay the junior sister, would that truly grant you Luo Wanning? Even without Chu Xiangjiao, another Chu Pingguo would surely emerge. Relentless slaughter cannot resolve the fundamental issues, Yun Yao cautioned, unwilling to witness a schism among peers. Thus, in her eyes, the ideal outcome would be to eliminate Luo Wanning. Once this source of turmoil is eradicated, Xia Qianju could revert to her former self, and Chu Xiangjiao could return to the sect to refine elixirs in peace. What do you propose we do now? Gazing at Xia Qianju's icy demeanor, Yun Yao felt a headache coming on. Fear not. Luo Wanning will not develop feelings for the junior sister. Were it otherwise, Yun Yao would not have allowed Chu Xiangjiao to remain by Luo Wanning's side. If I am not mistaken, their current direction should lead to Kanglan Sea. Sister Xia, first acquire the sword god-s inheritance, and then we shall make plans upon reaching Kanglan Sea. Very well, I shall place my trust in you one last time. Should you fail to separate them, I shall resolve the issue in my own way. Xia Qianju soared towards the towering peak that jutted from the earth. The mountain had long been stained crimson with blood. Countless blades protruding from the ground, some shattered, some bent, resembling a vast sword tomb. Xia Qianju thrust her sword into the mountain, instantly creating a deep cavern. I must hasten to obtain the sword god-s inheritance. Observing Xia Qianju vanish into Sword God Mountain, Luo Wanning withdrew her gaze. Xiaoning, are you still worried about Sister Xia? Chu Xiangjiao released Luo Wanning's hand, a trace of sorrow unfurling within her heart. The 4 months spent with Luo Wanning were perhaps the happiest of her life. Luo Wanning's gentleness, resilience, and kindness captivated her utterly. Yet, as her understanding of Luo Wanning deepened, Chu Xiangjiao recognized that she could never replace Xia Qianju's place. Thus, Chu Xiangjiao relinquished her desires. She hoped that Luo Wanning would find her own happiness. If staying together brought unhappiness, she would willingly step aside. Of course, if possible, she still wished to be a confidant and good friend. You need not worry about Xia Qianju. Rather, you may find yourself in peril. Luo Wanning observed Chu Xiangjiao's delicate visage, a touch of concern creeping into her thoughts, while Chu Xiangjiao possessed remarkable talent in alchemy. Her current cultivation level had only just reached the nascent soul stage, still far beneath Xia Qianju. Should Xia Qianju strike, it was highly likely that Chu Xiangjiao could not withstand even a single blow. She did not wish for this innocent, sweet young girl to suffer harm. Within Kanglan Sea lies a 9th-grade spiritual herb, the heart-burning grass, which can aid you in enhancing your alchemical skills. Once you obtain the heart-burning grass, return to Luoxing sect and focus on your cultivation. I shall seek you out again in a century. Luo Wanning contemplated, the century mark coinciding with the time when Bai Ji would begin to devour her disciples. It was also when she prepared to confront Bai Ji in battle. 100 years seems rather lengthy, does it not? Chu Xiangjiao gasped, her mouth agape. Although cultivators possess long lifespans and are often unaware of the passage of time, a century still felt excessive. If you dedicate yourself to your cultivation and elevate your realm to the great ascension stage, perhaps we shall meet sooner than anticipated. The great ascension stage? Xiaoning. Are you mistaken? Chu Xiangjiao's eyes widened in shock. The great ascension stage represented the pinnacle of the Xianhuan continent. Luo Wanning had such high hopes for her, even higher than her own confidence. Hee, I believe you can achieve it. Luo Wanning reached out, patting Chu Xiangjiao's shoulder, her tone imbued with encouragement. Then I suppose I shall wait a century. Chu Xiangjiao pouted, a hint of despondence evident. She clearly lacked faith in her ability to ascend to the great ascension stage. The Xianhuan continent boasts a long history, with extraordinary figures emerging from every corner. Heroes abound, yet few truly reach the summit. Xiaoning, why not return to Luoxing sect with us? Chu Xiangjiao scratched her head, speaking slowly. Do not be deceived by our master's fierce demeanor. She treats us disciples exceptionally well. Should you become her apprentice, she would fulfill any request you make. Chu Xiangjiao believed that, despite the conflict between Luo Wanning and Xia Qianju, it would not hinder her from becoming Bai Ji's disciple. Moreover, given Luo Wanning's astonishing progress and remarkable talent, Bai Ji had no reason to refuse her. If Luo Wanning could become Bai Ji's disciple, perhaps they could all coexist harmoniously. That is not an option. I have my own path to tread. Luo Wanning shook her head, offering no further explanation. However, cultivation is fraught with challenges. Even though you have reached the transformation stage, Xiaoning, without a sect or a master's protection, how long can one endure alone? Chu Xiangjiao was perplexed. Having grown up in a prestigious family, she had always been safeguarded. After becoming Bai Ji's disciple and joining Luoxing sect, she enjoyed the protection of the sect and her master. Though the journey had been somewhat monotonous, it had been stable, devoid of life-threatening dangers. Even when she was nearly seized by Yaowang Mountain, It was thanks to her senior sister's rescue and Luo Wanning's intervention that she had been saved. Yet what of Luo Wanning? It seemed she had nothing. How difficult is it for one to persist alone? Luo Wanning slightly raised her head, gazing at the vast expanse of land before her. A multitude of thoughts swirled within her heart, ultimately coalescing into a sigh. No1 supports my ambition. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain peak alone, should fate deny me this fortune.